Chapter 451. Chen Zilan rubbed his eyes when he saw Gu Qinghuan leading the Bernese mountain dog. "Where did you get this dog?" "I found it. I contacted the owner, and they're on their way. I'm taking it with me to prevent it from getting lost," Gu Qinghuan replied. Chen Zilan silently looked at his squad leader. "Why do you always get into trouble?" Gu Qinghuan looked at him innocently. "I don't know. The dog just squatted in front of me." Luckily, Ban Ban was very well behaved and sensible. He followed Gu Qinghuan around without barking or making a fuss. Bao Song couldn't help but exclaim, "Squad leader, you look like a warden patrolling his territory with a vicious dog." Gu Qinghuan's eyes widened, and he pointed at Ban Ban. "You said Burn Mountain was a vicious dog?" Yao Shaili quickly rushed over and covered Burn Mountain's ears. "Little uncle, don't listen, it's slander." Bao Song couldn't hold back. "Squad leader, aren't you going to refute the warden?" Ban Ban was innocent. He didn't know why his ears were covered. Everyone liked Ban Ban, especially since Gu Qinghuan's phone call revealed that someone had deliberately abandoned him on the mountain without his owner's knowledge. People like Jiang Chu Chu and Yu Xian, who had pets at home, immediately wanted to check the surveillance footage and hand over the person to Ban Ban's owner, so she could settle the score. However, it wasn't clear who Ban Ban's owner was, so they decided to let it go for now. Besides, today was a day for everyone to go out for an outing, and having fun was more important. No one had lunch, so dinner was served earlier. The tents have been set up and allocated. Those who are close to each other usually stay in one tent, just like a pajama party. The grill was set up, and the marinated ingredients were placed one by one, filling the air with aroma. During this time, everyone also fed Ban Ban some food: beef, shrimp, blueberries, cucumbers, and yogurt. The shrimp were originally going to be made into garlic vermicelli shrimp, but they picked up a few, cooked them, and fed them to Ban Ban. Everyone researched whether dogs could eat garlic, but in the end, they were unsure of the proper amount. They rinsed it clean before putting it in Ban Ban's bowl. Ban Ban ate happily, licking the disposable bowl clean and even picking it up to return it to Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan was busy at the grill. Just as she was about to ask Shen Jianwei, who was standing across from her, if she could eat, she quickly took a few steps back and bumped into Zhang Shurchen, who was standing behind her. Luckily, Zhang Shurchen had steadied himself, or he would have been knocked over. "What's wrong?" Zhang Shurchen asked. Shen Jianwei was a little nervous. "It's okay, I just saw it coming and got a little nervous." Gu Qinghuan turned around and saw Ban Ban. She squatted down, took back the disposable bowl, and pointed to the edge of the tent where it had been staying. "Go back." Ban Ban took another long step and walked back toward the tent, lying down at the entrance. Shen Jianwei finally breathed a sigh of relief, apologized to Zhang Shurchen, who had been bumped into, and moved back. When everyone gathered to see Ban Ban earlier, there were so many people that Gu Qinghuan didn't notice. Now that she thought about it, it seemed she really hadn't noticed Shen Jianwei. After moving back, Shen Jianwei couldn't help but defend herself. "I know I overreacted a bit. Actually, smaller pets like cats, rabbits, and hamsters are okay. I'm just a little afraid of dogs. Small dogs are usually more lively, barking and jumping around. I always feel like they might bite me. Large dogs, on the other hand, are intimidating just by their size." "What about chickens, ducks, and geese?" Gu Qinghuan asked again. Shen Jianwei was a little surprised that the topic shifted to chickens, ducks, and geese, but he thought about it carefully. As for chickens, getting pecked by them hurts, but chickens generally stay away from people, right? So I'm not that scared. Ducks quack a lot, but they don't cackle at people. They're just generally noisy, so that's okay. Geese, on the other hand, are no match. Aren't they said to chase people? They even peck, and it hurts. I definitely avoid them. Gu Qinghuan tilted his head. "It sounds like you're not afraid of dogs, but of dangerous animals. It's just that most people don't think dogs are dangerous and aren't afraid of them, but to you, dogs are more dangerous. So don't think your reaction is wrong, it's normal." Shen Jianwei was stunned for a moment before saying, "Squad leader, you're the first person to say that to me. Everyone else thinks there's nothing to be afraid of about dogs, and they even want me to pet them. I'm also afraid of centipedes. I know they're beneficial insects, but seeing all those legs makes me tremble." Gu Qinghuan shuddered twice exaggeratedly. "Then I'm not afraid of centipedes." Shen Jianwei perked up instantly. "I'm not afraid of centipedes either. It's just that their neatly arranged legs give me a sense of order and beauty." Gu Qinghuan's expression froze. "Can we not discuss this?" Shen Jianwei stuck out her tongue. "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Anyway, your fear of dogs is just like my fear of centipedes," Gu Qinghuan said with a stern face. It's just that everyone's afraid of different things. Don't think you're abnormal. I know. Shin Jianwei nodded readily, then thought for a moment and said, but I still hope I won't overreact so strongly when I encounter a dog. Gu Qinghuan's words made Shin Jianwei feel a little relieved. She could be afraid, but there was no need to force herself to get close. After all, no one wants to be close to danger, right? However, she was going to be a diplomat. How could she have such an obvious weakness? As long as she kept a safe distance and made sure she wasn't in danger, she should be able to handle a dog normally, right? While Shin Jianwei was pondering how to calmly deal with the dog, Gu Qinghuan scooped the grilled sori onto a plate, donned gloves, and prepared to nibble on it. Halfway through, she remembered and squatted down in front of Ban Ban, tearing off a few pieces of boneless meat for him. As she was feeding him, she heard a loud shout, Ban Ban! The citizen squad 3 immediately perked up their ears and looked over curiously. Then another female voice, also quite fierce, shouted, What are you yelling about? Are you calling that girl? Gu Qinghuan's phone rang. Ban Ban was still eating sori, and only after finishing did he take off his long legs and run towards the source of the sound. Gu Qinghuan quickly answered the phone and followed him. Hello, I heard you. Ban Ban is running over. She hung up and followed Ban Ban to the 2 working women. Several badgers also ran over to see if there were any melons. Although this mountain had a cable car and escalator, you still had to climb to the top. Ban Ban's owner and her friend were clearly exhausted from the climb. Their cheeks were flushed and their hair was matted to their faces with sweat. The owner sat down on the ground, hugged Ban Ban, and howled, My dear Ban Ban, Mommy finally found you. I thought I lost you. Ban Ban leaned forward, pressed his cheek against his owner's, and licked him twice. The owner, howling, suddenly stopped and sniffed. Why is it so fishy? Gu Qinghuan quickly hid the uneaten sori behind her. It has nothing to do with her. It's just that Ban Ban didn't brush his teeth and rinse his mouth. Chapter 452. Ban Ban's owner is called Du Li, and Gu Qinghuan thinks her name sounds delicious. Du Li's best friend is called Jia Jia, an online friend from the same city as Du Li, who met because they both love Burn Mountain. According to Du Li, she got Ban Ban while she was dating her boyfriend, and they were recently discussing marriage. Du Li herself didn't plan to have children, having made this clear to her boyfriend during their relationship. Her family also supported her, and both parents emphasized this point during their conversations. The boyfriend's parents, however, appeared open-minded, but in reality, they felt that it was impossible for a good person not to have children, and that they would have to have one sooner or later after marriage. Seeing Du Li constantly calling Ban Ban good boy and claiming to be Ban Ban's mother, they suspected that Ban Ban was taking the child's place and instigating her boyfriend to abandon Ban Ban so that Du Li would want a child. The bastards in Class 3 racked their brains, pondering, unable to comprehend this logic. You wanted Ban Ban. Why would you want a child now that Ban Ban's gone? Tao Xinqing asked bluntly, can't those people tell the difference between a human and a dog? If you don't want a child, you don't want a child. Didn't you make it clear? Don't you have ears? Ai Ning rolled her eyes. Yao Shaili analyzed, those people must have been attracted to Miss Du's good qualities and unwilling to give them up, hoping to force her into submission after marriage. Lin Julu patted Ban Ban's head and said sympathetically, Ban Ban's good. Ban Ban helped Mom see through the bad guys, so she didn't have to jump into the fire. Du Li was already furious about Ban Ban being abandoned, and had a huge fight with her boyfriend. Now that she had Ban Ban back, she had time to deal with those people. Jia Jia, Du Li turned to look at Jia Jia, you wanted to help me take care of Ban Ban for the next few days? I gone to clean up that mess. Jia Jia nodded, okay, leave it to me. I definitely take good care of it. Du Li dusted herself off, straightened her hair, and stood up, looking much more composed. She solemnly shook Gu Qinghuan's hand. Little classmate, thank you for helping me find Ban Ban. You're welcome. Actually, I didn't do anything. It came to me on its own. I just called you, Gu Qinghuan said. It's great that you're willing to call. Du Li withdrew her hand, then pulled out a business card from her bag and handed it to Gu Qinghuan. This is my card. Feel free to ask me for help with anything. Jiang Chuchu leaned over and took a look. Jiaxing Technology Company, Limited, Brand PR Manager. She thought for a moment. Is that the Jiaxing that makes pet supplies? Du Li's eyes lit up. Yes, have you bought any of our products? I bought an automatic feeder. The camera is quite good. It takes clear pictures even at night. Jiang Chuchu nodded. Du Li perked up. Yes, in terms of videography we. Before she finished, Ban Ban rummaged through her trouser leg. Du Li quickly shut up. This was Banban's sign of needing to go to the bathroom. Dooley took the leash from Gu Qinghwan and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I have to leave today. I have a lot of things to attend to. I contact you next time I have a chance to express my gratitude." After Dooley left with Banban and Jejia, the Siddits were left with nothing to eat, and could only return to their campsite with regret. "I really want to know how Miss Du will deal with that scumbag family next." Yao Shaili propped up her chin. "It'd definitely be fascinating writing material." "Perhaps you should pay attention to the latest social news," Jiang Chuchu said. "The scumbag's family, who abandoned the dog, likely disdains pets, and wants to trick Miss Du into marriage. They might even hype it up online, and discredit her company." Yao Shaili thought Jiang Chuchu's words made sense, and quickly followed the official account of Jiaxing Company, to catch the latest news. By then, everyone had finished eating, cleaned up and returned the barbecue grill, and disposed of the trash in the designated area. Then it was time for the tea party. With so many people gathered together, of course, they had to play some party games, but no one forced them. Those who wanted to play could play, and those who didn't could just watch. Some people chatted in groups or took walks in the mountains. Of course, there were also people like Lian Fenghe and Yuan Wuwei who fell asleep as soon as their eyes closed. Ouyang Wushuang was usually quiet in class, but when playing werewolf, she was incredibly ferocious. Teaming up with Yao Shaili, she slaughtered one person after another. Gu Qinghwan thought of her online devastation and deeply suspected that her internet nature would sooner or later be exposed. The night on the mountain was quite cold. After everyone had enough fun, Chen Zilan sent them back to their tents to sleep. Gu Qinghwan, Jiang Chuchu, and Yu Xian lay in the same tent, whispering to each other as Chen Zilan counted the number of people. They usually slept together in Gu Qinghwan's office, so now they felt completely at ease. The three of them huddled together like a bulging sandwich. Silence gradually settled outside the tent, and the three of them drifted off to sleep until the early hours of the morning, when the repeated ringing of alarm clocks woke them all. To watch the sunrise, everyone set their alarms early. Murong Tianjiao and Ouyang Wushuang, the two kings of late nights, couldn't get up at all. It was Zhang Chechun, seeing no movement in their tent, who decisively went to knock on it and woke them up. The two finished washing up like zombies, hugged each other, and cried bitterly. Those protagonists in sports anime are amazing. They actually get up early every day to exercise. Why don't you go to bed early? Zhang Chechun was truly impressed. Regardless, the group dragged themselves up to the observation deck and waited anxiously for the sunrise. Gu Qinghwan was also feeling a little sleepy. She squinted her eyes, and was about to doze off when a gust of cold wind blew by, instantly perking her up. Yu Xian handed her a cup of hot soy milk. "Cold? Not bad, it just caught my face." Gu Qinghwan took the soy milk and took a sip. It immediately warmed her throat and stomach, making her feel much better. Jiang Chuchu gazed at the still gray sky. "This is my first time watching the sunrise with so many friends. In the past, I only watched the sunrise with my family, but this time was different. I was surrounded by people I knew. Everyone chattered about familiar topics, and even with her eyes closed, every voice brought to mind the corresponding face." "Me too," Gu Qinghwan said with a smile. "No matter how much time passes, every time you see the sunrise, you definitely remember this day." The golden sun parted the clouds, and the world became bright and dazzling. Every face in the morning light shone with youth and enthusiasm. Perhaps this was just a scene experienced every day in the mountains, a repetitive, ordinary routine. However, for everyone in Class 3, this was an unforgettable sunrise. "Sure, Guanghui, are you ready? Hurry up. Stand over here. Over here. Over here. Smile too, senior." The laughter and bustle captured by the camera remain eternal. Chapter 453. After the outing, everyone slept soundly on the bus back home. As they got off the bus, Gu Qinghwan stretched out, but before he could finish, he heard Gu Haiyan's voice. "Huan." Gu Qinghwan dropped his hand and ran towards the family car. "Mom, did you enjoy climbing the mountain and watching the sunrise?" Gu Haiyan asked. "Yes. We even took photos. Sure, Guangwei said he have someone prepare them, and send one to each of us." Gu Qinghwan was delighted. Gu Haiyan nodded slightly. "Say goodbye to your friends, and let's go home." Gu Qinghwan nodded, turned around, and waved to his friends. "My mom's here to pick me up. I be leaving now." Everyone waved back, and got into their respective cars. Gu Qinghwan opened the passenger door, got in, and fastened her seatbelt. Then she asked Gu Haiyan, "Where's Dad?" "He went fishing with his friends." Gu Haiyan drove home. "He said he catch you some Crucian carp to make soup." Gu Qinghuan sighed. Every time he says that, he never catches anything. Gu Haiyan thought the same thing, so I told him to go to the market and buy some fresh fish if he didn't catch any. As for Comrade Wang Jian's displeasure at hearing this, his furious declaration that he wouldn't go home until he caught some fish, that's another matter. When Gu Qinghuan got home, she showered, then fell back into bed and caught up on some sleep. She hadn't fallen asleep in the car, and having woken up early, she felt deeply that her own bed was the best. After waking up after more than 2 hours sleep, she was greeted by the rich aroma of fresh food. Wang Jian was cooking in the kitchen. Hearing the noise, Wang Jian knew without even looking up that his daughter had gotten up. Dinner's almost ready, get the dishes out. Gu Qinghuan responded, and as he retrieved the dishes from the cupboard, he glanced at the pot again. So how many did you catch? Wang Jian's face fell. 0. What the hell? His two friends were occasionally catching fish, but he wasn't. Those two even got their bait from him. They even bought their earthworms from the same store. Why on earth? Gu Qinghuan shook her head, being pushed aside by the indignant Wang Jian. Thankfully, the lunch was delicious. The fish from the market was fresh, and the soup was even more delicious. Gu Qinghuan, well-rested and well-fed, began to work on her homework with energy. Although there were no classes due to the outing on Friday, the teachers still assigned homework for Thursday. After all, it was the second semester of her sophomore year, and the college entrance exam was just over a year away. How could she not have homework? She buried her head in her writing, occasionally sipping water, standing up to stretch her body, or glancing out the window. After finishing the last character, she put down her pen, rolled off the desk onto the bed, and stretched herself out in a big shape. Troublemakers Gu Qinghuan, homework finished. Qingyu, ? Qingyu, you actually had the energy to do homework today? Lin Julu, class monitor self-discipline is really scary sometimes. Uxian, I finished my work too. Su Xinghe, hi top student, bye top student. Gu Qinghuan chatted in the group chat for a while, and was about to read a novel when she received a private message from Fan Ziren. Fan Ziren, class monitor, can I come to your house? Fan Ziren withdrew a message. He withdrew quickly, but Gu Qinghuan still saw it clearly. She decisively called Fan Ziren. What happened? Even if they were close, everyone in Class 3 would be mindful of gender differences and exercise proper propriety in their interactions. Even someone like Song Yi, who constantly addressed Gu Qinghuan as sister, would never engage in physical contact. So Fan Ziren's announcement of coming to Gu Qinghuan's house was quite unusual. Fan Ziren's voice sounded muffled. You saw it. You sent me the message because you wanted me to see it, didn't you? Gu Qinghuan said bluntly, if you need help, just say it. Don't hold back. Fan Ziren was silent for a moment, then said, how about we meet at Lu Siyuan's place? Okay. Gu Qinghuan agreed immediately, said goodbye to her family, and headed for Lu Siyuan's place. The distance from her house to Lu Siyuan's was shorter than from Fan's, and since Fan Ziren was probably riding his mountain bike, he hadn't arrived yet when Gu Qinghuan arrived. Gu Qinghuan had contacted Lu Siyuan on the way, and he was preparing ingredients for the evening stall. Hearing her words, he immediately agreed to come over. What happened to Fan Ziren? Lu Siyuan asked upon seeing Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan shook her head. He didn't say anything on the phone, but I suspect it's still related to his father. Lu Siyuan knew a little about Fan Ziren and Fan Yicheng's affairs, so he didn't want to make a blind guess. He was halfway through preparing the ingredients, but he couldn't just interrupt. So he continued cooking while he and Gu Qinghuan waited for Fan Ziren to arrive. Hearing the sound of the mountain bike's brakes, Gu Qinghuan immediately stepped out, while Lu Siyuan switched the engine to low before running out. Fan Ziren's expression looked dejected, a stark contrast to how they parted at the school gate hours earlier. Seeing Gu Qinghuan and Lu Siyuan, he forced a smile. It's nothing serious, really. I just found out my dad went to a new hospital last night and had surgery this morning. Lu Siyuan was still a little confused. He had no idea Fan Yicheng was ill, but he immediately understood what Fan Ziren was concerned about. Did you keep the surgery a secret from you? Fan Ziren nodded silently, moving his lips to swallow back the next sentence. While he was watching the sunrise with everyone on the mountain, chatting excitedly, his father lay in a hospital bed, undergoing surgery. The mere thought of this filled Fan Ziren with mixed emotions, even a sense of self-loathing. Gu Qinghuan rarely felt the urge to burst into a rage. What kind of father is this? He's just trying to make his own child unhappy, isn't he? She looked at Fan Ziren's face and earnestly suggested, if you want to curse, go ahead. I think he deserves it. Fan Ziren smiled wryly. There's nothing much to say. I can guess what he's thinking. Anyway, I can't help much even if I go over there. I'd just be wasting my time there. And this outing is a group activity I've been looking forward to for a long time. It's better to keep it a secret from me. His voice trailed off, and he refused to speak again. Gu Qinghuan frowned, thinking for a moment, then turned to Lu Xiyuan. Do you have flour and yeast? Lu Xiyuan had no idea what she was thinking, but he nodded yes. He usually made steamed buns. He'd make a lot and freeze them, then thaw and steam them when he wanted to eat them. It was quite convenient. Gu Qinghuan obtained the flour and yeast, found a large bowl, added water, and mixed them in the correct proportions. She then placed the mixture in Fan Xiren's hands, saying, Come on, knead the dough. Stir vigorously until it becomes a dough. Fan Xiren didn't understand what she was trying to do, but out of trust in his squad leader, he dutifully began stirring. The flour, soaked in water, became a sticky paste. After mixing evenly, it gradually formed into a somewhat rough dough. Do you want it to rise? Fan Xiren kneaded the dough for a while, and his mood eased somewhat. Having something to do was better than continuing to feel miserable. No fermentation, just knead it. Gu Qinghuan said, knead it vigorously, treat this dough like your father. If you have any complaints, throw them all in. Let out all your emotions, even yelling is okay. He's your father, a cherished family member, but with his self-righteous doing it for your own good, he's deprived you of your right to care for him as a family member. You should vent all your anger and sadness. Since he's gone now, treat this dough like him. Chapter 454. This was Fan Xiren's first time kneading dough. Lu Xiyuan had washed his hands with him, and though they dried, they were still somewhat damp. So, as soon as he reached into the dough, even though he was grabbing the flour that hadn't been soaked by water, he instantly felt the uncomfortable sensation of being covered in flour. As his palm stirred in the basin, the fine powder and water mixed into a sticky paste, which clung to his hands even more, seemingly impossible to clean. He could only bite the bullet and, under Lu Xiyuan's guidance, scrambled his hands in the basin until all the dry powder was rubbed into the gradually forming dough. The paste clinging to the surface of his palms gradually disappeared. As his palms became smooth again, Fan Xiren felt a rare sense of comfort. In fact, the soft dough was quite fun to handle, just like the Play-Doh we played with as children, only a little harder. Fan Xiren had some knowledge of this matter and knew that, under normal circumstances, the dough should be left to rise in a warm environment. Since Gu Qinghuan had told him to keep kneading it, and Lu Xiyuan had said it didn't need to rest, he simply began kneading vigorously. Unfermented dough was still quite stiff, requiring considerable strength to knead, but for Fan Xiren at that moment, strength was the least of his worries. Hadn't the squad leader told him to treat the dough like his father? Wasn't that perfect? He couldn't hit his father, but hitting the dough was fine, right? Snap! Bang! Duh! Seeing Fan Xiren frowning as he tossed the dough back and forth, Lu Xiyuan couldn't help but whisper to Gu Qinghuan, Do you want to give him the rolling pin? Gu Qinghuan thought it was best not to. I'm worried he'd lose his rolling pin while pounding the dough and hit us on the head. Lu Xiyuan shrank back and extended his hand to block Gu Qinghuan. The two of them took a few steps back, standing against the wall. Fan Xiren was completely focused on the dough. Despite the constant beating, it was slowly rising and softening. Before, when it was hard, it was difficult to beat, so Fan Xiren had a hard time beating it. Now that it had risen, it was much easier. With one punch, the dough instantly deflated. And with the dough cushioning it, his hand wouldn't hit the chopping board, so it wouldn't hurt much. Fan Xiren started cursing as he continued to beat it. You're crazy, you're sick. Go to hell with you. This is for my own good. How could I have a father like that? He just irritates me all day long. Even if it's a minor surgery, I at least have the right to know. I only have one father. What if? His voice trailed off, and his fist stopped pounding on the dough, trembling slightly with his breathing. Fan Xiren was silent for a long moment before pulling his fist out of the dough. He kneaded it again, rolled it into a ball, and slammed it hard on the chopping board. The dough cracked with the loudest pop yet. Fan Xiren rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand, still slightly stained with flour. He turned to look at Gu Qinghuan and Lu Xiyuan, his expression looking slightly more relaxed. I had enough beatings. Fan Xiren grinned exaggeratedly. I feel much better after this beating. Gu Qinghuan asked Lu Xiyuan, Look at the way he beats me. Is this dough he's kneaded good? Lu Xiyuan leaned over to take a look. It's kneaded quite well. How about baking some pancakes tonight? Buy some braised food and get the crusts for free. If customers need them, we can make pancakes out of the braised food. Fan Xiren was genuinely amused now. I have a good suspicion you're hungry. Gu Qinghuan stopped teasing him and asked seriously, what do you want to do now? To be honest, I was thinking about running away from home, Fan Ziren said, lowering his head. That's why I sent you a message. But after I sent it, I realized it wasn't going to work, so I withdrew the message. To be honest, running away from home isn't accurate, he was simply disappointed with his home. He felt that this home, that completely ignored his feelings, was unnecessary, that his presence was dispensable. But Fan Ziren knew better than to say that he couldn't live independently away from his family environment. Running away from home is definitely not appropriate, Gu Qinghuan said. Fan Ziren lowered his head even lower. Unexpectedly, Gu Qinghuan changed the subject. You didn't do anything wrong. Why should you leave? Your father shouldn't come back. You knew he needed surgery, and you knew it wasn't risky. Why didn't he tell you? He could have told you he was going to have surgery, and let you choose whether to go for the outing or stay with him. If he truly didn't need you, he could have explained it clearly. As for whether to go with him, the choice should be yours. As long as he clearly stated that he didn't need you, you could go on your own out of trust in him and the doctors, or you could give up the outing out of concern and stay with him. Gu Qinghuan looked at Fan Ziren. Don't make assumptions about things that didn't happen. The point isn't that. It's that you're angry that he kept it from you. To be frank, you feel like he doesn't treat you like his son. You value this family bond, but you don't feel his appreciation. Even if you understand his so-called good intentions, you're still angry at him for making the decision without permission. Fan Ziren couldn't help but say, I know he wants me to have fun, but when I think about my family's dire situation and how carelessly I enjoyed myself, I regret it so much that I want to strangle my past self. Lu Siyuan interrupted. Gu Qinghuan glanced at him. From what Lu Siyuan said, he might have been in the same situation before. When there's a patient at home, this kind of thing is probably inevitable. Yes, so you're so regretful now that even our recent outing, which could have been a wonderful high school memory, has become a sin because of it. Gu Qinghuan said. Because of his arrogance, your memories have been destroyed, and his good intentions have never been realized. He was utterly wrong. Since his good intentions were completely useless, it's his fault. Gu Qinghuan slammed the table. He must recognize his mistake, apologize to you, reflect deeply, and promise never to do it again. Fan Ziren instinctively shrank back. Well, what should we do? He found Gu Qinghuan's words unbelievable, just like what Wang Jian had said in the hospital last time. No forgiveness, wrong is wrong. Admit it, his father must apologize and reflect. The unfamiliar words excited him just imagining them. He had a vague feeling that he was rebelling against some kind of authority. But was this authority truly constructed by Fanny Cheng with malicious intent? No. He didn't want to trample Fanny Cheng underfoot after undermining his authority. He simply wanted to tear down this wall and get closer to his father. Fan Ziren pressed his chest, feeling his heart throb like a leaping flame. Dad, I'm challenging your authority. Chapter 455. Fanny Cheng awoke from a light sleep. He had opted for a pain pump before surgery, following the doctor's advice. So, even though the anesthesia had worn off, he didn't feel much pain. The grandfather, who had been accompanying him, saw him awake and pressed the call bell, sending a doctor and nurse to check on him. After completing routine monitoring, the doctor confirmed Fanny Cheng was fine and advised him to try moving his limbs in bed and to call for help if anything happened. Then, he left the ward. Dad, Fanny Cheng's voice was still a little weak. You can go back to the hotel and rest. Just have the nurse stay with you. The surgery had been scheduled early, and the two elderly people, due to their age, had woken up early and were able to accompany him to the operating room. But they were indeed a little tired from watching him all this time, so Fan Ziren's grandmother went back to the hotel to rest. Grandpa nodded slightly, but didn't leave at Fanny Cheng's request. Instead, he spoke earnestly, Yi Cheng, we know that when Chu Qing left, you raised Shaoran alone and suffered a lot. But after all, you and Shaoran are father and son. We need to talk things out. Fanny Cheng was visibly flustered by Grandpa's sudden mention of this. Dad, what's wrong? Grandpa sighed heavily. Shaoran told us everything. You didn't even tell Shaoran about something as serious as surgery. Do you know how upset Shaoran must be at home? Fanny Cheng's mouth twitched. Great, he understood. Fan Ziren had complained to Grandma and Grandpa. It had indeed been Fanny Cheng's idea not to tell Fan Ziren, and he had kept it a secret from Grandma and Grandpa, only telling them that he had calmed Fan Ziren down and that he had a school activity. Grandpa frowned and muttered, Your mother and I were saying privately that even if the surgery wasn't risky, Shaoran didn't even call last night. That's really outrageous. So we wronged Shaoran. Fanny Ching had to apologize humbly. It's my fault. I just thought he was looking forward to the school activities, and the surgery wasn't serious. Then you should have at least told us, so we could tell Sharon after the surgery, Grandpa said. Fanny Ching suspected that if Grandpa had been holding a cane right now, it would have punctured a hole in the tiled floor of the ward. After all, he had just come out of a major surgery, and was still a little weak. Even just saying these few words made him even more exhausted. Seeing him like this, Grandpa said nothing more. He simply stood up and left the private room. All right, get some rest. The nurse will be here soon. I'm going back to the hotel to rest. Fanny Ching hummed, closed his eyes, and fell asleep again. This time, he slept longer and more deeply, even having a dream. Perhaps because of his grandfather's words, Fanny Ching dreamed of Fan Ziren. He dreamed that he pushed open the door and saw the young Fan Ziren sitting on the floor, his back to him, crying at the top of his lungs, his voice piercing his ears. Those days were truly difficult. He found 2 nannies to take turns caring for Fan Ziren. But Fan Ziren simply loved to cry and wouldn't sleep well. After a busy day at the office, he came home to listen to such loud crying, which was truly exhausting. Add to that the pain of his wife's death, and he often doubted whether this world was real. Could it be fake? Could there be a world where his wife was still alive, where he lived happily with her and their son? What would it take to reach that world? Everyone thought he was an exceptional young entrepreneur, possessed of nerves and willpower of steel. Only Fanny Ching knew how fragile he was during that time. How did he recover from his depression? Was it because Fan Ziren would hold his fingers in his tiny hands while sleeping? Or was it because no matter how hard Fan Ziren cried, he would stop as soon as he approached? I don't remember. Day by day, the child grew up. In his dream, too, Fan Ziren, who had been howling, stopped crying when he heard him push the door open. The moment he turned around seemed to stretch infinitely longer in the dream, long enough to transform the tiny baby into a sturdy teenager. He stood before him, tear marks still on his face. He gritted his teeth, trying to hold back the tears, but bean-sized tears still rolled down his cheeks. What do you mean I'm fine? You're in this state, and you're still fine. Why should I go home? I have no home without you. Fanny Ching remembered those words vividly, and he had no idea how to respond. Wang Jian's words had also deeply shaken Fanny Ching. But now, more than a decade had passed, what else could he do? In his dream, he spoke to the tearful Fan Ziren with a rare, timid voice, I'd be fine. How could he possibly be fine? He hadn't seen Fan Ziren grow up, hadn't seen him enter university, hadn't seen him graduate from school and enter the world. He would never be content without seeing this unseen future. Fanny Ching reached out, wanting to touch the dreaming Fan Ziren, to pat his back. Just as he was about to touch him, he suddenly woke up. Because it was a private room, Fanny Ching didn't have to accommodate the other patients, and could simply turn off the lights. However, the light from the corridor still filtered through the glass door. His mind was still lost in the dream, and he wasn't fully conscious, but the stiffness in his limbs quickly brought him back to consciousness. He struggled to reach the bedside railing, tried to grasp it, then let it go. He was about to stretch his limbs when he heard a voice. What are you doing? Don't knock the 4 out. Fanny Ching recognized the voice and jumped in surprise. Why are you here? Fan Ziren flicked on the light, hands on his hips, and said confidently, Grandma and Grandpa can come, so why can't I? After talking with Gu Qinghuan and agreeing on a plan, he quickly bought a ticket and boarded a bus to the hospital where Fanny Ching was staying, beginning to accompany him. Of course, he couldn't handle the work of a nurse. It was more reassuring to leave it to professionals. However, just the sight of Fanny Ching sleeping soundly on the hospital bed brought a sense of peace to Fan Ziren. Although Fanny Ching's face was a little pale, and he lay in bed in a hospital gown, the smell of medicine lingered, and the beeping of the equipment sounded out of place, but Fanny Ching was there, right before his eyes. Reassured, Fan Ziren quickly pulled himself together, ready to settle accounts with Fanny Ching. Fan Ziren had already complained to his grandparents about the crime of knowingly failing to report. No matter how Fanny Ching explained it, at least he had won them over. Fan Ziren calmed himself, and seeing that Fanny Ching didn't respond, he continued his attack. I asked the doctor, and you need to be hospitalized for at least a week. So, I'm going to take leave starting next week. I'm not going to worry about school for now. I'm here to stay with you. Chapter 456. Fanny Ching's first reaction was to refuse. How can that be? You? Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, Fan Ziren interrupted him. Grandma has already asked for leave for me, and our homeroom teacher understands. For the classes I missed, my classmates, who take the same elective courses will help me take notes, and even record videos for me when I come to key points. Even if my grades really drop because of this, Van Ziren spread his hands, it doesn't matter how much my grades drop, right? Fanny Ching choked. Although he didn't have high expectations for Van Ziren's grades, that was because he had long been prepared. Even if Van Ziren was unskilled, he could still provide for his life. But hearing Van Ziren say this in person, he couldn't help but feel a little angry at his lack of ambition. He couldn't help but say, "Your grades actually have room for improvement." "Oh!" Van Ziren glanced at him. "That's not what you said before. You were saying that with my grades, even if I get into university, no one would want to hire me after graduation." Fanny Ching was choked for the second time. This time, before he could continue, Van Ziren started picking his ears. "You better talk less. Your throat is cracking, and it hurts my ears when you talk." Fanny Ching fell silent, staring at the ceiling with a look of deep resentment. While his father wasn't paying attention, Van Ziren took a photo and posted it to the 3,000 yuan a day is not a dream group. Van Ziren, photo Van Ziren, he's speechless now. Van Ziren, the monitor taught me well. If he just repeated what he said back then, it would be a slap in the face. Gu Qinghuan saw the message and replied with an emoji that said, "As expected of me." "Lu Siyuan, you're already here?" Van Ziren, "Yeah, luckily there are still tickets left." Lu Siyuan had already set up his stall. He sent a message during a break when there weren't any customers, but customers started arriving right after he sent it, and he hadn't bothered to reply. Van Ziren didn't receive any follow-up messages, but he didn't mind. He turned to Yuan Wuwei to discuss borrowing his notebooks. At a time like this, he couldn't help but feel fortunate to have a classmate with the same course selections. He was truly lucky. Yuan Wuwei readily agreed. It was just a matter of borrowing notes. She'd been doing it anyway. She could just take a photo of it and send it to Van Ziren every day. As for the quality of her notes, her grades were better than Van Ziren's. Even if her notes were worse, they wouldn't be worse than Van Ziren himself. After agreeing, Yuan Wuwei finally remembered to ask for the reason. "Why are you taking such a long leave? To help Lu Siyuan set up his stall?" Van Ziren, "No, my dad's in the hospital, and I'm here to keep him company." Yuan Wuwei, "Ah? Uncle, are you okay?" Van Ziren, "Luckily, the surgery went smoothly. Now I'm just staying in the hospital to recover." Yuan Wuwei, "Okay, I take care of your notes while you're on leave. Just stay with me." Yuan Wuwei, "I also tell you what homework you have every day." Van Ziren, "That's not necessary." JPG Van Ziren put away his phone and looked up to see Fanny Ching turned his head and stared at him. He was startled. "What are you doing? Did you take the high-speed train here alone?" Fanny Ching asked. "Yeah," Van Ziren said, as if remembering something. He held his hand out in front of Fanny Ching, palm up, and said confidently, "By the way, please reimburse me for my high-speed train ticket." Because the booking was late, both second and first class seats were sold out, leaving Van Ziren with no choice but to book business class, which immediately cost over 1,000 yuan. For Van Ziren, who now runs a stall with Lu Siyuan and calculates costs and sales daily, suddenly losing over 1,000 yuan was a painful loss. Fanny Ching felt that this kid wasn't just there to keep him company, but to choke him. "The phone is over there. Take it and transfer it yourself." Fanny Ching took a deep breath. Van Ziren said, "Oh," and took the phone from the bedside table. He held it up to Fanny Ching, scanned his face, unlocked it, and then used Fanny Ching's payment app to transfer the money for the high-speed rail ticket. As he scanned his face, Fanny Ching saw the transfer amount and couldn't help but exclaim, "Why are you only transferring so little?" "That's all I spent," Van Ziren said. Fanny Ching closed his eyes. "If you transfer more, consider it my nursing fee." Van Ziren put his phone aside and crossed his legs. "Mr. Fanny Ching, who am I?" Bewildered by being addressed so suddenly, Fanny Ching asked, "What are you doing?" "Who am I?" Van Ziren repeated. Gu Qinghuan had taught him not to let the subject wander off track. He must stick to his point, clearly define his position, and never let the other person's actions distract him from his original intention. "You're my son." Fanny Ching frowned and replied tentatively. "You know I'm your son." Van Ziren lowered his crossed legs, resting his hands on his knees, his voice raging. But he was careful not to overburden the patient. How can a son, coming to stay with his father in the hospital, ask for money? Van Ziren said, "If I were working, I'd be living off my perfect attendance and monthly salary. A little bit of your subsidy would be fine. But this isn't nursing care, it's my living expenses. You raised me for so many years. Isn't it natural for me to take care of you?" The second rule the squad leader taught him. Speak directly. Don't hide anything from your heart. Don't make a scene, just speak it out. It doesn't matter if you make mistakes or if your words are incoherent, you can correct them and review them later, but you absolutely cannot say nothing. Van Ziren was actually very nervous and stumbled several times while speaking. He had never said such words before, and now that he did, he felt a little ashamed. There's no need to be ashamed. It's not a bad thing, Gu Qinghuan said. Or, you can think of these words as bullets fired at your father. But unlike ordinary bullets that cause pain and wounds, these bullets pierce a closed heart. Fan Yicheng was clearly caught off guard by Fan Ziren's attack. He pursed his dry lips and said, "It's not that I can't take care of you, it's just that you're still young." "I'm not young anymore," Fan Ziren said immediately, standing up abruptly. He spoke rapidly, seizing a single point before launching into a rapid-fire attack. "I didn't say you can't treat me like a child. I will always be your child. But you have to admit that I acquired the ability to think independently and handle matters." Fan Yicheng stared blankly at his son beside the hospital bed. A closer look would have suggested Fan Ziren was still a student. But judging by his height alone, no one would mistake him for an ignorant child anymore. His body was growing, his mind was maturing. He was no longer a child unfamiliar with the world and at a loss. He was even capable of creating his own world. The child who once had to cling to his father on the high-speed train could now travel alone, buy a ticket, and successfully arrive in a strange city. For a moment, Fan Yicheng felt dazed, as if he had returned to a dream. Are children really growing so fast? No, Fan Ziren has actually been growing up all along. He just refuses to admit it. Chapter 457. Fan Yicheng began his 7-day hospital stay. Of course, depending on his condition, he might need another week. Routine checkups and care would naturally be handled by a nurse, hired at a high salary by Fan Yicheng, who could handle all the tasks with impeccable efficiency. Under these circumstances, Fan Yicheng tried to prove to Fan Ziren that he could safely survive his hospital stay even without him. This way, Fan Ziren could return home, no longer having to stay in the hospital, eating poorly and sleeping poorly. What was the point? Fan Ziren. Of course, I just wanted to have a chance to choke him every day. Physical weakness had affected Fan Yicheng's demeanor. Normally, he could maintain a stern face and lecture Fan Ziren, but not now. Lying in his hospital bed, he couldn't speak too long or too loudly. Even with the pain pump on, he couldn't deny the discomfort. In Fan Ziren's nearly 18 years, Fan Yicheng, as a father, should have been a symbol of strength, but at this moment, he truly exposed his own vulnerability. Fan Ziren didn't think it was weakness. Everyone gets sick someday. It was just a brief bout of weakness. He actually quite enjoyed his father's weakness, because his slow speech gave him plenty of opportunities to fire bullets. Duh. Dad, you're still fasting, you can't eat or drink. If your lips are dry, I can wipe them with a wet cotton swab. Oh, how about applying lip balm? Duh. Picky? Ignorant? Too demanding? No mouth? Sometimes one has to admire a person's memory. It's always especially strong when revisiting past events. Ta-da. I'm tired of rehashing the past, so why not talk about something more heartwarming? You asked me why I brought my mom's photo frame? Of course, it's because I want to hear what you say to her. Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but gasp at Fan Ziren's various posts in the group chat about beating my dad. Gu Qinghuan, although I think there's a bit of deservedness in it, looking at it this way, I do feel a bit of sympathy. Lu Siyuan, killing you while you're sick. Fan Ziren, not so cruel. Fan Ziren has been having a really hard time these days. In a place like a hospital, even the most delicious food seems to lose its flavor. Fan Yicheng was fasting for the past few days, unable to eat anything and relying on intravenous fluids for nutrition. Although he wasn't overly hungry due to his adequate nutrition, he did feel a sense of emptiness and discomfort. Fan Ziren wouldn't eat in front of Fan Yicheng, partly because he didn't think the food was tasty, and partly because he had no appetite after seeing his father like that. After the first 3 days of fasting, Fan Yicheng didn't change much. In fact, Fan Ziren had visibly lost weight due to poor eating and sleeping. Once Fan Yicheng's intestinal function had recovered and the doctor confirmed he could eat, Fan Ziren accompanied him on clear liquids. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghuan vowed to take good care of herself and absolutely avoid hospitalization, especially for surgery. Lu Siyuan quickly prepared some liquid food suitable for Fan Yicheng and sent it to Fan Ziren via cold chain. Of course, Gu Qinghuan and the students in Class 3 also enjoyed nutritious and delicious breakfast porridge those 2 mornings. When Fan Ziren went to pick up a package and returned with frozen porridge and soup, Fan Yicheng was amazed. For these things, is it necessary? Before he could finish his words, Fan Yicheng shut up. After these days of attacks, Fanny Cheng had gradually figured out the pattern of Fan Ziren's nagging. As long as he didn't say anything that spoiled the mood, Fan Ziren would say less. He couldn't argue with Fan Ziren, and he didn't want to listen to his nagging either. He could only start by being quiet. Fan Ziren ignored Fanny Cheng's words and continued, I didn't buy these. My good friend personally made them, and sent them over. He gave the porridge and soup to the nurse, who heated them up for dinner. Then he sat down by the bed, and began to count the bills for the day. Lu Siyuan's business had been booming lately, and he was starting to get repeat customers. The video promotion had also had some effect. After seeing the video online, some people came to check in offline. Lu Siyuan took the opportunity to promote his account, hoping to increase his followers and earn a little money online. However, he was clear that his job as a snack vendor was to make the food delicious. So, the more customers he had, the more meticulous he became, striving for perfection. This earned him numerous positive reviews. Currently, Lu Siyuan still decided how much to order and how much braised food to prepare each day, but Fan Ziren was responsible for compiling and tabulating the profits. Fan Ziren was certainly not a qualified accountant. He was solely responsible for tallying the daily profits and creating a line chart to show the growth trend and total amount. But even this alone was enough to make Fan Ziren and Lu Siyuan happy. Every single number represents real money, the result of their hard work. Fanny Cheng had spent the past few days watching Fan Ziren using his phone's calculator and had glanced at the spreadsheet several times, his curiosity growing. Today, he finally couldn't contain himself any longer and asked, pretending to be nonchalant, What have you been calculating these days? Fan Ziren cautiously closed his notebook. Why are you asking? Fanny Cheng wanted to retort, Can't I ask? But thanks to the bullets he endured these past few days, he gradually realized that Fan Ziren had grown up. If Fanny Cheng wanted to know Fan Ziren's secret, he shouldn't have used his status as an elder or a relative to suppress him. Instead, he should have honestly expressed his curiosity and demanded his right to know. Fanny Cheng took a deep breath and said stiffly, I'm just curious about what you're doing. Fan Ziren stared at him for a moment, figuring this was Gu Qingwan's chance to speak. Relying solely on verbal attacks to convince your father you've grown up won't be very effective, because we still rely on our parents for most of our lives. Gu Qingwan said this. But at least this will open up a window of opportunity for him to change his perspective. Then, it's your turn to demonstrate your growth through concrete actions. After all, Fan Ziren, you're starting a business. This is a business you built with your own efforts. When you find the right opportunity, showcase it and let him see how amazing you are. If he recognizes your achievements, that's great. If he thinks you're just messing around, that's fine too. At least it plant a seed in his heart. Conflicts of opinion with parents aren't easily resolved. Be prepared for failure. I think there's still hope for you. After all, you've been nagging your dad for so many days, and he's just listened silently instead of yelling at you. Fan Ziren also felt hopeful. He could sense his father trying to change his perspective. He braced himself and said to Fanny Cheng, Since you asked, I can tell you. I used the insignificant 4,000 yuan you mentioned earlier, and partnered with someone to set up a braised food stall in the snack street. I provided the capital, and he's in charge of the production and sales. Business has been pretty good lately. At this point, Fan Ziren's tone couldn't help but tinge with pride. Fanny Cheng saw that the corners of his mouth were almost curled up to the sky. He opened his mouth, then closed it again, swallowing back the words of disapproval. He asked, Can you show me the account book? Fan Ziren was nervous, but his expression remained expressionless. Okay, I show you how much money we made recently. He handed over the notebook, and as he withdrew his hand, he quietly wiped his palm on his pants, trying to wipe away the sweat that had unconsciously appeared on his hands. Will he be recognized this time? Chapter 458. It rained tonight, though only lightly. The temperature had dropped after 2 days in a row, and fewer people were visiting the snack street. Luckily, Lu Siyuan had noticed a lot of talk about the cold weather while chatting with customers last night, so he purposely reduced the portions by 30%. So, all of his braised food was sold out today, with nothing left over. Although his estimate was slightly off, and he could have increased it by 10%, there was no need to regret a decision already made. There was always more business to do. He closed up his stall and went home, busy washing and scrubbing. When Fan Ziren called, he couldn't free his hands. He shook the water off his hands, pressed answer and speakerphone, and continued washing. Wow! Fan Ziren's voice erupted in a whine, startling Lu Siyuan. What's wrong? I'm telling you, my dad just looked through my account books and is asking me a lot of questions that are giving me a headache. Van Ziren complained vigorously. He asked me if I compiled a table of the purchase costs for each ingredient, and if the price of a particular ingredient would increase, would I increase it or find a substitute? And if so, how would I explain the price increase to customers? Have we properly managed the consumption of consumables? For example, are we purchasing packaging boxes on a weekly or monthly basis? Buying too much at once could tie up working capital, and long-term storage requires careful hygiene. Also, have we calculated costs properly? We can't assume a set meal is a simplistic one. We need to fully estimate all the combinations, consider the overall cost, and price according to the profit margin. He rambled on for so long that Lu Siyuan had no time to take note. He quickly said, "Wait a minute, I started recording." "Oh, that's fine. I already recorded my dad's words. I send them to you later," Van Ziren said. He's a shrew in Class 3, and recording is a must-have skill for shrews. Lu Siyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had to seize the opportunity to receive guidance from a successful person. Even for a street vendor, this business knowledge is universal, and can be very useful. He then asked, "Did your dad scold you again while he was talking?" Van Ziren replied, "Yes." His answer was so straightforward that Lu Siyuan was stunned, thinking he had misheard. "So you weren't angry?" "Really not. Maybe it's because everything he said was right this time?" Van Ziren thought back. This time, Fanny Cheng had also said something like no planning, and no idea how to control costs, but honestly, Van Ziren didn't think it was a scolding. Fanny Cheng was simply pointing out his problems and shortcomings in a normal way. Even if the tone was harsh, the content was objective. Or maybe it was because his hard work and dedication were clearly seen by Fanny Cheng. Hearing Van Ziren's words, Lu Siyuan felt a sense of relief. "That's good. I make some adjustments based on what your father has taught me. We discuss this in person when you get back." Van Ziren agreed immediately and chatted with Lu Siyuan for a while, before hanging up and returning to the ward. Fanny Cheng had already lain down. Looking through the ledgers and analyzing the data hadn't taken up much of his energy. It was talking so much that was the real drain. Thinking of this, Van Ziren's attitude towards his father suddenly became much more attentive. He poured a cup of hot water, made sure it was the right temperature for drinking, inserted a straw, and handed it to Fanny Cheng. "Dad, drink some water." As he spoke, he raised the headboard of the bed again. Fanny Cheng glanced at him, but said nothing. He took the cup and began to drink through the straw. It was perfectly fine for him to drink from the cup himself, but the straw was certainly more convenient, allowing him to drink while half-lying. After he finished his drink, Van Ziren took the cup and placed it on the bedside table. He then tidied himself up and laid down on his own bed, ready to read the notes Yuan Wuwei had sent him. Fanny Cheng tilted his head, staring at Van Ziren for a moment before slowly saying, "Did you just call your partner?" Van Ziren didn't even look up. "Yes, you're right. I told him sooner so he can make adjustments." Earlier, when they were looking over the account books, Van Ziren had mentioned Lu Siyuan, and Fanny Cheng felt deeply moved by his life story. As he usually does, he'd probably occasionally say, "Look at him," comparing Van Ziren to Lu Siyuan. But just now, he hadn't said anything. He simply analyzed the stall situation with Van Ziren. After all, he already knew how much effort Van Ziren had put into this process. The numbers written in the notebook, the carefully drawn line graphs, and the analysis written below each day's sales figures. "We didn't sell out today, about 50 yuan less than yesterday, and the product selection needs to be adjusted. We just sold out today, and the profits are basically the same. We made more today, and sold it all. The profits increased by over 100 yuan. Although these were very superficial comments, they were enough to show how much Van Ziren devoted himself to his stall. It wasn't that he hadn't been serious about studying. Wasn't he still using the notes, sent by his classmates to study for the lessons he had missed in the past few days? Fanny Cheng was well aware of the hardships of juggling two jobs simultaneously. He had endured all sorts of hardships during his early years. He didn't want his son to suffer, and he figured that if he earned more money, Van Ziren would live a carefree life. But he was also worried that overindulgence would make Van Ziren lose his motivation, or, as he heard, squander his family fortune and become destitute. Being a parent is simply the most difficult and daunting job in the world. No matter how excellent the experience of other parents might be, it might not necessarily be the right fit for your own. He wanted his child to have a good life, yet he harbored all sorts of worries. He stubbornly pursued his ideal child, only to end up unable to even see his own child's face. Fanny Cheng took a deep breath. He knew Van Ziren was such a good child, the driving force behind his hard work and the support of his life, Yet he had failed to face his own child. He looked at Fan Ziren's profile and whispered, "You did very well." Fan Ziren subconsciously hummed, then realized what his father had said, and whirled around to look at Fanny Ching. "Huh?" Fanny Ching had already turned away, his tone a little irritated, but he managed to repeat, "I said you did a good job." "That's not right." "I said very well, didn't I?" Fan Ziren immediately sat up. He hadn't expected Fanny Ching to say that, but that didn't mean he hadn't heard clearly. "Yes, very well, that's all." Fanny Ching simply closed his eyes. "Although there are still many shortcomings, at your age, achieving this is already very good. Don't you have to put that down before?" Fan Ziren taunted him, but even then, he couldn't suppress his smile. Perhaps it was because he knew very well that Fanny Ching's first half of the sentence was just pretense. Who told him to say you did a great job first? His subsequent comments were completely ineffective. Fanny Ching, on the other hand, was a bit at a loss after hearing Fan Ziren's rant. He gritted his teeth and added, "It's not a warning, it's just, you still have room for improvement, you're still growing up." As soon as he said this, Fanny Ching felt like a window had opened in his heart, letting in a refreshing breeze. "You'd definitely get better in the future." Chapter 459. After days of rain, the sun finally came out today. It was Friday, so of course, it was time to relax. Lu Siyuan had just delivered some food samples this morning, and Gu Qinghuan had filled a phone box with the extra snacks and drinks from the water bar. After school, she carried the phone box to the snack street. Yu Xixin was there today, and when Gu Qinghuan mentioned going to the snack street at noon, she eagerly expressed her desire to go too. Yu Xixin had initially added Lu Siyuan as a friend because of the stall, but Lu Siyuan didn't interact with her much and was rather reserved. In fact, she had even searched for Lu Siyuan's social media accounts, followed him, and often liked and commented on his posts. She hadn't been to Lu Siyuan's stall though, mainly because of her mood. Whenever she went there alone, Yu Xixin would hesitate between wanting to reveal her identity and being embarrassed to do so. The former, naturally, was because she wanted to get to know him better and make a new friend, the latter, because she worried that saying so would seem like she was taking credit, giving him the impression of arrogance and giving alms. However, with Gu Qinghuan around, there would be no problem. Gu Qinghuan could introduce herself to Lu Siyuan as Yu Xixin, and that would allow her to conveniently reveal her true identity. Gu Qinghuan watched Yu Xixin's changing expressions and figured she was probably just thrilled about her first in-person date. When they arrived at the snack street and found Lu Siyuan's stall, he was just setting up his food cart, getting ready to sell. Seeing Gu Qinghuan, Lu Siyuan raised his hand and greeted her. "Gu Qinghuan, hello, are you here to buy some food?" "Yes, and by the way, I'm returning your suitcase." Gu Qinghuan placed the phone box on the plastic stool Lu Siyuan had brought. Lu Siyuan heard the sound of the phone box pressing against the plastic stool, and guessed it was filled with something. He lifted the lid and saw, as expected, a large quantity of snacks and drinks. He was a little embarrassed. "Why did you bring so many again?" Gu Qinghuan's expression was serious. "I'm speaking frankly to you. Don't be upset." Lu Siyuan pretended to listen attentively. Gu Qinghuan pointed at the snacks and drinks and exclaimed, "They take up so much space." Lu Siyuan, pfft. Gu Qinghuan continued angrily, "Because I have a lot of storage space. The student union members often borrow it to stock up on their favorite things. But there's also the possibility of people coming across a new product they're curious about and buying it to try. With online shopping, of course, you can't buy just one at a time, you usually buy several. And then some people try the new product and find it doesn't suit their taste, so they just leave it there." After she finished, she looked at Lu Siyuan again, clasped her hands together, and asked devoutly, "Will you help me solve this?" Lu Siyuan smiled and said, "No problem, I'm not picky." Gu Qinghuan was referring to the fact that these items didn't suit the buyer's tastes, not that they didn't taste good. It's like Huixiangjingqi water. Some people find it awful, while others find it quite delicious. Lu Siyuan has a wide range of tastes, and he's even come up with a clever trick. A short review video, which has also gone viral. Gu Qinghuan was very pleased. Clearing out the inventory would make it easier to restock the water bar. After she finished discussing this with Lu Siyuan, she noticed Yu Xixin still standing nearby and immediately pulled her over. "By the way, let me introduce you. This is Yu Xixin." Lu Siyuan had suspected something when he saw Yu Xixin earlier. Now that it was confirmed, he immediately said to her, "Hello, thank you for your help with the stall." Yu Xixin quickly waved her hand. "No problem, you're welcome." "It's nothing." "I'm truly grateful," Lu Siyuan said sincerely. Gu Qinghuan, observing the two men's politeness, decided to interrupt. Let's open the stall now. The customers are here. Lu Siyuan hurriedly set up the stall and gestured to Yu Cixin to put on disposable gloves and take whatever she wanted. Yu Cixin couldn't refuse the offer, so she picked and chose, ultimately taking only one red sausage and nibbling at it beside the stall. Gu Qinghuan had gone to buy food from another stall. She had brought something today, and Lu Siyuan would definitely not let her pay. So let Lu Siyuan keep the braised food. She called to ask her mom and dad what they wanted to eat, and ordered sausage fried noodles, pickled mustard greens, and shredded pork fried rice, and a basket of Zilong Bao, small steamed dumplings. Passing by a stall selling traditional pastries, she ordered 3 large pieces of sweet chima pastry. The golden shell was crispy and sweet, and when she bit into it, it crackled and was a little sticky, but she couldn't stop eating. Gu Qinghuan, hands full of delicious treats, returned to Lu Siyuan's stall and saw that business was booming. Yu Cixin also had a box in her hand. Seeing Gu Qinghuan, she hurried over and whispered, "He won't let me pay. What should I do?" She had also eaten the sausage and thought it was delicious, so she wanted to buy more. However, Lu Siyuan wouldn't let her pay at all, and she didn't know what to do. Gu Qinghuan had experience with this. While he's busy, sneak some money into his coin box. Be careful not to throw in a 100 yuan bill. Find a few smaller bills, roll them up, and throw them in. Everyone uses electronic payments now, so receiving a 100 yuan bill makes a lasting impression. It's easy to spot it as extra, and then they know it was you who gave it. Yu Cixin nodded immediately. That makes sense. I try it secretly later. What's so reasonable about that? A familiar male voice chimed in. It's just one box. Don't make a fuss about it. Gu Qinghuan turned around. Fan Ziren, aren't you staying with me in the hospital? Fan Ziren shrugged. My dad can already walk for short periods, and even sit up to handle work, so he sent me back. After a pause, he continued, he also told me to come back early and reorganize the stall with Lu Siyuan. If you're going to do it well. Gu Qinghuan smiled. Although she'd been delighted when the system notified her last night that the task progress had reached 75%, hearing Fan Ziren say it in person was a completely different experience. It seems your dad is also optimistic about your startup, Gu Qinghuan said. Compared to him, I'm just making small moves. Fan Ziren shook his head, then smiled a bit sheepishly. But he said I'm doing well, and I'm still growing, so I'd be even better in the future. At the end, Fan Ziren's smile widened even more. It was truly gratifying to be recognized. He was no longer the useless child in his father's eyes. He had achievements that could make his father proud. Ahem, no, it's too early to say proud. He and Lu Siyuan's business was only in its first month, so the long-term development depended on it. Gu Qinghuan, holding food in his hand, couldn't raise a thumbs up, so he could only nod. It will definitely get better. You came here as soon as you got back. If business wasn't good, it would be a shame to your enthusiasm. Fan Ziren chuckled. No more talk. I'm going to help Lu Siyuan. I need to sell out quickly so I can go to his house for the discussion. With that, he ran towards Lu Siyuan. Lu Siyuan was also surprised by Fan Ziren's return. He couldn't free his hands, so he could only bump Fan Ziren with his shoulder as a greeting. Yu Cixin looked at their friendly interactions and felt a little worried. With 2 people here, can we still throw money in? It might be a little difficult today, Gu Qinghuan said helplessly. You can try again next time? Okay. Yu Cixin regained her motivation. It's just throwing money. She could definitely do it. Chapter 460. Gazing at the cold moon in the sky, Fan Ziren's last thought was, I wish I had never met Lu Siyuan. Looking back on his 30-plus years of life, Fan Ziren searched and searched, but couldn't find any achievements. As a child, while other children had excellent grades and possessed a variety of talents, he was ordinary and mischievous, a mere headache for his father. As he grew older and more sensible, he wanted to make his father proud, but he didn't know where to start. He simply didn't have any talent. Sometimes, Fan Ziren wondered if there was a machine that could measure a person's talents, so he'd know where to strive. But on closer inspection, if such a machine existed, he probably wouldn't even dare stand before it. What if the test revealed he had no talents at all? Wouldn't that plunge him into even deeper despair? He muddled through junior high school, and when he entered high school, school life became even more difficult. Mingdeli is overpopulated with wealthy individuals. With this abundance of resources, students have more opportunities to explore their talents, and a wide variety of geniuses are emerging. Fan Ziren faced even greater pressure in this environment, gradually becoming a marginalized member of his class. His grades were not only at the bottom of the class, but also at the bottom of the entire grade. However, he still had a few close friends, such as Yuan Wuwei, whose personality was very similar to his. Because of their different genders, Fan Ziren inevitably felt a certain degree of concern when interacting with Yuan Wuwei. It wasn't that he was attracted to Yuan Wuwei, but rather that he was worried that others would misunderstand their relationship. He tried very hard to avoid misunderstandings. For example, only sitting face to face at least a meter apart when chatting, never sitting next to each other. For example, unless helping someone who had fallen, there was no physical contact. Yuan Wuwei noticed this and laughed, saying he was making a big deal out of nothing. But she couldn't say this anymore after the class split in her second year of high school. They happened to be in the same class after the split, and after class, it was definitely better to spend time with familiar classmates than with strangers. As a result, just because of this, some people started gossiping behind his back, saying he and Yuan Wuwei were in a relationship. Both of them tried to explain, but were always met with a casual retort, "Why do you always hang out together?" Fan naturally didn't want to cause trouble for Yuan Wuwei, so he ended up distancing himself from him, losing another friend. As a result, he felt even less motivated during his supplementary classes, feeling like he couldn't even breathe properly, sitting in the same classroom with these people. Mingda's management was excellent, so he couldn't skip school. Instead, he wandered aimlessly after school, his school bag in hand. He didn't want to go home. Whether it was report cards or parent-teacher conferences, his presence seemed to only embarrass his father. Fanny Cheng also seemed to have low expectations of him, and his words were always harsh. He also wanted to become a talented person, to make his father proud, but no, he couldn't. Not to mention Fanny Cheng's critical comments, which always stung Fan Ziren's heart. It was during these casual strolls that Fan Ziren met Lu Siyuan. The day they met was quite dramatic. He was riding his mountain bike when he saw a car accident at an intersection. A delivery boy, rushing to run a yellow light, was hit head-on by a car turning. Although the collision wasn't serious because the car's initial speed wasn't strong enough, the delivery driver's food was scattered all over the floor, clearly ruining the order. A passerby tried to call an ambulance, but the driver waved him off, saying he had no money and was limping off to the hospital. Fan Ziren, observing the driver's dusty and frayed clothes, locked his mountain bike to the side of the road, hopped on the driver's electric bike, and took him to the hospital. On the way, he overheard the driver calling a customer, humbly apologizing, then calling the vendor to ask them to send another delivery driver. Thankfully, the customer was a kind person. Upon hearing that he'd been in an accident, he assured him not to worry, confirmed the delivery, and gave him a 100 yuan tip. After they arrived at the hospital, Fan Ziren stayed, paying the driver's medical bills and taking him home. That's how he met Lu Siyuan, and they gradually became close friends. Fan Ziren had to admit that during their time together, he found some comfort in Lu Siyuan. Although their grades weren't good, he was still able to study and had his family's support. Compared to Lu Siyuan, he was already quite fortunate. He hid his despicable thoughts, and out of shame, he treated Lu Siyuan doubly well. He treated Lu Siyuan to meals, lent him pocket money to start his business, and even after Lu Siyuan started his own stall, he often went to help out after school. The rest of high school passed uneventfully amidst this busyness. So much so that Fan Ziren didn't notice that his relationship with Fanny Cheng was growing distant. After graduating from high school, he was sent abroad to study, but he didn't lose contact with Lu Siyuan. He complained to Lu Siyuan about how the food abroad wasn't to his liking, and marveled at how hard his classmates studied. Lu Siyuan always chuckled and agreed, asking if he adjusted to life abroad and looking forward to his return so they could reunite. At that time, Fan Ziren truly considered Lu Siyuan his only good brother. So, when he returned home that day and saw Lu Siyuan, dressed in a suit and tie, standing beside Fanny Cheng, he felt a wave of absurdity. Fanny Cheng said that Lu Siyuan was his chosen one, and he had been nurturing him for years. Fanny Cheng said that while Lu Siyuan's academic qualifications were a drawback, he was down-to-earth, hard-working, and quick-witted, and had a promising future in business. Fanny Cheng said, "You should learn more from Xiao Lu." Fan Ziren then stopped listening. The recognition he longed for from Fanny Cheng was so casually bestowed upon his most trusted brother. While he was complaining to Lu Siyuan about his study abroad life, what was Lu Siyuan doing? Was he learning how to run company affairs from Fanny Cheng, receiving his praise, being introduced to partners, accompanying Fanny Cheng to various events? How had Lu Siyuan viewed him all these years? Was he secretly mocking his foolishness and ignorance? Why didn't he tell him? Fan Ziren felt betrayed by his father, his best friend. Not to mention, after that, He watched helplessly as Lu Siyuan was admired and praised by others at the company, while hearing others gossip behind his back. Those people said that compared to Fan Ziren, Lu Siyuan was more like Fan Yicheng's son, with more potential. He could no longer stay in the home that didn't belong to him. He ran out empty-handed, wandering the streets on the cold winter night, just like he had in high school, until he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, all he saw was a blinding white. Fan Ziren instinctively raised his right hand to shield his eyes, but the pain forced him back. Just as he lowered his hand, he heard the door open again. After a brief silence, a loud and familiar cry followed. "Doctor, doctor, he's awake." As the medical staff busily examined him, he pieced together Lu Siyuan's fragmented words, and learned that he had passed out in the open due to pneumonia. If a passerby hadn't discovered him, called the emergency number, and rushed him to the hospital, he might have died. The word fragmentary is because Lu Siyuan was crying so hard that his speech was incoherent. Fan Ziren lay in the hospital bed, powerless, unable to stop Lu Siyuan, and could only listen to his rambling. After the medical staff finished their examination and confirmed Fan Ziren was fine, they left the ward, leaving them alone. Fan Ziren moved his lips and asked, "Where's my dad?" Lu Siyuan knew, so surely Fan Yicheng wouldn't be unaware. "Uncle is also in the hospital." Lu Siyuan lowered his head. "I'm sorry, I didn't take good care of him." "Why is he in the hospital?" Fan Ziren couldn't imagine his father, who was so strong, being hospitalized. Lu Siyuan was silent for a long moment before saying, "Although your uncle asked me to keep it a secret from you, I feel I can't keep it a secret this time. Actually, your uncle was hospitalized once when you were in high school. You came to help me that time, and he passed out at home from hypoglycemia, and no one noticed. After luckily waking up, he went to the hospital and discovered he had an insulinoma. He underwent surgery, and was hospitalized for over 2 weeks. Ever since then, my uncle has been worried about dying unexpectedly, leaving you alone. He was worried you wouldn't be able to inherit the family business, and that the company would be taken over by someone else, so he's been looking for someone to take over. He tracked me down, and after you left the country, he met with me. We eventually agreed to collaborate, and I signed the agreement." Fan Ziren was bewildered. "Why? Didn't you tell me?" "My uncle thought you couldn't handle this," Lu Siyuan said in a low voice. "I told him you worked really hard and put in a lot of effort when you were helping me set up the stall, but I really wasn't much use." Fan Ziren chuckled self-deprecatingly. Back then, he only paid the bills and helped greet customers. Everything else was handled by Lu Siyuan himself. He even came up with some ill-advised ideas that impacted his business. He's so unreliable, it's only natural that he's not trusted. "So, is my dad's hospitalization this time a sequelae?" Fan Ziren asked. "No, he was so worried about you that he fainted from shock after learning about your hospitalization," Lu Siyuan said. This was unimaginable to Fan Ziren. His father, upon hearing the news, didn't call him a loser, but was so worried about him that he fainted. Faced with Fan Ziren's silence, Lu Siyuan gritted his teeth and said, "I'm just saying this. You two should have a frank conversation. If the owner of that snack street hadn't happened to inspect the firefighting facilities, and found you in a corner, your uncle might have received news of your death instead of your emergency treatment. You and uncle shouldn't have ended up like this. What can I do now?" Fan Ziren clenched his fists, his voice trembling. "What can I do? Do you know what people at the company say? They say you. Lu Siyuan is Fan Yicheng's good son." The inferiority complex he had been hiding inside suddenly burst out. "I know I'm a loser. I never accomplished anything since I was a child. Do you think I'm ridiculous? I used to act so generous to you, trying to feel superior to you, and now I deserve it." Fan Ziren panted heavily, tears streaming down his face. He covered his face with his uninjected hand, and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm just so despicable. I know I'm not as good as you. You're more capable than me. If I could be like you." If he were like Lu Siyuan, would he also gain his father's approval? No, that's not the case. Lu Siyuan shook his head vigorously. "I always known you're a good person. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have gotten this far. Me, you, and uncle. Let's sit down and talk it over. If I die, there's really nothing left." He also covered his face and sobbed bitterly. Fan Ziren lowered his hand and looked at him, vaguely thinking of the photo of his mother that always stood by Fan Yicheng's bedside. If he died, would he also become a framed photo above Fan Yicheng's bed? That would be too lonely. "Where is Dad's hospital room?" Fan Ziren asked slowly. Lu Siyuan's thoughts faltered for a few seconds before he realized what Fan Ziren had said. He suddenly stood up, his expression almost ecstatic. It's downstairs. I take you there. As the nurse helped him into the wheelchair and pushed him out of the ward, Van Ziren felt a moment of fear. He gripped the handrail tightly, his chaotic thoughts suddenly vanishing as he reached Fan Yicheng's room. The door opened, and he saw Fan Yicheng lying on the bed. His father, always so majestic in his memory, appeared before him for the first time in such a weakened state. Yet, his eyes shone with a distinct light and excitement when he saw him. Van Ziren thought this would be the most difficult and painful conversation of his life, and he didn't know what fate awaited him afterwards. But it was better than nothing, right? Hello, Van Ziren. Your story continues. Chapter 461. Gu Qinghwan finally reached 10 completed tasks, and she was practically skipping as she walked. Xin teased her. What delicious food did you have today? Everything I eat is delicious. Gu Qinghwan replied with a smile. Eating with Xinbao was even better. Jiang Chuchu deliberately put on a stern face. What about eating with me? Gu Qinghwan replied matter-of-factly. Of course, it was delicious too. Qin Yu listened to the three people's cheesy chatter, rubbed his arms, and decided to keep quiet. Last week, it was either rainy or overcast, but the weather improved last Sunday, and today was sunny and warm, even a little hot. With no extra classes this morning, Gu Qinghwan, Jiang Chuchu, and Xin were able to go to the cafeteria for lunch after class. Van Ziren's task was completed, and Gu Qinghwan decided to celebrate, so she went upstairs and ordered a bullfrog hot pot for the three of them to eat together. From their position today, they could look down and see what was happening on the first floor. While waiting for the food to be served, Gu Qinghwan had some free time, chatting and looking downstairs to see if there were any familiar faces. She actually saw quite a few, students from her class, members of the student union, and acquaintances from other classes. Gu Qinghwan didn't specifically say hello, but a few noticed her and waved. Jiang Chuchu shook her head. If you keep this up, by the time you graduate, you know at least a third of everyone at Mingda. Those are all my connections. Gu Qinghwan was quite proud. The bullfrog pot arrived. The rich sauce, with tender frog legs floating in the broth, tasted like chicken, but even more tender. With a gentle curl of the tongue, the meat was scraped off the bone, and in a short while, Gu Qinghwan's plate was piled high. Class monitor, you guys are eating on the second floor today too. A greeting rang out, and Gu Qinghwan looked up to see Shi Guangwei approaching from the stairs. Why are you here so late? Xin also greeted Shi Guangwei and asked casually. Shi Guangwei scratched the back of his head. The publicity department contacted me, wanting to take photos of the school's cherry blossom forest to post on the school's official account, so I went to see how it was in bloom. Although Shi Guangwei wasn't a member of the school's photography club, his skills were undeniable. Last semester, he had significantly boosted his school reputation thanks to Fang Wanfu's participation in the skin design competition, and Ji Fulling's witch and demon-themed photos from her show. This semester, the publicity department came to Shi Guangwei, asking him to take some photos of the school's scenery and cultural heritage for use in articles on the official account. While Shi Guangwei usually takes photos of everyone in Class 3, he's a bit less interested in outsiders. When he takes photos of his own dogs, they're either highlights of their mischief or their darker past, and the content is incredibly interesting. But when he takes photos of others, it's either the same scenery or people he's been tired of since childhood, or compositions that appeal to a popular aesthetic, which presents no challenge to Shi Guangwei. This time, the student union offered real benefits. They offered Shi Guangwei tickets or admissions to several photography exhibitions this year. Some of these tickets weren't even available to the public, so Shi Guangwei had to struggle to get them. Taking photos for the student union was easier. Having agreed, Shi Guangwei wasn't going to be perfunctory. He'd been keeping an eye on the cherry blossom forest for the past few days, even visiting the school last Sunday. Gu Qinghwan knew about his photo shoot. Someone from the propaganda department had told her about it. So, have the flowers bloomed yet? Xin asked. A little, but not quite in full bloom yet. I see tomorrow, Shi Guangwei replied. Gu Qinghwan was deeply impressed by her willingness to delay work. Hurry up and have lunch. Don't leave it too late. Shi Guangwei agreed and went to order her own. After Gu Qinghwan and the others finished eating, Xin suggested they go check out the cherry blossom forest. Let's take a stroll first. When the flowers are fully in bloom in a few days, we can have a picnic in the forest at noon. Xin said, her face full of anticipation. She had never had the time to enjoy the flowers before. Last year, everyone was busy cleaning up the Wei family home, and she hadn't had time to see the cherry blossoms at school. This year, she finally had the chance. Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chuchu exchanged a glance and nodded decisively. Okay, then, let's go explore the area today. Perhaps because it was Monday, not many people shared their thoughts, and few people joined them on the way to the cherry blossom forest. When they arrived, most of the branches were indeed still bare, but a closer look revealed a number of buds. The three of them wandered around the cherry blossom forest, selecting a few spots. They decided to wait until lunchtime to enjoy the blossoms. As soon as class was over, Yu Xian would come and secure a spot. Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chuchu split up, one going to the school gate to pick up the new spring limited edition milk tea, and the other to the cafeteria to pick up lunch for the blossom viewing. Of course, they called ahead during class to reserve lunch to ensure it was ready. Finalizing the plan for their flower viewing was quite fun for the three of them, and before they knew it, they walked around the cherry blossom forest several times. Gu Qinghuan had been quite busy lately, spending less time with her close friends, so she enjoyed this rare opportunity to relax. But by the third lap, she was a little concerned. She noticed a boy sitting motionless under the largest cherry tree during the second lap. It seemed like his posture hadn't changed since the third lap. Unable to help but feel a little concerned, she tugged at Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian's skirts, motioning them to look over there. Yu Xian was so engrossed in her conversation that she hadn't noticed the boy's presence, but Jiang Chuchu had a vague recollection of him. Do you want to go over and take a look? Jiang Chuchu asked quietly. Gu Qinghuan nodded. Once I noticed, I can't help but notice. Jiang Chuchu shook her head. It seemed like Gu Qinghuan's habit of meddling wasn't going away. She and Yu Xian accompanied Gu Qinghuan as they approached the boy. Since they were approaching from behind, they couldn't see his face and weren't sure what he was like, so Gu Qinghuan deliberately called out twice. Classmate, what are you doing here? Gu Qinghuan noticed two white stripes on the cuffs of the boy's uniform. According to Mingda's school uniform design, two white stripes symbolized the second year of high school, meaning this boy was in the same year as them. The boy still had his back to them, motionless, as if he hadn't heard Gu Qinghuan's voice. Gu Qinghuan glanced over, and saw he wasn't wearing any headphones. She approached and called out again, Classmate? Closer, Gu Qinghuan noticed that the boy's shoulders shifted slightly after she called out. She expected the boy to turn and respond, but instead, he fell to the ground like a toy that had been knocked over. At the same time, he howled like a pig being slaughtered. Help! My legs are numb. Chapter 462. The boy currently lying on his back, like a turtle, his legs numb and unable to move, was named Koshik. Jiang Chuchu scrutinized the boy's face. He was clearly quite handsome, but how could he have done such a shameless thing? Koshik was tall and strong. When he fell, Gu Qinghuan tried twice to help him up, but couldn't, so she had to push him back onto his back. At least that way, his legs were hanging, preventing them from being squeezed and causing Koshik to cry out in pain. Ouch, ouch, Koshik gasped. Help! Stop yelling. If you keep yelling, people will think we're hitting you. Yu Xian was at a loss for words. But, as a member of Class 3, Yu Xian immediately activated her brooch-mounted camera to record the scene after Koshik fell, to avoid any accusations of fraud. Gu Qinghuan squatted nearby. Are you mixed race? He didn't look like one, but he did cry out for help clearly. My dad's British, Koshik said. He's always loved Hitchcock, so he immigrated with my mom. After learning Chinese, he changed my name to that. Jiang Chuchu thought of Yao Shaili's name, and felt that Koshik and Yao Shaili would have a lot in common. What are you sitting here for? Gu Qinghuan asked again. The numbness in Koshik's legs had eased somewhat, and he could move a little, but to Gu Qinghuan and the others, he looked like a mosquito being swatted by an electric swatter, its legs still moving slowly. Thankfully, Koshik's arms were still moving normally. Isn't the weather beautiful today? The cherry blossoms are blooming again, so I wanted to take a picture. I ended up sitting on the ground trying to find an angle, and then the sun got so nice, and then... Just fell asleep? Yu Xian was amazed. Although she had heard of people sleeping sitting up or even standing up, this was the first time she'd seen it in person. Koshik scratched his cheek and gave an embarrassed laugh. Your legs are numb, no wonder, Jiang Chuchu commented. Thank you for waking me up. Otherwise, if I had waited until I woke up, I have lost my legs. Koshik's words were sincere. Gu Qinghuan patted his pants and stood up. Then you stay lying there. We're leaving. Koshik lay on the ground, unable to say goodbye properly. He could only flutter his body a few times. Thank you. I take a moment. The three of them couldn't stay any longer. If they didn't leave, seeing Koshik like this would make them burst into laughter. Back in class, Jiang Chu mentioned the incident to Yao Shaili because of his name. Yao Shaili looked as if she understood. Oh, is that the half-Chinese British student? The film club is right next to our literature club, and he's quite famous. But he doesn't seem to like movies, and he's not very active in club activities, so you rarely see him. Kaushik's face was truly deceptive. According to Yao Shaili, there were many members in the literature club, and they were initially quite interested in Kaushik. But over time, Kaushik's true nature became apparent, and the members of the literature club gave him a wide berth. Jiang Chu thought for a moment, then nodded in understanding. Actually, I don't think he's a bad person, just a little silly. We're a literature club. Yao Shaili spread her hands. Most people prefer low-key, reserved, artistic young men. Gu Qinghuan, listening to the conversation, interrupted. If he doesn't like it, why did he join the film club? I heard from the people in the film club that his family seems to be involved in film production. Look, his dad even gave him that name. It's all his family's wish. Yao Shaili felt a little sympathetic at this point. Even though she loved literary creation, she still couldn't help but get mad when it came time to actually write a novel. For someone who doesn't like movies to begin with, being forced to join the film club by their parents was even more painful. Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chu shook their heads in unison, sympathizing with Kaushik. That being said, they had only just met Kaushik by chance, and he seemed to be in good spirits. They believed he could adjust on his own, so they didn't interfere. On Wednesday morning, Shi Guangwei learned that Gu Qinghuan and the others were going to see the flowers. After checking out the cherry blossoms, she came back and specifically reminded Gu Qinghuan, the cherry blossoms should be in full bloom today. If you want to see them, make sure you hurry up. Okay, thanks for the reminder. Gu Qinghuan waved her hand and quickly sent a message to the 3-person chat group. Shi Guangwei said the flowers are in bloom today. Let's go! Jiang Chu hadn't arrived yet, but she replied quickly, okay, I go ask what ingredients are available today. Uxian, looking at the message in the group chat, suspected Jiang Chu was about to order food from the 3rd floor. Gu Qinghuan was already happily browsing the various milk tea shops on her phone, browsing for new items. Should I order this strawberry latte or that matcha ice cream? Uxian also prepared her picnic mat. After deciding on Monday, she searched around the house that evening. She did find the picnic mat Eugene and the others had used when they were camping, but it was too hardcore. They were going on a picnic, not a military exercise, and the camouflage color was too awkward. Finally, she went to the mall and bought a foldable picnic mat that folded up like a handbag. Eugene, incidentally, was responsible for driving Uxian to the mall and checking out. Ever since Xiaohe's birthday party, Eugene had become much more well-behaved. Yu Wenli and Cui Wanning, unaware of the truth, simply assumed they were siblings getting along well. When others praised them, they attributed their parenting to their own good upbringing. Eugene learned of this, but for the sake of his own future, he could only keep his mouth shut. By noon, Gu Qinghuan and the others had split into 3 groups, each taking their own responsibilities, and successfully secured the best spot for viewing the flowers. Uxian spread out the picnic mat, flattened the 4 corners, and couldn't help but lie down and roll over. The grass rubbed against the picnic mat, making a soft, crackling sound, like spring stretching. Uxian squinted her eyes, suddenly understanding why Kaushik had fallen asleep last time. Just lying on the grass in the sun, it was really easy to get sleepy. I'm here. The school gate was closer to the cherry blossom forest, so Gu Qinghuan ran over first, drinks in hand. Uxian watched her pull a bowl of matcha ice cream from an insulated bag filled with ice cubes, a look of admiration on her face. You're eating ice cream so early? Gu Qinghuan shook her finger and said gravely, the point is, the matcha is limited. Who knows when it ends? I enjoy it while I can. The two waited a few minutes longer, and Jiang Chu arrived, carrying a wicker basket. Come and eat. Since it was a picnic, of course, they had to choose something easy to hold. Green cucumbers were sliced into long, thin slices, served on a base of mashed potatoes, then filled with salmon, sweet shrimp, caviar, and more. The crispy cucumber texture blended with the sweetness of the seafood, making it easy to devour one in just 2 or 3 bites. There were also hamburger buns fried to crispy perfection in butter, topped with a juicy beef patty, and adorned with a small flag. Gu Qinghuan, contented with her meal, thought she should take a picture. Before she could pull out her phone, a click echoed nearby. The 3 of them turned to see Kaushik's horrified face. Ah! I didn't mean to infringe on your portrait rights. I just thought the scene was beautiful, and couldn't help but take the photo. I delete it now. Jiang Chu held her forehead in her hand. This guy was truly quite naive. Chapter 463. Koshik's photos weren't deleted in the end. Jiang Chuchu thought he'd taken a good photo and asked him to send it to her. As for the photo Koshik had, Jiang Chuchu made him promise verbally that he wouldn't share it without their knowledge. After recording it for their own record, she generously let him keep it. Koshik held up his phone and thanked him profusely. Thank you so much. It's so rare for me to take such a beautiful photo. I definitely keep it as a souvenir. Gu Qinghuan chewed on the roasted ribs and felt that Koshik was so moved that he almost cried. She swallowed the meat in her mouth. You really like taking photos, don't you? Yes. Koshik's eyes lit up. I think photography is a great art. Through a brief freeze frame, the beauty of a moment can be preserved forever. Even the same scene can be interpreted differently by different photographers. Uxian decisively stopped Koshik's long speech. Okay, we already know you're passionate about photography. Koshik realized he'd been too long-winded and scratched his cheek awkwardly. I rarely get the chance to talk about this with others. I get so emotional. Don't you talk to your classmates? Gu Qinghuan asked curiously. Koshik paused, lowering his head in frustration. While everyone likes beautiful photos, they're not interested in the basics of photography. Gu Qinghuan thought about it and realized that it would be the same for her. Whether a photo looks good is one thing, but when it comes to aperture, focal length, depth of field, and so on, it's another. If you want to chat with Cossack in this situation, you could only choose other entry points, such as asking him where a certain photo was taken and how he came up with the idea of taking it that way. Questions like these lean more towards personal reflections and feelings, unrelated to technical skills, making them much easier to understand and engage in conversation. However, it seemed Koshik's classmates had no intention of doing so. While Koshik could have taken the initiative, it was too much of a challenge for him, a simpleton. Koshik didn't engage in further conversation with them. He wanted to take more photos of the scenery. After saying goodbye, he headed off in another direction. Gu Qinghuan and the others continued to eat and drink. Jiang Chuchu's portions were just the right size for the three of them. There were some leftover shrimp, cheese, bacon rolls, and hash browns, which Jiang Chuchu put in a takeout box for Gu Qinghuan to take home. Gu Qinghuan simply accepted them, deciding to have them as a late-night snack when she got hungry after finishing her homework. After finishing their meal, the three of them stayed seated on their picnic mats, enjoying the flowers and relaxing. They still had some lunch break left, so they could enjoy the beautiful spring weather a little longer. Gu Qinghuan was lying comfortably when she heard the sound of a camera snapping again, though this time it wasn't loud, and the shutter didn't sound like a cell phone. She stood up and looked up. Sure enough, it was Shi Guanghui, holding his camera, taking a close-up shot of a cluster of flowers. Jiang Chuchu squinted and looked at it, then lay down again, this time covering her face with her school uniform jacket, apparently determined to take a nap, unaffected by the outside world. Uxian sighed, with Koshika in front and Shi Guanghui behind, there must be a lot of people taking pictures. I think Koshika should go talk to Shi Guanghui. They definitely get along. Gu Qinghuan yawned. Uxian was about to laugh when she caught sight of a figure beside Shi Guanghui and was suddenly overcome with laughter. You got it right. Huh? Gu Qinghuan followed Uxian's finger, looked closely, and couldn't help shaking his head. I'm so good at talking. I really should start a fortune-telling stall. The person approaching Shi Guanghui was none other than Koshika. To him, Shi Guanghui was far more famous than the principal. When he seen Shi Guanghui's cosplay of Murong Tianjiao, Koshika had thought the lighting and composition were absolutely stunning. Not to mention the subsequent pictures of witches and demons, which had made Koshika want to rush to Class 3 and learn from them right there and then. But he restrained himself. In Koshika's opinion, he didn't even have the professional equipment, so even if he did, he wouldn't even meet the entry requirements. Even if he had pocket money for a camera, he couldn't bring it home. If his parents found out, he'd be in trouble. Leaving it at school was fine, but what about the processing of the photos? If he brought his computer to school, his family would be suspicious. If their computer was checked, he'd be completely doomed. Koshik had been holding it in for so long, he almost convinced himself to stop dreaming, but then, just the other day, when he was trying to take photos of the cherry blossoms, he ran into Shi Guanghui, and the urge to do something suddenly came back. So today, he mustered up the courage to seek out Shi Guanghui for advice. After taking the photos, Shi Guanghui turned around and saw a tall figure standing next to him. He was so startled that he almost fell, but he didn't forget to clutch his camera tightly. Thankfully, there was a tree nearby, and he fell against the trunk, so nothing happened. But the incident left him feeling a little down. What do you want to do? Kaushik, annoyed at having scared Shi Guangwei, quickly explained, my name is Kaushik. I really admire your photography skills and want to learn from you. Shi Guangwei, Kishi. What's that? Corgi? Shi Guangwei scored 30 points on the English listening test, and he never scored above 15. If his written English wasn't so good, Chen Zilan, the English teacher, would have doubted his own teaching skills. Shi Guangwei coughed. You want to learn photography? Because he didn't hear clearly, and didn't know the name of his fan, he felt a little guilty, but his attitude softened. Kishi nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes. He added cautiously, well sorry, I don't have a camera, so I can only take pictures with my phone. That doesn't matter. Phones have powerful cameras these days. Shi Guangwei had no prejudice against equipment. He was busy taking pictures of the cherry blossoms right now, so he didn't have time to discuss it with Kishi. He added them on WeChat, and planned to chat when he had time. For Kishi, this was a pleasant surprise. He had actually prepared for Shi Guangwei to recommend a few books for him to read and study first, but he hadn't expected to add them on WeChat, which would give him many opportunities to learn from them later. Kaushika happily left, his phone in hand. Shi Guangwei waited until lunch break was over, returned to class, and hesitantly went to find Bao Qingsong. Mr. Bao, I know someone on campus, but I don't remember his name. Can you help me look him up? Shi Guangwei asked. Do you know his grade in class? For Bao Qingsong, this was no problem at all, though it was easier for him to narrow down the search. A sophomore, but I don't know which class specifically. Shi Guangwei remembered the two white edges on Kaushika's clothes. He looks a bit like a foreigner. His name was either Koki or Kekexli. Shi Guangwei described him. Bao Qingsong was silent for a few seconds, then said earnestly, his name is Kaushika. Kaushika was handsome and had been picked out from Mingda's confession wall, so Bao Qingsong knew him as soon as he heard his foreign appearance. Sakat? Kaushik. Yao Shaili, sitting behind Bao Qingsong, was laughing so hard she practically developed abdominal muscles. Chapter 464. Shi Guangwei finally memorized Kaushik's name. Driven mad, Bao Qingsong wrote it directly on a sticky note, which then stuck to the back of his hand. Shi Guangwei stuck the sticky note on his desk for the entire class, relying on visual memory to memorize Kaushik's name. Yao Shaili solemnly said to him, I recommend a book to you. What? Shi Guangwei was a little confused. Why would she suddenly recommend a book to him? 100 Years of Solitude, Yao Shaili said. Shi Guangwei was silent for a moment. Even I know how complex the relationships between the characters are, and how long names in Latin American literature are. Yao Shaili immediately ran back to her seat, fearing that Shi Guangwei would be angry if she ran too slow. Thankfully, Shi Guangwei had changed Kaushik's WeChat ID to his real name, so she didn't have to worry about making a mistake. He didn't give Kaushik any study books or tutorials, but instead sent him a lot of photos. Through the different images, Kaushik more intuitively understood the differences in the various conditions involved in taking photos. Kaushik was flattered. Could he really get this level of instruction for free? Shouldn't he have to pay a fee? Then again, Shi Guangwei was so kind. He was completely open-minded. Shi Guangwei himself didn't mind. He felt that the content he taught was quite simple. After all, Kaushik was using a phone to take photos. And as Kaushik said, photography is all about the photographer's interpretation and explanation. Shi Guangwei and Kaushik had different understandings, and the photos they took were definitely different. After a few days of anxiety, Kaushik ran to the door of Class 3 during the break and decided to become his disciple. As soon as Bao Qingsong saw Kaushika, and considering what had happened to Shi Guangwei, he immediately guessed he was looking for her. He spoke first. Are you looking for Shi Guangwei? Kaushika was nervously trying to think of what to say, and when he heard this, he paused. Ah. Could this boy read minds? How did he know who he was looking for? The atmosphere in Kaushika's Class 5, Grade 2, wasn't bad, it was just normal. Most students would hang out with their neighbors, remember the names of the class leaders or class representatives, and forget about everyone else. So, Kaushika had never imagined that there could be a class as friendly as Class 3. Okay, I call him. Bao Qingsong nodded, turned around, and called out, Shi Guangwei. Because of Shi Guangwei's surname, while everyone jokingly used Old Bao or Old Su, no one would call him that. Who would call a classmate teacher Shi? Wouldn't that be taking advantage of him? So everyone called him by his full name. Of course, those who were closer would just call him Guangwei. Shi Guangwei was copying down the words he got wrong from dictation in the previous English class, a look of deep resentment on his face. When Bao Song called him, he looked up and saw Kushika standing at the door. He blurted out, "Keiji, ahem, ahem. Kushika, why are you here?" After calling him, Shi Guangwei mentally wiped his sweat. What a close call. He could never make a typo when typing, so how could he call it wrong? Fan Ziren sat in front of him and heard everything clearly. He had heard Shi Guangwei repeat his name countless times before, when he was memorizing it, and his ears were almost calloused. I didn't expect that opening my mouth would still be a mistake. If Fan Ziren hadn't covered his mouth and fallen down in time, he would have laughed out loud. Koshik hadn't heard the word corgi clearly. Hearing Shi Guangwei cough a few times, he thought he had scared him, and clenched his fists nervously. "Well, I just wanted to say, I've been receiving a lot of care from you lately, so I wanted to express my gratitude." Shi Guangwei walked to the classroom door, and pulled him outside to chat in the small garden. "Don't be so polite," Shi Guangwei said. "I didn't really teach you anything." In Shi Guangwei's opinion, he hadn't taught Koshik how to shoot step by step, but only explained the theory. Most of the time, Koshik relied on his own understanding. So, Koshik's solemn expression of gratitude made Shi Guangwei feel embarrassed. No, it must be." Koshik quickly shook his head. "I came here today to ask to be your disciple." Shi Guangwei paused. "Become your disciple?" "Yes, I want you to be my teacher." Koshik spoke seriously. It must be said that the word teacher is incredibly moving. Of course, even though he was moved, Shi Guangwei couldn't contain himself. He waved his hand. "It's really not that exaggerated. No, teacher, for me, finally having someone share the knowledge I want to learn is truly a joy, and I want to express my gratitude." Koshik was getting a little anxious. Shi Guangwei ultimately couldn't resist Koshik's enthusiasm, but he simply accepted it, and told Koshik not to call him that. Koshik happily left, leaving Shi Guangwei bewildered as he returned to the classroom and headed towards Gu Qinghuan's seat. "Class monitor, what do you think Koshik wants me to be your teacher? What do you think he wants to do?" Shi Guangwei asked. Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment, given his situation. He's looking for validation, right? Koshik's family wouldn't let him learn photography, so he's been studying it in secret, and his classmates aren't interested in his hobby. Now that you, someone he considers an authority, are teaching him, and you agreed to be his teacher, it's like receiving some kind of validation. For example, if the chef responsible for a state banquet dish accepted you as his apprentice, would you feel you had culinary talent and be willing to delve into culinary studies? Shi Guangwei looked at Gu Qinghuan and felt that if he were the class monitor, he would simply infiltrate the kitchen, cultivate relationships with the senior students, and eat and drink for free. Still, he nodded yes. Gu Qinghuan continued, "Of course, it's also possible that Koshik feels that as a student, he can solve any problems the teacher has, and pay a small stipend." "If you put it that way, I think there's another possibility," Shi Guangwei pondered. "Could he think that by accepting him as a student, I teach him more?" Jiang Chu, listening from behind, decided to interrupt. She tactfully said, "Given Koshik's innocent personality, he probably doesn't have such ulterior motives. After all, this possibility is based on Koshik's suspicion that Shi Guangwei is hiding something. Judging from Koshik's current photography skills, he probably doesn't know what private he could be hiding, right?" Shi Guangwei thought about it, and decided to let it go. Having more students wouldn't be bad, and the most important thing is that the title of teacher sounds great. He planned to take Koshik around the school during lunch break or after school today, giving him a hands-on lesson and teaching him face-to-face. Although Koshik's family situation was somewhat complicated, he was so passionate about photography that Shi Guangwei, as a fellow enthusiast, naturally wanted to support him. Shi Guangwei returned to his seat, spread out his draft paper, and sorted out scenes around school that would make for great photos. Students are a teacher's glory, and he wanted to bring Koshik out of the shadows. It would be best if he could take beautiful photos and stun Koshik's parents with his achievements. Chapter 465. Gu Qinghuan had been following the teacher-student dynamic between Shi Guangwei and Koshika for 2 days, and couldn't help but ask the system, is Shi Guangwei's most desperate fate related to Koshika? The system, now completely unpretentious, replied, yes. After Zhang Zhanshan's most desperate fate shifted, the management system transmitted the latest method for completing the task to each system. By the time of Fan Ziren's task, in addition to this world, multiple other worlds had successfully continued the task subject's most desperate fate. Although the completion rates varied, simply continuing a fate that was about to end was enormous news for the world. This also meant that the systems had found new methods to combat the insects. So far, Several insects have been successfully surrounded and eliminated by the systems after entering their original world lines, with impressive results. One system even managed to capture an insect and promptly block its energy transmission channels, recovering the energy it had plundered. The management system now treated Gu Qinghuan's system with remarkable graciousness, practically accommodating every request. Therefore, the system no longer needs to avoid questions of this magnitude. Simply address them directly. Of course, another important reason is that Gu Qinghuan has proven through her 10 missions that knowing the future won't disrupt her current destiny. Knowing that Shi Guangwei and Koshika's fates are linked, Gu Qinghuan will simply pay closer attention to their situations and provide timely guidance. Confirmed, Gu Qinghuan stroked his chin. These two get along well, and Shi Guangwei's family situation isn't as complicated as Fan Ziren's. How did this most desperate fate come about? The system couldn't answer this question, and could only remain silent as usual. Gu Qinghuan didn't care. After a moment's reflection, she decided the current threat might lie with Koshik's family, and decided to investigate. She didn't even need to ask Bao Qingsong for help. She searched the Mingda forums, and found posts about Koshik on the love wall. There were people attracted to Koshik by his looks, and there were also submissions from film club members. That was a bit interesting. Gu Qinghuan clicked on the latter's post and began to read. "Wall is good, please keep it anonymous. I can't stand it anymore, so I decided to rant about a member of my club. Let's call him Xiao Ke. Xiao Ke has been a member of our club since we started school. I was stunned by Xiao Ke's appearance and felt he would be a perfect fit for our club." The club president at the time was also very pleased with Xiao Ke and even used him as a living billboard during recruitment. The problem was, no one expected that Xiao Ke joined the club because his parents pressured him. He had no interest in club activities, so he was only active for a few days and then slacked off. At first, I felt very sympathetic toward Xiao Ke. I thought it was really hard for a high school student to be controlled by his parents like this, so when Xiao Ke's parents came to check on him, I even helped to cover for him. I didn't expect that after so many times, Xiao Ke's parents would actually target me. My paper and analysis report were devalued. My enthusiasm was severely dampened. I can only say that it was a good thing that it wasn't officially published. Otherwise, if Xiao Ke's parents had reported it, I would never have been able to make it in this industry again. Even more infuriating, when Xiao Ke's parents besieged me, Xiao Ke would just stand there timidly, saying nothing. "Are you kidding me? I'm being tortured like this because of you. Little K deserves it. I never treat Little K any better again. And please, everyone in this club, learn from me and don't make the same mistake." The comment section quickly revealed that Little K was Koshik, sparking a wide variety of discussions. Some victims of the incident came together to cry bitterly, while others, eager to watch the drama, asked why Koshik's parents weren't exposed online. Others sympathized with Koshik and spoke in his defense. Gu Qinghuan skimmed the comments section and, somewhat puzzled, asked Yao Shaili, "Isn't the film club a club that makes its own films?" Yao Shaili: "No, its full name is the Film Appreciation Club. Its main activities include watching films, writing film reviews, researching new theories and technologies, and analyzing the film industry." Gu Qinghuan was shocked. "So it's such an academic club?" Yao Shaili: "Well, otherwise why would the film club be neighbors with my literature club?" Now that he understood, Gu Qinghuan could understand. If the film club was a film-making club, there would definitely be a lot of commotion, and the literature club would have protested long ago. Yao Shaili then added, "Mingda's film club has produced many well-known figures in the industry. It's quite famous." Someone mentioned the names of Koshik's parents in the comments section, and Gu Qinghuan went online to search. Koshik's mother, Kanera, was once a well-known actress. After retiring, she founded her own film and television company, currently ranked among the top 30 in China. His father, Adrian Smith, whose Chinese name changed after changing his nationality to Kodeliang, was a former board member of the British Film Institute and a renowned film scholar. Gu Qinghuan gave a dry wow. Koshik's parents were indeed quite influential. The member who posted on the confession wall was truly miserable. Being targeted by industry insiders was truly devastating for a future career in the industry. However, this led Gu Qinghuan to speculate. It seemed that Shi Guangwei's most desperate fate might be related to Koshik's parents. For example, Shi Guangwei wanted to support Koshik's photography hobby, but, like the other members who submitted the post, was rebuffed by Koshik's parents. Or, when pressed by his parents, Koshik betrayed Shi Guangwei, which later affected Shi Guangwei. Gu Qinghuan had a few theories, but she wasn't sure. She could only suppress them for now, and wait, and see how things developed before making a decision. For the time being, she forwarded the post to Shi Guangwei to prepare him. It took a while before Gu Qinghuan received Shi Guangwei's reply. Shi Guangwei, what terrifying parents. Gu Qinghuan, let me warn you, you're also leading Koshik astray. Be careful of future criticism. Shi Guangwei, I be careful, but Koshik hasn't told me this. Shi Guangwei, I'm feeling a bit mixed up. Gu Qinghuan, I understand. He's accepted you as his teacher, but he's a ticking time bomb. If you don't handle it well, it definitely cause you serious trouble. Shi Guangwei, yeah, but I also think that his not telling me isn't necessarily malicious. Look at this post, he hasn't said anything in the comments. Shi Guangwei, honestly, I think the possibility of him not seeing the post is slim. Maybe he's just resigned to his fate and feels resistance is pointless. During these days together, Shi Guangwei has deeply felt Koshik's genuine passion for photography. He's willing to show kindness to someone who shares his passion. Gu Qinghuan curled his lips, but instead of answering directly, he asked, what are you going to do? Shi Guangwei, I talked to him. It's better to solve any problems together than to suffer alone. Gu Qinghuan replied with a thumbs up emoji. Everyone in class 3 is getting better and better. Chapter 466. Koshik has been much more enthusiastic about school lately. In fact, he can handle the normal high school curriculum. The main reason he doesn't want to go to school is because he doesn't want to participate in the film club's activities. Everyone sits together and discusses various films, not focusing on the plot or the visuals, but rather discussing the film theory involved in the film, exploring the structure and narrative techniques of the script. It's not that this is bad, but it's not the club life Koshik wants. It's only when analyzing film language, which involves analyzing shots and composition, that Koshik is interested. He prefers this kind of visual experience. Even if his own understanding differs from the director's intended message, he is intoxicated by this unique understanding. Unfortunately, his family doesn't understand him. His mother, Cornera, is a dictatorial ruler. Although strong, her choices have proven to be correct. His father, Kodrian, is fascinated by Cornera's temperament and convinced by her, so he doesn't interfere with her actions. From a young age, Koshik was forced by Cornera, almost in a commanding tone, to learn subjects he had no interest in. By high school, if he hadn't discovered the joy of photography, Koshik suspected he would have exploded. What would be the point of exploding? He thought about it, believing that his outburst would only lead to more oppression from Cornera, and he would still be unable to escape his current situation. Thankfully, he recently found Shi Guangwei as his teacher. Every morning, Koshik looked forward to what he would learn that day, and what of Shi Guangwei's past photographs he would see. He was filled with joy. Today was no different. After hearing Shi Guangwei say she'd take him to the artificial lake for lunch break to take photos, Koshik was eagerly anticipating it. He fully charged his phone, wiped the screen and lens clean, and barely used it all morning to prevent battery drain. He even brought a power bank. Shi Guangwei saw Koshik happily running towards him, their anticipation absent-minded during lunch, and he immediately became more determined to have a good conversation. Once they reached the artificial lake, Shi Guangwei gave Koshik some guidance, and he enthusiastically began experimenting with the theme Shi Guangwei had given him. Shi Guangwei stood by and watched for a moment before asking, "Why did you get into photography?" Koshik, still busy trying to find an angle, didn't take the question seriously. He simply replied, "My mom raised me to watch movies. Sitting in front of the TV all the time was boring, so one afternoon I snuck out to play. We had so much fun that day. We rolled around in the grass, caught grasshoppers, climbed trees, and even watched others feed the fish with breadcrumbs." Recalling that day, Koshik's face was filled with nostalgia. "I just have to wait until the sun sets before heading home. Such a beautiful afternoon will only be sealed in my memory." It was around that time that there was a photo booth. The owner handed me a few Polaroids of me playing. The owner said she had little business that afternoon, and since I was alone without a parent, she kept an eye on me just in case. Seeing how much fun I was having, she took a few photos. She also apologized, saying it was wrong to take photos without permission. So she gave me the photos and didn't keep them for herself. I still secretly keep those photos. They're my most precious treasures. Koshik finished taking a picture, looked down at the image on the screen, and said firmly, "Even if I can't remember the joy of that day, the photos will help me remember. I want to be like that stall owner." Shi Guangwei said nothing for a long time. Finally, she raised her hand and patted Koshik's shoulder. "If that stall owner knew how precious her gesture was to you, she would be very happy. Koshik raised his head and smiled innocently at Shi Guanghui. But I'm still taking photos very well now. Not good enough. You need to learn more from me, teacher. Yes, Shi Guanghui nodded. I teach you well. Although it was a little awkward, he paused for a few seconds before saying, before that, I hope to resolve a problem with you. He looked directly into Koshik's eyes. You're still hiding this from your family, right? While studying photography with me? Koshik paused, then lowered his head awkwardly. Yes, I know it's not good to keep it a secret. If anyone found out, it would definitely be very troublesome. Have you considered the kind of trouble that would bring me? Shi Guanghui's expression grew serious. Koshik lowered his head even lower. I considered it. He suddenly raised his head again, speaking urgently. I thought about how to resolve this. My mother may be very strong, but she's very concerned about her reputation. Before, my mother wanted to confront the parents of the member who helped me, but I just knelt down at the door. She was afraid of being seen and gossiped about, so she agreed not to go to his parents. Shi Guanghui's eyes widened, and she blurted out, how could such a parent exist? A parent actually expected their child to go to such lengths, giving up on pursuing their child's classmates' faults because of outsiders' comments. Not to mention that these faults were quite outrageous. Koshik said slowly, I think so too. She should see a psychologist, but she doesn't want to. My dad also said we should accept her and tolerate her. He was stunned for a few seconds, then whispered, I'm sorry, teacher, this is the only solution I can think of. Now that I think about it, this is too superficial. I didn't mean to hide it, and I didn't want to cause you any trouble. He couldn't find any more words, and simply stood there dejected, his phone screen dimming from inactivity. Shi Guanghui felt the child was truly unlucky, having such a parent. Have you ever thought about solving your mother's problem? Koshik nodded and then shook his head. I thought about it, but I can't. He had been disciplined and restrained for too long, like a fish in a tank, bumping against walls everywhere. Over time, his world had become limited. Shi Guanghui pondered deeply, and finally came to the profound realization that he wasn't cut out for psychological counseling. No matter. Class 3 has a top-notch counselor, the troublemaker, the Badger King, whose record is verifiable. Thinking of this, he instantly relaxed and quickly passed on the subject. Forget it. Let's not worry about it for now. I find someone after lunch. She'd definitely handle it. Koshik was confused, but seeing that Shi Guanghui's mood had improved and she had no intention of blaming him, he felt truly relieved. A problem won't disappear just by avoiding it. Shi Guanghui had pointed it out, and he couldn't afford to take chances. Koshik thought this, and secretly clenched his fists. He wanted to solve the problem, and not cause trouble for Shi Guanghui. To that end, he was willing to do anything. Chapter 467. I think I should get a custom place card, Gu Qinghuan said, gesturing to her desk. Write Consultant Gu Qinghuan on it, and print a box of business cards. She was just joking, but Jiang Chuchu immediately opened her phone. I have one made right away. Stop. Gu Qinghuan pressed her phone screen. Joking aside, if there was something serious, Gu Qinghuan certainly wouldn't just ignore it. School was over, and Shi Guanghui had asked her to talk about Koshik, so she stayed in the classroom. Jiang Chuchu had no plans tonight, but curious about that silly girl, so she stayed to keep Gu Qinghuan company. Yu Xian had a dinner party to attend, and while she wanted to stay, she was still the quiet and well-behaved daughter in front of Yu Wenli and Cui Wanning. To maintain this image, Yu Xian couldn't change her mind at the last minute when she was asked to accompany her. She could only sigh with regret, and before leaving, she told Jiang Chuchu that she would share the melon with her later. Shi Guanghui finished explaining Koshik's situation, and looked at Gu Qinghuan eagerly. Squad leader, you must have a solution, right? Let's analyze the situation first. Gu Qinghuan tapped the table. What is Koshik's current request? To devote himself to his photography hobby, and leave the film club, Shi Guanghui said immediately. But his mother can't accept this, Jiang Chuchu added. So what does Koshik's mother can't accept? His leaving the film club, or his breaking away from her own plans? Gu Qinghuan continued. If it's the latter, this extreme desire for control, if it continues, will only bring pain and suffering to Koshik. Rather than trying to resolve his family conflict, I rather stabilize Koshik. Once he gets through these few years, as long as he can harden his heart, he can finally break free from his family. But if it's the former, it interferes with the mother's expectations for her child's future. There's still room for negotiation. Perhaps a gentle approach could lead to a mutually acceptable outcome. Not just his mother, but also his father's help. After all, It sounds like Kaushik's father has no sense of his own, so he might be persuaded. To put it bluntly, Kudeliong is a fence-sitter. It's true he's leaning towards Kanera right now, but what if he ends up siding with Kaushik? Jiang Chuchu frowned and thought for a moment. I think the latter is more likely. She only changed her mind after Kaushik went to that extent. She totally disregards the child's self-esteem. Shi Guangwei crossed his arms, thinking for a moment, and said distressedly, although I lean towards the Discipline Inspection Commission, the squad leader also has a point. He felt that with Kaushik's personality, it would be difficult for him to completely break away from his family. Also, I'm curious about something else. Gu Qingwan paused. Would Kaushik's mother accept him having interests other than film? Shi Guangwei's thoughts faltered. Huh? Jiang Chuchu immediately understood. You mean, Kaushik has two hobbies, film appreciation, his mother's request, and photography, his own choice? Gu Qingwan nodded. Yes, it's impossible to have only one hobby. Why not both? It's true that Kaushik doesn't enjoy watching movies, but from a parent's perspective, doesn't this mean the child isn't interested in inheriting the family business and is obsessed with his own hobbies? Kaushik actually has a film and television company to inherit. If he doesn't know how to run it, he'd be swindled into debt and ruined. Jiang Chuchu thought the same thing. After all, she also has a group to inherit. If the family doesn't have her to support it, relying solely on Jiang Yuxuan, what will become of Yongchang Group? It's terrifying to think about it. She explained this to Shi Guangwei, who also understood and immediately scratched her head in annoyance. That, too. Gu Qinghuan leaned on the table, chin in her hand, watching Shi Guangwei and Jiang Chuchu share her worries. Kaushik's situation was different from Fan Xiren's. Fanny Cheng didn't really expect Fan Xiren to inherit the family business. He had considered how to ensure Fan Xiren's future if he couldn't take over. This approach might be a good thing for some, but others might see it as spoiling a child and encouraging their downfall. Cornera clearly fell into the latter category. She wanted to train Kaushik and have him take over her business. Jiang Chuchu leaned back in her chair. Why does this seem even more difficult than dealing with the Yin and Wei families? Because back then, we only needed to expose the problems of those two families. Shi Guangwei replied with a heavy expression. The discussion had yielded no concrete results, so Shi Guangwei had to contact Kaushik to confirm the answers to these questions. Gu Qinghuan copied the questions onto a piece of scratch paper and handed it to Shi Guangwei, instructing him to ask her on WeChat if he had any questions. I don't think Kaushik himself can answer these questions. Shi Guangwei sighed. Answering these questions is one thing, knowing they exist is another, Gu Qinghuan said. Searching for answers might take a great deal of time and effort, but it's better than not even knowing where to focus your efforts. Shi Guangwei nodded emphatically and carefully took the draft paper. The paper was suddenly snatched away. Kaushik stared at his mother's fingers. Her black manicure had been done up in a gradient, cat-eye effect. At the back, silvery white magnetic powder clung to the nails, like scattered stardust from the Milky Way. By the fingertips, it had transformed into a deep, pure black. Stuck against the paper, it stood out. Kanera read Kaushik's report without blinking, her lips set in a straight line, her emotions unrecognizable. Kaushik stood before her, awaiting her verdict. Not bad. Kanera finished reading the report and gave a simple three-word assessment. Kaushik lowered his head, staring at his toes. Cornera refolded the manuscript and held it in her hand, continuing, compared to last week's report, your writing today should be more emotional. The director of the film we're analyzing today uses very delicate camera language, preferring to convey the character's emotions through the shifting landscapes. This is exactly what Kaushik enjoys, so the report he wrote is even more heartfelt. Another factor is that Kaushik has combined the photography knowledge Shi Guangwei has taught him with the film. At least from the perspective of the camera, there are many commonalities. So, the report that usually seems like a daunting task was surprisingly easy to complete today. Kaushik whispered, I keep working hard. Very good, Kanera nodded with satisfaction. You need to continue to hone your appreciation, so you can discover the talent you seek in the future. Kaushik hesitated. Seeing Kanera about to leave, he asked again, Mom, the film club? Just stay there. Kanera's tone suddenly sharpened. I don't expect you to learn anything, but it's a great place to gild your reputation. Kaushik shut up and watched Kanera leave, clutching his report. He silently opened his phone and looked at the photos he had taken at noon. They certainly couldn't compare to Shi Guangwei's work, but he liked his own photos. Much better than the report that had been taken away. Chapter 468. Kaushik was stunned for a long moment when he saw the long text message from Shi Guangwei. On his first reading, he understood the meaning, but he couldn't think through the answer to the question. He sat on the edge of the bed, stunned for a moment, before his phone vibrated again with a message. Shi Guangwei, perhaps assuming he hadn't seen the question, didn't press him for an answer, simply saying, "Take your time to think about it. We talk tomorrow." Kaushik silently scrolled up the chat history and read the question again. Did his mother refuse to accept him leaving the film club, or did she refuse to accept him leaving her arrangements? Kaushik recalled Kanara's words and felt the answer wasn't a simple one or the other. Kanara wanted him to stay in the film club to gain experience, simply needing his past to be marked as a member of the Mingda Film Appreciation Club. She didn't even care how he got along with the other members, but perhaps it was because the member who had covered for him last time didn't consider his family background to be a big deal to her. From this perspective, Kanara has already made detailed plans for his life, and she probably truly hopes for an ideal future for him. However, Kaushik doesn't see his own place in that future. Not being able to leave the film club probably accounts for around 30%. If he were truly influenced by external factors and left the club, Kanara would probably make new arrangements for him. So, the percentage of people who can't accept him leaving her plans is still higher. The second question is, can his mother accept him having other interests and hobbies? This question really hit Kaushik hard. He had never considered the option of simultaneously. He developed a habit from childhood of simply following Kanara's instructions, otherwise he'd be considered a disobedient child. Over time, with more and more instances, he'd grown accustomed to giving up thinking and simply accepting things. Kaushik grew increasingly agitated as he thought about it. He even stood up from his bedside and paced back and forth, wondering if he could talk to Kanara. He would no longer resist the film club. He would write his reports diligently and delve into various theories, as long as it allowed him to focus on photography. However, when his hand grasped the cold doorknob, Kaushik regained consciousness. He stood there, like a statue. Kaushik had no way of guaranteeing Kanara's consent. If he didn't, he would not only be reprimanded, but his photography hobby would also be exposed. Kanara's control over him would then only intensify, and Shi Guangwei might even be implicated. The scene of him kneeling at the door to prevent Kanara from pursuing the club members came back to mind. In reality, Kaushik didn't feel ashamed or helpless at the time. He simply knew that by seizing this opportunity, he could stop Kanara. That way, the member who had so kindly helped him wouldn't be affected. Who could guarantee that Kanara wouldn't vent her anger on Shi Guangwei? Kaushik didn't want to cause any more trouble for Shi Guangwei, or anyone else. If Shi Guangwei hadn't been willing to listen to his explanation, anyone else, upon learning about the film club situation, would have definitely cut ties with him. The mere thought of being hated by the person he admired and yearned for made Kaushik unable to open the door. If he did nothing, could he maintain the status quo? He thought helplessly. On the contrary, if he asked, even if the best outcome was possible, it would likely be the worst. Reality was more likely to favor the worst outcome, so in that case, it was better not to do it. Kaushik loosened his grip on the doorknob, turned stiffly, walked back to the bed, and collapsed face down on it. He once again realized his own cowardice and incompetence, and felt a pang of regret. He shouldn't have greeted Shi Guangwei, shouldn't have asked for his advice, and shouldn't have acknowledged him as a teacher. He couldn't escape his family's control, and would only betray others' kindness. The room was silent late at night, not a sound, like a star falling into a quagmire, not a single ray of light. Kaushik didn't know when he fell asleep. He hadn't changed his clothes, and his eyes were dry and sore. When he washed his face that morning, he applied a towel to it for a long time before he felt better. Codriano and Kanara hadn't left the bedroom yet. The nanny brought Kaushik breakfast, which he quickly ate. As he left, he couldn't help but glance back at the door. Perhaps only during school hours could he temporarily undo some of the chains. Kaushik quietly finished his morning class. A neighbor curiously asked, "Are you feeling unwell today?" Kaushik shook his head and asked why. The neighbor thought for a moment. "You just don't seem very energetic. Haven't you been excitedly looking at the photos on your phone after class these past few days? You didn't look at them today." Kaushik forced a smile. "Yes, I'm feeling a little unwell." The neighbor immediately said, "Do you want to go to the infirmary to rest?" "No, I just sit quietly for a while." Kaushik quickly stopped her. The neighboring table murmured, "Oh," and, seeing that he wasn't feeling any obvious discomfort, went about their business. After the morning classes ended, Kaushik had no intention of looking for Shi Guangwei. He wanted to gather his thoughts. Unexpectedly, as he left the teaching building, he saw Shi Guangwei and Gu Qinghuan on his way to the cafeteria. Shi Guangwei had good eyesight and spotted him in the crowd. She waved Kaushik. Koshik could only approach him and say, "Teacher." Shi Guangwei introduced Gu Qinghuan to him. "This is our class monitor, Gu Qinghuan. You should know her, right?" Koshik nodded and greeted Gu Qinghuan. "Hello." "Hello, let's have lunch together today." "We talk afterward," Gu Qinghuan said with a smile. As payment for her counseling, Shi Guangwei invited her to lunch in a small private room on the second floor, perfect for the three of them to talk. Gu Qinghuan, of course, wouldn't refuse her own reward, and she was quite enthusiastic. The three of them sat down on the second floor of the cafeteria. Koshika wanted to treat them, but Shi Guangwei stopped him. "I organized this party, so of course I should treat you," Shi Guangwei said, adopting a teacherly demeanor. "Just listen to our class monitor." There was no need to discuss unhappy matters during lunch, so Shi Guangwei didn't ask Koshika for the answers to her questions. He could see that Koshika wasn't in a good mood today, probably because of the questions, which had given him some time to think. The atmosphere at the table was a little heavy at first, but Gu Qinghuan found a way to spark conversation, asking about their recent photos and the best springtime scenery on campus. Koshika's spirits gradually perked up, and more importantly, as they talked, he discovered that he still loved photography. Just talking about those scenes, he couldn't help but think about the composition, and when the lighting would be best. He didn't notice when he stopped talking, just staring blankly at his hands. "I love photography," Koshik said suddenly. "I love it, so much so that he's willing to gamble on that tiny possibility. How long can the courage he's now feeling last? Will it allow him to stand before his mother? He didn't know, but he was certain that this fragile courage would continue to gather until the moment of its explosion arrived. Chapter 469. It's not a bad thing to strive for your passion. Gu Qinghuan said with a smile. "Relax, don't be so tense." Koshik smiled sheepishly, feeling a bit more relaxed. He said solemnly, "I already considered all the questions the teacher sent me yesterday. I probably won't be able to easily shake off my long-held beliefs. I probably continue to be cowardly. But I want to change. I really don't want to go on like this." Perhaps following the path his mother had laid out, he could become a good successor and lead the company. But he didn't want to go against his heart. Since he still had a choice, why not go for it? Gu Qinghuan raised a finger and shook it. No, that's not right. It's not that I don't want to go on like this, but I want a better life." Objectively speaking, Koshik's current living conditions are quite good. He has both a mother and a father, and they get along well. His family may not be the best in Mingda, but it's still quite comfortable. He was also excellent in all aspects. His appearance was impeccable, his personality was honest, and his academic performance was above average. Why does choosing one mean giving up the other? There's absolutely no need to pit them against each other. Gu Qinghuan clenched his fists. "We want them all," Shi Guangwei exclaimed. "Oh my!" and clapped with a twinkling look in her eyes. Although Koshik didn't understand why, seeing his teacher do this, he also applauded. System. Sometimes, I really wonder if the host is capable of brainwashing. Gu Qinghuan coughed a bit sheepishly and straightened his tone. "Anyway, Koshik, your current request is simply to preserve your hobbies, right?" Koshik replied frankly, "Yes, I don't really hate my life that much, I just want to have my own hobbies." "Do you mean not that much or tolerable?" Gu Qinghuan emphasized the difference. Koshik pondered this over and over, his brow furrowed. Gu Qinghuan and Shi Guangwei exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with sympathy. This kid, having given up resistance for so long, has lost track of his own limits. "I don't know." Koshik felt powerless to give up the comparison. "Let me rephrase that," Gu Qinghuan amended. "Suppose one day you're fully prepared to photograph the scenery you've been waiting a week for, but then you receive a call for work that requires immediate attention. Going to work would mean missing the perfect photo opportunity, while going to photograph would mean missing work and causing significant losses. What would you choose?" This time, Koshik didn't think long. "Go to work." Shi Guangwei's eyes widened. "I thought you choose to photograph." Koshik crossed his fingers and said somewhat nervously, "If there were significant losses, it wouldn't just be me, but many others who would be troubled, wouldn't it? Photography is my personal hobby, after all. If I miss something, I can always wait. But work is different. I don't want to cause trouble for others. What if I miss it this time, I miss it forever?" Gu Qinghuan asked again. This time, Koshik took a little longer to think, but he gave the same answer. "I also choose work. Rather than regretting a scene I didn't capture, I rather look forward to the next opportunity." Gu Qinghuan thought that despite Koshik having been oppressed growing up by his mother, he was surprisingly not one to regret. She said, "Then you can choose a gentler approach. In my opinion, the most drastic approach is to completely sever ties with your family. Some parents' control over their children reaches the point of physical and psychological abuse. In such cases, the only way for a child to find relief and happiness is to completely sever ties with their family. I believe love is mutual. Begging for love from someone who doesn't love you will only bring greater pain. It's better to think about yourself. However, you haven't reached that point yet, so your approach will naturally be gentler than severing ties. However, how should we do that? Kaushik asked humbly. First, lie to your family. Gu Qinghuan spoke seriously. The word lie truly stunned Kaushik. Gu Qinghuan explained, don't pit the film club and photography against each other, they can coexist. You don't have to tell your family about your hobbies, and don't think having a hobby is wrong. Your mother wants you to stay in the film club, so don't resist and just muddle through life there. It's like running laps in gym class. I don't want to run, but since it's required, I just run and save my energy for my favorite badminton game later. Kaushik, who could already accept coexistence, immediately understood Gu Qinghuan's meaning. He hesitated. Is this considered perfunctory? Yeah, just going through the motions. Gu Qinghuan smiled. Why bother working hard on something you don't enjoy? This statement had a profound impact on Kaushik. Shi Guangwei felt as if his eyes were filled with question marks and exclamation points. You need to work hard at school because the knowledge you gain is yours, and a higher degree provides more options for your future. But isn't that true for the film club? Does your performance in the film club really matter? Kaushik thought of Kanara's gilding and shook his head decisively. Gu Qinghuan said readily, so, just be an inconspicuous, invisible person in the club. Use your time to do what you enjoy, just like skipping class. Kaushik felt his worldview completely shift. How could this even be possible? Just complete the minimum requirements, channel your passion into what you love, and don't feel ashamed or embarrassed about going through the motions. Gu Qinghuan's tone was firm. You don't owe anyone anything. You're just saving yourself. Kaushik's brain was nearly overloaded. Ever since he was little, he'd been told by Cornera what to do and what to do. He was truly shocked by this sudden remark. But once he digested it, he felt a sense of relief. The chains, still wrapped around him after leaving, clattered to the ground. He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly said, no, I owe someone. Shi Guangwei and Gu Qinghuan looked at him, while Kaushik solemnly said, I have to apologize to everyone in the film club. If he had realized this sooner, he wouldn't have caused so much trouble for the club members because of their parents. Shi Guangwei felt like patting her student's head. This idiot is truly well behaved. Gu Qinghuan frowned. Indeed, then you should apologize sincerely. I don't know if the person who posted that on the forum is still with the film club. It would be great if Kaushik could reconcile with that person. Chapter 470. When Macho saw Kaushik in the film club's activity room, she thought her eyes were blurry. She rubbed her eyes, unable to move. A friend, who was already in the room, saw her and hurried over, pulling her to their usual seat. Macho frowned and whispered, why is that guy here? Who knows? The friend shook her head slightly, glancing at Kaushik again. Macho sarcastically said, maybe his mother found out something and forced him to come here. To this day, she still gets furious when she thinks of Cornera standing before her, condescendingly instructing on her report. The friend, who also remembered the situation, comforted Macho for a moment. Whatever he's doing here, let's just stay away from him. Macho nodded heavily, stiffening her neck, and stopped looking at Kaushik. Today's film club activity was to watch clips from different films on the same theme and conduct comparative analysis. This was Macho's favorite club activity. She enjoyed comparing the filming techniques of different directors, gleaning new insights from the differences. She watched the clips with rapt attention, wrote down her thoughts eloquently, and outlined the key points of her speech. Then, eagerly awaiting her speaking opportunity, she waited for her speech. The other members hadn't finished yet, and Macho glanced around, intending to check on the members she usually discussed with most enthusiastically, when she caught sight of Kaushik again. She cursed inwardly, but after only a quick glance, she felt a little reluctant to look away. She initially drawn to Kaushik because of his striking persona. As long as he kept quiet and let his naive side show, it would create a compelling story. For example, now, Kaushik sat by the window, sunlight streaming in. A gentle breeze blew the white gauze curtains, making them drift like mist. As they lifted and obscured Kaushik's face, he looked like a marble sculpture. Macho noticed that Kaushik was wearing headphones and wasn't writing anything, but rather reading a book. The book was large. She couldn't tell if it was coated or offset paper, but the glossy surface caught the light and looked bright. Kaushik's fingers resting on the edge of the page felt like they were touching the sun. Macho snapped back to her senses and quickly averted her gaze, silently cursing herself for being so easily seduced by beauty. She originally helped Kaushik for this very reason. Many people in the film club wanted to work in the film and television industry, and Macho wanted to be a director. To this end, she constantly observed others, inferring their lives and the stories they might be suited to portray from their every move. From the moment she saw Kaushik, she immediately thought he had the perfect appearance, perfect for a starring role or even a significant supporting role in a film. She was particularly surprised to learn that Kaushik's mother was Kanera. Macho thought Kanera was amazing, with a successful career and a happy family, and she wanted to emulate Kanera, striving to create her own life. However, after learning about Kaushik's experience, she was lost. She hadn't expected Kanera to treat her own child this way. Although she loved the film club, that didn't mean everyone should. Macho couldn't think of a good solution, so she could only try her best to cover up for Kaushik. She never expected Kaushik to betray her. Being publicly accused, Macho felt humiliated and angry. She wanted to protest loudly, even scold Kanera. But Kanera's stern gaze froze her. In the end, she could only angrily post a complaint on the confession wall, vowing never to meddle again. After that incident, the club president consoled her, telling her not to take it personally, and secretly gave her the contact information of a senior film club member so she could ask questions. A friend also accompanied her to the amusement park and had a delicious meal. Macho sometimes wondered whether she should go back to the confession wall and delete the post. She knew full well that with a mother like Kanera, Kaushik's character must be flawed. If she didn't dare stand up to Kanera, would Kaushik do the same? He certainly endured more oppression over the years than she had, so he had reason to retreat. But she thought that since they were already friends, couldn't she stand up and say something? Even for the sake of friendship, at the very least, she should have offered her some comfort, right? But let alone comfort, she acted like she didn't know her in the club. What kind of person is she? She deserved to be friendless. The president's voice interrupted Macho's recollections. She pulled herself together, stopped dwelling on trivial matters, and immersed herself in her beloved club activities. When the club activities ended for the day and everyone was about to leave, the president coughed again. "Excuse me for 5 minutes. Kaushik has something to say to everyone." Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. The president's words clearly meant Kaushik had spoken with him first and obtained his approval. In that case, 5 minutes would be fine. Consider it a courtesy to the president. Macho frowned, folded her arms, and sat back in her chair, waiting to hear what Kaushik had to say. "I apologize to all my classmates." Kaushik spoke directly, then bent down and bowed to everyone. The club seats were divided into two sides. He stood in the middle, glancing over everyone to his right before bowing to the right. Then he turned to the left, looked back, and bowed again. Everyone was stunned, and whispers broke out in the club room. "What are you doing?" someone shouted. Kaushik said, "I joined the film club at my mother's request and haven't participated in club activities, which has caused a lot of trouble for everyone. My mother has also visited several times, causing considerable inconvenience and affecting everyone's enthusiasm for club activities. For this, I want to apologize to everyone and promise that I will attend club activities on time in the future to avoid my mother's visits." The president then took over. "Everyone knows Kaushik's situation, and I have no personal opinion. However, I think his ability to face the problem and apologize for it is a sign of personal progress, so I'm giving him a chance this time." Kaushik continued, "I also know that apologies alone are useless, so I will prove myself through my actions and will definitely not cause any more trouble." The conversation continued for a while, but most people remained skeptical. Kaushik remained silent, standing there quietly. The president clapped his hands again. "Okay, he's done talking. Everyone can go back." Macho was about to leave with her friends when she heard Kaushik call her name again. "Macho." Macho frowned, turned and looked directly at Kaushik, and said unhappily, "Anything else?" The next second, Kaushik suddenly bowed to her, seemingly even more sharply than before. "I'm sorry." Macho was startled and took 2 steps back. "What are you doing?" Kaushik didn't stand up, but remained bent over. "I caused you a lot of trouble. I must apologize to you." "You have to apologize. Even if you apologize, I won't forgive you," Macho said sternly. "You've been playing dumb since that day, and now you're talking." Kaushik hesitated, then said, "My mom forbade me from having any contact with you. I didn't dare contact you again, fearing she'd contact your parents again." Macho was practically irritated and laughed. "Your mom said no, and you don't even have an explanation? Are you even in elementary school? Don't you know how to pass on a message? What do you mean by contacting my parents? If they knew, They think she was crazy. How could she do this? Wait, what do you mean by again? Macho was halfway through her sentence, when she suddenly realized something was wrong. Stop bowing. Stand up straight. Explain yourself clearly. Koshik straightened up and whispered, that night, my mom said she wanted to contact your parents. I begged her for a long time before she gave up, and told me to stop having any contact with you. How did you beg? Macho stared intently into Koshik's eyes. Koshik relaxed. It wasn't that bad, actually. She knelt at the door for over 10 minutes, and after about 10 people passed by, she gave up. Macho took a deep breath. You're such a coward. Chapter 471. Someone treated me to lunch twice this week, both times on the second floor of the cafeteria. Gu Qinghwan didn't know what others thought, but she was delighted. Today, she ordered a Spanish seafood paella. The fresh prawns and squid weren't fishy at all, and the meat was firm and chewy, with the unique sweetness of seafood. The mussels were large, their black shells cracking open after cooking. A gentle break revealed the plump, pale yellow flesh, and the juices could be felt as it spurted out with every bite. Not to mention the rice simmered in seafood broth, mixed with onions, garlic, bell peppers, and tomatoes, and the signature Spanish chorizo. The rich flavor was irresistible, making it impossible to stop eating. Mocho looked at Gu Qinghwan with a subtle expression. Although I've seen it on the show before, you really love it. Gu Qinghwan raised her spoon. Food is the most important thing for people. Gu Qinghwan had suspected something when Shi Guangwei told her that Kashika wanted to meet her, and brought a classmate from the film club with him. Upon meeting Macho, she immediately confirmed that she was the member who had posted on the confession wall. Apart from anything else, the look of disappointment she had on Kashik when she looked at him made it easy to guess. Kashik told me that you taught him how to be perfunctory, making him realize he needed to apologize to everyone in the club, Macho said. Gu Qinghwan shook her head. No, I just said he could be perfunctory, and not feel like he owed anyone anything. Mainly, I wanted him to not feel guilty towards his family. She looked at Kashik. He himself said he owed everyone in the club, and needed to apologize. Koshik was slicing steak at 0.5x speed, when he noticed the two men's gazes and froze. Mocho averted his gaze, and angrily retorted, what's there for that kind of family to feel guilty about? Even if they raised the child, they didn't treat him like a human being. Koshik immediately shrank back, though he didn't really think it was a big deal. He was just quite happy that someone was angry about him. Gu Qinghwan shoveled another spoonful of paella into his mouth. So what do you want to do by coming to me? I want to help him. Mocho pointed at Koshik without hesitation. I can't stand that kind of parent. What's wrong with Koshik pursuing his own hobbies? Gu Qinghwan put down his spoon for a moment, and asked seriously, did you post that post about little K on the wall? I thought you still hated him? Having his identity exposed, Mocho felt a little guilty, and glanced at Koshik. Noticing Koshik's bewildered expression, clearly unaware, she quickly mustered up her courage. I privately chatted with him last night, and deleted the confession wall post. Besides, to me, these are two completely different things. She clenched her fist and said, I hate him now, too, but it's his cowardly, wimpy side that I hate. Koshik told me he plans to slack off on club activities, and focus on his hobbies. To be honest, I'm not entirely satisfied with this form of resistance, but it seems like he's at his limit right now. I think it's great that he's willing to change for his hobbies. I supported that in the first place, and I'm covering for him, and I'm still doing it now. Gu Qinghwan, this guy is truly a man of character. She pointed at herself again. Then why did you come to me? I'm curious about who he listened to that finally opened his eyes. Hearing your name made him want to meet you. Mocho paused. Actually, I wanted to meet you for a long time. There were quite a few people on campus who wanted to meet Gu Qinghwan, but both the student union and class 3 maintained a seemingly impenetrable barrier to the outside world. Although there were some scattered individuals, such as Yu Yuan and Fan Wanfu, these individuals wouldn't casually disclose Gu Qinghwan's personal information. If they dared to use forces outside the school, the investigators would be the devil Xiaohe. Gu Qinghwan was puzzled. What do you want to do with me? Because you've always been known for being able to solve all kinds of problems, Mocho said. I have a question for you. Gu Qinghwan thought, if Chu Chu were here, she'd definitely say, I really should have custom-made psychologist name cards and business cards. She asked cautiously, what's your problem? Because of this man's mother, Macho pointed at Koshik without hesitation. I'm no longer confident in my life goals. Koshik was so frightened that he dropped his knife and fork and blurted out, how could this happen? He looked around frantically. It's all my fault. What should I do? It's not your fault. It's your mother's fault. Macho and Gu Qinghuan's voices rang out simultaneously. Macho then looked at Gu Qinghuan again. How can you so confidently place the blame on his mother? Gu Qinghuan spread his hands. That's the truth. There was no need to consider the trigger or the root cause. The person truly blaming Macho was Cornera. Besides, Cornera could have handled this matter differently. It was her actions that led to the current situation. Koshik managed to calm down, but his expression looked even more guilty than before. He looked at Gu Qinghuan. Is there any way I can help her? Whatever I need. Macho interrupted. I'm asking for help. It has nothing to do with you. You don't need to take responsibility. She looked back at Gu Qinghuan. I want to be a director. But after being criticized by Koshik's mother last time, I'm fine during club activities. But when I'm around adults, my mind becomes confused. Is it because Ms. Ko's criticism was too harsh? Gu Qinghuan asked. Her criticism was indeed harsh, but the issues she pointed out were not wrong. They were indeed my shortcomings, Macho said. What I fear is probably the disillusionment. Koshik had once been someone Macho admired, but she criticized her so harshly, all with the intention of depriving her of her children's freedom. This made Macho doubt adults, and even society and the industry. Just like the saying, the rich feast on the streets, while the poor freeze to death. Macho felt lost at the thought of the cruel and twisted world she longed to enter. Thankfully, she was clear-headed. I know reality isn't as rosy as I imagined. Given more time and experience, I should be able to adjust myself. But I don't want to waste time on this. I want to run towards the future I long for. Macho's tone was firm. Gu Qinghuan was even a little impressed. Your willpower is so strong. If it were, you wouldn't have been shaken by Miss Gu. Macho grimaced. These two kinds of strength are different. One is the courage to face setbacks. The other is the courage to move forward again after setbacks. Gu Qinghuan said, You're very strong, truly. Macho was silent for a moment. I now completely believe that you were the one who kept that coward standing. Koshik silently stuffed his steak into his mouth, pretending he hadn't heard anything. I should have come to you sooner, even if I had to go to the literature club next door and ask Yao Shaili from your class for help. Macho muttered, then quickly pulled herself together. She looked at Gu Qinghuan with sparkling eyes. So do you have any good solutions? Gu Qinghuan tilted her head, thinking for a moment, then rummaged through her network of contacts. Then she said readily, I got an idea. What idea? Macho immediately lunged, like a shark smelling blood. Wait a minute, I need to contact them, Gu Qinghuan said. I contact you once I finalized it. It's a deal. Macho reached out to Gu Qinghuan and high-fived her. After lunch, Macho hurried off again, dragging Kushika with her. Since she had decided to help, she naturally had to take it seriously and discuss it with Kushika. Gu Qinghuan watched the two men leave, then turned back to her phone's address book and sent a message. Hello, Director Wu. I'm Gu Qinghuan, who participated in the filming of Walking with the Light. Do you remember me? Chapter 472. What is Director Wu looking at? Looks so surprised? A passerby, holding a lunch box, nudged Wu Chanxiao with his elbow. It was lunchtime. The morning shoot had taken a while longer, and the crew had just started eating. Wu Chanxiao looked away from her phone and said, Nothing, just chatting with someone. The other person didn't seem to pay much attention, and went to find a place to eat. Wu Chanxiao thought for a moment, then took her lunch box, and went to find Director Su Hanhai. Su Hanhai was sitting under the eaves. The light was half blocked by the eaves, illuminating only her lower half, while her upper body was in shadow. Her lunch box was set aside, empty, and she ate as quickly as ever. Su Hanhai wore sunglasses, and half slept in a rattan chair. Wu Chanxiao, assuming she was asleep, was about to leave when she asked, What's up? Director Su, are you awake? Wu Chanxiao came back over. I thought you were asleep. Something. Su Hanhai took off his sunglasses. It's that Gu Qinghuan. She contacted me and asked if our crew would accept student visits, Wu Chanxiao said. Gu Qinghuan. Oh, the girl from Walking with the Light. Su Hanhai immediately remembered. The last day of filming for Walking with the Light was nearly cancelled because of Yueyu. If Gu Qinghuan hadn't suggested Ning Fu replace Yueyu, and if her friend Su Lin hadn't come to help, the show would have been flawed. So Su Hanhai still had a deep impression of Gu Qinghuan, and Wu Changxia's mention of her brought her back. What kind of tour is this? Su Hanhai sat up. Hearing this was a good idea, Wu Chanxiao said bluntly, one of her classmates wants to be a director, but she's had a bit of a setback recently. She wants to bring someone to see the real workday, and give the girl some confidence. Maybe she bring 2 boys, but those boys are interested in photography. The little girl. Su Hanhai muttered, then suddenly laughed. Okay. Wu Chanxiao didn't quite catch it. What? Let her come, Su Hanhai said, relaxing back into the rattan chair. Remember to prepare a confidentiality agreement for any outside visitors. No problem. Wu Chanxiao agreed immediately. He turned to leave when Su Hanhai called back, Old Wu, why did you think of helping your student? Wu Chanxiao scratched his hair. Do you still remember Xiao Xiao? Xiao Shishir? Su Hanhai remembered more quickly this time. Yes, she interned in our group right after graduation, and we went to the same alma mater. Wu Chanxiu's expression flashed with nostalgia. She's very talented, Su Hanhai said slowly. Yes, that's why I've been wondering why she hasn't achieved anything for so long. Wu Chanxiao gritted his teeth. So the credit's been stolen. Su Hanhai didn't say anything. Wu Chanxiao paused for a moment before saying, there was such a big fuss in the industry a while ago. After it calmed down, I contacted her out of concern. Only then did I realize how much she endured. Thankfully, things are looking up now, Su Hanhai consoled him. Yes, Wu Chanxiao also smiled. She told me it was all thanks to the help of Mr. Xia from Ween Entertainment. She also specifically mentioned that Mr. Xia prioritized his juniors over his juniors. I thought, isn't Gu Qingwan also a Mingda student? If I sell her well, maybe she'd be useful in the future? During that big shakeup in the industry, with Xia He's involvement, the Xia family's backing of Ween Entertainment naturally became undisclosed. However, Xia He had originally kept this a secret, primarily because when he founded Ween Entertainment, he wasn't yet considering survival. If it were exposed early, Bai Han's Han would be left alone after he was gone, so he simply kept it a secret. Now it's different. He's still alive and well, so he took that opportunity to reveal Ween Entertainment's background. Su Hanhai shook his head. Old Wu, you really learned to be scheming. Hey, what are you saying? Wu Chanxiao scowled. It's just something that comes easily. Su Hanhai stopped talking and even put on his sunglasses. Wu Chanxiao returned to his seat, continuing to eat his lunch while texting Gu Qingwan. I agreed with Director Su. You can come anytime Saturday morning. Location. Gu Qingwan raised her arms and waved twice. She hadn't expected Director Wu and Director Su to be so easy to talk to. She thought for a moment and decided to message Macho and Kashyyyk after she got home that evening, otherwise, they'd be too excited to focus all afternoon. After 2 main classes in the afternoon, Gu Qingwan returned to class and told Shi Guangwei about lunch. She also asked him if he wanted to join the production team on Saturday. Shi Guangwei marveled, Class leader, your connections are getting outrageous. You should go to Suxinghe to brush up on your Chinese, Gu Qingwan said. What do you mean by outrageous? Shi Guangwei quickly changed the subject. Of course I'm going. If the students are going, how can I, as a teacher, not go? Do variety shows help directors and photographers? Gu Qingwan asked. Of course they do. It's also good to understand the industry landscape beforehand, Shi Guangwei said, a look of remorse on her face. No matter what a hobby is, once it becomes a career, it's truly painful. Producing a photo is a pure torture, exposed to the elements, sun and rain, drowning in water and burying oneself in the earth. Those moments where a serendipitous moment becomes a classic rarely happen in real life. Most photographers wait, and it just over and over again, just for that one moment to click the shutter. Shi Guangwei has been through it all, so when coaching Kashyyyk, she also tries to cultivate his mindset, preventing him from being hurt by missed opportunities. But Kashyyyk is quite patient in this regard. As he himself said, he doesn't regret missed opportunities, and looks forward to the next one. Do you also have moments of intense pain? Gu Qingwan asked. Shi Guangwei nodded emphatically, but didn't complain to Gu Qingwan. Instead, he smiled and said, it's just that, no matter how painful it is, I don't want to let go of my camera. Although he wasn't carrying his own camera at the moment, his hands involuntarily moved to support it. Shi Guangwei raised his hand and pretended to press the shutter button towards Gu Qingwan. My hands were definitely made to hold a camera. Gu Qingwan wondered, then, for Shi Guangwei, was the most despairing future related to never being able to hold a camera again? It didn't matter. There was no need to think about that future. She could create a different destiny for him. Gu Qingwan smiled at Shi Guangwei. Then let's make an appointment. We go to the production team together on Saturday. Shi Guangwei nodded readily. No problem. I tell my family. Gu Qingwan returned to his seat and checked. Su Hanhai's latest variety show was a rural variety show featuring popular celebrities. Because it wasn't a slow-paced reality show, focusing primarily on celebrities challenging rural life. Filming didn't involve traveling too far. Luckily, if it were too far, her family would have worried even if she was just out with friends. Gu Qinghwan nodded in satisfaction, and then thought about what kind of greeting gift to prepare. Chapter 473. Spring is here, flowers are blooming, grass is growing, and birds are chirping. The scene outside the car window is vibrant. However, the smell of cow dung that wafted in after getting off the car was a little strange for the group. Kaushik pinched his nose, his voice a buzzing sound. How long does it take to get to the filming location? Gu Qinghwan looked at the map app, turned half a circle, found the right direction, and pointed forward. About 20 minutes. Shi Guanghui glanced at the muddy country road, thankful she was wearing old shoes. Mo Cho, however, was in high spirits, strapping on her backpack. Let's go! Mo Cho was so excited last night when she learned that Gu Qinghwan had actually helped her arrange an appointment with the director of the variety show. While her family had some money, they had no connections in this area, and so she relied entirely on the connections she had made in the club. Even though she knew Su Hanhai and Wu Chanxiao were the director and assistant director of Walking with a Light, Mo Cho still admired Gu Qinghwan's connections with them. After all, Gu Qinghwan was only a high school student, and his family didn't have much background. Under such circumstances, it was quite remarkable that he had received the approval of a director who had previously collaborated with the government. The four of them were walking down a small road when, a few minutes later, they heard the sound of a three-wheeled motorcycle behind them. Gu Qinghwan looked back and saw that the three-wheeled motorcycle was actually driving a bit crookedly. The driver was also shouting, "Make way! Make way! Be careful not to get hit!" The four of them quickly dodged to the side. Their driving skills looked terrible, and for their own sake, they decided to stay away. The three-wheeled motorcycle drove right up to them. The driver glanced at them and slammed on the brakes. "Hey you, what's your name?" Gu Qinghwan spotted the cameraman in the back seat of the three-wheeled motorcycle. He was clearly an artist participating in the program. Seeing the children didn't react, he got out and ran up to Gu Qinghwan. "I'm talking to you, you? Senior Wing has praised you so many times." Gu Qinghwan pointed at herself. "My name is Gu Qinghwan." "Oh yes, that's it." The boy clapped his hands. The cameraman suddenly remembered, paused filming, and asked, "Are you the students visiting today?" "Yes. Has Director Wu already informed them?" Gu Qinghwan was a little surprised. She had assumed Director Wu had only informed the security guards, but she hadn't expected the cameraman filming the artists to know, too. The cameraman nodded. "Sorry, we're still filming, so we might have to leave first." "Why leave?" the boy said unhappily. "Since we're here for a visit, let's go back to the village." The cameraman had no choice. The three-wheeled motorcycle couldn't hold so many people. At the boy's urging, the cameraman drove the three-wheeled motorcycle back. The boy stayed behind, walking back to the village with Gu Qinghwan and the others. Her name was Wenyai. After introducing herself, she giggled and asked, "Doesn't that name really suit me?" Macho said directly, "My name is Macho." She pointed at Kushika. "His name is Kushika." Wenyai was stunned. "Corgi?" Shi Guanghui's expression suddenly changed, as if he had met a compatriot. He had said he wasn't the only one who had misheard. This time, Kushika finally heard what Wenyai said, and then he remembered Shi Guanghui's words and looked at his teacher with sadness. "Koshik, so teacher, you didn't remember my name at that time?" Shi Guanghui, guilty, afraid to speak. Mo Cho ignored the teacher-student pair, merely correcting Wenyai meticulously until she memorized Koshik's name. Wenyai is currently in her third year of junior high school. Although she faces the high school entrance exam in 2 months, she continues to participate in activities as an artist. "My private junior high school offers direct admission, and my grades are good enough. I already negotiated with the school. I just need to take the direct admission exam when the time comes," Wenyai said. "I prefer being an artist to school. I also enjoy this show, and it's earned me a lot of fans." Gu Qinghwan interjected, "Are you and Lu Yi from the same entertainment company?" "Yes. My biggest admirer is Wing Senpai." Wenyai nodded frantically, then patted Gu Qinghwan's shoulder with a familiar pat. "Senior Wing thinks highly of you, so I like you too. Let's add each other as friends." Shi Guanghui, our squad leader's network is still growing. When the group arrived at the village gate, Wu Chanxiao had already received the news from the cameraman and was waiting there. Wu Chanxiao first sent Wenyai away, urging her to continue filming the program, before finally meeting Gu Qinghwan and the others. "Hello, Director Wu. Thank you for troubling me today." Gu Qinghwan greeted politely. "No problem. Come with me to sign the confidentiality agreement." Wu Chanxiao led Gu Qinghwan, and the others to the courtyard rented by the production team. Although it was a standard confidentiality agreement, Wu Chanxiao explained it in detail to ensure everyone understood the extent of the confidentiality required. Thankfully, everyone understood it well, so the process didn't take long. After signing the confidentiality agreement, the four of them dispersed. Mo Cho followed Wu Chanxiao to observe the assistant director's daily work schedule. Kushika and Shi Guanghui temporarily joined together to observe the program's taping. As for Gu Qinghuan, after inquiring about director Su Hanhai's location, they went to find her. The artists were also dispersing, each accompanied by their own PDs and cameramen. As the head director, Su Hanhai didn't need to monitor the set. She was in the courtyard, discussing the online response to the program with someone. Seeing Gu Qinghuan, Su Hanhai briefly concluded the conversation, motioned for the staff to leave, and then smiled at her. "Xiao Gu, are you here?" "Hello, Director Su. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to visit." Gu Qinghuan remained polite. As she spoke, she untied her backpack and pulled out the gift. Su Hanhai had been prepared to refuse, but when he saw what Gu Qinghuan had pulled out, he was speechless. Gu Qinghuan took the opportunity to press the gift into Su Hanhai's hands. "Director Su, you won't refuse this, right?" Su Hanhai held up the electric mosquito repellent and insect spray, feeling both amused and embarrassed. "This is the first time I received a gift like this. This is a brand my family has used for years. It's mild and harmless, so there's no need to worry about pregnant women or children. It's incredibly effective at repelling mosquitoes and insects." Gu Qinghuan was very satisfied. The weather has been getting quite warm lately, and the production crew is filming in the village, so there are bound to be bugs. Regardless of whether the production crew has taken appropriate measures, it's always a good idea to have a few of these ready. More importantly, this gift is inexpensive and shows the thoughtfulness, so it's unlikely Su Hanhai will refuse it. Sure enough, Su Hanhai placed the gift on the table beside him. "Since you're so kind, I give it a try." After delivering the gift, Gu Qinghuan said goodbye to Su Hanhai and went to find Wu Chanxiao, giving him the electric mosquito repellent and insect spray. Wu Chanxiao was equally amused and confused. "Your gift is quite original." He then remembered something and asked, "Did Director Su send it?" "Yes." Gu Qinghuan nodded. "It's the same gift." Wu Chanxiao nodded slightly. After all, this had Su Hanhai's approval. It wouldn't have been appropriate to give it to him, the assistant director, without the director. However, if the gifts were different, or one was more valuable, it would easily cause conflict. The same gift, electric mosquito repellent and insect repellent spray, wouldn't be considered flattering or overly polite even if others knew about it. Wu Chanxiao shook his head. No wonder Li was so obsessed with it. At Gu Qinghuan's age, he was indeed a promising PR talent. Chapter 474. Everyone had their own things to do, leaving Gu Qinghuan, the leader, with a bit of free time. She didn't mind finding her own things to do. She took a picture of the vibrantly blooming rapeseed fields, squatted by the pond, watched others fishing for whitebait, picked a handful of milk vetch, and made a bracelet for a child playing with green willow branches in the water. She took a picture and posted it in the class group, which blew up quite a bit. "Jiang Chu-Chu, you never made a bracelet for me." "Qin Yu, ugh, so sour." "Yu Xian, the spring weather is beautiful." "Gu Qinghuan, this place feels pretty good. Let's come back here next time." "Jiang Chu-Chu, okay." Qin Yu wondered why he hadn't noticed Jiang Chu-Chu was so easy to please before. Some classmates, still wondering why Gu Qinghuan had ended up by the fields, asked curiously, and Gu Qinghuan provided some answers. "Song Yi, Shi Guanghui, you traitor. You didn't even tell me." Shi Guanghui finally checked his phone and replied to Song Yi's message. "Shi Guanghui, I'm here to get down to business, not to have fun. I'm here to teach students." As he spoke, he posted several photos, not knowing if it was intentional. "Shi Guanghui, teaching students is so hard. Look at this one. The focus isn't right. And this one, the composition is too crowded. And this one too. Fan Ziren, I can see Guanghui's been getting a little carried away with teaching students lately. Song Yi, let's mute him. Shi Guanghui, old Song, you learned bad things?" The group chat was abuzz with activity, and Su Xinghe, inspired by the scene, wrote several paragraphs of prose. Several people urged him to write more, so he know how to meet the word count next time. Gu Qinghuan put away her phone. Several children around her tugged at her sleeves. "Sister, sister, I want a bracelet too. I want a ring. Sister, can you braid one for your head?" Gu Qinghuan and the children had nearly plucked all the milk vetch around them. She felt a little guilty, But the children were delighted and even pulled candies from their pockets for her. Gu Qinghuan munched on a white rabbit candy as a child dragged her forward, saying she was taking her to pick wild strawberries. As they passed a yard, the child called out to Huang, summoning a large, shiny yellow dog. "To Huang, get the basket." The child pointed toward the yard. The dog ran back, carrying a small bamboo basket in its mouth, and followed them towards the mountain. Wild strawberries grew by the roadside, looking a bit gray and covered in a layer of soft hair. The little sister picked a few and placed them in Gu Qinghuan's hand, saying, "Eat them, sister." Gu Qinghuan checked to see if there were any bugs, then stuffed them into her mouth. They were 9/10 sweet, 1/10 sour, juicy, and quite delicious. The little sister also picked a lot of wild vegetables, saying to Gu Qinghuan, "This one's too old, this one's edible," to which Gu Qinghuan replied, "Hmm. The bamboo basket was filled with a multitude of red and green fruits, and the little sister led Gu Qinghuan back. On the way back, Gu Qinghuan felt the basket was a bit heavy, so she took it from the dog's mouth and carried it towards the village. The big yellow dog suddenly felt relieved. Along the way, he chased butterflies and dove into the grass, returning covered in grass seeds and hopping around the little sister. The little sister screamed, "Don't jump on me." When Gu Qinghuan followed the little sister back, she saw Shi Guangwei and Kushika standing on the shore, taking pictures of the small stone bridge over the river. "Eat some wild strawberries?" Gu Qinghuan leaned over the stone railing, looking down. "Just save a few for later," Shi Guangwei said casually. The little girl plucked a large leaf, wrapped the wild strawberries in it, and gave it to Gu Qinghuan, then called the big yellow dog along for the ride. Gu Qinghuan strolled around the village again, seeing the various artists participating in the filming. Finally, she returned to the courtyard and ran over to Wu Cha-xiao and Macho to check on them. The two had clearly been chatting for quite a while. Gu Qinghuan noticed that the teacups on the small table next to them were almost empty. She grabbed the kettle from under the table, filled both cups, and then sat down to play with her phone. Macho listened intently. Although Wu Cha-xiao was a variety show director, somewhat different from the film director she aspired to be, their work shared many similarities. Since he was dealing with high school students, Wu Cha-xiao's explanations were mostly basic, and he avoided delving into the dark side of the industry. Mocho had already been dealt a blow by Cornera, and even though Wu Cha-xiao had vaguely glossed over the point, she had vaguely sensed it. However, she wasn't disappointed. There were seniors like Cornera who completely ignored her opinions and suppressed her solely to assert their authority. There were also seniors like Wu Cha-xiao and Su Hanhai who wanted to give young people more opportunities and were willing to help them weave their dreams. Wu Changxiu's mouth was dry as he spoke. He picked up his teacup, tested the temperature, and found it was perfectly cool. He drank it in one gulp before continuing. "After Director Su finishes lunch, you can go talk to her again. She's always welcoming to newcomers, and she should be able to give you some more practical experience," Wu Cha-xiao said. Mocho nodded immediately. Honestly, she also wanted to meet Su Hanhai. For lunch, everyone in the production crew shared a boxed lunch. Gu Qinghuan, mindful of Shi Guangwei's words, spread wild strawberries on the table, sharing some with him and Kushika. Mocho grabbed her lunch and ran straight to Su Hanhai. Gu Qinghuan didn't have time to give her the wild strawberries. Su Hanhai wasn't surprised by Mocho's arrival, simply saying, "Eat first." Mocho sat obediently to the side, making no noise while eating so as not to disturb Su Hanhai. After a few minutes, Su Hanhai suddenly asked, "Is the boxed lunch not tasty?" Macho hadn't expected her to ask, so she quickly replied, "No, it's not bad. I think it's quite good." Su Hanhai chuckled, "Don't force yourself. 1 or 2 meals is fine. Can you imagine eating this kind of food all the time during filming?" Macho hesitated, then tentatively asked, "Can't we order takeout?" "When I'm busy, I don't have time to think about what I want to eat." Su Hanhai shook his head. "For those of us who work on variety shows, as long as the show keeps us going, we can get by. As a film director, if the funding stops, all your efforts could be wasted. Not to mention that good actors are hard to find these days, sponsors are scrambling to fill roles, and finding a good script is like searching for a needle in a haystack. If the stars aren't happy, changes are made, and if there's a source material, fans will criticize you. Have you considered these issues, which are obvious to anyone outside the industry?" Su Hanhai's question silenced Macho. She didn't press for an answer, but gently asked, "Why do you want to be a director?" "I want to tell my own story for everyone to see," Macho said, regaining her composure. "Then why not become a screenwriter, or perhaps a novelist, or a cartoonist?" Su Hanhai asked. Macho pondered this for a while, because movies are more three-dimensional and involve more people. She wanted to build her own world, just like building an amusement park. Having facilities alone isn't enough, it requires a variety of staff to maintain it, and even more importantly, visitors to bring it to life. It's very difficult to want others to participate, while still maintaining your own unique characteristics, Su Hanhai said. Macho nodded solemnly. Wu Changshao had just told her a lot about the difficulties of coordinating personnel. Su Hanhai studied her expression and changed the subject. I heard you were discouraged by someone senior in the industry, and your confidence was shattered? Macho smiled sheepishly. A little. But after watching the show today, I'm motivated again. She really still wanted to get involved, to build her own amusement park. Su Hanhai held up a finger. Let me teach you a trick I used before. Macho was overjoyed and quickly pricked up her ears. Imagine yourself as the ultimate victor, Su Hanhai chuckled. Imagine yourself achieving success. Imagine yourself standing before the person who hurt you, looking down on her, and giving her a resounding slap in the face with your own strength. We don't need comfort, regret, or remorse. Strive, fight, fight and strive. Only victory can satisfy the hunger of the soul. Chapter 475. Imocho returned dazed to where Gu Qinghuan and the others had lunch. The other three had already finished and were clearing the table. Seeing Imocho's state, Koshik asked with some concern, "Are you okay? I heard that director Su Hanhai has a rather aloof personality. Could Imocho have suffered a setback with her?" Imocho shook her head sharply, pulled herself together, and said with shining eyes, "I'm fine." She grasped Gu Qinghuan's hands and shook them up and down. "Thank you so much. Thank you for arranging this visit for me." From today on, she decided to follow Director Su's words and strive to strike back at Cornera with her strength. Being looked down upon by her seniors was normal, but if she looked down upon herself, she would be truly doomed. She wanted to win, and win big. The thought was exciting. Gu Qinghuan felt a little overwhelmed by Imocho's enthusiasm, but judging by her relaxed demeanor, she must have adjusted her mindset. That's all. That's why she come to Director Su and Wu for help, to use reliable adults to deal with unreliable adults. Besides, Macho was naturally positive and cheerful, easily motivated. While she knew how to offer these encouraging words, she and Macho were of the same age, and without the experience of an older person, even if she spoke them, it would be like castles in the air, and Macho might not listen. That's all right now. Director Su and Wu did a great job. Macho, with renewed motivation, turned and stared at Koshik again. Okay, my problem is solved. Now it's up to you. She placed one hand on her hip, the other practically pointing at Koshik's nose, her tone filled with disappointment. Don't let me down again this time. Koshik winced. Well, I know what to do. Then tell me. Macho slammed her palm on the table. Koshik did have a rough plan, such as what photography-related activities he could do during club activities. But he wasn't familiar with the film club's activities yet, and needed to familiarize himself with them before making a detailed plan. However now, speaking to Macho, he stumbled. Macho immediately raised her eyebrows. You can't do that. Let me tell you, the film club's current weekly schedule is... She spoke non-stop, forcing Koshik to take notes, and then make a plan based on the situation. Gu Qinghuan retreated to a corner, whispering to Shi Guanghui, such a strong sense of action. Why do I feel like she and the Discipline Inspection Commission have a lot in common? Shi Guanghui rubbed his arms. Very likely. Gu Qinghuan nodded gravely. Before Shi Guanghui could say anything else, Macho called out, Aren't you Koshik's teacher? Come over here and tell him. What can I do? I'm coming. Shi Guanghui quickly agreed and returned to the table. Gu Qinghuan saw she had nothing else to do, and figured she should take everyone away once the discussion was over. Today's goal had been achieved. Staying here would inevitably disrupt the filming, so it would be best to leave early. More importantly, while a taxi was available on the way here, it would be difficult to get one back. She would have to walk to the nearby bus stop and then transfer. This would take longer, and missing the bus would be a hassle. Since she had brought everyone out, she was responsible for their safety and couldn't worry the parents, let alone Koshik's. However, according to Koshik, Conera and Kodirian were quite pleased to learn that he was coming to the production team to learn from the director. Koshik also said that Conera was quite impressed to learn that Gu Qinghuan had the ability to arrange a meeting with the production team. Gu Qinghuan, let's forget Conera's admiration. When the production team was about to finish their lunch break and start the afternoon filming, Gu Qinghuan and Macho went to say goodbye to Su Hanhai. Shi Guanghui and Koshik didn't go, they hadn't met Su Hanhai anyway. Su Hanhai waved at the two of them. Now that the problem is solved, go back and do your own things. Yes. Macho answered resoundingly, I will definitely move towards my goal. To achieve ultimate victory. Su Hanhai's lips curled into a smile, and Gu Qinghuan politely said, Sorry to bother you, Director Su today. When I get back, I post it on WeChat Moments and invite all my friends to watch it. That help boost your viewership. Su Hanhai didn't take Gu Qinghuan's words to heart, but she actually liked them. Gu Qinghuan and Macho left Su Hanhai's place and went to find Wu Chaoxiao. Wu Chaoxiao said with a hint of regret, Can't you stay a little longer? We can see the set this afternoon. Honestly, Macho was a little tempted, but she quickly said firmly, My foundation is still very weak. Compared to what I learned earlier from on-set exposure, what you told me today, Director Wu, will take me a long time to digest. She was still a high school student, and at this stage, her studies should be her priority. Master the theoretical knowledge first, then apply it in practice in the future. Too much knowledge can't be digested, no matter. She still has plenty of time to move towards her dream, one step at a time. Wu Chaoxiao nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, keep working hard. I look forward to seeing you on a film set someday. Of course. Macho replied with high spirits. They said goodbye to Wu Chaoxiao, dragged along the two boys who were still taking pictures, and headed for the bus stop. Halfway through, Gu Qinghuan received a message. Wen Yai, why are you leaving? I haven't had a good chat with you yet. Gu Qinghuan, I'm mainly here to help others learn. Of course, I have to leave after I'm done. I can't keep interrupting your filming. Gu Qinghuan, I added you on WeChat. We can chat anytime. Wen Yai, okay, then I go film well too. After the show's over, I come visit you. Gu Qinghuan sent an okay emoji back, and Wen Yai stopped replying. She didn't know if her phone had been confiscated. The bus arrived a little late, and by the time the four of us boarded, we were already feeling a bit languid from the sun. Furthermore, with the excitement over, fatigue set in. Everyone leaned back in their seats, squinting their eyes for a nap. Gu Qinghuan wasn't particularly sleepy. She opened the window, letting in a cool breeze that blew her hair everywhere. But she felt quite refreshed. Although Macho wasn't the target of her mission, she was happy to be able to help solve her psychological problems. More importantly, after Macho returned from Su Hanhai's visit, the system sent her a notification. System: Shi Guangwei's mission progress has reached 75%. Mission completed. Gu Qinghuan stretched and closed her eyes comfortably. A beautiful spring, like this is perfect for hopes and dreams to sprout. Chapter 476. Photographing Koshik that day was purely a fluke of fate. After entering high school, Shi Guangwei had trouble adjusting to campus life. In junior high, his photography prowess often led classmates to take his picture during various activities. Even though it was his hobby and his future career, Shi Guangwei still felt uncomfortable being bossed around like that. So before enrolling, he considered hiding his photography skills if the class atmosphere wasn't good. He guessed it right. Class 3 encountered numerous problems. The class atmosphere wasn't exactly bad, but at least the overall atmosphere was quite cold. The few small groups were considered good, but many kept to themselves. He wasn't particularly comfortable in Mingda's photography club. Although there were many like-minded people, Shi Guangwei's skills stood out from the crowd, and he was almost always present at any event or exhibition. Over time, it was inevitable that some members would have grudges against him, feeling that Shi Guangwei was getting all the credit. And even though the basic theories were shared, when it came to aesthetic style, everyone had their own opinions. During the first semester of his sophomore year, there was a provincial competition for selected works from within the school. The president hesitated for a long time between Shi Guangwei's work and another member's, ultimately choosing Shi Guangwei. The rejected member was very unhappy, especially when the results came out. Shi Guangwei's work won second prize. The first prize winner was stylistically very similar to that member's. Shi Guangwei overheard that member saying behind his back that he was trying to curry favor with the president, saying that if his work had been his, it would have won first prize. After that day, Shi Guangwei pondered for a while, and ultimately decided to quit the photography club at the end of the first semester of his sophomore year. Away from the club strife, Shi Guangwei felt a sense of relief, though a touch of regret remained. During winter break, he hadn't been able to adjust his mindset. Although he tried his best to ignore the club members' words, he couldn't help but feel a sense of uncertainty about the future. He grabbed his camera, hoping to capture some spring scenery on campus to ease his nerves. It was during that moment that he stumbled upon a photo of Koshi crying under a tree. Even after a long time, that scene will remain etched in Shi Guangwei's mind, as beautiful as a painting. That day, Kaushik was once again reprimanded by his mother Kanera. He hadn't yet defined his hobbies, and he felt uncertain about his future. Unwilling to be controlled and manipulated by his mother, yet still uncertain about his future, he ultimately chose to hide under a tree and cry, finding relief. That's how the two met and became friends, offering each other comfort. Sure, Guangwei thought Kaushik was such a fool. Why did he care so much about his mother's words? If he didn't want to do what his mother said, then don't do it. It's better to pursue what he loves. But I don't know what I like, Kaushik said. Actually, I don't really hate movies that much. I actually like some scenes. Sure, Guangwei tried to introduce him to photography, even bringing her own old camera from home and teaching Kaushik step by step how to shoot. When Kaushik first received the camera, he was very nervous, saying he couldn't handle such a valuable item. Sure, Guangwei rolled her eyes at him. I'm not giving it to you. I'm just borrowing it. I'm letting you try it out. You can save up and buy your own one later. At the time, Kaushik hesitated to speak, finally smiling and carefully hiding his camera. It would have been too conspicuous in the classroom, so Kaushik thought about it and finally hid it in the club's locker. Thanks to this, he went to the club more often, occasionally sitting down to listen. The film club members had been avoiding him somewhat because of Konara's criticism of Macho. Even though Kaushik's visits to the club increased, no one approached him. It wasn't that no one was curious about the bag he carried around so often, but no one wanted to get involved. With his increased participation in club activities, Konara's attitude toward Kaushik had also relaxed. During this rare short holiday, Konara had to go on a business trip, and Kodirian hadn't returned from abroad yet. Kaushik hesitated for a long time before secretly taking the camera home. He spent the whole night excitedly thinking about it, planning to go to the park to take photos the next day, and even asked Sher Guangwei to join him. But the next day, as he was excitedly preparing to leave, camera in hand, Konara returned due to a sudden change of plans. He and Konara bumped into each other at his doorstep. Konara noticed the camera bag hanging around his neck and asked him what he was going to do. For the first time, Kaushik chose to lie to his mother, saying that the club was making a film and he had borrowed his camera to film. But Konara wasn't so easily deceived and called the club's president to confirm. The lie was exposed, or rather, Konara had already discovered it even as Kaushik was clumsily telling it. After the short holiday, Sher Guangwei was anxious because she had been stood up and couldn't contact Kaushik. He went to Kaushik's class at noon, but was too late. His classmates said Kaushik had gone to a club. Sher Guangwei ran back to the film club. Just as he reached the door, he heard Konara's cold voice from inside. I thought you finally grown up, but you actually resort to trickery and even lie to your mother? Tell me, who gave you that camera? No, I told you, I bought it myself. Kaushik's voice was low. The club president tried to persuade him. Ms. Ko, photography actually has a lot of theory, and it's closely related to film. It's not a bad thing. But Konara ignored him and stared at Kaushik. Are you going to keep lying? Kaushik's eyes were impassive. He stared at the camera in Konara's hand, then lowered his head, slamming his knees hard on the tile floor. The club members murmured among themselves. Mom, I promise I never do this again. Please forgive me. Give me back my camera, please. It's important. I returned it to its owner and never touch photography again. Konara's face paled. Do you think you can pull the same trick a second time? In the crowd, Macho suddenly looked up. But Konara had already raised her camera. She was standing by the window. With a wave of her hand, Kaushik watched helplessly as the camera traced a parabola in midair. The next second, amid everyone's exclamations, Kaushik scrambled to his feet and lunged for the window. Kaushik! Sher Guangwei's mind went blank as he flung the door open and ran over. At the same moment, a figure lunged forward, tightly clasping Kaushik's legs, who was already halfway out. Macho's feet pressed against the wall, her fingers gripping her trouser legs with such force that her knuckles turned white, her face flushed red. Help! Help! Sher Guangwei rushed over, joining Macho in dragging him along. The others, recovering their senses, rushed to help. When a group of people frantically dragged Kaushik back, his eyes still shone with helplessness. Sher Guangwei, your camera. Are you crazy? Sher Guangwei raised her fist, wanting to hit him, but unable to, so she clutched Kaushik's shoulders tightly. Are you trying to kill yourself? Kaushik seemed to have just woken up from a dream, tears streaming down his face as he came to his senses. He murmured, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Macho finally caught her breath. She staggered to her feet, walked over to the still-dazed Konara, and slapped her. I wanted to slap you last time, Macho said, shaking her hand. Having a mother like you, Koshik is truly unlucky. It was her first time slapping someone, and she wasn't very skilled, so half of her slap missed, but Kanara's face still burned. She shouted in rage, "How dare you? Why wouldn't I?" Macho interrupted her, "Go ahead and sue me if you dare. I saved your son. If you dare to make trouble, I post your story online, and let everyone see how sick your parenting methods are." Finally, Kanara stubbornly said, "Wait for me," and ran off. Macho returned to Koshik and Shirguangwei and sat down again, legs weak. Shirguangwei's fingers were still trembling. He couldn't imagine what would have happened if Koshik had really fallen. Macho said, "Koshik, stop worrying about your mother and live for yourself." She looked at Shirguangwei again. "And you? It looks like that camera was yours? Is Koshik learning photography from you? Don't feel guilty, and don't think that if you hadn't brought him along, this wouldn't have happened. Get rid of that thought. Just do your best, and don't let your brains fool you into doing something stupid." Macho gritted her teeth. Koshik's whole body trembled, and he burst into tears. Shirguangwei also clutched his hand tightly, and nodded tremblingly at Macho. A brush with death, such a thrilling experience, one time was enough. Perhaps, he would still be haunted by this from time to time, but if he didn't make a change, he would only repeat the same mistake. Shirguangwei pulled Koshik to his feet, thanked Macho, and pressed his shoulders firmly. "Koshik, listen carefully. You must become stronger and break free from your mother," Shirguangwei said hoarsely. Koshik wiped his tears, and nodded with a choked sob. Shirguangwei didn't know what would happen next, nor did he know if this would count as meddling. But since he had led Koshik on the path of photography, he couldn't ignore him. There would surely be many troubles in the future, Shirguangwei thought. But fortunately, Koshik was still alive. The arrogant Kanara could be driven away by a slap from Macho. She wasn't so invincible. No matter how many difficulties the future holds, he and Koshik will always find a way to resolve them. The camera has been shattered downstairs, but their future has ushered in a new beginning. Hello, Shirguangwei. Your story will continue. Chapter 477. Gu Qinghuan was actually a little curious about what Shirguangwei and Kushika had experienced in their most hopeless fate. But after holding Xiaoxi for a long time, she finally gave up on asking the system. Since she had already escaped such a tragic fate, there was no need to inquire further. She couldn't possibly tell anyone else, so why bother herself with this? Gu Qinghuan lifted Xiaoxi up. "Xiaoxi, you want to live comfortably every day, right?" Xiaoxi yawned lazily, happy as long as he had freeze-dried food every day. Yawning uncomfortably, Xiaoxi broke free from Gu Qinghuan's hands, hopped lightly to the ground, and ran to the study to ask for freeze-dried food from Gu Haiyan, who was working. Gu Qinghuan was accustomed to Xiaoxi's temper. She glanced at the clock in the living room. It was exactly 10:30, so she went to ask Gu Haiyan. "Mom, I make curry for lunch," Gu Qinghuan asked, prying at the door. "Curry? That's a great way to use up all the vegetables in the fridge. Go ahead and make it." Gu Haiyan briefly raised her head and went back to her work. Gu Qinghuan responded and ran to the fridge to pick and choose. Half an onion, a small head of broccoli, 2 small potatoes, half a carrot. Usually, these odds and ends would be diced by Wang Jian and used as a side dish for fried rice. But curry wouldn't be much different, right? Thinking this, Gu Qinghuan pulled out another bag of diced chicken thighs and thawed them in the microwave, then cut all the vegetables into small pieces. Soak the thawed diced chicken thighs in water to make sure there's no blood left, then squeeze them dry and set aside. Heat oil in a pan, enough to cover the bottom. Add the onion pieces, stir-fry briefly, and then add the diced chicken thighs. The seasoning was simple: 2 tablespoons of soy sauce, a squeeze of tomato paste, then toss in the potatoes and carrots, stir-fry briefly, and add a bowl of water. Although she used Thai curry cubes, which are best with milk, she already finished drinking them. Gu Qinghuan poured the water without any pressure, threw in the curry cubes, and simmered them. At most, she opened the lid occasionally to stir and make sure the bottom wasn't burnt. As for the broccoli, Gu Qinghuan preferred it crispier, so she added it when it was almost done and simply simmered it. Curry is indeed the most convenient. She nodded with satisfaction and went to heat up last night's leftovers. When Wang Jian returned, he immediately smelled the aroma of curry. "Oh, Chef Gu is in charge today," Wang Jian quipped. "That's right, let's have curry," Gu Qinghuan said, crossing her arms, a master chef in all her glory. "It's just time to clear out the fridge, so we can go grocery shopping this afternoon." Wang Jian agreed immediately and went to Xiaoxi again. "Xiaoxi, Why didn't you come to greet me when Dad got home? Xiao Si sprawled on Gu Haiyan's lap. I didn't hear you, I couldn't hear you. The three of them were quite satisfied with the curry at lunch. The diced chicken thighs were of good quality, and uniform in size, much easier than Gu Qinghuan's laborious deboning and dicing of the drumsticks last time. Gu Haiyan was thinking about buying a few more online next time to make dishes like Kung Pao chicken. After Gu Qinghuan had finished her meal, she posted a photo of the curry to the class group chat. Song Yi, sister, I had curry for lunch. Oh Yang Wushuang. Curry pork chop rice.jpg Tao Xinxing. Curry shrimp.jpg Lin Julu. Curry fish balls.jpg Qinyu. Are you guys having a curry party here? Lin Julu, that's perfect. You're all eating curry dishes too. Yao Shaili, what a coincidence. Tao Xinxing, that's called tacit understanding. Song Yi, damn it. I'm going to eat there tonight. Gu Qinghuan patted her chest. She knew that after she posted the photo, others would also post photos of their lunch. Luckily she was already full. Xian, I haven't eaten yet. I'm hungry. Jiang Chuchu, same as above. Very hungry. Qinyu, what were you two doing? Xian, I went out with Jinxin to network and watch a group of people play golf. Xian, I almost understand. I go practice when I get a chance. Jiang Chuchu, then come to my golf course. We have all the golf equipment. Jiang Chuchu, I'm inspecting a company with my dad. We can go eat after this one. Fan Ziren, who would believe this is a group of high school sophomores? Bao Song, I don't believe it. Ming Xiaolan, I don't believe it either. Yao Shaili, if you don't believe it, I don't believe it either. Seeing the group chat start to repetitively talk, Gu Qinghuan left the group chat and went back to her Moments. She had promised Su Hanhai yesterday to promote her rural variety show on Moments, and she kept her word. A few seconds after posting it, the first like came in. Gu Qinghuan rubbed his chin. Liang Zhuo's finger speed was truly remarkable. Soon, the number in the red dot began to increase rapidly. Gu Qinghuan, quick-witted, switched WeChat to a non-bumped notification and went back to read a novel. Unlike Gu Qinghuan's composure, Wen Yai, upon seeing Gu Qinghuan's WeChat Moments post, quickly took a screenshot and sent it to Su Hanhai. Wen Yai, Director Su, Gu Qinghuan helped us promote. Su Hanhai looked aloof. The guests on this episode were all somewhat in awe of her, preferring instead to meet with Wu Cha Xiao. But Wen Yai was incredibly bold, not in the least afraid of Su Hanhai. She sent the message right away. Su Hanhai replied with a simple hm. Wen Yai smacked her lips. She heard Li say that, despite Gu Qinghuan's sophomore status, her WeChat Moments were filled with hidden talents. With her publicity, maybe it could even have a positive impact on the show. Thinking of it, she should have performed even better during filming, perhaps even landed an endorsement deal. When Yai suddenly perked up. She had rarely taken the initiative to contact her agent, asking if there was any way to quickly improve her performance. Agent, why has the little ancestor suddenly become so sensible? Forget it, as long as she's willing to work hard, that's fine. After Su Hanhai finished replying to Wen Yai's message and was about to take a break, his phone rang. You said you found a guest star? Su Hanhai's expression was a little subtle. Yes, it's Ji Yunling, who became so popular a while ago, the person on the other end said. Another sponsor? Yes, it's a company called Yucheng Trading. They've been growing rapidly in the past 2 years. Has the Stuck Agricultural Assistance Program also been approved? Someone higher up asked about it, and the who blocked ours can no longer hide it. The other person gloated, he's still getting scolded in the boss office right now. He deserves it. Even within the same station, factional struggles are rampant. Su Hanhai had actually prepared for a postponement, but it was a shame for the villagers' produce. In terms of quality, it's fresh and ready to go, so it should sell better. Now that the issue has been resolved, she can confidently move forward with the agricultural assistance livestream. Su Hanhai contacted the village party secretary, who immediately said he would bring someone over to discuss the details. She hung up the phone, contemplating her string of good fortune, and sent a message to Wu Cha Xiao. Su Hanhai, do you have Gu Qinghuan's WeChat? Wu Cha Xiao, yes, do you need her for something? Su Hanhai, push me. Wu Cha Xiao, okay. Wu Cha Xiao quickly pushed Gu Qinghuan's business card over. Su Hanhai sent a friend request while pondering. When coincidences happen too often, they become inevitable. After much thought, she concluded that the only possible source of this good fortune was Gu Qinghuan's circle of friends. Although she was still a little skeptical, Adding a friend was a simple matter, wasn't it? Chapter 478. Su Hanhai's rural variety show unexpectedly became a hit, and so did newcomer Wen Yai. It all started when Wen Yai and Ji Yunling performed exceptionally well together during a live broadcast to help farmers. Netizens jokingly said they were more like mother and daughter than mother and daughter. Furious, Ji Tianxiao screamed in the class group chat, vowing that after his debut, he would repeatedly emphasize the fact that his mother was Ji Yunling whenever he appeared on a variety show. Su Xinghe said earnestly, "Aren't you afraid people will accuse you of riding on Aunt Ji's popularity? It will be public sooner or later, even if I don't make it public," Ji Tianxiao said with a pout. Fans these days have such sharp eyes. They definitely find out I appeared on Little Chef's Big Love and figure it out with a simple guess. In that case, I might as well make it public myself. As long as I'm a good second-generation celebrity, no one will criticize me. They just praise my mom for raising me well. The others applauded Ji Tianxiao, truly ambitious. Uxin rolled up her textbook and clapped her hands. Instead of discussing this, you should hurry up and review. The midterm exam is at the end of the month. The class suddenly felt a wave of despair, and everyone resigned themselves to studying. It was already the second semester of her sophomore year, and there were only a few more exams to come. Although some students planning to study abroad directly had lower academic expectations, the strong learning atmosphere in Class 3 made it difficult for everyone to simply relax, so they all took their homework and exams seriously. At these times, Uxin and a few students with strong individual subject scores were the most lively around the desks. Gu Qinghuan's grades were quite good, at least meeting her family's expectations for her college entrance exam performance at the end of her junior high school entrance exam. It could be said that all she needed to do was maintain her current grades and safely navigate her final year. Of course, Gu Qinghuan found the remaining 10 students' tasks more daunting. Based on the number of people, her progress was actually a bit slow, but considering the progress of the remaining 10, it wasn't that slow. Gu Qinghuan, it's hard to believe, everyone's progressed over 50%, yet I don't have the slightest sense of what's happened to anyone. The system searched the database, thought for a moment, and then said to Gu Qinghuan, according to the previous settlement method, some task milestones were actually passed unnoticed. For example, regarding Lian Fenghe, according to the system's records, during her freshman year, the Lian family had to pay for a customer's cancellation. Unable to find the customer, they had to sell the order at a low price, resulting in a significant loss. This was the beginning of the Lian family's downward spiral, and it was a series of missteps that followed. In reality, though the Lian family had lost orders, Mingda took over, and thanks to the publicity from the show, they garnered considerable attention, leading to a booming business. Furthermore, the Lian family didn't jack up their prices drastically just because Mingda took over. Their prices were actually very reasonable. Considering it was their child's school, the Lian family also took the initiative to handle transportation, matching, displaying, and decorating. Lian Fenghe's personality was similar. The positive atmosphere in Class 3 created a better learning and living environment for him, and he got along well with everyone. System. A positive environment can eliminate many hidden dangers. Gu Qinghuan agreed with this statement. She looked around. Although the class had been temporarily changed to a study session, everyone was diligently studying and preparing for the exam. Never mind, she shook her head. She decided to remain constant in the face of change. Just as Gu Qinghuan was about to think this, the school radio dealt her a heavy blow. Mingda's radio was used quite frequently. For example, the student union would call people over the radio. Gu Qinghuan had been called once before. "Hello everyone, I'm Yuan Changqing from Class 3, Grade 1. I'd like to take up a moment of your time during today's break." The male voice coming from the speaker sounded quite pleasant, but the next sentence drew the attention of everyone in Class 3 to Yao Shaili. "I'd like to take this opportunity to express my admiration and fondness for senior Yao Shaili from Class 2 to 3. Yao Shaili was stunned for a moment, then burst into a scream. "Ah!" She stood up suddenly and rushed towards Gu Qinghuan. "Class monitor. Can you contact the student union to turn off the power?" Gu Qinghuan caught Yao Shaili and used his free hand to call Sun Qinglian, "Minister Sun." "I know what you're going to say," said Sun Qinglian, clearly rushing to the radio station. His breathing suggested he was running. "We're handling it." Yao Shaili fidgeted, covering her ears in agony. However, the radio was too loud, and Yuan Changqing's poetry recitation continued to pierce her ears. He read about a dozen lines, and then, accompanied by a sharp electrical sound, the speakers finally died down. Su Xinghe was also in agony, in some ways even more so than Yao Shaili. "God damn it. Can I sue him on behalf of Miss Xu Ting? Who gave him the guts to change to the oak tree like this? It's not like changing a few metaphors makes it an adaptation. He was so angry, he immediately pulled out a pen and paper and began writing furiously, deciding to criticize Yuan Chengqing's masterpiece from every angle and post it on the forum. Yao Shaili's emotions calmed down a bit after his words, but her cheeks were still flushed. Gu Qinghwan waved at Bao Qingsong. Bao Qingsong, keep an eye on the school forum. Bao Qingsong waved his hand. He was already watching. If anyone dared to mock Yao Shaili, he would immediately change the subject. Who the hell is that Yuan Chengqing? Are you still confessing your feelings on the radio these days? Qin Yu asked, puzzled. He's a new member of our literature club. Yao Shaili gritted her teeth. We didn't interact much last semester, and he seemed pretty normal. Recently, we've been working in groups, and since he's in my group, we've been interacting more. According to Yao Shaili, this month's group activity for the literature club is for one member to recommend a short story each week, and everyone will read and discuss it. Last week, it was Yuan Chengqing's turn to recommend a short story, and he sent everyone a copy of his own. Although it was riddled with typos, grammatical errors, unclear expression, inconsistencies, and illogicality, Yao Shaili, figuring her enthusiasm wasn't a bad thing, pushed herself to the end and read it. Not only did she finish it, she also wrote numerous revisions, practically rewriting Yuan Chengqing's novel. The rest of her group was filled with admiration for her perseverance. Yuan Chengqing was deeply moved, thanking Yao Shaili for her help and promising to revise it according to her suggestions. Ming Xiaolan's expression was indescribable. Could this be why he's in love with you? Yao Shaili remained silent, while the others around her nodded inwardly. That must be the case. But Yao Shaili's attitude alone made it clear she had no interest in Yuan Chengqing. Yao Shaili was now much calmer. I'm going to talk to him during the club activity today. His behavior has been very disturbing to me. Remember to make him apologize to you, Ming Xiaolan suggested. And apologize to Xu Ting. Su Xinghe suddenly looked up, his eyes wide with anger. Yao Shaili nodded firmly. Okay. Chapter 479. Although Yuan Chengqing's confession sparked considerable discussion, Yao Shaili's reputation at Mingda was fortunately low. Even if others knew there was a senior named Yao Shaili in class 23, they couldn't quite connect the name with the person. Most people focused their attention on Yuan Chengqing, believing that such a phenomenon was truly rare these days. During lunch break, the Student Union Discipline Department's disciplinary action against Yuan Chengqing was publicly announced on the school forum. First, Yuan Chengqing, for using the radio station without permission and engaging in inappropriate behavior, disrupted the normal break time for all teachers and students. Furthermore, his actions negatively impacted school discipline. The student union reprimanded him and required him to publish a self-criticism of at least 1,000 words on the forum within 3 days, expressing deep reflection on his actions. Second, Yang Yin, a student from class 12, who had assisted Yuan Chengqing in obtaining the radio station key, was also criticized. According to information Gu Qinghwan received from Sun Qinglian, Yuan Chengqing took full responsibility, claiming that he had asked Yang Yin for help under the pretext of celebrating a teacher's birthday, which was why Yang Yin had helped. Based on this reasoning, the discipline department, after careful consideration, only issued a verbal reprimand to Yang Yin and passed it on to the homeroom teacher of class 1 to 2, asking her to pass it on to Yang Yin's parents. Gu Qinghwan scratched her cheek. Why don't I believe it? Sun Qinglian replied bluntly, I don't believe it either. If Yang Yin truly didn't know the truth, then after Yuan Chengqing opened his mouth, she should have realized that something was wrong and stopped him. You were the ones who actually stopped Yuan Chengqing, weren't you? Gu Qinghwan said. Sun Qinglian remained noncommittal. We didn't find Yang Yin at the scene. We found her while investigating the origins of Yuan Chengqing's key. It's too difficult to investigate. Furthermore, considering the possibility that she was deceived by Yuan Chengqing, and it was her first offense, she was given a lenient sentence. Since the announcement had already been posted on the forum, Gu Qinghwan couldn't say anything more, and simply secretly remembered Sun Qinglian's words. She and Yao Shaili had agreed to accompany her to the literature club's event today. Yao Shaili naturally welcomed the opportunity. With the class monitor by her side, she felt more confident. Yu Xian hadn't been able to get a first-hand taste of Koshik's gossip last time, but this time she definitely wouldn't miss out and decisively went with Gu Qinghwan. Jiang Chuchu, on the other hand, wasn't interested in the gossip. She disliked this exaggerated style of behavior and felt that Yuan Chengqing was just trying to attract attention. If they actually met, Jiang Chuchu felt she would go all out. But this was a problem Yao Shaili needed to address. It would be best to let her practice on her own. Gu Qinghwan and Yu Xian accompanied Yao Shaili to the literature club. Passing the film club next door, Gu Qinghwan spotted Macho and Kushika and waved. The literature club hadn't all arrived yet, but Yao Shaili's close friends had already arrived. Upon seeing Yao Shaili, her friend hurried over. "Shaili, are you okay?" Yao Shaili looked around to make sure Yuan Chongqing hadn't arrived yet, then whispered, "Not bad. Not many people recognize me." She introduced her friends. "These two are our class monitor, Gu Qinghwan, and the student council member, Yu Xian. They're here with me today. This is my good friend from the literature club, Yu Fuyao." "Hello." Yu Fuyao hurriedly greeted them. "Hey, the legendary class 3 monitor." "Hello." Gu Qinghwan and Yu Xian also greeted her. "By the way, we're not members of the literature club. Is it okay for us to join?" Yu Xian asked. "It's okay. The literature club welcomes students with similar interests to sit in." Yu Fuyao waved her hand. However, Gu Qinghwan and Yu Xian, two strangers, did stand out a bit here, so they found a corner to sit with Yao Shaili. Everyone was obviously aware of Yuan Chongqing's situation, and their eyes occasionally flicked towards Yao Shaili. But overall, more people sympathized with Yao Shaili. The literature club members were quite sensitive, easily empathizing with her. The thought of them being used on the school radio station to make a school-wide confession, reciting a haphazardly adapted version of To the Oak Tree, nearly made them faint. Not long after Yao Shaili sat down, several club members she interacted with came over to reassure her not to overthink things, telling her it was Yuan Chongqing's fault. Gu Qinghwan watched another member leave. "Your club is quite friendly. So what's with this anomaly, Yuan Chongqing?" Yu Xian hit the nail on the head. Yu Fuyao muttered quietly, "That freshman is already quite outrageous. Just thinking about the novel he recommended last week gives me a headache." Yu Fuyao and Yao Shaili were in the same group, so naturally, they had read Yuan Chongqing's novels. Seeing Gu Qinghwan's interest, she retrieved the pages from the club's cabinet and handed them to him. The layout was a bit crowded on ordinary A4 paper, and the font size was relatively small. There were 4 pages in total. Gu Qinghwan estimated it to be around 2,000 words, which, judging by its length, would only qualify as a short story. The short stories she read generally ranged from 8,000 to 12,000, so these 2,000 words seemed quick. But after reading it, she regretted it. Gu Qinghwan looked at Yao Shaili. "You actually changed this?" Yao Shaili nodded with a sad expression. "If I had known something like this would happen, I wouldn't have changed it." The short story tells the story of a middle-aged man, frustrated in his career, who is hit by a car and reborn as a kindergartner. Thus, leveraging his rebirth, he skips grades, buys stocks, speculates in real estate, mines cryptocurrencies, does live streaming, and becomes a child star. He then rises to fame and fortune, becoming a sought-after genius. Yu Xian also finished reading it, and her only thought, to be able to condense so many things into under 2,000 words is a true talent. Gu Qinghwan stuffed the paper back into the cabinet. "I'm a little curious about how you corrected his work, Sally." Yao Sally was about to respond, but then stopped herself and looked toward the door. Gu Qinghwan and Yu Xian also noticed something, and turned to see a fair-skinned boy wearing black-framed glasses. The boy stood at the door, adjusted his glasses, and glanced around, landing on Yao Sally. He smiled confidently, and quickly approached her. "Hey, what do you want?" Yu Fuyao immediately stood in front of him, and Gu Qinghwan and Yu Xian also stood in front of Yao Sally. "Of course, I want to ask Sally for her thoughts." Yuan Chongqing's eyes were blazing. "My recitation today was good, wasn't it? I just couldn't finish it." The disciplinary department came too quickly. Gu Qinghwan and Yu Xian remembered Su Xinghe's words, and felt fortunate that he hadn't arrived, otherwise he would have pounced and strangled her by now. Yao Shaili's skin was crawling with goosebumps from Yuan Chongqing Shaili. She held her arm and said sternly, "Please call me senior, or use my full name. We're not close enough to call each other by name." Yuan Chongqing gave her an I understand look. "I know, Shaw." "Senior Yao, you're embarrassed, aren't you?" "I was too reckless." Literary club members, help. Can the president please expel Yuan Chongqing from the club? Chapter 480. Gu Qinghwan discovered that his tolerance had developed. He remained calm despite hearing Yuan Chongqing's greasy words. Turning around, Yu Xian's expression, though somewhat grim, remained composed. Yao Shaili, on the other hand, was even more repulsive, her brows furrowed in a knot. Yu Fuyao was in a state of distress. This was the first time she had encountered someone so self-absorbed and boasting so positively about themselves. She rolled her eyes. "Who told you Sally was embarrassed?" You're the one being so offensive. Whether you confessed on the radio or your current behavior, it's offensive. No respect at all. Yuan Changqing looked surprised. What's offensive? You Fuyu's eyes widened. Does this person not understand? The members of the literature club covered their ears. How about asking for leave from today's club activities? Yu Fuyo was about to list Yuan Changqing's questions one by one when Gu Qinghuan stepped forward, his face filled with rage. Surprise? You really don't know? Yuan Changqing's face flickered with hesitation. What do I know? Gu Qinghuan looked him up and down, then shook his head regretfully. There's really nothing to say to someone who lacks self-awareness. Hey! Yuan Changqing suddenly grew anxious, his voice rising several octaves. Who are you talking about? What's wrong with my poetry recitation? I even risked disciplinary action to use the radio station. Does using the radio station normally risk disciplinary action? Gu Qinghuan interrupted him, maintaining a smile. Yuan Changqing was speechless, his expression visibly panicked. I did all this for Senior Yao. Did she ask you to do this? Gu Qinghuan pressed on. Yuan Changqing stammered, his eyes darting around. After all, what girl wouldn't want to be the center of attention? You're trying to get the whole school's attention with an exaggerated confession, aren't you? Gu Qinghuan bluntly pointed the finger. Yuan Changqing was sweating profusely. He stubbornly said, none of your business? And ran to the other side of the club room, away from them. Yu Fuyo looked at Gu Qinghuan with admiration. So strong. She's worthy of the legendary Gu Qinghuan. Yao Shaili's mood had brightened considerably, as Gu Qinghuan pressed Yuan Changqing's questions. In the end, it was all just a joke. She even felt a little regretful. She forgot to record the class monitor's remarks. She should have recorded them, and studied every word. She turned around to see Yu Xian contentedly putting her phone away. Yao Shaili prodded Yu Xian furtively. Did you record it? Of course I did. Yu Xian nodded. Send me a copy. Okay. Gu Qinghuan didn't hear Yao Shaili and Yu Xian's whispers. She had just turned around when Yu Fuyo grabbed her. Yu Fuyu's eyes gleamed. How did you manage to drive him away so easily? Not really. It's more about what happened just now. Continuing to pester him won't get the desired result, Gu Qinghuan replied. Judging by Yuan Changqing's expression, he knew that no matter how much Yao Shaili resisted, he would simply think she was shy. For someone like this who didn't understand what people were saying, it was better to temper his arrogance rather than offer polite advice. When dealing with people like this, be aggressive, Gu Qinghuan patiently instructed. Don't answer his questions. Take the initiative, ask him questions in return, and dig into his details. There are so many loopholes in his words. They're easy to find. Just keep catching them. Yu Fuya nodded vigorously, indicating she learned the lesson. When the group activity began, Yuan Changqing shuffled over again, eyeing Gu Qinghuan warily. Gu Qinghuan pretended not to notice Yuan Changqing's gaze, and sat aside with Yu Xian, doing homework. This week, it was Yao Shaili's turn to recommend a work, but before she could even open her mouth, Yuan Changqing eagerly handed out several stacks of printed paper to the group. He said with a certain amount of pride, after Senior Yao's guidance last week, I revised my novel. I welcome your feedback. Gu Qinghuan leaned over. Judging by the number of pages, it was indeed much larger, and the layout had been adjusted, making the visual effect much better. Yao Shaili didn't look at it carefully, putting it aside. Today's plan is for me to recommend the work and introduce it to everyone. If there's still time after this, we come back and look at your novel. Even if what happened today hadn't happened, Yao Shaili would have done the same. She couldn't let Yuan Changqing waste everyone's time. But her attitude clearly irritated Yuan Changqing. What's wrong with just taking a look? It won't take long. Gu Qinghuan tugged at Yao Shaili's shirt. Do you want me to do it? Yao Shaili shook her head. She'd do it herself. She looked at Yuan Changqing. Then you do everyone's homework tonight. It won't take long anyway. How does that make the difference? Yuan Changqing said immediately. You wasted the three of us, so of course you have to make up for our losses, right? Yao Shaili said bluntly. Another freshman in the group immediately said, okay. I'm a slow reader, so it'd probably take me an hour. You can just help me with the homework for an hour and a half. Why half an hour longer? Yuan Changqing glared at him. The other person's eyes widened even wider than his own. You said correction already? Of course my skills are higher than yours, so my time is definitely more valuable than yours. What's wrong with you giving me the half-hour difference? You? Yuan Changqing uttered. You're just making a false argument. The other person was annoyed. Are you begging me? It's like no one wants to see this. I'm giving it back. He immediately tossed the stack of printed paper back onto Yuan Chengqing's desk. Yu Fuya followed suit, secretly giving him a thumbs up from under the table. Talk more. Yao Shaili also returned the paper, and, without looking at Yuan Chengqing's expression, continued to introduce her recommended work to the other 2 members of the group. Gu Qinghwan expected Yuan Chengqing to flip the table and leave in anger, but he simply sat there with a grimace on his face, motionless. Based on the personality Yuan Chengqing had shown so far, he didn't seem to be so tolerant. Gu Qinghwan thought about it, realizing that this only proved his current patience was a pretext for seeking more later. She returned to her original position and continued working on her homework with Yu Xian. Yu Xian wrote a note on her draft pad and pushed it over. I feel Yuan Chengqing has ill intentions. Gu Qinghwan read it, crossed it out, and nodded. Yes, she felt the same way. After the literature club's activities concluded for the day, Yao Shaili was about to leave with Gu Qinghwan and Yu Xian when Yuan Chengqing stopped her again. This time, Yuan Chengqing acted much more pitiful. Senior Yao, it's fine if others don't read it, but I revised it according to your suggestions. Can you at least take a look? Yao Shaili stared intently at the printed paper Yuan Chengqing handed her, then put her hands behind her back. I don't want it. Before, I was simply giving you, a junior, some writing help as a senior. But your actions today were disrespectful to me. I don't want anything to do with you anymore. Yuan Chengqing's face darkened. I've been preparing for this for a long time, and you don't understand my intentions? I was even punished by the disciplinary department because of you. Your punishment was your own choice, not mine. I simply cannot accept your kindness. Yao Shaili's response was firm. Your behavior has caused me considerable distress. Please keep your distance from me from now on. Otherwise, I will report it to the president and recommend that she expel you from the club. With that, Yao Shaili quickly left the clubroom, pulling Gu Qinghwan and Yu Xian with her. Only Yuan Chengqing was left standing there, tightly gripping the stack of printed paper. Chapter 481. Yao Shaili breathed a sigh of relief after leading Gu Qinghwan and Yu Xian out of the club building. Gu Qinghwan patted her arm. You done a good job. Thank you, class monitor, for your guidance. Yao Shaili said half-jokingly, half-seriously. She wasn't really good at confrontations. Although she could write long passages of dialogue fluently in her novels, it was a different story in real life. Be it the gazes or the expressions of others, Yao Shaili became nervous, and she always lost track of the main point. She used to be the type who, after losing an argument during the day, would spend the night alone in bed reviewing the situation, becoming increasingly angry at herself for not performing well. This was precisely why she immersed herself in writing. After all, in novels, she could argue as much as she wanted and never lose. However, in Class 3, she didn't need to argue to prove herself right or wrong. Everyone was able to accept different viewpoints in a friendly manner, and even when arguments arose, they would allow time for the other party to express their own perspectives. This created more opportunities for dialogue, and with more practice, they naturally became accustomed to confronting others. Not to mention the presence of Jiang Chuchu, the Discipline Inspection Commission. If a heated argument truly escalated, Jiang Chuchu's death stare would make everyone behave. As for Gu Qinghwan, he was the referee and wouldn't leave easily. Precisely because Gu Qinghwan was such an excellent referee, always able to convince both sides, Yao Shaili often took on the responsibility of taking notes, and learned a lot from him. I taught well, you learned well, we're both great. Gu Qinghwan gave a thumbs up. Yu Xian looked at the two of them, and felt that Yuan Chengqing couldn't possibly ruin Yao Shaili's mood. She had already been sued by Gu Qinghwan. Gu Qinghwan added, but regarding what happened today, I suggest you tell your parents when you get home. Hearing this, Yao Shaili felt a little uneasy. It's not that serious, is it? The school has already issued a disciplinary action. Even if the school has issued a disciplinary action, doesn't that prove the seriousness of the matter? Gu Qinghwan's face was serious. Yao Shaili thought about it, and felt troubled. I'm already an adult, and I take appropriate measures. Why should I tell my parents? Don't think of it as complaining to your parents. Rather, let them know. Gu Qinghwan said. Your parents paid more tuition than most high schools, and naturally they hope you can have a better campus life at Mingda. Now that your peaceful and beautiful campus life has been disrupted by outsiders, your parents certainly have the right to know about this. As for how to handle it, it depends on how you discuss it with your parents. Yao Shaili thought about it, and felt that Gu Qinghwan had a point. The school has done its duty, the problem lies with Yuan Chengqing. Judging from Yuan Chengqing's expression, she wasn't sure if there would be any follow-up. He dared to use the radio station this time. Who knows what he'd do next time? If the situation gets out of hand, the head teacher will definitely contact her parents. That way, letting her family know sooner would make it easier to handle any issues. If things escalate to a confrontation with Yuan Chongqing's parents, wouldn't her parents know sooner and more clearly? Wouldn't that give her a head start? Thinking of this, Yao Shaili suddenly perked up. Okay. I tell my parents when I get back. Gu Qinghuan was very satisfied. She and Uxian also stayed for quite a while. Now that the matter was temporarily resolved, they went home. When Gu Qinghua arrived, Wang Jian was tidying up the balcony. With spring here, he became enthusiastic about tending to flowers and plants again, buying a lot of succulents. Hearing the door open, he glanced back and called to Gu Qinghuan, "There are steamed buns on the table. Heat them up for yourself." Gu Qinghuan put down her school bag, grabbed a couple of small bowls of rice noodles, washed her hands, and heated up some steamed buns in the microwave. She ate them with luncheon meat and leftover stir-fried vegetables. She grabbed a steamed bun and stood beside Wang Jian, chewing on it as she asked, "Dad, what do you think a cocky boy, believing a girl likes him and publicly confessing his feelings, would want to continue pestering her?" Wang Jian's first comment, "Your backstory is too long." Gu Qinghuan swallowed the bun in her mouth. "Isn't this just to provide complete information?" Wang Jian was about to answer when he remembered something and asked warily, "The girl you're talking about isn't you, is she?" Gu Qinghuan rolled her eyes. "If it were really me, there'd be no need to hide it from you." Wang Jian thought about it and realized that if this situation really happened, Gu Qinghuan would definitely tell him and Gu Haiyan. He then confidently began to analyze. "You have to grasp the key point first. This boy must have noticed something about this girl. He lacks that advantage, and the girl's advantage can be transformed into his." Gu Qinghuan bit into the bun. "Is it like what Mom used to tell me about eating up the whole family?" "That's one way." Wang Jian nodded, then said earnestly to Gu Qinghuan, "You should be careful in the future too. Don't get scammed." Gu Qinghuan nodded obediently. "I be careful." The system listened to the conversation between the father and daughter, and felt that Wang Jian didn't need to worry too much. Given Gu Qinghuan's ability to judge people, the chances of her being scammed were extremely low. Besides, if Gu Qinghuan were ever to be scammed, the scammer would have to worry about his own safety. Gu Qinghuan mentally reviewed Yao Shaili's strengths and felt that there were quite a few. As for which one Yuan Chongqing had his eye on, it was hard to say. One thing she was certain of. Yuan Chongqing was incredibly poor at writing novels. So, could it be that Yuan Chongqing wanted Yao Shaili to constantly help him revise his manuscripts? No, it would be much quicker to find an editor online. For a small fee, you could get detailed, one-on-one guidance. Or ask Yao Shaili to ghostwrite for him? That's impossible. Given Yao Shaili's family situation, she wouldn't have fallen to that level, would she? Gu Qinghuan had already finished her steamed bun, and she couldn't think of any suitable options. She simply gave up on it, and decided to wait until tomorrow to hear what Yao Shaili's family thought. She walked back to the kitchen, put the dishes in the sink, and rolled up her sleeves to wash them. When her phone rang, Gu Qinghuan, before she even wiped her hands, nudged the call button with her elbow, turning on speakerphone. Bao Qingsong's tone was hesitant. Squad leader, I'm not sure if I should tell you something." "Bad news?" Gu Qinghuan asked. "It's bad news, really. But well, it was originally a disgusting thing, but it was handled so quickly, and he was ridiculed by everyone, so it became ridiculous," Bao Qingsong said. "Who are you talking about?" Gu Qinghuan had a vague sense of something. "Yuan Chongqing?" "Yes, he cursed you on the forum," Bao Qingsong said. Gu Qinghuan touched his forehead. "I thought after all the things I've been through, anyone who visits the forum would know I'm not someone to be trifled with." Bao Qingsong thought, not only is he not someone to be trifled with, but before Gu Qinghuan could even make a move, Yuan Chongqing was already a mosquito being shot down by anti-aircraft guns. Chapter 482. Mingda Forum, officially known as Mingda High School on-campus communication area, can be found on the school's official website. Registration requires verification of personal identification and confirmation that it's on file with the school before registration is successful. Up to 3 accounts can be registered with the same ID, and anonymous posts are possible, so the forum is usually quite lively. Today was especially lively, mainly because posts that blatantly use someone else's name in the title are rare. Complaint Gu Qinghuan from class 2 to 3 is so sarcastic. The main body of the post, of course, was Yuan Chongqing recounting, from his so-called victim's perspective, how he was publicly humiliated by Gu Qinghuan in the literature club today. Ha ha, I was hoping for this laugh today. I read the title over and over again. First-year students are so brave now? How dare you? Exasperated after the people in the front row had posted a dozen or so replies, the people in the back row began to seriously discuss the matter. Do you believe Gu Qinghuan's sarcasm, or do you believe I'm Qin Shi Huang? Long live the emperor. Honestly, even just walking past Class 3's door, you can feel how great the atmosphere is there, right? I'm from the class next door. Last time I walked past Class 3's door, I saw a group of people divided into 5 or 6 groups working through their mistakes. The learning atmosphere was fantastic. Our class teacher said that one time, Class 3's head teacher skipped breakfast and was discovered by the students. Gu Qinghuan scurried into the office with food in hand, dropped it, and ran off. We were so envious. Yuan Chongqing, doesn't this just prove that Gu Qinghuan only knows how to flatter? You? Forget it. Alas, the original poster is so pitiful. He's never felt a shred of kindness or warmth since he was a child. No, he's not necessarily pitiful. Maybe all the kindness he's shown since he was a child has been calculated to exploit others, which is why he judges others by his own standards. Can the original poster please reply to this? At Yuan Chongqing, this is hilarious. The original poster is silent. It's been 20 minutes. Hasn't anyone forwarded this to Class 3 yet? Be bold. Forward this to the student union. I want to see rivers of blood. At Jiang Chuchu. Scary. What a powerful person. Summoning the boss directly. Why didn't they summon another boss? I heard the guy invited Gu Qinghuan to his birthday last year, and they didn't even need to verify the invitation. Who starts a war by just pressing the nuclear button? Jiang Chuchu. Haha. Oh my god, the boss is coming. This is terrifying. Jiang Chuchu. This is distorting the facts, spreading rumors and slander, and damaging someone's reputation. Jiang Chuchu. Xinbao, recording. At UXIN, a separate thread has been created. The recording has been uploaded, along with a text version. Students who find it difficult to listen to the recording can read the text version. Is this Class 3's efficiency? Another Class 3 student present has already compiled a timeline of her dispute with the original poster and posted it in the next thread. This is so powerful. I can't imagine how safe I feel in Class 3. After reading the next thread, I have only one thing to say about the original poster. You're so slick. Su Xinghe, self-indulgent, pretentious, self-deceiving, and overestimating your own abilities. Not only does it all start with self, but the emotions are surprisingly progressive. That's why I said it at the beginning, original poster, how dare you. Gu Qinghuan finished reading several posts and smacked her lips, deciding there was no need for her to intervene again. Yuan Chongqing had already been slammed down by everyone. She then posted a meal-eating emoji in the class group, successfully calling back everyone still engaged in the forum debate. Qin Yu, you still have the time to gossip? Gu Qinghuan, this is none of my business. Lin Julu, you're in such a stable state of mind. Class monitor, are you in class next door for further study? Gu Qinghuan, it's mainly because I haven't finished my homework yet. Checking posts is already taking up too much of my homework time. I don't have time to argue. After she said this, the group chat suddenly quieted down. Tao Xinqing, this bucket of cold water has chilled me to the bone. Yuan Wuwei, disperse. Go do your homework. UXIN, I finished my homework. I continue watching. Having successfully cooled everyone's tempers, Gu Qinghuan sent another message to Sun Qinglian, attaching the links to several posts. Sun Qinglian quickly replied with an OK emoji, and the disciplinary department naturally took appropriate action. Gu Qinghuan went back to her homework. By the time she finished, the previous discussion threads had been banned from further replies, and the disciplinary department had issued a new notice. The notice again issued a stern warning against Yuan Chongqing's provocative and slanderous behavior, and increased his self-criticism to 1,500 words. Photo with Minister Sun in the front row. He only added 500 words, so he should have added at least 1,000, right? Another asking for trouble. Su Xinghe thumbs up. What's the saying about stealing a chicken and losing the rice? Yuan Chongqing, where did I provoke or slander? You're all in the student union, protecting each other. Would anyone else handle it this way? Greasy brother actually uses idioms. No, this guy refuses to repent? Actually, the disciplinary department's punishment this time was considered lenient. Normally, they would just ban him or block his account. Greasy brother even wrote a self-criticism. How could he be banned? Judging from the posts from the club members, Uni's literary skills. Well, there's no difference between 1,000 and 1,500 words, right? Don't make me think of that novel. My toes are about to pierce the soles of my shoes. Yuan Chongqing was completely helpless under the siege, and after stirring up trouble in the announcement post, he was banned for 12 hours. Finally, he was quiet. Gu Qinghuan shook her head. She encountered plenty of scum and pests before, but Yuan Chongqing was the first one of such low rank. She stopped caring. Instead of worrying about the forum arguments, she focused on preparing for the midterm exams at the end of the month. Gu Qinghuan slept peacefully, but Yuan Chongqing couldn't sleep at all. He stared angrily at his phone screen. Because he was banned, a pop-up notification popped up every time he sent a message, the red text glaring. He turned to look at the man on the sofa. Brother. The man frowned impatiently. Stop yelling, I'm already annoyed. What's going on our school forum? Yuan Chongqing shouted. Didn't you bring that upon yourself? The man cursed. I told you before, there's no need to dwell on it. You were the one who wanted to post it, so you deserve the scolding. Yuan Dashan. Yuan Chongqing roared in anger. The man yelled back, I told you not to call me that anymore. I'm Yuan Jingtian now. Yuan Dashan, what did you promise mom and dad? Yuan Chongqing refused to give in. Yuan Jingtian glared at Yuan Chongqing fiercely, and after a long pause he said, Yuan Shaoshan, I advise you to behave yourself. If I don't live well, neither will you. Yuan Chongqing fell silent, turned, and ran back to his room, slamming the door. Yuan Jingtian leaned back on the sofa, squinting his eyes for a long moment before picking up his phone to send a message. Yuan Jingtian, I saw a cute slow food bowl today. Do you think it would be suitable for Ban Ban? After sending the message, he couldn't help but sigh. I wonder who found that dog in the first place. How nosy. Chapter 483. After Yuan Chongqing's forum account was unblocked, he finally posted his self-criticism. It's unclear whether he couldn't write it or simply didn't want to, but he finally posted it just before the deadline. The rest of Class 3 had already stopped paying attention. Homework and review were more important than Yuan Chongqing. However, Yao Shaili and Su Xinghe still went to the forum to observe the situation. Needless to say, Yao Shaili went home and told her parents about her ordeal, and they were furious. Of course, their anger wasn't directed at the school, but at Yuan Chongqing himself and his parents. While the Yao family's influence was primarily in the literary world, they also had numerous connections in the education sector, so if they truly wanted to investigate, they could still uncover Yuan Chongqing's family situation. Leave the investigation to her family. Yao Shaili could continue to follow her own path within the school. Yao Shaili's father even praised her, saying, It's a good thing you told us about this and sought our help. Yao Shaili felt a little guilty. If it weren't for Gu Qinghuan's advice, she would have kept it a secret from her family. It was such a trivial matter, especially since it involved dating, which could easily attract parental attention. She was worried she'd get a lecture. However, judging by the actual results, her parents still cared more about her. Thinking of this, Yao Shaili felt a little more confident. So, when Yuan Chongqing's apology was posted, she not only read it but also left a brief comment. The gist of it was that, regardless of whether Yuan Chongqing's apology was sincere or not, she wanted nothing to do with him anymore and asked him to distance himself from her. Otherwise, her parents wouldn't mind talking to Yuan Chongqing's parents face to face. As for Su Xinghe, the reason for his onlookers was even simpler. Su Xinghe, why haven't you apologized to Miss Xu Ting? Apologize to me. The members of the literature club resonated strongly with Su Xinghe, and they all liked his comment, even pushing it to the top of the trending list. So, every new person who clicked on the post would see this trending comment below the main thread and reply in unison with ha ha ha. No one knew or cared how Yuan Chongqing felt. As long as he didn't bother Yao Shaili again, the scoundrels in Class 3 could barely ignore him. Yao Shaili was delighted to discover that Yuan Chongqing hadn't appeared in the literature club again. She secretly asked the club president and was disappointed to learn that Yuan Chongqing hadn't quit the club, but had taken a long vacation. As for when he would return, Yao Shaili didn't ask, hoping it would be as late as possible. After the midterm exams were successfully concluded, Yao Shaili's parents also sent her the information they had found on Yuan Chongqing. She had been busy reviewing before, and they hadn't given her the information right away, fearing it would affect her concentration. Now it was different. The exams were over, so she needed to do more research to understand her opponent's details and be more prepared for any potential situations. Yao Shaili hadn't taken the information seriously at first, but after a while, she noticed something and couldn't help but share it with the class group. Yao Shaili, Yuan Chongqing's brother, Yuan Jingtian, works for this company. Have we come across this somewhere recently? Why else would she feel so familiar? Jiang Chuchu, Jiaxing Technology. Oh, the company where the owner of the Bernese Mountain that Qinghuan picked up during our last outing worked. Then Ziren, you can actually recall the entire incident using an attributive. Yao Shaili, oh, I remember that too. Ming Xiaolan, I remember, the lady's name was Du Li? Or the PR manager? Shin Jianwei, what a coincidence, Yuan Jingtian is also in the PR department. While everyone was chatting, Gu Qinghuan had already finished reading the information Yao Shaili had forwarded. The biological mother of the brothers Yuan Jingtian and Yuan Chongqing had passed away, and their father, Yuan Qishan, had taken them into his new family after marrying into their own family. Their stepmother treated them well. Yuan Chongqing's admission to Mingda was due to her help. However, since Yuan Jingtian didn't join her stepmother's company after graduation, but instead found employment on his own, it seems that her stepmother didn't choose them as heirs. Both she and Yuan Qishan remarried after divorce. She has a daughter with her ex-husband, who is currently pursuing a doctorate abroad, and will likely take over her career upon her return. That's all the information the Yao family has found on Yuan Chongqing. After all, the experiences of the Yuan family father and son aren't particularly unusual, so there's not much to investigate. As for more detailed information, such as Yuan Jingtian and Yuan Chongqing's personalities, that's much more difficult to investigate. Gu Qinghuan, I think we could ask Miss Du about Yuan Jingtian's character. Although this action is a bit sudden, for Du Li, simply assisting with background checks is enough to repay a favor, so she'd probably gladly accept. Zabirs, squad leader, go. Whether or not we get more details depends on you. Gu Qinghuan didn't mind using up the favor she had already earned. After all, Yuan Chongqing's personality was undoubtedly influenced to some degree by Yuan Jingtian. In this way, getting to know Yuan Jingtian in detail would also help me understand Yuan Chongqing's psychology. Secondly, favors become more burdensome for both parties the longer they're delayed, so it's best to use them up as soon as possible. Gu Qinghuan immediately took action, finding the business card Du Li had given her, and adding her on WeChat via her phone number. In less than 3 minutes, Du Li had accepted Gu Qinghuan's friend request. Du Li sent a message first, hello classmate. What's up? She also sent a smiley face emoticon, displaying a very friendly attitude. Gu Qinghuan exchanged a few simple pleasantries before getting straight to the point. Excuse me, Miss Du, do you know Yuan Jingtian? Du Li, Jingtian? Du Li withdrew the message. Gu Qinghuan paused. Although Du Li's removal was quick, she had noticed it. Obviously, only close friends would address each other like that. It seemed Du Li and Yuan Jingtian were closer than she had imagined. Du Li, I know him. Yuan Jingtian is currently my assistant. What's the matter with you asking about him? Considering the doubts about their relationship, Gu Qinghuan decided to explain the situation selectively. My classmate had some friction with Yuan Jingtian's younger brother. I like to know Yuan Jingtian's attitude towards him. It sounded like he was wondering if this classmate and Yuan Jingtian's younger brother got into an argument, would Yuan Jingtian defend his brother without distinguishing right from wrong? Du Li speculated and quickly replied, you're talking about Yuan Chongqing, right? Yuan Jingtian told me about his younger brother. He said the child was stubborn and unworldly. He'd been causing trouble since he was little, causing him a lot of trouble, and he taught his younger brother a lesson. If your classmate really did have some friction with Yuan Chongqing, don't worry. Yuan Jingtian wouldn't be unreasonable. Gu Qinghuan pondered. I'm relieved when you put that in. By the way, Miss Du, have you dealt with the incident with Ban Ban being abandoned last time? Speaking of Ban Ban, Du Li's words seemed much lighter. That guy is now my ex-boyfriend. I won't let anyone who bullies Ban Ban go. Gu Qinghuan, really quick to deal with it. Du Li, indeed? I thought he'd keep pestering me for a while. After all, we were already talking about marriage. I didn't expect him to give up so quickly. Du Li, however, it's possible he's been dissatisfied with me for a long time, and is just using this opportunity to step down. Chapter 484. Gu Qinghuan and Du Li chatted for a while longer. After all, Gu Qinghuan had managed to get quite a bit of information out of her. After Du Li found Ban Ban, she decisively broke up with her ex-boyfriend. At first, her ex-boyfriend disagreed and even shifted the blame onto his mother, flattering her with words, saying he hadn't really intended to throw Ban Ban away. He also said Ban Ban was so conspicuous, a Bernese mountain hyena, that it would be easy for others to spot it. If Du Li had believed such a clumsy lie, she would have been completely out of her mind. She directly showed the surveillance video she had obtained at the mountain entrance, showing how her ex-boyfriend had gotten rid of Ban Ban with such a bang. When her ex-boyfriend tried to defend himself, Du Li presented evidence of her mother stealing her clothes, skincare products, and jewelry, demanding compensation or she would go to his hometown to make trouble. This time, her ex-boyfriend remained silent, reluctantly finding Du Li's jewelry and returning it to her. As for the clothes and skincare products, he had no intention of returning them, or rather, he couldn't afford to. After deleting Du Li's friend list, the ex-boyfriend quickly left. Gu Qinghwan was stunned. Does that count as giving up quickly? Du Li, yeah, after all, we were already discussing marriage. Du Li, I thought it would drag on for a few months, but I didn't expect it to end completely in less than 2 weeks. Gu Qinghwan thought about it. To get to the point of marriage, they must have been dating for quite a while, right? Du Li doesn't look like the type to fall in love and get married so quickly. After investing so much love, and then the other person giving up so easily, it must feel unfair, right? Gu Qinghwan, draging on for months would only be exhausting, right? Du Li, that's true. Getting rid of that garbage quickly is always a good thing. Du Li, looking back, it was thanks to Yuan Jingtian's advice that we were able to break up so quickly. Gu Qinghwan raised an eyebrow and followed up on Du Li's question, asking for more details. Du Li didn't see a problem. After all, from her account, Yuan Jingtian had given her a lot of thoughtful advice, and he had also avoided the potential risks posed by her ex-boyfriend. But if his brother was like that, why was Yuan Changqing like that? Wasn't he a role model at all? Even if Yuan Changqing was simply that bad and difficult to manage, considering the help Du Li had received, wouldn't that be a bit strange? Yuan Jingtian had thoroughly analyzed Du Li's ex-boyfriend and was able to deal with him step by step, so why couldn't he manage his own brother? He surely knew his brother better than a stranger, right? He could prescribe the right medicine for others. But not for Yuan Changqing? Questions arose one after another, but Gu Qinghwan didn't press them further. Judging from Du Li's attitude, she clearly trusted Yuan Jingtian, who had helped her. If she rashly raised doubts, she might think Gu Qinghwan was overthinking things. Even if she believed Gu Qinghwan, testing Yuan Jingtian might only alert the enemy. Gu Qinghwan concluded his conversation with Du Li normally, and relayed the information he received from her to the class chat group. Yao Shaili, at first glance, this brother seems quite reliable, but why does something seem off about him? Tao Xinqing, he can manage others, but not his own brother. He's quite capable. Yuan Wuwei, right. Tao Xinqing hits the nail on the head. Like Shi Guanghui, Tao Xinqing is rarely addressed as Old Tao. However, his reason is different from Shi Guanghui's. Tao Xinqing is usually too reckless, and everyone feels that calling him Xinqing more often can help him be more cautious. Lianfenghe, is it because we're family, and you can't bear to intervene? John Johnson, can't bear to intervene? Can't bear to see your brother become like that? Then I have to question his true nature. Perhaps because he's been complaining about Fang Wanfu so often, John Johnson's questions have become increasingly pointed. Yao Shaili, in my previous life, I disciplined my brother strictly, preventing him from falling into depravity and sending him to a top university. Unexpectedly, he pushed me into a fire, saying it was all my fault that he couldn't pursue his dreams. In this life, I decided to set him free. Murong Tianjiao, I'm tired of this kind of opening while waiting for the commercial break. Su Xinghe, overpraise. While many in the class support the overpraise theory, there are also different opinions. Xian, I still don't think it's right. Overpraise requires praise. It also requires establishing a positive image in front of others. Lin Julu, that's right. Yuan Jingtian really wants to appear like a good brother. Shouldn't he have come to school to apologize to Sally and her parents? Song, I'm starting to get confused. What on earth is this guy planning? Everyone agrees on this question. Xin Jianwei, regardless, there's a clear difference in his attitude and approach when dealing with Du Li and Yuan Changqing. Ming Xiaolan was much more blunt. This guy isn't being honest. Ai Ning, clear and to the point, easy to understand. We kept guessing, but there was no definitive answer. Finally, at noon on the first day back in class after the midterm exams, Gu Qinghwan and Yao Sally were summoned to Chen Zilan's office. What's up, head teacher? Since there were no other teachers in the office, Gu Qinghwan asked directly. Chen Zilan said, it's related to Yuan Changqing from class 3, grade 1. Gu Qinghwan and Yao Shaili looked at each other, their faces grimace. Chen Zilan knew from their expressions that they were upset, and immediately said, don't worry, it's nothing bad. Yuan Changqing's brother found out about him, and wants to apologize to you in person. He actually contacted me before through Dean Zhang, but that was before the midterm exam. I was afraid it would affect your studies, so I said, we talk after the exam. Now that the midterm exam is over, They brought it up again, so I came to ask about your plans. Yao Shaili looked surprised. If that was true, then the discussion about Yuan Jingtian in the class group might have been a misunderstanding. She looked at Gu Qinghuan with some hesitation, who nodded reassuringly, and said to Chen Zilan, I also think it's better to talk it over in person. Can you ask the head teacher to arrange it? Of course. Chen Zilan was sure to handle his own students' affairs properly. Are you going to invite the parents? How old is Yuan Chengqing's brother? Gu Qinghuan asked. Although they already knew Yuan Jingtian's basic information, the teacher didn't know about it, so they pretended not to know for now. About 23 or 24, looks like a recent college graduate. Chen Zilan recalled. You're about the same, teacher. Yao Shaili interjected. Praising my youth doesn't change the fact that you didn't do well on the geography test this time. Chen Zilan said quietly. Yao Shaili shrank back, and she interrupted. Then let's not call the parents. He's just Yuan Chengqing's brother, not his father. It's easier for us to talk to him ourselves. Gu Qinghuan said. She didn't intend to hide it from the parents, but this way, they could meet Yuan Jingtian face to face. Chen Zilan nodded. Okay, I make it happen for you. Let's meet in this office after school today, okay? Okay. Gu Qinghuan and Yao Shaili said in unison. Chapter 485. Everyone was surprised to learn that the class teacher had contacted Gu Qinghuan and Yao Shaili about Yuan Chengqing. We've been suspicious of him for the past couple of days, and now he's here to apologize? AI Ning suddenly felt like they wrongly accused a good person. Let's wait and see. Ming Xiaolan still insisted that Yuan Jingtian wasn't a good person. Gu Qinghuan discussed this with Yao Shaili and prepared for the conversation. They had researched Yuan Jingtian beforehand and needed to ensure this wasn't exposed during the meeting. There was a lot of information they needed to keep in mind, so they didn't let anything slip. It's actually quite simple, Jiang Chuchu said. Just focus your fire on Yuan Chengqing. It was Yuan Chengqing who had caused the incident, so it was perfectly natural for them to target him. Having a clear focus during the conversation made it less likely to drift off to others, and naturally, less likely to be exposed. I want to test Yuan Jingtian. He should have investigated me. If I perform well, he won't be surprised, Gu Qinghuan said. Jiang Chuchu thought about it, and it made sense. No matter how much Yuan Jingtian ignored his brother, he should have apologized for his behavior. He should have at least read the post where he scolded Gu Qinghuan. If nothing else in the post, her he comment was highly praised, and someone even pointed out her identity. Jiang Chuchu didn't believe Yuan Jingtian would ignore her, the future heir of the Jiang family. Jiang Chuchu, Qinghuan is under her protection. This is the feeling of having a backer. After making arrangements, Gu Qinghuan and Yao Shaili waited in the classroom after school. After Chen Zilan sent a message to Gu Qinghuan, saying they could come over, Gu Qinghuan and Yao Shaili returned to the teacher's office. Chen Zilan had made arrangements in advance, and the other teachers had already left their shift. When Gu Qinghuan and Yao Shaili arrived, only Chen Zilan and another man were in the office. The man, dressed in an apricot casual suit, bore some similarities to Yuan Chengqing in terms of features. It was clearly Yuan Jingtian. As Chen Zilan had said earlier, Yuan Jingtian looked quite young. Although he was wearing a suit, casual suits inherently gave off a less formal vibe, and the color was a light apricot, unlike the more formal black or dark blue. He wasn't wearing a white shirt, but a simple white crewneck sweater, and his shoes were white flats, giving him a youthful and energetic look. He was wearing a simple sports watch too. Gu Qinghuan thought Yuan Jingtian looked like the type who would play tennis at the gym after get off work. Yuan Jingtian had been sitting in another teacher's seat, but he stood up immediately when he saw Gu Qinghuan and Yao Shaili enter. He greeted them enthusiastically. Yao Shaili and Gu Qinghuan, right? Hello, I'm Yuan Jingtian, Yuan Chengqing's older brother. Gu Qinghuan and Yao Shaili had agreed on a way to address each other before arriving, and now they both shouted in unison, Hello, Mr. Yuan. Although Yuan Jingtian was Yuan Chengqing's older brother, they couldn't bring themselves to address him as uncle, a term of endearment for an elder. Mr. was preferable. Yuan Jingtian paused, then smiled. I thought you two would be quite repulsive. Thank you so much. Thank you for what? Thank you for treating him rationally, for not disliking him simply because he was Yuan Chengqing's older brother. If nothing else, Yuan Jingtian had a clear sense of self-awareness, far superior to that arrogant Yuan Chengqing. Gu Qinghuan seemed lost in thought, a polite and friendly smile on his face. Mr. Yuan, you're so kind. Your willingness to come see us is a great relief to us. The fact that he felt relieved now suggests that he had been worried or nervous before, suspecting that Yuan Jingtian would be as difficult to get along with as Yuan Changqing. This also signaled to Yuan Jingtian, I didn't expect you and your brother to be so different. Yuan Jingtian had grasped this signal, and with a wry smile, he said, Changqing's current state stems from our family's poor care of him as a child. Our father was away working at the time, leaving Changqing and me at home. My studies and household chores were incredibly demanding, and I failed to raise him to be a good person. It's my fault. After saying this, he actually bent down and bowed deeply to Gu Qinghuan and Yao Shaili. Even though they had been prepared, this surprise attack still startled Gu Qinghuan and Yao Shaili. Yao Shaili quickly said, Mr. Yuan, there's no need for that. You're being too polite. Even Chen Zilan, who had been listening silently nearby, quickly stepped over and said, Mr. Yuan, you're being too polite. It's not necessary. It's not necessary. Yuan Jingtian was helped to his feet. He smiled wryly. Changqing is my younger brother, after all. I have a responsibility to educate him. Gu Qinghuan and Yao Shaili exchanged a glance. This level of skill was far superior to Yuan Changqing's. Just the simple act of speaking human language was enough for Yuan Changqing to learn from. If it were anyone else, they would have softened their stance by now, but Gu Qinghuan wasn't going to let him off so easily. After all, Yuan Changqing was very likely connected to Yao Shaili's most desperate fate, so she had to keep a close eye on him. She comforted Yuan Jingtian, actually, we don't take it too seriously. We're both sophomores, and in a few months, we'd be juniors. Studying and our future are more important than dwelling on these things. Yuan Jingtian paused. Was Gu Qinghuan's words intentional or unintentional? Her words sounded more like a backhanded accusation, suggesting that Yuan Changqing's behavior was hindering their studies and future. They didn't mind, they simply didn't want to waste their time on Yuan Changqing. If she had said that intentionally, then the comments in the post were indeed true. This Gu Qinghuan was truly extraordinary. With suspicion, he softened his stance towards Gu Qinghuan and Yao Shaili. Yuan Jingtian said apologetically, no, even if you don't care, Changqing was wrong, and he should make appropriate compensation. As for classmate Yao, I'm already trying to convince him to quit the literature club and avoid any further contact with you. And classmate Gu. Before Yuan Jingtian could finish his words, Gu Qinghuan spoke up, I'm fine. He just posted something on the forum. It didn't affect me much. It certainly didn't affect Gu Qinghuan much, but it did affect Yuan Changqing greatly. Yuan Jingtian carefully researched Gu Qinghuan, and the more he looked, the more shocked he became. He couldn't understand how an ordinary high school student could have such a wide network. But one thing was clear to him. Gu Qinghuan's conversational skills alone were far superior to his worthless brother's. It could be said that Yuan Jingtian's apology today was primarily intended to elicit a word of forgiveness from Gu Qinghuan. That way, those who resented them because of Gu Qinghuan would have some room to mend their ways. Yuan Jingtian suddenly said firmly, even if you say you're fine, classmate Gu, the damage Changqing has done is real, and we must repair it. Classmate Gu, if you have any ideas, just tell me. If I can, I definitely do it for you, even if I have to suppress the guy. While this wasn't what she wanted, it did come in handy. Gu Qinghuan looked surprised and hesitant. She looked at Chen Zilan. Teacher, what do you think we should do? Chen Zilan, you and Yuan Jingtian have already fought several rounds. Why are you calling me? Chapter 486. Chen Zilan didn't actually know what Gu Qinghuan and Yuan Jingtian were fighting about, but after almost 2 years together, he felt he knew her fairly well. Gu Qinghuan wasn't usually as subtle as she was today, and it was hard to tell what she meant. In that case, Chen Zilan could only assume she was deliberately treating Yuan Jingtian this way. Although Chen Zilan had a good impression of Yuan Jingtian, since his squad leader was so cautious, he naturally had to be more cautious. Gu Qinghuan now took the reins. Chen Zilan thought for a moment and said, the school has already disciplined Yuan Changqing. He wrote a letter of apology and hasn't contacted Yao Shaili since. Mr. Yuan, as his older brother, you're willing to apologize. I think that's enough. As long as you strengthen your guidance of Yuan Changqing and teach him how to properly interact with his classmates, he definitely thrived in high school. Gu Qinghuan mentally gave her head teacher a thumbs up. Great, head teacher. He took the conversation. Yuan Jingtian so sincerely asked her to decide how to deal with Yuan Changqing. Could she say anything? Of course not. If her parents were here, a conversation between Yuan Jingtian and Gu Haiyan or Wang Jian would be between guardians, on equal terms. No matter what Gu Haiyan's request, as long as both parties could reach an agreement, there wouldn't be any problems. But now that Yuan Jingtian was the guardian, It would be wrong for him to be so condescending to a student like her. His attitude was too humble, and Gu Qinghuan was put on the spot. No matter what request she made, it meant that she was bullying others by taking advantage of her power. If the request was too mild, it would be like this little thing could force an adult to apologize in person. If the request was too high, it would be like taking advantage of one's backing to make exorbitant demands. As for the perfect request? Impossible, because the standard for whether the request was easy or difficult was determined by Yuan Jingtian. Even if Gu Qinghuan simply asked Yuan Changqing to apologize to them in person, Yuan Jingtian would make a big deal about it, making it seem like they were the ones being aggressive. So, Gu Qinghuan had no choice but to drop the subject. Among the people present, she couldn't pass it on to Yao Shaili, so she had to pass it on to Chen Zilan. The homeroom teacher intervened, dragging the school into the matter, placing the judgment criteria in the hands of the school. Whatever Chen Zilan said, it could be interpreted as Mingda's school spirit. Low demands meant leniency, high demands meant severe punishment. Although it was an emergency matter, Chen Zilan's response was quite insightful. The school has already punished Yuan Changqing. That's enough. Since you, as his guardian, still want to express your opinion, then you should take care of him yourself. Gu Qinghuan couldn't make such a request, but Chen Zilan could. Isn't it natural for teachers to give advice to parents? Yuan Jingtian's expression froze for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. Teacher Chen, you're right. I really should pay more attention to Changqing. Yuan Jingtian's tone was dry. But about those two students? I think the head teacher said it very well. Gu Qinghuan, taking advantage of the situation, said, my mom and dad always care about my school life. Mr. Yuan, you should also pay more attention to your brother. He must have a lot to say to you. His older brother, right? Yao Shaili chimed in. Since Yuan Changqing has a passion for writing novels, I think you could start with that, Mr. Yuan. Take a look at his novels, and give him some praise. Gu Qinghuan glanced furtively at Yao Shaili. Are you sure Yuan Jingtian can praise his brother's novel after reading it? Yao Shaili returned her glance. Isn't that just a lie? Yuan Jingtian could definitely do it. At this point, Yuan Jingtian could be said to have returned empty-handed. Although Yuan Changqing's problems would surely fade with time, for Yuan Jingtian, this was a bitter experience he found truly unbearable. He took a deep breath, reminded himself not to rush, and smiled again. Okay, I definitely discipline Changqing when I get back. After a few more pleasantries, Chen Zilan escorted Yuan Jingtian away. Gu Qinghuan and Yao Shaili stood in the office, exchanged glances, and exclaimed in unison, this guy's dishonest. Yao Shaili frowned slightly. He's an adult, yet he's so humble. It's very suspicious. And if he really wanted to apologize, he should have brought Yuan Changqing here, and let Yuan Changqing speak for himself. Gu Qinghuan analyzed, he might have realized I have a lot of backers, and is afraid of the negative impact, so he came to us. It's also possible that he's already been affected, Yao Shaili speculated. For example, Dooley? He contacted the class teacher before the midterm exam, and we only found out about his relationship with Dooley after the exam. Doesn't the order make sense? Gu Qinghuan sorted out the timeline. As the two were about to leave the office, they heard a flurry of footsteps, and then Chen Zilan appeared at the door. He slammed the door shut. Tell me the truth. What happened? Chen Zilan was still panting. He had just sent Yuan Jingtian away, and had quickly rushed back, fearing the two would slip away. Gu Qinghuan and Yao Shaili shrank back. Hey, actually you know something, teacher. What do I know? Chen Zilan felt truly wronged. You just pushed me into this all of a sudden. It was an emergency, wasn't it? I didn't expect Yuan Jingtian to be so shameless. Gu Qinghuan gestured. He bowed to us. I was so scared. Although he knew Gu Qinghuan's words were exaggerated, seeing Yao Shaili nodding repeatedly, Chen Zilan softened his tone. He gestured for them to find a chair, then sat down himself and asked, tell me, what's going on? The two shared the melon with Chen Zilan, who held his forehead and said, it's actually connected to the dog-picking incident during the outing. It's a small world. He put his hand down, thought for a moment, then said seriously, I have an idea. Could Yuan Jingtian know Miss Du's ex-boyfriend? Gu Qinghuan and Yao Shaili were stunned, then their eyes widened. Wait! Yao Shaili waved her hand, as if to suppress something. If these two people know each other, then Yuan Jingtian's accurate predictions and suggestions might have been pre-planned. Gu Qinghuan spoke rapidly. Chen Zilan's reminder made her thoughts quickly connect, and her thoughts instantly became clear. Judging from how long they known each other, Yuan Jingtian wasn't the one behind the relationship between my ex-boyfriend and Dooley. However, the deepening conflict or even the breakup might have been caused by him. That way, he could quickly approach Du Li, show his thoughtfulness and competence, and build a closer relationship with her. Yao Shaili continued, just like when the heroine breaks up with a scumbag, and then a brilliant hero appears. Chen Zilan turned to look at Yao Shaili. What have you been reading lately? Yao Shaili quickly shut up. She was just reading some mindless, enjoyable novels when she was too tired from studying. Maybe Yuan Jingtian was involved in my ex-boyfriend's abandonment of Ban Ban. Gu Qinghuan frowned. Sure enough, let's check it out. Yao Shaili had already pulled out her phone and started sharing Chen Zilan's speculations in the class group chat. Chen Zilan looked from Gu Qinghuan, lost in thought, to Yao Shaili, who was typing rapidly. Midterms are over. Giving the students something else to do to change their minds would be a welcome relief, right? Chapter 487. Yesterday I was just thinking about checking out the Yuan guy, and today you came here on your own. Xia He's voice was tinged with laughter. Gu Qinghuan scratched his ear. How did you know? Yin Shixing accidentally forwarded it to me when he forwarded the post. Xia He said it casually. But Gu Qinghuan was certain that Yin Shixing definitely wasn't accidental. You saw that post too? Gu Qinghuan recalled the replies and suddenly became excited. Did you see the comments about you? I'm quite satisfied with the nuclear weapons theory, Xia He said. Gu Qinghuan cleared his throat. So, this nuclear weapons level backer, are you interested in hearing the latest news I gathered? Tell me about it. Xia He was in a good mood. Even if it was Jiang Chuchu who appeared in the post, he still had the upper hand. Gu Qinghuan recounted the story of the Yuan brothers, the relationship between Du Li and Yuan Jingtian, and Chen Zilan's speculation in order. By the time she finished, Xia He had already mapped everyone's relationships and a timeline of all the events. He pressed his temple. Are you looking for information about Yuan Jingtian and Du Li's ex-boyfriend? If the two were truly connected, it would mean Yuan Jingtian had been plotting against Du Li for a long time. Given Gu Qinghuan's personality, knowing this wouldn't be an option. Oh, Chu is already investigating this, Gu Qinghuan said. Xia He's mouth dropped. Then why are you looking for me? As soon as he said that, Xia He realized something and quickly added, Are you looking for information about Yuan Qishan? That's right. Gu Qinghuan answered readily. This is quite difficult, so I have to rely on you. Xia He lowered her hand from her temple. All right, this is a recognition of my strength. Gu Qinghuan breathed a sigh of relief. Who had to fend for so many backers? It was truly absurd. After hanging up the phone with Xia He, Gu Qinghuan began to think again. I asked Xia He to investigate Yuan Qishan just as a precaution. Both Yuan Jingtian and Yuan Changqing were acting in the same way, and Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but suspect Yuan Qishan. Even if Yuan Qishan married into the family, and his current wife's property would be inherited by her daughter, Gu Qinghuan still wondered if he had used some similar tactics to marry his current wife. And then, did he harm others in the process? Take Ban Ban, for example. If Yuan Jingtian had instigated Du Li's ex-boyfriend to abandon the dog, what would have happened to Ban Ban? What kind of pain would Du Li have endured if Gu Qinghuan hadn't happened to find him? Of course, Yuan Jingtian didn't care. He might even use this opportunity to comfort Du Li. Gu Qinghuan frowned at the thought. How could such a bad guy get away with it? The phone vibrated. Jiang Chuchu sent a message in the class group chat. Jiang Chuchu. Document Jiang Chuchu. I checked the information on Du Li's ex-boyfriend and sent it to you. Qin Yu. Good speed. You're worthy of it. Xie Xiangxue. Wait, when Du Li broke up with her ex-boyfriend, didn't she say his mother stole her things? Ming Xiaolan. But this file says that this ex-boyfriend's mother and father divorced when he was young, and he lived with his father, who never remarried. John Johnson. Where did he get a mother to steal Du Li's things? Ji Tianxiao. Wow, hiring someone to pretend to be her mother. This is a straight-up marriage scam, right? Bao Song. It's been a while since I come across such a complicated story. Yao Shaili. Interesting. The file says that after Du Li's ex-boyfriend broke up with her, he said he ran away, but he actually ran away, rented a small house, and started a self-media platform. Oh Yang Wushuang. I check out his account. Everyone's discussing this quite lively. The more I look at it, the more suspicious it becomes. Gu Qinghuan is also concerned about the fake mother. If Du Li's meeting with her ex-boyfriend's parents was all a scam, considering what happened next, her ex-boyfriend might have already been thinking about breaking up with Du Li. Yuan Wuwei. What a rotten guy. Du Li was considering spending her future with him, but he was plotting how to gradually sever ties. Lin Julu. Wait, I have a question. What's his motivation for breaking up? Ming Xiaolan, based on our current speculation about Yuan Jingtian, perhaps Yuan Jingtian promised him some benefits? Lin Zhulu, but Yuan Jingtian was also hoping to gain benefits from Du Li by building a good relationship with her, right? Lin Zhulu, what benefits Yuan Jingtian can gain, her ex-boyfriend can also gain, now that they're married. No need to back out. Yu Xian, is it possible Yuan Jingtian has leverage over her? Using it to blackmail her, forcing her to leave Du Li? Oh Yang Wushuang, huh? Ai Ning, what's wrong? Oh Yang Wushuang, this ex-boyfriend is gay. The class group was silent for a few seconds, then exploded. Oh Yang Wushuang, with her exceptional observational skills, managed to spot a corner of her ex-boyfriend's phone screen in the video he posted. Then she spotted a gay dating app on the screen. It was blurry, but she knew it matched. The ex-boyfriend's social media account was low profile, and the video only had a few likes, so no one noticed, except the battle-hardened Ouyang Wushuang. Yu Xian, so this is the leverage Yuan Jingtian has. Shen Jianwei, MS. Du's luck is truly. She hasn't met any good people. Just as everyone was feeling a little down, Gu Qinghuan popped up. We're here, aren't we? Gu Qinghuan. Once we gather the evidence and hand it over to Du Li, she know the true nature of these people. With this remark, everyone was immediately motivated and began to divide the work of organizing the evidence. Jiang Chuchu sent a private message to Gu Qinghuan. I had someone expedite the investigation. Once we have clear evidence, send it to Du Li immediately. Gu Qinghuan understood Jiang Chuchu's meaning. Don't worry. I go find Du Li right now and remind her to get a physical. Jiang Chuchu, will she believe you? Gu Qinghuan, don't worry, I take care of you. Gu Qinghuan flexed his fingers, opened the chat box with Du Li, and made a voice call. Du Li quickly answered the phone. Gu Qinghuan? What's going on? Gu Qinghuan stammered, looking quite embarrassed. Ms. Du, when was your last physical? A physical? Du Li was puzzled. Why are you asking? It's just, there's something, Gu Qinghuan said vaguely. Can you tell me about it? Du Li was puzzled, but considering it wasn't a private matter, she gave a date. Last November, I guess. Last year? Then you, Gu Qinghuan said, resigned. Would it be convenient for you to get another physical? Ideally today. Right now, is that okay? Du Li was even more puzzled. Although Gu Qinghuan's behavior left her baffled, her nervousness and worry didn't seem fake. Her tone grew more serious. Gu Qinghuan, do you know something? Gu Qinghuan hesitated for a moment before whispering, I'm not sure, but this is urgent. Can you go for a checkup? Just 4 infectious diseases. Du Li was startled at the mention of 4 infectious diseases, then immediately said, I understand. I go to the hospital right now. Gu Qinghuan breathed a sigh of relief, but then added, with some concern, please tell me when the results are out. Du Li quickly packed her things and replied, okay, but after that, you have to tell me what happened. No problem. Gu Qinghuan readily agreed. I have a lot to tell you too. The situation was urgent, so she had to resort to unconventional tactics like creating anxiety. Of course, if it weren't for the trust Du Li had in her because of Banban's incident, this tactic wouldn't have been so easy to pull off. Next, let's pray for Du Li's test results. Chapter 488. Congratulations. Du Li's test results are completely normal. The next day, receiving this news, Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chuchu were completely relieved. Jiang Chuchu said, her voice full of worry, I didn't sleep well last night. I was so worried. Now I can finally rest easy. Gu Qinghuan waved her hand. I should go explain everything to Miss Du. The current investigation results aren't sufficient. You need to work harder. Jiang Chuchu sighed. Although the investigation into Du Li's ex-boyfriend is nearly complete, her relationship with Yuan Jingtian is still under investigation, so we have to wait. It's okay. With the physical exam as a prelude, at least she believed my good intentions. Gu Qinghuan seemed quite relieved. Du Li thought it didn't matter if Gu Qinghuan was overthinking things, or if she still believed in Yuan Jingtian. As long as she was fine, that was a good thing. Gu Qinghuan had to go to school today, so she could only meet Du Li after school. The two agreed to meet at a pet-friendly restaurant, and Du Li would treat Gu Qinghuan to dinner. Gu Qinghuan had checked the restaurant's prices beforehand and, fortunately, it wasn't too expensive, so he readily agreed. The restaurant was on Yu Xian's way home, so after school, Yu Xian gave Gu Qinghuan a ride. This matter is really a mess, Yu Xian said. We initially just wanted to get to the bottom of Yuan Chongqing's situation and prevent him from bothering Sally again, right? Snakes and rats run together. If we don't deal with them all at once, there will be hidden dangers later. Gu Qinghuan shook his head. When they arrived at the restaurant, the driver pulled over, and Xian added a final word of advice. Although Miss Du is quite sensible, you still need to be careful not to interfere too much. Gu Qinghuan agreed immediately. I know. She's the one who makes the decision. I only do what I can. Xian then left, and Gu Qinghuan, shouldering her backpack, walked into the restaurant. The restaurant has both outdoor and indoor areas. Guests without pets dine indoors, while those with pets dine outdoors. There's a play area and defecation area outdoors for pets. The defecation area is quite far away, around the back of the building, so there's no need to worry about odors. Also, there are hooks near the tables and chairs for attaching leashes, and you can add a fence to keep your pets confined to the tables. The restaurant also provides pet-friendly low tables of varying sizes, stools or cushions, as well as food bowls and trays. However, pets can only eat their own food, or the restaurant provides purified water and purchase pet food. The restaurant's own food is for human consumption only. Of course, if guests choose to take food to go and feed their pets after leaving the restaurant will not intervene, but will not be responsible for any problems. Because reservations were required, Gu Qinghuan was greeted by a waiter the moment she entered. Do you have a reservation? Yes, her name is Du. She should be here by now, Gu Qinghuan replied. Miss Du's companion, right? Please follow me. The waiter led Gu Qinghuan to the outdoor area. As soon as she arrived, Gu Qinghuan spotted Banban. Although some time had passed, Banban seemed to still remember Gu Qinghuan's scent. Upon seeing her, he shifted from lying down to sitting up and wagged his tail at her. Du also spotted Gu Qinghuan and waved, Gu Qinghuan, over here. Gu Qinghuan walked over. Hello, Miss Du, then knelt down to greet Banban. Hello, Banban. Banban looked at Du, and after Du said hello, it raised one of its front paws and placed it on Gu Qinghuan's knee. Gu Qinghuan held the paw and squeezed Banban's paw pad before sitting down across from Du and putting down its school bag. Let's order first. Du handed the menu to Gu Qinghuan. Just order whatever you want. Gu Qinghuan wiped her hands with one of the provided disinfectant wipes before looking at the menu. She simply ordered pasta and a drink, while Du ordered a salad and steak. While waiting for the food to arrive, Du got straight to the point. You asked me to get the test done. What did you find? Gu Qinghuan was also straightforward and sent Du the PowerPoint presentation everyone had compiled yesterday. Upon receiving the PowerPoint presentation, Du was stunned. Was she really dealing with a high school student, not a private investigator? The content of the PowerPoint only concerned Du's ex-boyfriend, and it was short, so she quickly finished it. Du gritted her teeth and sneered. I really underestimated that bastard. Gu Qinghuan asked, will you settle the score with him? I won't confront him in person, Du said, her expression softening. There's no need to waste time on someone like that. He wants to be in the self-media business, right? I have more experience in that field than him. Give him some traffic, let him think he's famous, then find an MCN company you know to sign him, shut down his account, and make him pay for breach of contract. But don't say these things in front of Gu Qinghuan. Du felt it was better to keep such things secret from students who were still in school system, although the host has caused enough trouble. That problem solved, but Du had a new one. It wasn't that Gu Qinghuan had the ability to investigate all this, it was Gu Qinghuan's strength, and she didn't need to ask. She was curious about why Gu Qinghuan had thought of investigating her ex-boyfriend. Gu Qinghuan explained this very simply. Actually, my initial intention wasn't to investigate your ex-boyfriend. It was while investigating Yuan Chongqing that I stumbled upon Yuan Jingtian. She briefly recounted Yuan Chongqing's harassment of Yao Shaili, and how Yuan Jingtian had apologized to her and Yao Shaili. Our class teacher had a hypothesis. He suspected Yuan Jingtian of having a connection with your ex-boyfriend, and that's how we tracked it down to him, Gu Qinghuan explained. Du couldn't help but sigh, what a coincidence. However, she was grateful for the coincidence, otherwise, she would have suffered. Gu Qinghuan asked bluntly, Miss Du, are you willing to trust me? Yuan Jingtian's investigation results haven't come out yet, so our thoughts are ultimately just speculation. Of course, Du replied readily. I trust you. All I have to do is remain vigilant against Yuan Jingtian. Gu Qinghuan could have easily kept these things from her. After all, her experiences wouldn't affect them in any way. But they still said it, and Du wouldn't let their kindness go to waste. Du's rise to the position of PR manager was entirely due to her own strength. Gu Qinghuan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. I thought it would take some convincing to convince Miss Du. Dooley shrugged. If you were truly an ordinary high school student, I'd probably be suspicious of you. She curled her lips. But you're not. Gu Qinghwan was a little confused, while Dooley was a bit surprised. Don't you realize? You're actually quite famous. You can find a lot of information about you online. Gu Qinghwan was stunned, then pulled out his phone, opened a social media platform, and typed in Gu Qinghwan. The search results were overwhelming, with the most popular one being a review of Mingda High School's past students. After a few clicks, Gu Qinghwan saw his own name. Gu Qinghwan, oh well, I never thought she'd become a campus celebrity one day. Chapter 489. A comprehensive review of Mingda High School's past students. The previous few are graduates, now let's talk about someone still enrolled. Not the one graduating in a few months. The blogger doesn't want this post to be deleted. This is about Gu Qinghwan, currently a sophomore. According to the blogger's speculation, no student in the decades ahead or future will have more experience than her. How powerful is she? As I mentioned earlier, Mingda's student union is incredibly impressive. Even past student union presidents couldn't boast of building strong relationships with every member. But Gu Qinghwan did it. And the student union she built was run by the previous, unspeakable president, not to mention, she holds the position of president's secretary, a backdoor position she gained without any real work. According to relevant sources, Gu Qinghwan has the personal contact information of every current student union member. She can reach out to anyone she wants, demonstrating her extensive network. If you think she's just good at dealing with people and being a smooth talker, you're underestimating her. Both her personal leadership and her ability to unite the class. Take the class she served as president as proof. Everyone in the school knew that if you mess with one person in Gu Qinghwan's class, you messed with everyone. They needed to be as united as possible. This blogger is truly envious. If my class had this level of skill, wouldn't high school have been so much fun? Then, there's her excellent on-the-spot reaction skills. Take along with the light and chef Little Love for example. With her PR skills and ability to handle situations that even popular idol Lee admires, if she wants to become a manager in the future, I wonder how many entertainment companies will offer her an olive branch. Incidentally, there's a rumor that Ween Entertainment has already reserved a position for her. As for other aspects, like decision-making and personnel management, Gu Qinghwan decisively locked her screen, stopping reading. She looked up at Dooley helplessly. Ms. Du, have you also seen those online? Dooley nodded with a smile. Of course. Ji Yuling's witch-themed photos were trending earlier, and I seen them too. You look familiar. So after I brought Bam Bam back, I searched your name online and learned about your deeds. Gu Qinghwan covered her face. Deeds? She actually had a day associated with the word deeds. Gu Qinghwan pondered this seriously. Although she had been creating new destinies for everyone, others were unaware of the missions. Just looking at her personal experience, she's clearly not as dazzling as others, right? Forget about anything else. It was Ning Fu who became famous on Walking with the Light, wasn't it? And on Little Chef's Big Love, Ji Fuling and Ji Tianxiao's acting, along with photographer Shi Guangwei, were more popular than her, weren't they? Dooley swirled her drink with a straw and said with a smile, It seems you don't quite understand why you're so famous? Gu Qinghwan nodded gravely, then quickly shook her head. She sighed, That's normal actually. Even if I'm not the most prominent person in every event, my presence in everything is enough to draw attention. Dooley smiled again, That's right. And so far, you haven't received any negative comments. You have a wide network of contacts, but you never use them for any bad purposes. On the contrary, you've always been helping others. Dooley said, pointing at herself, Just like now, you come to help me. Not everyone is capable of such a kind reminder. It's kindness and courage. I'm very grateful for your help, so I also tell you about Yuan Jingtian's situation. Dooley winked at Gu Qinghwan. Okay, now I'm one of your connections. Gu Qinghwan smacked his lips. Actually, I think we can reword the word connection. Oh! Dooley looked at her curiously. Gu Qinghwan said solemnly, Friend? Dooley curled her lips. Then I prefer this term. Their meals were served, and now that they had decided how to proceed, it was time for a leisurely dinner. Dooley pulled a bag of portable dog food from her bag, unwrapped it, and poured it into the bowl in front of Ban Ban. She waited until she said, Eat, and only then did Ban Ban lower his head and begin to eat. This is just a snack. Dooley will prepare a proper dinner for him when we get home. Ever since Ban Ban was abandoned by her ex-boyfriend, Dooley has been worried about him being left alone at home, so she takes him with her whenever possible. The pasta was delicious, and the snacks were tasty too. Gu Qinghuan had another satisfying dinner. Dooley paid the bill. Gu Qinghuan offered to contribute, but Dooley flatly refused. She shook her phone and said, half jokingly, half seriously, think of it as investigation funds. If it were a real private investigator, this meal wouldn't be enough. Gu Qinghuan didn't insist. Once we have a better understanding, we send you more detailed information. That would be great, of course. Dooley said readily, then took Ban Ban by the hand and walked home, just in time for a dog walk. Gu Qinghuan was quite familiar with the route, and estimating it would take about 10 minutes to walk home, she decided to walk too. As she walked, she pondered her next move. First, she had to wait for Jiang Chuchu and Xia He to finish their investigation of Yuan Jingtian and Yuan Qishan, compile their findings, and then communicate with Dooley again. If there were problems with Yuan Qishan, she might even have to alert his current wife. Judging from Yao Shaili's progress on her mission, as long as she dealt with Yuan Changqing, hers would likely be complete. This thought fueled Gu Qinghuan's enthusiasm. Seeing the green light flashing at the crosswalk ahead, Gu Qinghuan realized she was running out of time, so she slowed down and waited for the next one. A loud bicycle bell rang behind her, and she instinctively stepped aside, only to feel a strong force yanking her bag forward. Gu Qinghuan's balance suddenly shifted, and he fell to the ground, his vision blacking out with pain. Shit! The man's voice was close at hand. To be more precise, the cyclist was pinned to the very bottom. As he rode past Gu Qinghuan, his handlebars caught on the side strap of Gu Qinghuan's backpack, causing him to fall, along with the bike and Gu Qinghuan. He was at the bottom, with the bike on top, and Gu Qinghuan's upper body pinned against it. Thankfully, Gu Qinghuan had practiced with Song Yi for a while, so despite the emergency, she instinctively curled up. As a result, the main injuries were to her arms and back. If she had extended her hand, she most likely have pushed down as she fell, becoming entangled in the wheel. The thought was terrifying. A number of people gathered around and frantically helped Gu Qinghuan up. As for the cyclist, after Gu Qinghuan moved away, he climbed to his feet. "Little girl, are you okay?" the person supporting Gu Qinghuan asked. Gu Qinghuan was speechless. She had been preoccupied with the pain in her back, but now that she was lifted up, she realized her left ankle was also aching. "Hey, sister," a familiar voice called out. Gu Qinghuan, enduring the pain, looked over and saw Song Yi's face. He was wearing a workout outfit and looked like he just finished a workout. Seeing Gu Qinghuan, he was horrified. "Sister, what's wrong with you?" Gu Qinghuan managed 2 words. "Left foot." Song Yi immediately squatted down, supported Gu Qinghuan's left foot, and took off her shoe. The ankle was swollen. Everyone supporting Gu Qinghuan was startled. "Is he broken? Get him to the hospital." "What bad luck." The cyclist cursed nearby. Song Yi, still crouching, swept his long legs, lifting his feet off the ground and sending him crashing to the ground, screaming in pain. This was already an intersection, and there was a traffic police officer present. Seeing the accident, they rushed over. The traffic officer saw Song Yi's sweep clearly, but she also heard the cyclist's words clearly. The cyclist covered his butt with one hand and pointed at Song Yi with the other. "You want to fight, don't you? Handle down." The traffic police officer stood between Song Yi and Gu Qinghuan. "Did you hit that person?" "That's him." The people around them shouted in unison. "Small, hitting someone and still being so arrogant. That's too much." Song Yi stood up and quickly sent a message in the class group chat. "Song Yi, my sister was hit. Location Zabari, ? Chapter 490. When Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian arrived at the hospital, Gu Qinghuan's ankle was already bandaged and iced, and she was lying on the bed. The minor scrapes on her body had also been treated, and they weren't serious. Gu Qinghuan lay there, unable to move. Although her back and left arm were in great pain from the fall, she couldn't lie down, so she had to endure it. Song Yi was still guarding the bedside. Yu Xian and Jiang Chuchu had also arrived. The former was checking with the doctor, while the latter was confronting the cyclist. The cyclist also had a few scrapes, but they were minor wounds, and by the time he arrived at the hospital, they had already begun to scab over. Now, being forced by Song Yi to pay various medical bills, he angrily demanded when he could leave. Jiang Chuchu rarely felt like hitting someone, but what was she doing? She didn't even apologize for bumping into someone. Shift 3 had been through so much, and yet Gu Qinghuan hadn't suffered a single injury. She was just walking down the street when she was hit by a reckless bicycle. And seriously sprained? Jiang Chuchu had already made a deep impression on this boy named Chi Chengfeng. He better hope he hadn't done anything bad in the past, otherwise Jiang Chuchu would expose all of his past. Gu Haiyan went to check on Gu Qingwan first, while Wang Jian met with Yu Xian and Jiang Chuchu to find out what was going on, and also took over the conversation with Qi Chengfeng. Seeing her mother, Gu Qingwan even turned her head to greet her. "Mom, how are you feeling now?" Gu Haiyan looked Gu Qingwan over carefully. "I'm fine. I just feel pain from the fall. I can't move, and I'm a little stiff from lying down," Gu Qingwan answered. Gu Haiyan breathed a sigh of relief when she heard her tone normal and her spirits high. She greeted Song Yi again. "Hello, who are you?" "I'm your sister, the class monitor's classmate." Song Yi quickly corrected herself. "My name is Song Yi." Gu Haiyan thought for a moment. "I remember you were the gym committee member?" "Yes." Song Yi immediately became excited. He hadn't expected Gu Qingwan's mother to know him. Gu Haiyan then asked Song Yi what had happened to Gu Qingwan. "I went out for a night run. On my way back, I saw a group of people gathered in a circle on the road. I went over and saw the class monitor being helped to his feet." Song Yi pointed outside the ward door. "That guy. A passerby told me he was riding his bike on the sidewalk, trying to catch a green light. As he passed the monitor, he knocked her down. Not only did he not apologize, he said the monitor just twisted her ankle and was about to leave. Luckily, the traffic police stopped him. The traffic police issued a letter of responsibility, saying he was fully responsible and demanding compensation. He said he would pay and asked the monitor to show his payment code. Then the Discipline Inspection Commission arrived, and their bodyguards took him to the hospital and told him to pay for his medical expenses. The student council member also came, and I accompanied the monitor through the examination and hospitalization. And then, that's what happened outside." Gu Haiyan nodded. "Okay, thank you for your help." Song Yi felt a little embarrassed. "It's okay. The monitor always takes care of me." For example, whenever Gu Qingwan tasted new milk tea products from various brands and liked a flavor, she would recommend them to him. And when there were brand collaborations, Gu Qingwan would give him cute pendants, refrigerator magnets, and the like. A string of colorful keychains hung from Song Yi's dark gray backpack, making it as eye-catching as possible. Gu Haiyan checked the time. "You should go back first. It's getting late. We'd be watching over Huan. Song Yi thought about it, and turned to Gu Qingwan. "Class monitor, if you have anything, just message us in the group chat. I'm leaving now." Gu Qingwan raised his unharmed right hand, and waved at Song Yi. "Bye." Song Yi left, and Yu Xian and Jiang Chuchu came in. They had already told Wang Jian everything they knew, so there was nothing else to do. Jiang Chuchu's face was still sullen, but she suppressed her anger when she faced Gu Haiyan, politely greeting her. "Hello, Auntie." Yu Xian was calmer, but the sight of Gu Qingwan lying in the hospital bed, even though she looked fine, made her heart ache. She followed Jiang Chuchu and called out, "Hello, Auntie." Gu Haiyan, of course, knew Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian. Seeing them so worried about Gu Qingwan, she felt a little relieved. Her daughter had truly made some great friends, having been able to rush over immediately when the incident occurred. "Leave it to us parents. You can go home without worry." Gu Haiyan patted their arms. "Don't worry, it's just a sprain, nothing serious." Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian knew that with the parents around, there would be no problem. Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian were both reliable parents, who would definitely take good care of Gu Qingwan. "Then we go home first." Jiang Chuchu made up her mind. When she returned, she would offer 10 times the overtime pay and send someone to investigate Qi Chengfeng. She even considered that, just this once, it wouldn't be impossible to give Xia He a little leeway. Still a little worried, Yu Xian turned to Gu Qingwan and said, "Rest well for the next 2 days. Don't rush to move around. The doctor said you need to rest. Everyone will take care of school matters and help you take notes. We come to help you with your studies after school and on weekends." Gu Qingwan, "Actually, I don't really want to make up for it. After all, the midterm exams are just over, so the class schedule isn't that tight." But in front of her mother, Gu Qingwan could only nod obediently. "Thank you for your help." Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian also left. Gu Haiyan saw that Gu Qingwan's school bag was covered in dust, and planned to take it home to clean it later. Wang Jian had also finished talking with Qi Chengfeng, and walked into the ward with a sullen look on his face. "What's going on?" Gu Haiyan asked. "He refuses to call his parents, saying he's an adult, and can handle it himself," Wang Jian said. Qi Chengfeng wasn't that old. From what Gu Qingwan had seen, he seemed only a year or 2 older than her. But he looked rather frivolous, giving the impression of a petty thug. That guy doesn't seem to be short of money. He said another 20,000 yuan, and that's it. Wang Jian said, sitting down beside the bed. Is 20,000 a lot? Gu Qinghuan tilted his head to look at his father. It's a lot, but he looks so eager to get out of trouble. It's infuriating. Wang Jian said unhappily. Gu Qinghuan only had a sprain, after all. Although he needed to be hospitalized for the first 3 days for observation, the total cost wouldn't be that much. Do you agree? Gu Haiyan asked. Wang Jian nodded. I agree. I just handwrote a compensation agreement in duplicate. He paid the money, took the agreement, and left. He looked at Gu Qinghuan again. I also like the guy to apologize to you, but... It's okay, Gu Qinghuan shook her head. He doesn't seem like the type to apologize sincerely. It's better to end this quickly than waste time on him. She didn't consider it humiliating for the other party to pay without an apology. What's the point of an insincere apology? It's just a waste of time. Regardless of whether the other party needed the 20,000 yuan, at least he had suffered financial losses, and she had received compensation far exceeding the actual amount. Wang Jian patted Gu Qinghuan's head. It's good that you think so. I don't think that guy is a good person. If he's pushed too far, he might do something. Gu Qinghuan remained silent, thinking to herself, it's okay. Judging from Chuchu's attitude, she'd probably investigate Qi Qingfeng's background. Then, she could decide how to collect emotional compensation based on the circumstances. Chapter 491. It was so rare to get a message from Jiang Chuchu that Xia, he couldn't help but wonder if she sent it to the wrong person. Jiang Chuchu, are you there? Xia He, have you finished checking on Yuan Jingtian? Jiang Chuchu clenched her fists. Does this guy have some passive skill that's bound to upset people? She took a deep breath. That's not what I'm talking about. Xia He, what's that about? Jiang Chuchu, Qing Huan was hit by a car. Xia He didn't reply. Jiang Chuchu waited for more than 10 seconds before realizing something was wrong and calling. As soon as the call connected, Jiang Chuchu shouted, it was a bicycle. She was walking down the street and got hit by a cyclist. It's just a sprain, and she's already in the hospital recovering. Xia He sighed after a moment, then said, don't gasp when you talk next time. Jiang Chuchu took another deep breath. This time, it was indeed her mistake. She endured Xia He's words. Xia He flung herself back into her chair, waving the newly summoned third secretary out. After leaving, the third secretary patted her chest in shock. It turned out the rumors about President Xia being insane and terrifying were true. Xia He tilted her head back, leaned back in her chair, and asked through narrowed eyes, how did you get hit? Jiang Chuchu briefly recounted the incident, and Xia He's tone grew colder. Is the other party fully responsible? Of course he is. Jiang Chuchu slammed her fist on the table. The problem is, that guy hasn't shown any sign of admitting his guilt. I heard from Song Yi that he even thinks Qing Huan is unlucky. Xia He said calmly name. Jiang Chuchu immediately said, Qi Chengfeng. Xia He replied flatly, I understand. You continue your investigation. I handle this guy. This was exactly why Jiang Chuchu had called him. Now that Xia He had agreed, Qi Chengfeng was doomed. Jiang Chuchu's mood improved considerably. After the call ended, she returned to her work on Yuan Jingtian's case with a refreshed spirit. She had originally intended to settle the score with Qi Chengfeng herself, but as soon as her assistant Jin Jibao's call went through, he excitedly reported a breakthrough in the investigation into Yuan Jingtian's past. Jiang Chuchu suddenly felt embarrassed to ask her to take on new work, and her tenfold overtime pay was converted into a temporary bonus, which was given to Jin Jibao. Especially after receiving the information, Jiang Chuchu felt that she also had work to do with Yuan Jingtian. After much deliberation, she reluctantly handed over the work of investigating Qi Chengfeng to Xia He. As for the thought that she couldn't be the only one upset about this, she didn't think so. Xia He remained seated, her windbreaker half-fitted, the collar turned inside out, pressing against her neck uncomfortably. He straightened himself slightly, removed his windbreaker, and casually tossed it onto the sofa, rubbing his brow again. Gu Qinghuan was known for her measured demeanor. She wouldn't joke about her own safety. So Xia He couldn't help but consider the possibility that she might be in danger. Luckily, it was just the bicycle this time, but what about next time? Once concerns arise, they can't help but overthink and worry even more. Xia He let out a long sigh, stood up, and sent a message to the subordinate in charge of the investigation. Let's focus on the current situation first, and let that kid named Qi Chengfeng take responsibility for his actions. Although Gu Qinghuan knew her friends would seek justice for her, she didn't intervene. Her current priority was to rest and recuperate, so that her family and friends could rest assured. However, that night, due to her unchanging sleeping position, she didn't sleep well. Upon waking, Gu Qinghwan felt even more reluctant to get up than usual, and her eyelids felt heavy. Gu Haiyan had stayed with her last night. This morning, seeing that Gu Qinghwan was doing well, and the doctor's examination had cleared her, she called a nurse to look after her for the morning while she went to work. Gu Qinghwan finished the breakfast Gu Haiyan had bought her before she left, and lying in bed with nothing to do, she pulled out her phone. She hadn't had time to check the WeChat group since she was hit last night, so now was a good time to kill time. As soon as Gu Qinghwan opened her WeChat message, she was bombarded with messages. Needless to say, the class group chat was abuzz with questions after Song Yi posted about her being hit. Gu Qinghwan glanced through it, and seeing that Song Yi and the others had explained everything, she stopped replying. It was morning self-study time, so she decided not to send any messages to avoid disrupting everyone's studies. As for private messages, everyone sent greetings and well wishes, saying they visit her after school. Gu Qinghwan looked at the size of the ward. Even with her, Class 3 only had 22 students, and squeezing them all into the room would still be too difficult. She decided to wait until break and remind everyone in the class group chat that they didn't need to come over specifically to visit her. She just twisted her ankle, and would be well again soon. However, when she came across Xia He's message, Gu Qinghwan was genuinely surprised. Xia He, what do you want to do with that guy? Gu Qinghwan, you mean Chi Chengfeng? Xia He, yes. Gu Qinghwan, how did you know? Xia He, Jiang Chuchu told me. Gu Qinghwan held his forehead. Don't press the nuclear button. But since Xia He already knows, let's just go along with it. Gu Qinghwan, so who is Chi Chengfeng? Xia He, he's a gangster. That's a pretty unkind assessment, Gu Qinghwan thought, clicking on the information Xia He had forwarded. Chi Chengfeng's family owns entertainment venues, KTVs, bars, massage parlors, saunas, billiard halls, chess and card rooms. They open whatever's popular, without any particular preference. While not every business is thriving, the accumulation of small gains adds up, and judging by their assets and influence alone, they can be considered a local tycoon. There are entertainment venues with clean records, but unfortunately, the Qi family isn't one of them. Chi Chengfeng grew up in this environment and became a gangster himself. With his father's support, he's been involved in a lot of fights, drunken car racing, and other incidents. Not long ago, Chi Chengfeng hit someone on his motorcycle, and his father ordered him to behave himself for a while. He was bored, and his friends recommended cycling to him, but they were just using it as an excuse to harass the girls in the group. Yesterday, he bumped into Gu Qinghwan, hoping to catch a night ride. Xia He was horrified when she found out Chi Chengfeng had been riding a motorcycle. If Gu Qinghwan had been hit by a motorcycle, it would have been more than just a sprain. Frightened, then angry. Xia He had already contacted the person who had been hit to see if the family had received the compensation they deserved or been intimidated into silence. If it was the former, that was fine. If it was the latter, he would also take Gu Qinghwan's actions into the Qi family's hands. Gu Qinghwan finished reading the information. He's indeed a gangster. Xia He asked again, what do you want to do? She asked as if she were some big boss, who could destroy everything with a flick of her finger. Gu Qinghwan thought for a moment. If I want him to truly suffer, shouldn't I make him lose the very thing he least wants to lose? Xia He, I see what you mean. Just wait. Gu Qinghwan, as expected of you. JPG. After finishing his conversation with Xia He, Gu Qinghwan reread the chat log, lost in thought. So, it seems she's really about to become the mastermind? No, she's just seeking justice for herself. Chapter 492. At noon, Wang Jian brought over lunch. Gu Min's cooking. Upon learning that Gu Qinghwan was hospitalized, Gu Min had video called her that morning. Seeing that Gu Qinghwan looked well, she abandoned her plans to come in person. However, she personally cooked a hospital meal and asked Wang Jian to bring it. As for the rest, Wang Jian took it home as dinner for Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian. Wang Jian, I'm also eating my daughter's meal. Gu Qinghwan's pain was gone, and she could sit up to eat, just keeping an eye on her left foot when moving. How's it like being in the hospital? Wang Jian asked. So boring, Gu Qinghwan sighed. I can use my phone, but it's boring when I think about everyone else being in school. To say that Gu Qinghwan loved studying would be a lie, but she knew exactly when to do what. Study hard when it's time to study, so you can have more fun and be more thorough when you have fun. Unfortunately, now she was lying in bed, her school bag gone, and the only thing she could touch was her phone, which naturally gave her less distraction and peace of mind. Gu Qinghwan sadly placed this blame on Qi Chengfeng. After lunch, Wang Jian promised Gu Qinghwan he'd buy her egg tarts that evening and left with his lunch box. Gu Qinghwan lay back down, intending to take a nap, when Jiang Chuchu called, "How are you doing?" "Fine. The doctor said I'm recovering well. I observe it for another day tomorrow, and maybe I can go home." Gu Qinghwan spoke weakly. "You sound listless?" Jiang Chuchu asked. "Being in the hospital is so boring. School is more interesting." Gu Qinghwan lifted and lowered his intact right foot, increasing his activity somewhat. "We're about the same here," Jiang Chuchu said, a hint of laughter in her voice. "Everyone's also feeling bored. It's so boring without our dear monitor." Qin Yu's voice rang out. Gu Qinghwan belatedly realized that Jiang Chuchu had switched on speakerphone. Qin Yu spoke first, and everyone else couldn't hold it in any longer. "That's right. Without you, monitor, recess is completely boring. I was paying attention in class, but I think the teacher seems concerned too. I missed you during the 5th hour you were away, monitor." Everyone chattered, and Gu Qinghwan felt the chatter was getting increasingly cheesy. But he couldn't bring himself to ask everyone to stop. She rubbed her nose. "Wait 2 more days, my foot will be healed soon. You have to be careful even after the swelling goes down, right? You can't squeeze on the bus, right? How about having the family car take a detour and pick up the class monitor? Then I sign up. I want to be first in line." Gu Qinghwan quickly stopped her. "My family has a car. Then we pick her up at the school gate. It's quite a long walk from there to class. I can carry my sister. You can't always carry her. I can do that too. Can't you hold her? Walking slowly is fine too. Let's go back to the palace." "Qin Yu, you're looking for a fight." Everyone started arguing again. Gu Qinghwan laughed along, then rubbed his eyes. "Okay, let's finish our respective tasks first. Chu-Chu, how are you investigating Yuan Jingtian?" "Almost done. We're revising the PowerPoint. We confirmed that Yuan Jingtian and Du Li's ex-boyfriend are connected," Jiang Chuchu replied. While Yuan Jingtian was extremely cautious, Du Li's ex-boyfriend wasn't. He hid it well initially, but later, perhaps realizing Du Li hadn't noticed, he relaxed. Bao Qingsong even tracked down his posts on a forum, providing clear evidence that he was mentored by someone. Correlating their schedules and movements reveal significant overlap. From a certain perspective, Yuan Jingtian is truly a qualified military advisor. But if we want to completely destroy Yuan Jingtian, what we found isn't enough. Jiang Chuchu was a little annoyed. Gu Qinghwan dismissed the suggestion. "We don't need to attack Yuan Jingtian. Leave that to Miss Du." Her comment was enough for Jiang Chuchu to understand. Just because their evidence wasn't sufficient didn't mean Du Li needed it. As long as Du Li saw Yuan Jingtian's true face, with her skills, she would have plenty of ways to make him reveal himself. Many things are achieved through deliberate planning. As long as Du Li was prepared, Yuan Jingtian would have no chance of deceiving her again. "We just need to organize the evidence we have, and Miss Du will know what to do." Gu Qinghwan stretched lazily on the hospital bed. "Yuan Jingtian isn't our target either. We should be wary of Yuan Changqing. In fact, if Yuan Jingtian hadn't revealed himself, the bastards wouldn't have invested so much effort in him. After all, Yuan Changqing's tricks were completely insignificant in the eyes of the bastards." After Gu Qinghwan's words, everyone calmed down. They just needed to do what they could. Their studies and lives were more important. Even Yao Shaili herself felt that Qi Chengfeng, who had bumped into Gu Qinghwan, deserved more attention than Yuan Changqing. "Don't worry about Qi Chengfeng anymore. Someone's handling it, right, Chu-Chu?" Gu Qinghwan said. Jiang Chuchu didn't feel guilty at all. Why would she be called? It was such a big deal. Why couldn't she just ask Xia He? "Anyway, I'll be back to school in a few days. Just go about your daily life. If you have anything, send me a message on WeChat," Gu Qinghwan said. Everyone agreed, and Gu Qinghwan finally hung up. She stretched out in bed and closed her eyes for a nap. Her previously unstable emotions had become calm and peaceful after the call. While completing her mission, she also drew strength from everyone. As expected, Qi Chengfeng had to be held responsible. The days of campus life she missed were something she could never make up for. Gu Qinghwan's nap was peaceful, but some people, unlike her, were still fussing in the middle of the day. Qi Tingfei went out drinking with some friends last night and returned late, extremely drunk. He even woke up in the middle of the night to vomit. At noon, Qi Tingfei barely woke up because of a phone call. He fumbled for his phone and answered it. His son, Chi Chungfeng, was asking him for money. Chi Tingfei asked what he was going to use it for, only to hear the BS **** say he hit someone on his bike the previous night and paid 20,000 yuan in compensation. He had lost all his remaining pocket money and was in dire need of money. You can hit someone on a bike? After Chi Tingfei finished his yelling, his head ached slightly from the hangover. That girl didn't dodge and actually knock me down, Chi Chungfeng cursed. If she hadn't looked familiar, I wouldn't have bothered to compensate her. As for what part of her looked familiar, Chi Chungfeng couldn't recall. It was late at night, and he couldn't see clearly. Broken leg? 20,000 is a lot of money. Chi Tingfei frowned. It looks like a sprained ankle, Chi Chungfeng replied. Chi Tingfei felt his temples throbbing. You're paying her 20,000 for a sprained ankle? Do you think your father's money just came from the wind? Chi Chungfeng didn't respond. Wasn't it because the girl who came later had bodyguards with her? She looked impressive. He was afraid of offending the wrong person, so he wanted to pay her to settle the matter. Chi Tingfei was already feeling unwell from his hangover, and Chi Chingfeng's incident only made him even more upset. He got up and was about to start cursing when the door suddenly kicked in with a loud bang. Chi, get out and open the door. Chapter 493. Even though Chi Tingfei still had a headache from his hangover, he could still tell who was shouting. His gray area business was able to survive, of course, thanks to the support of the big shot. The man shouting was the big shot's personal thug, whom Chi Tingfei usually called Brother Chen. In terms of age, Brother Chen was actually younger than Chi Tingfei, but if he couldn't handle being addressed as such, then forget about it. Chi Tingfei's mind suddenly cleared. Even though he didn't know what had happened to provoke Brother Chen's rage, he jumped out of bed and ran to open the door, not even bothering to check his clothes or hair. Brother Chen was standing behind him with a few of his underlings. Seeing Chi Tingfei, Brother Chen sneered, still asleep at this hour? Chi Tingfei stood before Brother Chen, respectfully saying, I had a few drinks last night. Brother Chen, what brings you to me? Brother Chen didn't even enter, but simply stood at the doorway. Old Chi, we haven't treated you unfairly over the years, have we? Of course not, Chi Tingfei said with a fawning smile. If it weren't for Mr. Zheng, I wouldn't have made it this far. Mr. Zheng was the big shot. As for whether his last name was Zheng, or who the Mr. was, Chi Tingfei had no idea. He had originally entered the company behind someone else. Brother Chen's eyebrows immediately shot up. I thought you were planning to kick us out and go it alone? Chi Tingfei struggled to think through his alcohol-fueled brain, but he couldn't figure out why Brother Chen would say such a thing. He could only cautiously apologize. What nonsense! How could I possibly do such a thing? Brother Chen waved his hand impatiently. All right, stop talking. Come with me to see Mr. Zheng and explain in person. Before Chi Tingfei could react, two of his underlings grabbed his arms and shoved him out the door. Chi Tingfei considered himself a big boss, yet being escorted out in this manner was truly humiliating. When they got to Brother Chen's car, they all lowered their heads and hid themselves, fearing being seen by the neighborhood. In reality, Brother Chen and his underlings looked like they were not to be trifled with, so no one dared to look at them. And the residents, who had lived in the neighborhood for a long time, had heard about Chi Tingfei and knew he had a shady background. After they left, some speculated wildly, wondering if Chi Tingfei had offended someone in the underworld and was about to be amputated. Chi Tingfei had no idea that he was about to become a traitor in a gangster movie in the neighborhood chat room. He was sandwiched between Brother Chen and one of his underlings in the back seat, with Brother Chen's arm draped over his shoulder. Brother Chen's tone softened again. When you get to see Zheng later, remember to explain everything clearly. I'm only giving you this advice because we've known each other for so many years. Just do your best. Chi Tingfei was completely bewildered. He still didn't understand what had happened. He bravely asked, Brother Chen, can you tell me what's going on? Brother Chen looked away. I can't say anything about this. You find out when we get to see Zheng later. Chi Tingfei could only wait anxiously. Finally getting out of the car, he didn't recognize the place. It looked like a private club. From the moment he got out of the car to the entrance, the furnishings he saw were enough to demonstrate the club's class. Brother Chen and his subordinates were even more obedient during the body search. Only after confirmation was confirmed were they led to the private room. Entering the room, the first person they saw was General Manager Zheng. General Manager Zheng, usually aloof and condescending, was now sitting across from a young man, his manner so attentive that Chi Tingfei couldn't recognize him. Upon seeing Chi Tingfei, General Manager Zheng immediately said, Mr. Xia, that's him. He's here. Chi Tingfei had only briefly glanced at the man, feeling he looked incredibly young. Now, having been called upon, he looked up and met his gaze. He was truly young. Chi Tingfei even thought Mr. Xia was younger than his son. Xia he didn't respond to General Manager Zhang's words. Instead, she looked Chi Tingfei up and down for a moment before saying, "Mr. Chi, you're in a bit of a rush." Of course, he was in a rush. He hadn't even changed his clothes when Brother Chen pulled him over. He was now in his pajamas, barefoot, with leather shoes, and his hair was a mess. President Zheng apologized hurriedly. "My people were too anxious, afraid they delayed Mr. Xia's business." Xia he remained silent, her gaze turning to Chi Tingfei, her expression calm. "Mr. Chi, did you know about your son bumping into a student on the sidewalk last night?" Xia he didn't intend to wait for him to remember. Keeping it a secret would only waste time. Right now, he just wanted to get rid of Chi Tingfei and Chi Changfeng. Chi Tingfei's heart rang with alarm. Yes, I just heard about it. That? The student he bumped into is my benefactor." Xia he didn't even blink. President Zheng, standing beside her, was already trembling at the knees. The current head of the Xia family personally acknowledged his benefactor. What kind of significance could that be? Chi Tingfei didn't know Xia he, but from hearing President Zheng's rapid breathing and trembling knees, he knew Xia he was no ordinary person. He cursed Chi Changfeng in his heart, his voice trembling. "Well, I really didn't know about this. If I knew." "Now you know," Xia he folded her hands. "I'm here to demand an explanation. I call that guy over right now. And make him apologize to that lady." Chi Tingfei's voice rose an octave. "No need. I think your son going there would only affect her recovery," Xia he said. "I'm asking you now what you plan to do with your son. Dispose? He's the only child." Chi Tingfei panicked. "I definitely discipline him. I have someone keep an eye on him and prevent him from doing something like this again." Xia he lost her patience. "All I heard was your protection and restrictions on him. You should know that's not what I want to hear." Chi Tingfei was about to say something else, but Xia he had already looked away and turned to President Zheng. "President Zheng, you should know what to do, right?" "Yes." President Zheng quickly agreed. "I find all the evidence I can and see to it that he's sent to the right place." Xia he waved her hand. "Go ahead. I have someone verify the results." President Zheng quickly stood up and, with another look at Brother Chen, immediately dragged Chi Tingfei to his feet and dragged him out the door. Chi Tingfei was completely stunned. He was almost at the door when he realized that President Zheng meant to send Chi Changfeng to prison. He grabbed Mr. Zheng's arm and said, Mr. Zheng, this won't do. Xiaofeng is my only son. I only have one benefactor, and those who have suffered because of your son are all unique." Xia He's tone grew colder. "It seems you need to reflect on this situation more than your son. You bear no small responsibility for this situation." Mr. Zheng shuddered. I understand Mr. Xia's intentions. I will handle this properly." Xia he stopped talking. This time, Mr. Zheng and Brother Chen dragged Chi Tingfei out. The door to the private room closed again. Xia he leaned back on the sofa and pinched her nose. Chi Tingfei's business was so extensive, but she hadn't expected him to be so tactless. Besides the few known incidents, he probably had a lot going on behind the scenes. Let's just clean it all up, Xia he thought. After Bai Hanzhan finished the college entrance exam, it would be a good opportunity for him to practice. Chapter 494. Gu Qinghuan lay in the hospital for 2.5 days. At noon on the third day, after the doctor examined her and confirmed she could move carefully, she immediately urged Wang Jian to take her home. The patient in the next bed was reluctant to let her go. "Little girl, are you leaving now?" "I'm going back to school." Gu Qinghuan was full of energy. These days, she'd been bored to death listening to the aunt in the next bed nagging about how her daughter, inexplicably, didn't get married and was driving her crazy. Gu Qinghuan started to talk to her about how hard school was for children these days, the intense competition, and the precarious employment situation. After scaring her, she went on to talk about the love stories of her grandparents, her mother and father, and how she was raised. Gu Qinghuan was well aware of her family's situation. There were only a handful of parents who could achieve the level of success that Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian achieved. By comparing her family's situation, others would realize their own shortcomings. As expected, after she pointed out a few aspects, the aunt in the next bed fell into deep thought. The next time her daughter came over, she wouldn't press for marriage. This surprised and delighted her daughter. Upon learning that it was Gu Qinghuan who spoke up, she even ordered her a cup of milk tea. Afterwards, the aunt and Gu Qinghuan chatted for a long time. It had only been 2 or 3 days, and she was already reluctant to let her go. At your age, school is indeed more important, the aunt nodded. Then goodbye. Remember to study hard. Auntie, see you again. Gu Qinghuan smiled and waved goodbye, then went home with Wang Jian. The next day was the weekend, and Gu Qinghuan spent another good day at home, following the doctor's instructions, gently moving her ankle and doing some stability exercises. On Monday, she went to school in Gu Haiyan's car. The people in class 3 had already heard the news. As soon as Gu Haiyan's car stopped, Song Yi rushed over. Gu Qinghuan pushed the car door open a crack, and Song Yi, who was standing outside, quickly pulled it open again. Good morning, class monitor. Good morning, Auntie Gu. Good morning. Gu Qinghuan greeted him. Gu Haiyan also waved at Song Yi. She remembered that it was Song Yi who helped take Gu Qinghuan to the hospital. Song Yi picked up Gu Qinghuan's school bag and said proudly, I pick you up. He had won the rock-paper-scissors game to secure the privilege of taking over as class monitor today. Gu Qinghuan had watched everyone's rock-paper-scissors game yesterday. They even held an online meeting just for the game, and the purpose was to pick her up from school. For a moment, she didn't know whether to be touched or find it outrageous. Looking at Song Yi's attitude, Gu Qinghuan suspected he was more interested in carrying her on his back and running away. After finally reaching the classroom, Gu Qinghuan was greeted warmly upon entering. Welcome back, class monitor. Class monitor, you're finally back. Give me a hug. You lost weight these days in the hospital. The last part made Gu Qinghuan want to pinch her cheeks. How had she lost weight? She ate the sick meals prepared by her grandmother Gu Min every day and lay still. How could she possibly lose weight? When she sat down at her seat, Jiang Chuchu cupped her face in her hands, looking her left and right, up and down, and commented, You gotten rounder. Gu Qinghuan looked at her with dead eyes. You easily lose me like this. Jiang Chuchu let go of her hand, and casually changed the subject. How's Dooley doing? The day before yesterday, Gu Qinghuan had forwarded the revised PPT from class 3 to Dooley, leaving it to her to decide and process. Gu Qinghuan let her off for now. Miss Du is setting a trap for Yuan Jingtian. Incidentally, her ex-boyfriend has already signed a contract with an MCN company. Du Li's trap for Yuan Jingtian was, to put it bluntly, to make him believe Du Li was completely devoted to him. In this situation, Yuan Jingtian would undoubtedly believe his scheme had succeeded, revealing his true intentions, allowing Du Li to turn the tables on him. Gu Qinghuan didn't ask about the details. That was a conflict between Du Li and Yuan Jingtian. By the way, has there been any progress with Yuan Qishan? Jiang Chuchu asked again. Gu Qinghuan shook her head. Xia, he is still investigating. He says it's been so long. Even if he does, it take time. Jiang Chuchu, who had already finished investigating Yuan Jingtian, was instantly inflated. She's still the fastest. If Xia he knew her thoughts, she would definitely laugh. Although Yuan Qingshan's investigation had yielded no results, the situation with the Qi family father and son was different. As Qi Tingfei's patron, General Zheng had been as indifferent to his assistants as he was now, and just as painfully collecting the evidence. With Xia He's men watching closely, he dared not lie. After 2 days of hard work, barely sleeping, he finally compiled everything he knew about Qi Qingfei's misdeeds and reported them to the police. As for Qi Tingfei, Xia he planned to let him go for another 2 months, until Bai Han finished his college entrance exams, so he could practice his skills. Also, they could keep Qi Tingfei hanging, making him believe he was still useful and hadn't been dealt with. When he finally settled down after campaigning for Qi Chengfeng and thought he could finally rest easy, it would be his turn to suffer. When Bai Han heard this news, he felt that Xia He's mischievousness was getting worse. He didn't have much of an issue with this job. Compared to previous ones, Bai Han was already quite satisfied that there was a preview this time. These matters didn't need Class 3's attention, so everyone's focus shifted back to Yuan Changqing. After the midterm exams, Yuan Changqing returned to class, right? How's he doing now? Gu Qinghuan asked. Yao Shaili shrugged. He quit the club. Yuan Changqing's application to quit was approved the same day he submitted it. Especially after Yuan Changqing left the club building, the literature club celebrated with a rare flourish. Did he join a new club? Gu Qinghuan asked again. Bao Qingsong answered this question. He joined the radio club. The radio club? Gu Qinghuan was surprised. He has a record of using the radio station without permission, and the radio club is still willing to accept him? Bao Qingsong didn't answer immediately, but instead asked, Class leader, do you remember the girl he implicated last time? Let me think. I think her name was Yang Yin? Gu Qinghwan thought for a moment. Yes, Yang Yin from class 12, senior year. She's a member of the radio club. A bunch of veterans retired this semester. Among the new students, Yang Yin has been participating in various recitation competitions since she was young, and has been a regular guest on an online radio program since junior high. She's the most famous among the new students in this area, and she's very likely to take over as president of the radio club in the future. Gu Qinghwan understood. Is Yuan Changqing joining the radio club thanks to her? Bao Qingsong nodded. Yes, although there's no clear inside information, judging by Yang Yin's personal social media accounts, she has a strong liking for Yuan Changqing. What does she see in Yuan Changqing? Yao Shaili couldn't help but sigh. Even after being tricked by Yuan Changqing once, Yang Yin was still willing to help him. Yao Shaili truly couldn't understand. Gu Qinghwan pondered for a moment and asked Yao Shaili, Yuan Changqing isn't harassing you anymore, is he? Yao Shaili replied, at least I haven't seen him since he returned to school. That's good. Let's take care of ourselves first. Gu Qinghwan said bluntly. That's right, Yu Xian suddenly appeared, placing both hands on Gu Qinghwan's shoulders. Especially you. Get some rest until your foot is fully healed. Gu Qinghwan grumbled, it's not that serious, actually. Before she finished her words, Yu Xian's sharp eyes swept over her. Gu Qinghwan obediently zipped up her mouth. Yu Xian would continue to tutor her on the core courses she had missed during her hospitalization. Considering this, Gu Qinghwan decided it would be best for her to keep her mouth shut. Chapter 495. Thanks to the care of everyone in Class 3, Gu Qinghwan didn't even leave her chair during her primary class. But there was no help for her supplementary classes. The students in the temporary classes weren't as considerate. This was physics, and there were no other students from Class 3 in Gu Qinghwan's physics class. However, Shen Jianwei's classroom was next to Gu Qinghwan's, so she was able to accompany her until she was seated. Although the students in the physics class weren't particularly close to Gu Qinghwan, they all knew her and knew her stories. Gu Qinghwan hadn't been to class for a few days last week, and some of her classmates were curious and asked about her. Today, everyone was surprised to see Gu Qinghwan walk in on a crutch. The person sitting next to him looked at the protective gear on Gu Qinghwan's left foot, then at the elbow crutch leaning against the desk, and couldn't help but ask, is your foot broken? It's either a fracture or a sprain. Gu Qinghwan leaned on the desk and sat down with his legs crossed, feeling that his single-leg squats were getting better and better. How did you sprain it? The person sitting next to him was a little surprised. I was hit by a bicycle while walking on the sidewalk, and I twisted it when I fell. Gu Qinghwan replied. The driver of the bicycle didn't obey traffic rules, the person sitting next to him thought. Did you pay for it? Yes. Gu Qinghwan thought, more than just compensation, he'd be going to jail soon, according to Xia He. The person sitting next to him nodded. If you need any help, just come to me. Okay, thank you. Gu Qinghwan smiled at her. Classes were fine, except that the next period was politics, and the two classrooms were 2 floors apart. Normally, Gu Qinghwan could easily climb these stairs, but today, leaning on his elbow crutches, he could only sigh and slowly, resign to his fate. When Fang Wanfu saw Gu Qinghwan, he thought he'd seen right. Hey, Gu Qinghwan? What happened to you? Gu Qinghwan lifted her foot slightly. I twisted it. That's terrible. Fang Wanfu shook his head and reached out to Gu Qinghwan. Here, give me your school bag. Usually, when Gu Qinghwan had extra classes and needed to return to her main classroom afterward, she would carry her books and stationery to the extra class. Now on crutches, she could only carry her school bag. No need, there's only one more level. Gu Qinghwan shook her head. The school bag wasn't heavy. Fang Wanfu didn't insist. Just as he was about to walk with Gu Qinghwan, he caught sight of Zhang Shurchen and greeted her again. Hi. Zhang Shurchen nodded at Fang Wanfu and walked over to Gu Qinghwan. Shall I carry you up? Gu Qinghwan looked bewildered. Carry? Zhang Shurchen gestured, long-handled. I put one arm through your knees and the other under your back, and lift you up. Ah, can I lift you? Gu Qinghwan was a little eager to try. Then Zhang Shurchen lifted her up with ease. Fang Wanfu's eyes widened. You're so strong. Zhang Shurchen held Gu Qinghwan and looked down at him. You're just too weak. Fang Wanfu, He wanted to retort, but he couldn't. Gu Qinghwan had been carried by her family as a child, but not since she was over 1.2 meters tall. Now being held by Zhang Liken, who is 1.8 meters tall, Gu Qinghwan's perspective was much higher, and he felt that everything in front of him was different. She hugged Zhang Zhanshen's neck and looked at Fang Wanfu with great interest. You have 2 whorls on your head. Fang Wenfu quickly raised his hand to cover his head. Who told you to look? Zhang Zhanshan ignored him, and easily carried Gu Qinghuan to the political science classroom. Many people glanced at her along the way, but by now, Gu Qinghuan had become accustomed to the attention. Especially after being pointed out by Dooley last time, she realized that she had become quite a dazzling presence in the process of completing the task. The girls gathered around. Zhang Zhanshan, you're so strong. So cool. How did you do that? I want to try it too. It doesn't really require a lot of strength. You just need to master the technique of exerting force. Zhang Zhanshan explained the principle. The girls were fascinated. If class hadn't been about to start, they would have definitely asked their friends to try it. Fang Wenfu sat down angrily and said sourly, "It's just hugging someone. I can do that." Maybe? Gu Qinghuan repeated. Fang Wenfu bared his teeth. "Don't think I won't teach you a lesson just because you twisted your ankle. The guy who caused my ankle to sprain has been sent to jail by Xia He." Gu Qinghuan smiled. Fang Wenfu was startled, but quickly realized something was wrong. How could anyone be sent to jail for something like that? That guy must have committed a crime in the first place. Zhang Zhanshan sighed. "It's not easy. Xiufu, you improved. I told you not to call me by my nickname." Fang Wenfu's protest was interrupted by the bell, and he couldn't eat the melon anymore. After class, however, it was lunchtime, and Fang Wenfu, eager to enjoy some melon, insisted on going to lunch with Gu Qinghuan and Zhang Shurchen. "I'm indeed the king of basilisks." Gu Qinghuan shoveled a spoonful of egg custard into his mouth. "Everyone around you will slowly become a basilisk, right?" Jiang Chuchu pushed the fried chicken leg towards her. The 4-person table consisted of Gu Qinghuan, Jiang Chuchu, Yu Xian, and Zhang Shurchen, so naturally Fang Wenfu's turn wasn't on. He persevered and sat at the next table, insisting on listening to Gu Qinghuan's story about Qi Changfeng. The melon complemented the meal, making this a delicious lunch. Gu Qinghuan also told Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian about Zhang Shurchen's embrace, which made them eager to try again. However, they didn't dare practice on Gu Qinghuan. If they accidentally dropped her, it would be a disaster. So, the 2 of them embraced each other, and after a whole afternoon of practice under Zhang Shurchen's guidance, they finally succeeded in lifting each other. Gu Qinghuan stared at her left foot, feeling incredibly frustrated. Dead foot, get well soon. She also wanted to pick up Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian. Jiang Chuchu patted her shoulder. "You better take care of yourself. We talk when you're better." Gu Qinghuan could only nod reluctantly. The next day, horizontal carrying suddenly became a trend in Mingda. Lin Zhulu was puzzled. How did it become popular? Ming Xiaolan adjusted her glasses. Chuchen carried the squad leader upstairs yesterday. It was filmed and posted on the forum. Everyone said he was so handsome. Then a guy showed off his muscles and posted a photo of himself holding his girlfriend. Couples started to imitate him and show off their affection. Su Xinghe gritted his teeth as he replied. He hadn't even begun to confess his feelings, and these people were still showing off. How disgusting. Tao Xinxing wandered over. You haven't seen the latest news yet. What's going on? The Sidits pricked up their ears. That Yuan Chongqing. Yang Yan's friends urged him to pick her up, but he didn't do it right and she fell, complaining that she was too fat. Tao Xinxing's tone was sympathetic. Someone posted the video on the forum, and now girls are jumping on it. Not only are they posting photos of themselves picking up their best friends, but they're also at Yuan Chongqing, mocking him for being a badass and saying he should practice more. Chapter 496. Yuan Chongqing felt like everything had gone wrong for the past month. First, his broadcast confession didn't have the desired effect. He expected everyone to be deeply moved by his bravery and deep affection. But that wasn't the case. He was punished and had to post a self-criticism on the forum. The students' comments were completely unbearable. Second, Yao Shaili should have been impressed by his talent and accepted his confession. However, when he saw Yao Shaili in the literature club, she not only avoided him, but also called her friends to ridicule him in front of so many people. That girl named Gu Qinghuan was truly rude. A girl like that, supposedly popular, must be someone who's intimidated by the former student union president's power and only fakes flattery. So, Yuan Chongqing posted another post on the forum criticizing Gu Qinghuan, only to be met with even more fierce ridicule. This shouldn't be the case. Shouldn't people dislike someone who abuses their power to bully others? She's a lowly underling with no background, having only achieved her current position by currying favor with powerful figures. How could anyone respect her? Unfortunately, Yuan Chongqing never got an answer to this question. This time, he even faced criticism from his brother, Yuan Jingtian. Yuan Jingtian even said that it was his careless offenses at school that caused trouble at home. Home? There was no home. Ever since their mother died, he and his brother had fled to live with their father and moved into one of their stepmother's properties. They had no home. The stepmother didn't want to be disturbed by the brothers, so their father told them to stay inside and not come to him. The older brother secretly looked for his father several times, but in the end, he only returned with the money or bank cards his father had given him, never to be seen. Before their mother died, she told her older brother to take good care of him, saying she hoped they could live well. Yuan Changqing actually thought that living like this was fine. It was much more comfortable here than where they had lived before. He loved the bustling streets and the freedom to buy whatever he wanted without worrying about his wallet. This was all thanks to his stepmother, for his father's sake. Yuan Changqing, or Yuan Shaoshan, knew he wasn't particularly bright or studious. His grades weren't very good in elementary school back home. But he had inherited his father's good looks, and by pretending to be good, he could get much of what he wanted. The same thing happened after he arrived in this city and started junior high school. However, the people here weren't so easily fooled. Yuan Jingtian, or Yuan Dashan, was much smarter than he was. Although he wasn't as pretty as Yuan Changqing, he always had a way with words that caught people's attention, gradually climbing to the position he desired through connections. Many of Yuan Changqing's moves were taught to him by Yuan Jingtian. They had clearly worked well in junior high, so why had they stopped working now that he was in Mingda? Yuan Changqing was frustrated. He didn't like being the butt of jokes. Yuan Jingtian was busy with his own relationship and didn't have time to analyze the situation for him, so he reluctantly offered a few suggestions. Yuan Changqing toyed with these suggestions and ultimately decided to quit the literature club. He never enjoyed reading literature, let alone memorizing and analyzing its content. By quitting the literature club and staying away from the place where his problems arose, as their relationship grew distant and the passion cooled, he could start over somewhere else. Of all the clubs on campus, Yuan Changqing finally chose the radio club for Yang Yan's sake. Truly, he had no interest in radio. Who still listened to the radio these days? Just open your phone, and you find a plethora of short videos and live streams. Compared to the audio-only radio, the world on your phone is far more exciting. Yang Yan's reason for choosing radio was clear to Yuan Changqing. In Yuan Changqing's opinion, Yang Yan simply wasn't pretty. No matter how beautiful her voice was, Yang Yan's appearance was of little value to Yuan Changqing. Yuan Changqing believed that anyone like Yang Yan was welcome. If she wasn't pretty, she'd have to rely on other means to improve her. It was a shame that no matter how well Yang Yan improved, in Yuan Changqing's eyes, she was no match for Yao Shaili. So, when Yuan Changqing realized that his target was gone, and only Yang Yan was left to choose, he turned a sour face towards her. When the school's inexplicable trend of horizontal carrying became popular, Yuan Changqing was even more disdainful. What if he carried her? What if he didn't? But with others saying that, Yuan Changqing couldn't ignore it. He could only try to carry Yang Yan and then fail. How could it be his fault? At most, he was just not in good shape, and the blame must be on Yang Yan. So, facing the torrent of malicious words directed at him on the forum, Yuan Changqing felt that the world was filled with so much malice. However, he felt that it was malice, but to the civets in Class 3, it was a truly satisfying experience. Qing Yu opened a new post and read in a rhythmic voice, "How can a high school student be so powerless? Where did he use his energy? Oh, he used his mouth." Jiang Chuchu couldn't help but shake her head. To be able to attract the forum's attention twice in a row with his own actions, this guy is truly amazing. If only he could share some of his confidence with me after the exam. With his no matter how many mistakes he makes, it's not my fault, I'd be so proud of him. Su Xinghe was a little envious. Qing Yu stopped reading and smacked his lips, asking, "Are we really not going to throw a few rocks at him?" "No need," Jiang Chuchu replied. "Just watch him get himself killed." Everyone looked at it, and felt that there was no need to further involve Yuan Changqing. One has made their own way. Yuan Changqing's current situation is purely his own fault. Gu Qinghuan glanced at the forum homepage, clicked on a few posts with a lot of replies, and skimmed through them. "Yang Yan hasn't said anything yet?" Gu Qinghuan asked. Tao Xinqing shook his head. "No, I don't know what she's doing. Anyway, the girls on the forum are all telling her to open her eyes." At this moment, Yang Yan, the center of everyone's discussion, stared at her phone screen, wondering if she was blinded. The physical pain she felt when she was thrown wasn't as great as the heartache she felt now. Or rather, her heart was cold as standing barefoot in a river of ice. Her fingers stiffly tapped the screen, replying word by word. You sent me a message asking me to go to the forum and admit that I'm too fat? She simply couldn't understand why Yuan Changqing would say such a thing. Yes, she liked Yuan Changqing, liked his smile, liked his concern, liked the way he shone, his gaze fixed on her, an insignificant figure. But that didn't mean she would abandon all her self-esteem for someone she loved. Now, the girls on the forum were taking photos and videos of her, trying to prove that the problem wasn't hers. They wanted to piece her back together, broken as she was, but the person she loved wanted her to break herself again. Her phone vibrated. Yuan Changqing replied, "Yeah, so many people on the forum are scolding me. Don't you feel bad for me?" Yang Yan stared at the word yes for a long moment, biting her lip. Then, slowly, step by step, she blacklisted Yuan Changqing. Chapter 497. Yao Shaili's mission has reached 75% progress. Mission completed. Gu Qinghuan was momentarily stunned when the system's voice echoed in her mind. Then, distracted as she was, Yu Xian tapped her sketchpad. "Why did you stop calculating?" Gu Qinghuan snapped back to her senses. "I just remembered something." "Is it urgent?" Yu Xian asked immediately. "No," Gu Qinghuan continued her train of thought, "I get back to tutoring." After the after-school tutoring session ended, Yu Xian dropped her off at the gate of the residential complex. Gu Qinghuan urged her to hurry home. "All right, the rest of the way isn't far. I can walk by myself. You should go home early." Yu Xian, a little worried, told Gu Qinghuan to text her when she got home before getting in the car. Gu Qinghuan trudged home on crutches, asking the system, "Is Sally's mission complete?" Since it had already detected completion, the system could directly explain the situation. Well, because two people closely related to her future have changed. Gu Qinghuan pondered. One is Yuan Changqing, and the other is Yang Yan? System. Yes, because of your influence, Yang Yan has blocked Yuan Changqing. Gu Qinghuan. Shouldn't we celebrate with a bottle of soda? She then asked. How did Yang Yan come to her senses? System. Yuan Changqing was severely criticized on the forum for the sideways hug incident. He couldn't stand it, so he went to Yang Yan and asked her to admit that she was too fat. Gu Qinghuan's initial good mood from completing the mission vanished in an instant, and the corners of her mouth, which had been raised, drooped. What kind of person is this? There was a video on the forum of Yuan Changqing throwing Yang Yan, which Gu Qinghuan had also seen. The woman in the video was of a standard body type. That's why the girls were so harshly criticizing Yuan Changqing. It wasn't Yang Yan's fault at all. In Gu Qinghuan's opinion, Yuan Changqing's actions were nothing short of vicious. At a moment when everyone was speaking up for Yang Yan, if she truly stood up and took all the blame, everyone would feel betrayed. At that point, everyone's anger would be directed at Yang Yan. Call her love-brained, call her a traitor, call her ungrateful. And then, Yuan Changqing, the culprit, could disappear into obscurity. Gu Qinghuan. Fortunately, she still had her sanity. System. Actually, this has something to do with you, the host. Gu Qinghuan. Is it related to me? System. To be more precise, it has something to do with the relationship between Su Xinghe and Yin Xixing, which was influenced by you, the host. Although Su Xinghe never confessed his feelings to Yin Xixing and their interactions were very restrained, as they were both in the first year of high school and Yin Xixing was now the vice president of the student union, he attracted considerable attention. Many first-year girls speculated that Su Xinghe had a crush on Yin Xixing and envied his kindness towards her. He wouldn't let his affection affect her daily life. He hoped for her to improve and was genuinely happy for her progress. When help was needed, he offered it without hesitation, yet he wouldn't deprive her of the opportunity to strive and grow. It could be said that Su Xinghe single-handedly raised the standards for romantic partners among the current first-year girls. Although everyone is different, with their own strengths and characteristics, respect for the person they like is not a significant difference. Gu Qinghuan. Simply put, after witnessing normal affection, abnormal behavior becomes apparent. System. Exactly. Gu Qinghuan decided to bring some snacks from the office to Su Xinghe tomorrow to thank him for his help. System. Also, Mingda's school spirit has been constantly improving. This is exemplified by the girls' support for Yang Yan this time. Without Yin Zhenqing and Wei Xiao, the student union remained stable and robust. The repeated attacks from Class 3's thugs, along with a positive attitude on the forums. System. Host, your influence has expanded from Class 3 to the entire Mingda community. Even if they aren't the targets of a mission, future students from Mingda will become more rational and courageous. A bright future is possible. It's not just a dream. Gu Qinghuan smiled, Her eyes curved into crescents. Isn't this wonderful? She finally reached her door. As soon as she opened it, she met Xiaoxi's gaze, sprawled across the back of the sofa. Xiaoxi had been unusually friendly to Gu Qinghuan lately. Perhaps because of her limited mobility, he would even sleep curled up in her bed. Gu Qinghuan sat on the sofa with her elbow crutches, bent down to take off her shoes. Gu Haiyan came over and placed her shoes by the door. Is walking easy today? No problem. I'm used to using the crutches. Gu Qinghuan raised the crutches. She felt a little uncomfortable the first day, but she'd gotten used to them over the past few days. Gu Haiyan nodded. Come for dinner. Because of after-school tutoring, Gu Qinghuan returned late. Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian had already finished their meals. Wang Jian reheated the food and brought it to Gu Qinghuan, checking that the brace on her left foot was secure. How's your recovery today? Wang Jian asked. Pretty good. I think I can try using the crutches in a few days. Gu Qinghuan slowly moved her ankle to confirm. Her recovery was quite rapid, so her rehabilitation progress was several days ahead of average. While the doctor felt her condition was relatively rare among high school students, it wasn't unreasonably rapid and was generally within a reasonable range. But Gu Qinghuan knew this was all thanks to the system. The system had previously told her about a feature called Return to Source, which, in simple terms, involves entering a deep sleep-like state to achieve rapid recovery. However, the side effect was that she had to sleep for a long time, at least a month. Now, things were different. The management system had granted her advanced permissions, allowing the system to operate in a fragmented manner. In other words, by breaking the entire treatment process into her daily sleep, the body's healing process was accelerated. Although the effectiveness was significantly reduced, it was only faster than the average person's recovery. It was still better than nothing. Most importantly, this way, she was getting a great night's sleep. Gu Qinghuan fell asleep immediately every night, woke up at a set time, and woke up refreshed the next morning. After dinner, Gu Qinghuan moved to her desk, finished her homework, and then flipped through her task file to update her progress. 1, 2, 9 more people. Gu Qinghuan counted twice, making sure she hadn't missed any. She had just finished her midterm exams for the second semester of her sophomore year, and she still had over a year to complete her task. The system said that the entire Mingda community had been impacted and was changing for the better. She wondered what Mingda would look like when her high school days ended. Perhaps her influence could spread to the city? Or even beyond? Gu Qinghuan thought about it, but it still seemed a bit far-fetched, a bit hard to imagine. However, she would make this her goal and work even harder to complete her task. For the sake of her ideal, brighter future. Chapter 498. If Yao Shaili had the chance to say one thing to her 16-year-old self, she would definitely say, don't go to Mingda High School. Power, wealth, and background, these things create a lawless campus. At first, she had high hopes for high school life, but reality soon dealt her a heavy blow. She didn't know if it was the world's ill will, but her class seemed to be filled with all kinds of unfortunate people. In such an environment, all Yao Shaili could do was protect herself and avoid getting into trouble. She didn't want, or rather, didn't dare, socialize too much with others, and she stood out in the class. She had no friends, and even went to the cafeteria alone, but that was fine, she could handle everything on her own. Instead of socializing, she should spend her time reading and writing. However, she didn't dare write in class, fearing being seen. What if she was ridiculed and mocked? Although she didn't know her own level, she was definitely not a famous genius. Amidst this conflicted mood, Yao Shaili hadn't shown her manuscript to anyone. She was a traditional writer, preferring to write with a pen. She usually kept a notebook with her to record her inspirations. She always carried this notebook with her. When asked about it, she simply said she used it as a memo and never showed anyone its contents. In the club, only Yufuyao, Yao Shaili's closest friend, knew she was writing. In fact, Yao Shaili had considered showing Yufuyao her writing, but she wasn't ready or finished yet, so she told her to wait. However, before she finished, her notebook was lost. Yao Shaili searched for it for a long time, feeling anxious and terrified that others might see its contents. She didn't want anyone to know its contents, fearing criticism, and desperate to retrieve her notebook, nearly crying. Until Yuan Chongqing said to her, "Is this yours?" He held her notebook in his hand, and smiled at her. He added, "Did you write all this? It's so well written." At that time, Yao Shaili didn't know what the suspension bridge effect was. She only knew that Yuan Chongqing had saved her from panic that day. She began actively interacting with Yuan Chongqing, sharing her ideas and inspirations. Yuan Chongqing always listened attentively, then asked her why she didn't write it. Encouraged, Yao Shaili began trying to publish her novel on a website Yuan Chongqing had recommended to her. It was a small, unknown website. Yuan Chongqing said that the big websites were full of talented people, and since she was a newcomer, readers would only see the masters, not her. Small websites were different. With such excellent writing, she was sure to quickly gain a lot of attention. Yao Shaili believed it, and published her novel. Then, the criticism left her completely shattered. Readers said her logic was chaotic, her writing was contrived, and her story was childish and ridiculous. Her confidence was repeatedly shattered, and she finally dared not update the novel again. Yuan Chongqing felt sorry for her and comforted her, saying that if she felt so bad, she shouldn't read it anymore. He would be her only reader, and would praise her. Yao Shaili gave Yuan Chongqing her account password and asked him to delete the novel. She didn't want to see those comments again. From then on, Yuan Chongqing became her sole reader. He read diligently, though a bit busy. Whenever Yao Shaili sent him her finished work, it would take him a while before he commented. But Yuan Chongqing always boasted about her novelty, spotting her subtle ingenuity and subtle foreshadowing. He would also urge her to update with fresh jokes, claiming he learned them online, which always made Yao Shaili laugh. Yao Shaili felt truly lucky to have such a reader. After entering her third year of high school, she began preparing for the exam and wanted to put her novel writing on hold, but Yuan Chongqing continued to urge her to continue. At that time, although she and Yuan Chongqing hadn't confessed their love or become a couple, they had agreed to attend the same university. Yao Shaili hesitated for a long time, but ultimately decided that she could wait until college to write her novel, and shouldn't let it put her college entrance exams on hold. She declined Yuan Chongqing's offer, making it clear that she wanted to prioritize her college entrance exam preparations. At that time, Yuan Chongqing and she had a huge argument. Yao Shaili couldn't understand Yuan Chongqing's actions, and after the argument, she felt sad. She waited several days before going to see Yuan Chongqing, determined to have a proper talk. But when she found Yuan Chongqing on the rooftop, she overheard him on the phone with someone else. Yuan Chongqing called the editor, who said he hadn't intentionally stopped updating, but was simply studying for the college entrance exam. The editor angrily stated that they had already signed a contract, and all copyright development activities were proceeding smoothly. Yuan Chongqing's suspension of updates at this time was a complete breach of contract. Yuan Chongqing, distraught, turned and saw Yao Shaili standing behind him. His eyes shifted, completely different from his usual expression. "Shaili, how much have you heard?" Yao Shaili had already connected all the clues in her mind and realized the truth. Yuan Chongqing had plagiarized her novel and published it as his own. Judging from the editor's words, it had likely been quite successful. She even wondered if the criticism on that small website was true. No, it was definitely fake. If the author was truly without any foundation, how could a newly published novel have so many reviews? Yuan Chongqing had clearly chosen to criticize her. She had been blinded by emotion and had only just realized this. Those brilliant reviews must have been plagiarized by Yuan Chongqing from real readers. Yao Shaili turned and tried to leave. She didn't want to hear Yuan Chongqing's explanation. She wanted to call the police and seek justice. "Wait! Shaili! Wait! Let me explain." Yuan Chongqing's tone sounded so anxious. Yao Shaili simply raised her hands and covered her ears, not wanting to hear any more lies. Her hard work had been insulted, taken away, and the feeling she once enjoyed had become ridiculous. How could she be so foolish? She should have believed in her own abilities, should have been brave enough to try, should have. A powerful force pounded against her back. Yao Shaili's eyes widened in surprise, and she instinctively turned sideways, catching sight of Yuan Chongqing's face from the corner of her eye. Flustered, frightened, and ruthless, Yao Shaili felt her head hit something, and then lost consciousness. She hadn't expected to wake up again, and when she saw the pristine white ceiling, she felt a genuine sense of relief. Her mother and father, who had rushed to the hospital after receiving a call, burst into tears upon seeing her awake. Yao Shaili was surprised at how much older they looked. The doctor told her that she had been in a vegetative state due to the severe head injury, and had been in a coma for 5 years before waking. 5 years of her life had been wasted, and the culprit, Yuan Chongqing, insisted, because there was no surveillance at the time, that she had fallen down the stairs. Because he called the police very quickly, and someone proved that he and Yao Shaili were a couple, and because he still visits Yao Shaili from time to this day, no one suspected him. Chapter 499. Yao Shaili gnashed her teeth in hatred. She immediately called the police and explain the truth of what had happened. But even if she refused to reconcile, according to current sentencing standards, Yuan Changqing would only serve a few years in prison. In contrast, her life had been completely ruined. Even after her coma, Yuan Changqing had widely publicized his girlfriend's coma, claiming he had no motivation to write and decided to stop writing. Instead, he created a sentimental persona online. Now that Yao Shaili has woken up, the internet is buzzing with discussion. Many people believe in her. But many of Yuan Changqing's clueless fans are also hurling abuse at Yao Shaili. For the newly awake Yao Shaili, those words were too harsh, causing her to question whether her awakening was a mistake. Her mental state was deteriorating, and just then, she received a request for a meeting. She thought the person was an internet celebrity looking to profit from her misfortune, but he kept sending her applications, repeatedly repeating that he meant no harm. Yao Shaili's family also urged her to meet the person. Even when she was in a coma, he often came to see her, sat by her side, and read to her for an hour. Yao Shaili couldn't imagine any connection between him and herself, but she ultimately agreed to meet. "Hello, my name is Yang Yan, and I'm an online anchor." The woman sitting beside her bed, with her short, boldly dyed pink hair, brightened the room considerably. "What do you want from me?" Yao Shaili looked unhappy. "I'm a student at Mingda, a year younger than you," Yang Yan said. "Yuan Changqing also pursued me back then." Yao Shaili's gaze shifted to Yang Yan, who continued calmly, "According to my subsequent investigation, he kept in touch with me while he was dating you. It can be inferred that both you and I were his targets. Then you're truly lucky to have escaped." Yao Shaili's words were caustic. Yang Yan simply continued, "I know you're in pain right now, and I'm not coming here to encourage you. I just wanted to ask you a question. Don't you want revenge?" Yao Shaili's chest seemed to ignite in an instant. "Of course I do," she practically roared. "How could that guy have such a good life? He nearly killed me. He's the thief who stole my work. He deserves to go to hell. But I'm in this state now. I don't even know how long my recovery will take. How can I ever get revenge on him?" Yang Yan stared at her quietly and said slowly, "You have a weapon that's just yours. In high school, Yuan Changqing often belittled me, saying I wasn't good looking and had chosen a career with no future. At its worst, I considered losing weight and getting plastic surgery for him, but before that, your story was exposed, along with his pen name and works. I didn't want to read it at first, because he stopped writing for you, and that novel was like a testament to their love. In my heart at the time, reading it would have only filled me with hatred. Hatred for how you could have won his love. But in the end, I still read it because I still liked Yuan Changqing at that time, and wanted to know what his novels were like." At this point, Yang Yan chuckled self-deprecatingly, then gazed intently into Yao Shaili's eyes. "It was only after reading that unfinished novel that I realized it was definitely not something he could write. Do you remember? You wrote a character with average looks and a normal build, but a beautiful voice." Yao Shaili nodded slowly. Of course she remembered that character, because she had based her writing on someone Yuan Changqing had mentioned. Yuan Changqing hadn't told her the person's real name, only that while she had a pleasant voice, she was ordinary looking and lacked the foresight to see clearly. At the time, she was conceiving a supporting character and tweaked the character setting to incorporate it into the book. Yang Yan smiled. "When I first saw that character, I thought you knew about my relationship with Yuan Changqing and were using it to humiliate me. But that's not the case. That character is truly wonderful." Yao Shaili didn't give the character a beautiful face or a stunning figure. Instead, she emphasized how she empowered others with her voice. She could deliver an impassioned declaration, inspiring people to fight, or she could sing a gentle and peaceful lullaby, allowing the wounded to forget their pain and fall into a peaceful sleep. She didn't need to possess any perceived strengths, she only needed to leverage her own strengths. She was herself, she didn't need to become someone else. When Yao Shaili created the character, she also incorporated some of her own expectations of herself, hoping that she would also have such a firm belief in herself. Yang Yan was redeemed by this character, realizing that she didn't need to care about others, like Yuan Changqing's opinion. At that moment, I broke free from the cage Yuan Changqing had created. Yang Yan smiled at Yao Shaili. "I've been waiting for you to wake up. Or rather, I believed you would. I went to see your friends from the literature club and learned you were writing a novel. I became even more certain it was yours. After that, I often visited you and read your novel aloud to you." At this point, Yang Yan smiled a little sheepishly. "I heard that even vegetative patients can hear. You should be able to react to your novel, right? I didn't expect you to actually wake up." Yao Shaili moved her lips. "Thank you. No need to thank me. After all, I don't know if your waking up is truly related to me. Yang Yan waved her hand. She took a deep breath and said seriously, I said all this just to tell you that you have the power of revenge, and your words are your greatest weapon. No matter what others say, I, the one you redeemed, am the best proof of that. Please complete this revenge, overcome this difficulty, and don't give up. After that, you will surely have a better tomorrow. I will also do my best to help you, as my way of repaying you. Yao Shaili was silent for a long time, then slowly said, I want to read a book. Please bring it to me next time. Yang Yan immediately asked, what book? The Count of Monte Cristo. Yao Shaili looked away, gazing out the window at the blue sky and white clouds. Edmond Dante's last letter to Maximilian ended like this. All human wisdom is contained in these 5 words. Wait and hope. Since she still has a chance to wake up again, she has the opportunity to avenge Yuan Changqing and find happiness for herself. She will take up her own weapon and let everyone know who the true author is. She wanted to peel Yuan Changqing's hypocritical mask off his face. Yang Yan laughed and stood up briskly. Okay, I bring the book next time I come. Also, I'm looking forward to the sequel to that novel. Yao Shaili didn't say anything else, simply lying down again. Is this the first time she's received a book review? Not a review that Yuan Changqing passed on to her, but a review truly for her. It was like a long-awaited rain that finally fell into her dry heart. Hello, Yao Shaili. Your story continues. Chapter 500. On the day Gu Qinghuan's sprain completely healed, she skipped and bounded to class. I'm completely healed. Alright. Xie Xiangxue patted her shoulder. Class monitor, don't block the door. It had been half a month, and everyone had gotten used to Gu Qinghuan's sprain. She was fine, used her elbow crutches skillfully, and was very cautious, never neglecting her own safety. Plus, Gu Qinghuan had stopped wearing her elbow crutches 2 or 3 days earlier, and everyone had assumed she was already healed. So even if she had just said she was completely healed, it didn't make any difference. Gu Qinghuan was deeply hurt. You don't love me anymore. Okay, stop being so cheesy. Jiang Chuchu waved at her, looking distraught. Come here, I have something to tell you. Gu Qinghuan returned to her seat. What's up? My brother is coming back. Jiang Chuchu's expression was serious. My brother is coming back too. Qin Yu's expression was heavy with sorrow. Gu Qinghuan rubbed the back of his head, suddenly realizing, oh, your brother is about to graduate from college. Jiang Chuchu nodded, that's right. My brother doesn't plan to continue his studies, and since his company isn't restricted by geographic location, he's decided to move back to the city. Jiang Yuxuan's reluctance to inherit the Jiang family's business was one thing, but he wouldn't miss any opportunity to take advantage. By moving the company back to the city, he had the Jiang family's backing, and would save a lot on things like the company's rent. Jiang Yue turned a blind eye to this. After all, he was his own son, so he had to help whenever possible. My brother is going to graduate school, but he won't start until September, so he'll be staying home for the next few months. Qin Yu's heart ached. Do you know what my brother said? He said he's free anyway, so he might as well help me with my studies. Oh heavens, earth, can someone please take care of him? Yu Xian looked at him with an indescribable expression. Isn't it nice to have someone help you with your studies? And the quality is really high too. Qin Yu, I can't get along with you bunch of academic gurus. Gu Qinghuan was curious. So what do you want from me? He's already chosen a location for his new company, and I'm planning to buy him a housewarming gift. Do you want to go pick it out with me this weekend? Jiang Chuchu was addressing both Gu Qinghuan and Yu Xian. As for Qin Yu, well, if you buy something bulky, you can ask him to move it. Qin Yu, unaware he'd become a potential laborer, enthusiastically said, Great. I haven't been out much lately, so it's a good time to go for a walk. Yu Xian checked her schedule. I'm free this Saturday morning. I don't have any plans for the weekend. Gu Qinghuan raised her hand. Then Saturday morning at 9 o'clock, Jiang Chuchu agreed. My car will pick you up then. Gu Qinghuan had previously been unable to walk properly, and felt suffocated at home. Going out for a walk with friends would be a welcome relief. Saturday morning, just before 9:20, Gu Qinghuan received a call from Jiang Chuchu. We're almost at your gate. You already picked up Xinbao and Qin Yu so quickly? Gu Qinghuan, surprised, grabbed her canvas bag and headed downstairs. Qin Yu's voice rang out. My family had dinner with her family last night, so we stayed in her guest room. The Jiang family has so many guest rooms, and the Jiang and Qin families have always had close ties, so they could stay for months, not just one night. I got up early today, so I texted Chuchu, asking her to pick me up early. Yu Xian was also in the car. Gu Qinghuan replied, "I'd be at the gate soon." After she arrived, the Jiang family car arrived within 2 or 3 minutes. "Good morning, Qinghuan," Yu Xian said, pushing open the car door. Gu Qinghuan got in, excited, and closed the door again. "Where are we going shopping?" "No rush. Let's go to his company first and see if he needs anything." Jiang Chuchu snapped her fingers. The four of them chatted, the car lively, and the ride less boring. When they arrived at Jiang Yuxuan's office building, Gu Qinghuan got out first, holding the door open until Yu Xian and Jiang Chuchu got out. "This office building feels a bit out of the way." Qin Yu glanced around. "It's just a bit far from the city center, but transportation is quite convenient, and there are commercial and residential areas nearby." Jiang Chuchu looked at the office building in front of them. Of course, another important reason was that the rent was relatively cheap. Although Jiang Yuxuan's company was doing well, it had just moved back and hadn't established itself yet. It would be better to invest the funds in a more suitable location. Besides, this location was carefully selected by Jiang Yuxuan. The four of them took the elevator upstairs. Jiang Yuxuan had rented an entire floor, so he didn't have to look for a place after entering. The company was currently undergoing renovations, and the 4 high school students standing out were quite conspicuous. Soon, a supervisor came over and said, "No outsiders allowed. I'm the boss's sister." Jiang Chuchu was calm. "Do you need me to call him to verify it?" The supervisor looked at Jiang Chuchu doubtfully. "Wait a minute, I call to confirm." The supervisor went off to make a phone call. A moment later, he returned, much more politely addressing Jiang Chuchu. "Hello, what are you doing here?" "I'm bringing a housewarming gift to my brother, and wanted to see if he needed anything," Jiang Chuchu replied. The supervisor, unaware of the Jiang family's affairs, simply lamented the sensible nature of this younger sister. He waved his hand and said, "Then take your time. Be careful not to trip over anything on the floor." With that, the supervisor returned to his work. The 4 of them circled the floor and returned to the elevator to discuss. "We don't need to worry about the interior design, do we?" Yu Xian asked. "My brother hired a designer, but considering the scope of the work, it should be a more conventional style," Jiang Chuchu said. Gu Qinghuan checked Gao Changjing's account and several bloggers she interacted with, confirming the work environments depicted in their videos. Based on this, why not buy some plants? Qin Yu suggested. The 3 girls looked at him, and Qin Yu felt a little uneasy. "What are you looking at? Did I say something wrong?" "No, I didn't expect you to give such reliable advice." Jiang Chuchu sighed. Qin Yu glared at her. "What kind of person do you think I am? Since we need to buy plants, we need to calculate how many we need first. Buying too few is fine, but buying too many will be difficult to accommodate." Jiang Chuchu asked Jiang Yuxuan for the designer's contact information to confirm the appropriate number of plants for the company after the renovation. Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment and called Lian Fenghe. "Team leader? What's up?" Lian Fenghe was quite surprised to receive Gu Qinghuan's call. "Chuchu wants to buy some indoor ornamental plants. I remember your family is in the flower business. I wonder if you have any," Gu Qinghuan said. If Lian Fenghe's family also does this, then the benefits won't go to outsiders, and it can help support the Lian family's business. Besides, the Lian family wouldn't do things like overselling their existing customers, which would save Jiang Chuchu a lot of trouble. "Plants, I remember I have them. Wait for me to confirm." Lian Fenghe ran to find her father, phone in hand. At first, Lian Fenghe's father, Lian Xiaomong, thought they were just looking for a few pots of green ivy and spider plants. He waved his hand and said, "Tell your classmates to come and choose. Take whatever you like." "No," Lian Fenghe shook her head immediately. "I heard from the class monitor that they need a lot." Lian Xiaomong said, "Oh, then come over too. There's plenty at the base, so you can take your time choosing. We send it to her when you're done." "Okay." Lian Fenghe agreed and texted Gu Qinghuan the location of their base. Chapter 501. The Lian family's nursery and flower farm isn't very close to Jiang Yuxuan's company, but since they already made an appointment, they just treated it like a visit to a friend's house. The 4 of them got back in the car and headed towards the farm. In fact, the Lian family didn't previously run a nursery and flower farm. They primarily served as suppliers. After Lian Fenghe was born, because he enjoyed growing and arranging flowers, the Lian family set aside a small plot of land for him to cultivate for fun. As everyone knows, for flower growers, even if they're all roses, different varieties are different, they need to have them all. Children are always curious about everything, and as Lian Fenghe's interests continued to expand, he wanted to plant more and more flowers, and the plot of land grew larger and larger. Originally, the Lien family would help manage the flowers while Lien Fenghe was in school, but later, with so many flowers that they couldn't handle it, they hired a dedicated person to manage them. At the same time, the flowers evolved from being given as gifts to friends and family to being sold to customers recommended by friends. The varieties grown there weren't limited to those grown by Lien Fenghe himself. Lien Xiaomong would occasionally purchase seedlings he thought had good prospects and carefully cultivate them. Although the base wasn't very large to date, it was more than enough to meet Jiang Chuchu's current needs. The four of them got out of the car and saw Lien Fenghe standing at the intersection. Qin Yu stepped forward and tugged on his straw hat. "Why are you still wearing that? It's actually quite comfortable. Not stuffy at all. And if you take it off and use it as a fan, it's quite windy." Lien Fenghe smiled shyly. "Let me take you there." The Lien family's nursery had both open-air and greenhouse nurseries, and the rows and rows of them looked quite impressive. As Lien Fenghe showed them around, she explained, "Disciplinary committee, where do you want to put them after buying them?" "My brother's company," Jiang Chuchu replied. "On the desk or on the floor?" Lien Fenghe asked again. "Both, but mainly on the floor. For live streaming, a small pot on the desk is fine, but too many just takes up space." Jiang Chuchu replied. "For the desk, how about the hibiscus? It's brightly colored and easy to grow." Lien Fenghe looked around and picked up a pot to show her. "There's also the heart-leaf Hoya. It looks cute, isn't it? It's also perfect for lazy people. You only need to water it once every 2 weeks." Gu Qinghuan looked at the heart-leaf Hoya's heart-shaped leaves and said, "I think I should send this to Su Xinghe." Lien Fenghe hesitated. In fact, Su Xinghe had already bought it, saying it was for Yin Shixing's birthday. However, when Su Xinghe asked him for advice, he threatened him not to tell anyone, so Lien Fenghe had no choice but to keep quiet. "The hibiscus is pretty, but the heart-leaf Hoya clashes with the office atmosphere a bit." Jiang Chuchu spoke objectively. "Then I pick out a few pots of the rosy vine for you first, and then we go check out the white-spotted turtleback over there." Lien Fenghe wrote down Jiang Chuchu's request and continued her introduction. After shopping for over 2 hours, the group's legs were sore, but they were all in good spirits. Jiang Chuchu had already placed orders for quite a few items. Lien Fenghe asked her when she would pick them up, promising to arrange for someone to take good care of them beforehand. "Would you like to pay the deposit first?" Jiang Chuchu was already ready to pay. "No worries, no rush." Lien Fenghe waved her hand. "It's better to tell your dad and pay you," Xian said, taking this very seriously. "If someone else likes what Chuchu has chosen, you can say she's already paid the deposit and can't sell it to anyone else." The ones Lien Fenghe had picked for Jiang Chuchu were naturally the best from the batch, so there was no guarantee they wouldn't be coveted by others later. Lien Fenghe thought it made sense, and she took everyone to Lien Xiaomong to pay the deposit. Lien Xiaomong, wearing the same straw hat as Lien Fenghe, was checking the growth of the seedlings. When he saw Lien Fenghe and her group approach, he knew they were his classmates. "Hello." Lien Xiaomong cheerfully greeted Gu Qinghuan and the others. "Hello, uncle." Several others also greeted him. "Dad, my classmate wants to buy these." Lien Fenghe handed the list to Lien Xiaomong. "How much is our deposit?" Lien Xiaomong calculated. Since he wasn't going to overestimate the price for his son's classmate, he quickly quoted a figure. Jiang Chuchu knew immediately that he was offering a significant discount. Her family had bought plants before, and even if they were buying high-end plants, they could still calculate the average market price. Not to mention the plants in the nursery need to be repotted, cared for, and shipped. "Uncle, you're being unfair. I don't need the money." Jiang Chuchu said bluntly, "I add 50% to your price." A 50% increase would have been too much profit for Lien Xiaomong, so he certainly couldn't take it that way. The two haggled for a long time before finally agreeing on a suitable price. The other four stood by, watching in awe. "What a thrilling tug-of-war," Qin Yu commented. "Your use of idioms needs improvement." Yu Xian looked at Qin Yu, who decisively shut up. It was lunchtime, and Lien Xiaomong invited everyone to have lunch together. There was a local restaurant nearby. It looked unassuming, but the food was excellent. It was hard for them to refuse a treat from a classmate's father, and besides, it would be too late to eat after returning to the city from the base. Jiang Chuchu looked at Gu Qinghuan and decided it would be best to eat right there. She didn't want to listen to Hunger Rhapsody all the way back. Although there was an elder at the table, the atmosphere wasn't overwhelming. Lien Xiaomong was easygoing and didn't put on a parental air. "By the way, Lien Fenghe, where's your mother?" Gu Qinghuan asked as they waited for the food to be served. "My mother went out to pick up the goods." Lien Fenghe poured juice for everyone. She was supposed to be back yesterday. She said there were some issues with the shipment they had negotiated, and they're arguing with her. The food at this restaurant was truly excellent, and after all the travel and fatigue, everything tasted delicious. Gu Qinghuan's favorite was the fish-flavored rice crust. After finishing it, she scooped up some sauce and mixed it with her rice. After lunch, Lian Qiumong stood at the counter to pay the bill and took a phone call. Gu Qinghuan and the others were standing nearby, planning to wait until Lian Qiumong finished his call before saying goodbye. Unexpectedly, they heard Lian Qiumong's voice rise a few notches. Broken? They were startled, and Qin Yu poked Lian Fenghe. What's wrong? Lian Fenghe shook her head. Seeing Lian Qiumong hang up, she hurried over and asked, Dad, what's wrong? Lian Qiumong's face wasn't looking good. He looked from Lian Fenghe to Jiang Chu and said apologetically, Jiang, can you change a few pots? Jiang Chu reacted quickly. Some of the plants I selected were smashed. I was planning to move the ones you ordered somewhere else to look after them separately, but I didn't expect the new workers to be so clumsy. Lian Qiumong rubbed his hands. Let's go and see what's going on. If the damage isn't serious, there's no need to change them. Jiang Chu made a quick decision. If it were just the red vines, breaking them wouldn't have much of an impact. But if it was one of the larger pots, like the jacaranda she'd been eyeing, which she bought for its shape, it would definitely need to be replaced if it was broken. Lian Qiumong responded and hurried back to the base. Gu Qinghuan looked at Yu Xian. Xinbao, you said you were free this morning. If you have plans this afternoon, do you want to go back first? It's okay, there's still time. I accompany Chu to check on the situation. Yu Xian shook her head. When the group arrived at the scene of the incident, before they could even see it, they heard a cacophony of curses, which was piercing. You eat like a starving ghost every day, and you're asked to do some work, and you end up like this? You eat so much, where's all your strength? Chapter 502. The man who started the scolding was a gruff man. When Gu Qinghuan and the others arrived, Lian Qiumong had already positioned himself between the man and the young man being scolded. Why are you scolding me? Lian Qiumong's expression was grim. Why don't you clean up your things? When he answered the phone, someone had told him they smashed things. By the time he arrived, the smashed plants were still lying on the ground, untouched. Jiang Chu spotted the jacaranda tree she'd chosen. The trunk wasn't broken, but several of its branches had been snapped. It would have been a horrible sight if it had been lifted. Yu Xian observed the situation. It seemed the electric tricycle had been loaded onto an uneven parking spot, causing a loss of balance. When the workers were moving the plants to the back, the vehicle tipped over, leaving them in a mess. Yu Xian also spotted a broken rearview mirror lying at the young man's feet. The abusive man's momentum weakened when he faced Lian Qiumong. He forced the boy toward him with a forced smile. I take care of it right now. Why don't you apologize to the boss? The boy stumbled from the pull, and his position shifted from sideways to facing Lian Qiumong. This allowed Gu Qinghuan to see her entire body clearly. Gu Qinghuan's first impression was so thin. Although the girl's loose-fitting long-sleeved shirt and long pants didn't reveal her figure, her exposed hands made it clear how thin she was. The joints on her hands were prominent, and the skin seemed to cling to the bones. Even the blood vessels were submerged. Her cheeks were thin, and her chin was so thin it felt like touching bone, not skin. Seeing her, Gu Qinghuan inexplicably recalled Yu Xian's earliest appearance. She subconsciously glanced at Yu Xian, and noticing her gaze, Yu Xian nodded slightly at Gu Qinghuan, whispering, that girl must be having a hard time. Just like she used to be, no, perhaps even worse. The young man stood before Lian Qiumong with his head bowed, his voice hoarse. I'm sorry. Lian Qiumong pressed his temple, suppressing his anger and saying, Old Zhang, I'm not being harsh, but this is your job. You're asking your child to work for you every other day. How unbecoming. The man called Old Zhang bowed and scraped, but Gu Qinghuan could see that when he bowed his head, there was no trace of apology in his eyes. Boss, you know, I have 4 mouths to feed. I run around looking for work all day. It's exhausting, Old Zhang said. He finished, then patted the young man's back, causing her to stumble. Lanlin's grown up, and she helps me with the chores because she's filial to her father. Xin Yu couldn't hold back, hiding behind Jiang Chu and grumbling. He still has a beer belly. How can he look exhausted? With Lian Qiumong's personality, it was clear he couldn't handle the slippery Old Zhang. He was about to say something, but then he caught a glimpse of Jiang Chu inside again. Miss Jiang, I calculate your losses and compensate you. Or if you're not in a hurry, I find someone to buy you a better batch, Lian Qiumong said. Jiang Chu then stepped forward, her gaze sweeping between old Zhang and the young man. The latter still had his head down, oblivious, but the former, sensing something was amiss, calmed down a bit. I'm not in a hurry. Just prepare something similar. But you should probably ask Mr. Zhang for compensation, right? Jiang Chuchu's gaze swept over old Zhang. Of course. Roughly speaking, the damage is about 2,000 yuan. Lin Xiaomeng replied immediately. The electric tricycle had taken several trips to transport the amount of plants Jiang Chuchu had bought, so the overturned load wasn't all of them. Compared to the total, the compensation was already small. But old Zhang clearly didn't want to pay the 2,000 yuan. He practically shouted at the top of his lungs, I can't afford it. How can I afford that much? He pulled the girl over and slapped her hard. The sound was so loud that everyone present shuddered. What the hell have you done, you little bastard? You're always causing trouble for me. I beat you to death. Why are you holding your phone? Old Zhang was about to continue his call when he saw Gu Qinghuan holding up her phone, her arm frozen in midair. Nothing, Gu Qinghuan said lightly. Aren't you going to teach the child a lesson? I record it and show you how you do it. What's there to record? Old Zhang's face sank. People online read everything these days, Gu Qinghuan said. A headline, like father of 4 publicly beats underage daughter to avoid compensation should be eye-catching enough, right? Old Zhang quickly dropped his hand and shouted, What do you mean by compensation to avoid compensation? Who escaped? Then you pay? Qin Yu now stood in front of Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan had already started a fight, so he had to get involved. Old Zhang stammered, I don't have the money to pay. She did it. Make her pay. After saying that, he actually took off running, so agile that you couldn't even tell he had a beer belly. Gu Qinghuan then put down his unlocked phone and said apologetically to Lin Xiaomeng, Uncle, I'm sorry, I couldn't bear to see him hit someone. He wouldn't have honestly paid the money anyway, Lin Xiaomeng sighed. I just wanted to teach him a lesson and stop asking Zhang Lanlan to do the work. I didn't expect him to go too far. Zhang Lanlan was obviously the boy's name. She raised her head a little awkwardly when her name was mentioned, Uncle Lin. Lin Xiaomeng waved his hand. Don't worry, I don't blame you. I have someone take care of the plants. I help too. Lin Fenghe spoke cautiously. He was naturally introverted, and usually kept quiet in the class chat room. After what had just happened, he was even more hesitant to say anything. Jiang Chuchu frowned. She saw a slap mark swollen on Zhang Lanlan's face. Uncle Lin, you must make the guy pay. Old Zhang was clearly trying to hit Zhang Lanlan to infuriate Lin Xiaomeng and get rid of the compensation. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't let him succeed. Lin Xiaomeng was a little worried. But even if I go to his house, if he refuses to pay, there's nothing I can do. Gu Qinghuan said, he just said there are 4 mouths in the family. Does that mean 4 children? Gu Qinghuan looked at Zhang Lanlan, who finally realized he was asking her and nodded cautiously. So, are the first 3 girls, and the youngest a son? Gu Qinghuan asked again. Zhang Lanlan nodded again. Gu Qinghuan asked, how old is the youngest son? 8 years old, Zhang Lanlan replied softly. Then he should be in elementary school. Elementary school should finish early, right? Gu Qinghuan estimated it to be around 4:30. Well, I still have to go pick up my brother. Zhang Lanlan's cheeks were quite swollen, and it hurt even when she spoke. Since he asked Zhang Lanlan to pay compensation, then, even though Uncle Lin was kind enough to allow her to go pick up her brother, she can't delay her work. She should just pick him up and then come back to work. Gu Qinghuan smiled. Jiang Chuchu and Uxin immediately understood what she meant. Oh, this is taking old Zhang's precious son hostage. Chapter 503. Lin Xiaomeng and Lin Fenghe, true to their father and son, took a few seconds to realize what Gu Qinghuan meant. Lin Xiaomeng waved his hands repeatedly. That's impossible. How could I bully someone else's child? You didn't bully her. On the contrary, you even provided after-school care for her, Gu Qinghuan said. Lin Xiaomeng was speechless for a moment. He looked at Zhang Lanlan and sighed. You don't really have to take the money. No, you absolutely have to take it. Jiang Chuchu interrupted him. Your concessions and sympathy will only encourage that guy to become more aggressive. Besides, he knows beating Zhang Lanlan will soften her, and he only beat her harder in the future. Zhang Lanlan flinched at Jiang Chuchu's words. Lin Xiaomeng reflected, and if it was truly for Zhang Lanlan's own good, he shouldn't indulge old Zhang like this. He sighed again, his head aching, and said, I give it a try. Zhang Lanlan, go to the kitchen and eat first. If you don't, there won't be any more food. Zhang Lanlan murmured her agreement, and hurried toward the kitchen. There was a small bungalow on the base where the security guards on night patrol would stay. Lien Xiaomong had even hired someone to cook, so the helpers could eat directly in the kitchen at noon. Jiang Chuchu saw that it was getting late, and she had to get Xian home quickly, so she excused herself. Gu Qinghuan followed Jiang Chuchu toward the car and glanced back. Lien Fenghe was already squatting on the ground, tidying up the plants. After the car had driven some distance, Xian finally spoke. Qinghuan, are you really interested in that Zhang Lanlan? Having been noticed, Gu Qinghuan didn't hide it. Yeah, she does look a bit like you. Xian was stunned for a moment, her expression a bit dazed. I almost forgot. I used to live that kind of life. Jiang Chuchu immediately put her arm around her shoulders. There's nothing good about those hard times back then. Don't think about it. She spoke so firmly that Xian actually laughed, and her expression lightened a bit. Actually, I really can't remember it. I'm doing so well now. Her painful past had been healed by the beauty of the present. She had the best friends in the world, a comfortable living environment, and stable study conditions. Most importantly, she had gained confidence. She believed that with her own strength, she would be able to overcome any challenges in the future. Although the Yu family's situation was still somewhat unsatisfactory, Yu Jinqin had become more or less honest. As long as he kept up the good work, Xian wouldn't mind having a mascot. As for Yu Wenli and Cui Wanning, once she truly gained power, there would be time to expose their shallowness. Her future was bright and radiant, leaving no room for those dark things. Xian pulled herself back to her senses. So, Qinghuan, you care so much about Zhang Lanlan because of me? I do feel sorry for her, Gu Qinghuan said. But her situation is even worse than yours. And since she's a stranger, it's difficult to help. Xian nodded. Her situation is even worse than mine. Although Xian's adoptive family looked down on her now that they had a son, at least she only had to take care of her little brother. Zhang Lanlan was different. She had two younger sisters, who were even weaker than her. Zhang Lanlan was already so thin, and her two younger sisters probably weren't much better off. Jiang Chuchu frowned. It's all their father's fault. She was angry, but she couldn't help much right now. Xian had something else to do that afternoon, so Jiang Chuchu took her home first, followed by Qin Yu, and finally Gu Qinghuan. When Jiang Chuchu and Gu Qinghuan were the only ones left in the car, she asked, Qinghuan, I have something to ask you. What is it? Gu Qinghuan replied casually. Jiang Chuchu looked at her with a serious expression. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I ask. You seem to be paying attention to the people around us? Like those in trouble, or those who look like troublemakers? This question really caught Gu Qinghuan off guard. She paused, then smiled. I like to meddle in other people's business. Jiang Chuchu rolled her eyes. Of course, I know you like to meddle in other people's business. Not only that, you also like to cause trouble for yourself. Gu Qinghuan raised a finger and shook it. Actually, you're mistaken. It's not that I'm paying attention to everyone's troubles, but that everyone's troubles have bumped into me. Jiang Chuchu thought about it and thought, is there anything wrong with that? If you really count them all, the students in class 3 are truly unlucky. Each one faces more trouble than the next. You're truly one of the few normal people in class 3, Jiang Chuchu sighed. Gu Qinghuan thought, isn't he the only normal person really? The remaining targets, though, haven't had any problems yet. Sooner or later, they face various difficulties. Of course, she wouldn't say that to Jiang Chuchu. She simply said seriously, in this situation, of course I have to help. I'm the squad leader, after all. Okay, class 3 is all thanks to you, the good squad leader. Jiang Chuchu echoed her words and praised her. By the way, are you also going to meddle in Zhang Lanlan's affairs? Jiang Chuchu asked again. Let's see if the hostage tactic works, Gu Qinghuan said. We only met once, and we don't understand Zhang Lanlan's feelings. If she refuses to listen, no matter how much we do, it will be useless. Jiang Chuchu nodded. Not everyone will accept help, nor will everyone understand others' efforts. They wanted to help Zhang Lanlan out of kindness. If this kindness brings them harm, then they must learn to let go. They arrived at Gu Qinghuan's neighborhood. The car pulled over. Gu Qinghuan opened the door and got out, then turned and said goodbye to Jiang Chuchu. Oh right, she said to Jiang Chuchu, remembering something. Sometimes I also wonder if everyone's in too much trouble. But I'm still happy to be able to help everyone. At first, she'd taken on missions solely to save herself and her mother and father's lives. But from the moment she completed her first mission for Xian, she realized how blessed it was to be able to create a new destiny for others. Seeing everyone live happily and joyfully made her happier than anyone else. Besides, all this help isn't something I could have done alone. Yu Xinbao, everyone in class 3, when we ran into trouble, we all acted together, Gu Qinghuan said. So, we all like to meddle in other people's affairs. She had a look on her face that said, we're all the same. Jiang Chuchu rolled her eyes. It's all because of you. Our class is a bunch of bad guys. It's all your fault, the Badger King. Even then, the corners of her mouth curved up. The Jiang family's car drove away, and Gu Qinghuan headed back home. Although Zhang Lanlan's situation had dampened her spirits somewhat, she was still happy to be out with Jiang Chuchu and the others. As for what happened next, she would have to wait and see if Zhang Lanlan had anything to do with Lian Fenghe's most desperate fate. Chapter 504. Lian Fenghe squatted on the ground, continuing to clean up the damaged plants. The jacaranda was the most unfortunate, but its roots weren't damaged. Lian Fenghe planned to prune it and grow it larger before selling it. This wasn't just a balcony ornamental plant, but one for the courtyard. He was busy cleaning up when a soft female voice suddenly rang out beside him. Brother Xiuhe, I'm done with dinner. Let me help you. Lian Fenghe looked up and saw Zhang Lanlan before him. He was about to say, go get some rest, but noticing her twisted fingers, he thought for a moment and said, then go get a broom and a bucket and collect the dirt. Zhang Lanlan immediately responded and ran off to find tools. Lian Fenghe had already found new pots and was putting the plants in them, repotting them later. The two of them worked together quite quickly. By the time the other workers returned from their lunch break, Lian Fenghe and Zhang Lanlan had already finished. Lian Fenghe raised his arm, wiped his forehead with it, and then took off his straw hat to fan himself. Seeing Zhang Lanlan also sweating profusely from the heat, he offered her his hat again. Fan me. Zhang Lanlan wanted to refuse, but seeing Lian Fenghe's hand extended, she accepted the hat and fanned herself with it. The newly planted flower pots were temporarily placed in the shade and watered to establish their roots. The two stood nearby, speechless for a moment. Lian Fenghe had never been good at socializing. It was only after entering high school, influenced by the harmonious atmosphere of Class 3, that he began to be more active. Most of the time, he preferred to stay in a corner and plant his favorite flowers. He preferred to do it himself rather than hire a worker. So, even at his own nursery, he rarely interacted with others. Even now that the operation had grown and the flowers were too numerous to care for, he still relied on his father, Lian Xiaomong, to explain the nurturing and maintenance precautions. The workers at the nursery were also familiar with Lian Fenghe's personality, so when they met, they would at most nod in greeting, never going out of their way to say hello. Lian Fenghe knew Zhang Lanlan. He occasionally see her during his weekend visits to the nursery. He remembered her always working slowly, though it wasn't because she was clumsy, it was because she genuinely lacked strength. Her frailty hadn't been a one-time thing, and her father, Zhang Yong, would occasionally call her over to do his work. If she didn't come one day, the next time she came, she'd undoubtedly be injured. Though Lian Fenghe had seen her a few times, he didn't dare confront Zhang Yong, so he wouldn't confront him on her behalf. But he would quietly pass Zhang Lanlan something, sometimes a biscuit or bread, sometimes a band-aid or iodine swab. Zhang Lanlan remained silent, only silently nodding her thanks. She feared getting too close to Lian Fenghe and letting Zhang Yong find out, potentially causing trouble for her. Seeing that Gu Qinghuan was planning to intervene today, Lian Fenghe, with the support of his squad leader, felt a little more courageous. While they were standing together, he boldly inquired, "What kind of person is your father?" Although Bao Qingsong and the others usually gathered intelligence, Lian Fenghe remembered the procedure. In any case, to deal with Zhang Yong, she had to get to know him better. Zhang Lanlan also knew that these people were trying to help her. After a few seconds of hesitation, she finally answered Lian Fenghe's question. Zhang Yong wasn't a good person. He was an alcoholic and a domestic abuser. He had no money-making skills, but he relied on his strength to bully the weak. His ex-wife, the mother of Zhang Lanlan and her two sisters, was pressured to give birth to a boy and constantly abused. She was so tortured that she wanted to die and committed suicide by jumping into a river in the middle of the night. When his ex-wife's family tried to beat him up, he saw the situation was dire, and abandoned his three sisters and ran away. But that period was a rare good time for Zhang Lanlan. During her compulsory education, the village provided her with money to attend school, where she had a lunch program. She would collect discarded paper and soda bottles to sell for money, and she would work for the villagers to earn food for herself and her sisters. Her grades were considered good for the village elementary school, mainly thanks to a scholarship provided by a kind-hearted person at the school, and she worked hard for the money. But by junior high, her level was falling behind, and the work she did interfered with her studies. More importantly, John Young returned. During his absence, he'd been driving an illegal taxi, earning some money, and even conning a woman into having a son. However, after the birth of his son, he felt he had fulfilled his mission of carrying on the family line, and so he spent his days idling. His second wife endured for a few years, but as their son grew older and, concerned about his future education, she couldn't help but reprimand John Young. John Young relapsed into his old ways, and beat his second wife as well. Thankfully, his second wife was more reasonable. Since they hadn't obtained a marriage certificate, she simply absconded with John Young's money, leaving their son in John Young's care. John Young had no experience raising children, and didn't want to bother learning. Instead, he remembered his 3 daughters. He took his son back to the village, and left him in the care of Jean Lanlan. Taking advantage of the fact that a few years had passed, and people around her didn't know what had happened, she resumed her life of idleness. Jean Lanlan had to take care of her younger brother. After junior high school was no longer compulsory. She couldn't afford high school, so she dropped out, and found odd jobs to save enough to send her second and third sisters away. The second sister's grades were better than hers, so she had to send her to high school. The third sister's grades weren't great, but she was nimble, and Jean Lanlan wanted to send her to learn a trade, so she could at least support herself in the future. The youngest brother, although not from the same mother, had been raised by Jean Lanlan for 2 years, and he was quite obedient. Mainly because he was abandoned by his biological mother, and his biological father was a scumbag, who would come home drunk and beat anyone he could find. The brother had been beaten so many times that he became terrified of his father. People like Jean Young didn't really care whether the child was a boy or a girl. He wanted a son simply to show off. If others had it, he had to have it too. After all, he wasn't the one suffering from having a child. He didn't care what his children looked like. He just wanted to live a happy life. Occasionally, when he won money playing cards, he acted generous, pretending to be a good father, and give money to his children. But if the children misbehaved when receiving the money, or if they ever upset him, he immediately turned hostile and hit them. The younger brother was actually beaten more often than the second and third sisters. The second and third sisters were older, so they could read people's expressions and mask their emotions. The younger brother, on the other hand, was not so good. His emotions were written all over his face, which made John Young irritated. "I'm your father, and this is how you treat your father." The slap would follow, and John Young would scold him, saying, "How can a man be so cowardly?" Despite this reality, Gu Qinghuan's hostage idea wasn't entirely useless. John Young might have beaten him, but he still valued his son as a source of pride. Or rather, if others valued their son, how could he not, if he were looked down upon for this, with someone saying, "He's your only son, and you treat him like this?" That would be worse than cutting his flesh, and John Young absolutely couldn't tolerate it. So, in front of outsiders, John Young acted incredibly affectionate towards his son, purely to save face. Lian Fenghe was stunned. How could such a person exist? He thought for a moment, and shook his head. "No, even if I could get your father to pay me back, your brother would still be severely beaten when he got home." He had to tell Gu Qinghuan quickly, so she could reconsider her decision. Lian Fenghe messaged Gu Qinghuan while asking, "Why didn't you say anything?" Jean Lanlan was silent for a moment, then whispered, "After all, I did cause you some damage, and I have to pay you back. If my dad wanted to hit my brother, I could have stopped him. I was the one who broke the things, so I deserved the beating." Lian Fenghe shook her head. "No, how can this be considered justified? Violence is wrong." Jean Lanlan remained silent. At school, her teachers had taught her that violence was unacceptable. But when violence became an inevitable part of her life, what could she do? She had no power to resist, so she could only endure it. Chapter 505. Gu Qinghuan frowned as she read Lian Fenghe's message, only to sigh at the increasing human diversity she knew. With so much information suddenly flooding her mind, she couldn't think of a good solution. She could only tell Lian Fenghe to ask her father to hold still for the time being. She slumped onto the bed, holding up her phone, and reviewed the chat history again. Gu Qinghuan. Given Zhang Lanlan's family situation, it seems she can't escape as long as Zhang Young is still around. If it were just Zhang Lanlan, it would be fine. She could just make up her mind and run away. But she has 2 younger sisters and a younger brother. The children depend on each other for survival. Where could the 4 of them go? Not to mention that all 3 children are in school, especially the second younger sister, who will soon take the high school entrance exam. These 2 months are a critical period, and she needs to maintain her composure. The system didn't respond. If the host knew what Zhang Yong had done in his most desperate situation, she would probably be furious and curse. Gu Qinghuan thought about it, and decided that the focus of the problem still lay on Zhang Yong. Although Jiang Chuchu, Yu Xian, and many others in the class could all offer Zhang Yong a piece of meat to lure him away, as long as he remembered Zhang Lanlan and the others, he would return one day. Just as he once did, when he couldn't make it out there, he remembered the existence of Zhang Lanlan and her sisters, and felt comfortable exploiting them as his property. Even if Zhang Yong continued to enjoy his life outside, he might at some point remember his 4 children, and begin to scrape their flesh and blood to fill himself. He was a complete time bomb, leaving the children living in the shadow of imminent destruction. Gu Qinghuan, at times like these, I really wish reality could be like a cool novel, where Zhang Yong is directly sent to a Southeast Asian country, never to return. But Gu Qinghuan was just casually thinking this. Even if it meant punishing the bad guys, she didn't want the criminal gangs to profit, that would only encourage them to extend their evil hands to more ordinary people. System, host, any thoughts? Gu Qinghuan, let me see how far along Lianfeng's mission is. System, 65%. This number is pretty close to mission completion. Gu Qinghuan, is Zhang Lanlan related to Lianfeng's most desperate fate? System, to be precise, it's the Zhang family. Gu Qinghuan held her forehead. If they were a family, the root cause was more likely Zhang Yong. From what she had heard so far, Zhang Lanlan and her sisters and brothers were at least determined to do good. While life might be difficult on their own, they managed to persevere. Once her sisters and brothers grow up, Zhang Lanlan's burden will be significantly reduced, and there's a chance things will get better. She lowered her hand and slumped onto the bed. I'm done thinking. I need to clear my mind first. Since morning, she's been commuting and running around, and now it's not long after lunch. She needs a break to stay energized. But before napping, she didn't forget to create a small group chat. After confirming Lianfeng and Zhang Lanlan's wishes, she sent the chat history to Jiang Chuchu, Yu Xian, and Qin Yu. Paraphrases after paragraphs, an endless amount of suffering, finally condensed onto the tiny screen of her phone. Yu Xian held the phone and sighed silently. Hearing Yu Jinqin calling her, she slipped the phone back into her jacket pocket. What are you looking at? You only heard me after I called you several times. Yu Jinqin was a little wary, imagining himself, wondering if they were in love. Yu Xian knew what he was thinking from his expression, and she didn't bother explaining. She simply asked, have you reviewed the first quarter financial report? What are your thoughts? Yu Jinqin shut up decisively. What could he think? He just thought the company was doing well recently. This afternoon, this sister and brother, oh no, brother and sister, came to the expo to check out new technologies and products and explore potential collaboration opportunities. If it were the Jiang family, they would have a dedicated team to stay up to date on the latest technology, and if they found suitable research results, they would immediately follow up with discussions. The Yu family, however, couldn't do that. It would be better to attend an expo like this, where all the companies gather together to see more. Of course, the company had arranged for someone to attend, but Yu Xian felt it necessary to come in person to grasp the latest technological advances. Yu Jinqin had to come too. After all, he was officially working for the company, and Yu Xian was using him as a cover. The two of them weren't very old, and they weren't wearing formal attire, so they didn't stand out in the exhibition hall. Yu Xian bought a bottle of water from the vending machine, then thought about it, and bought Yu Jinqin a can of coffee. Yu Jinqin was flattered. He hadn't expected Yu Xian to offer to buy him a drink. She seemed quite attentive to the tour. Yu Xian thought, considering this coffee had the highest caffeine content, and Yu Jinqin's caffeine tolerance was low, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. She let him look at the financial reports then. The two of them chatted as they strolled around. Their conversation focused on products and technology. Yu Jinqin had been talking so much, it was becoming boring, and he was thinking of finding something else to talk about. You went out with your friends this morning, didn't you? How was it? Yu Jinqin asked. I was having a good time, but I ran into this piece of rubbish, and it ruined my mood. Yu Xian's tone was indifferent. Yu Jinqin, why are there so many landmines everywhere? He was a little curious, so he continued to ask, what rubbish? Yu Xian looked up at him, thoughtful. To be honest, Yu Jinqin was also a piece of rubbish, but now that she had suppressed him, he was more honest. She would never forget how Yu Jinqin treated her when she first returned to the Yu family. Perhaps she could ask Yu Jinqin to think of a solution? After all, rubbish have similar brain circuits. She briefly summarized Zhang Yong's situation and asked directly, "What do you think we should do when facing such a person?" Yu Jinxin almost said to send him away, but seeing Yu Xian's expression, he quickly withdrew his words. He pondered for a moment, then tentatively said, "Don't people like this just use their children as tools for profit? If they knew their children were useless, they'd probably avoid them, right?" Yu Xian seemed lost in thought. Yu Jinxin had, for once, said something useful. However, this was just a thought. Yu Jinxin didn't offer a concrete solution. She looked at Yu Jinxin and said, "Tell me how we're going to do it." Yu Jinxin's pressure suddenly intensified. How could he be tested for attending an exhibition? He managed to come up with a few ideas, but none of them were particularly impressive. Yu Xian thought they were riddled with loopholes, so she waved him off. "You better just focus on the exhibition," Yu Xian sighed, casually pointing to a product at a nearby booth. "How about this?" Yu Jinxin was just about to relax after hearing the first half of his words, but then he was confronted with a new question, nearly choking him. "Yu Jinxin, it's better to go back to the company and look at the financial reports." Chapter 506. Gu Qinghwan woke up refreshed and opened a can of pineapple beer. He also popped a freeze-dried bean into Xiaoxi's mouth while he wasn't paying attention. Xiaoxi was soundly asleep with his paws up in the air when he suddenly found a freeze-dried bean in his mouth. He rolled over and scrambled to his feet, shaking his head. He didn't shake the bean off, but devoured it in a gulp before lying down again. Gu Qinghwan sat down at the desk and scrolled through the chat logs in a small group chat, looking for any good suggestions. "Qin Yu, this kind of person is a complete nuisance." Jiang Chuchu, well said. "Qin Yu, can you teach Zhang Lanlan some self-defense skills, like Yu Yuan did before?" Lian Fenghe, she doesn't have the time, right? Besides, even though Yu Yuan was required to control her diet at the Yu family, she could have eaten more meat at lunch at school to build muscle. Zhang Lanlan would have struggled to fill her stomach. The Lian family also provided lunch, but Zhang Lanlan didn't come every day. Zhang Yong, envious of her, would always order her around until the very end, when the remaining food in the kitchen was almost completely drained. Lian Fenghe became furious when this was mentioned. Even those who were greedy for small gains would want to give the children more food so that Zhang Lanlan and her younger siblings could still eat. But Zhang Yong was different. He preferred his own dignity to the children's hunger. Whenever Zhang Lanlan ate too much in the small kitchen, he would scold her, fearing that others would think he was not feeding the children at home. In fact, just looking at Zhang Lanlan's size, everyone knew he was not a good person. However, they couldn't intervene in her family's affairs in person, for fear of being pestered by her. "If you feel sorry for her, then take her away. Just give me a few thousand yuan." Lian Qiumeng actually heard Zhang Yong say this, and the workers who heard it could only avoid Zhang Yong. "Qin Yu, is this guy mentally ill? His actions are completely contradictory, aren't they?" Jiang Chu, no one can understand the train of thought of such a person. When Yu Xian shared Yu Jinxin's suggestion, everyone thought it was a good starting point. Gu Qinghwan, it's not easy, Yu Jinxin can even come up with ideas. Jiang Chu, after all, they're adults in management. Qin Yu, I feel like you two are openly praising but secretly criticizing. Yu Xian, you know too much. Gu Qinghwan rubbed his chin. If you think about it from this perspective, it's indeed much simpler. To be precise, it's not about making him think Zhang Lanlan and the others are worthless, but it will cause him enormous trouble. If Zhang Lanlan had messed up like this, it would have been the same. If Zhang Yong had to pay for it, he would naturally want to throw Zhang Lanlan away. However, 2,000 yuan isn't enough. Zhang Yong knows the Lian family's character well, and won't sit idly by and watch Zhang Lanlan suffer. Gu Qinghwan, since that's the case, we have to start with the compensation this time. Let Zhang Yong feel the pain first, so he realizes that the Lian family is not easy to bully. Lian Fenghe, or take his youngest son hostage. Qin Yu, who was watching, thought Lian Fenghe sounded like a kidnapper. Gu Qinghwan, well, he's so proud. If we confront him about the debt in front of the other workers, he'd definitely be embarrassed and settle the matter by paying the money. Gu Qinghwan, but we don't want him to pay all the money. Lian Fenghe, huh? Gu Qinghwan, I don't think your family's attitude will become too tough right away, and Zhang Yong won't resist fiercely. Gu Qinghwan, so, start by asking him to pay 2,000 yuan. If he starts to make a fuss, you can hesitate and lower the amount. Gu Qinghwan, however, for the remaining balance, you still need to have Zhang Lanlan and her brother come over and work for you to pay off the debt. Qin Yu, I understand. Lift the roof first, then open the window. Qin Yu had read the set of the complete works of Lu Xun that Qin then bought him. Uxian. This way, Zhang Yong suffered a loss, but since his expectations were lowered, he wasn't as angry. Uxian. Even if he still wanted to hit someone, Zhang Lanlan and her brother were at the Lin family's house, so he couldn't reach them. Zhang Lanlan's second and third sisters are currently in boarding middle school. They only come home on weekends to see how Zhang Lanlan is doing and share her burden. If Zhang Lanlan isn't home, they don't have to come back, which also avoids unnecessary complications. Gu Qinghuan. This is the first step. Lianfenghe, you and your father should discuss the specific implementation. Lianfenghe. Okay, I give it a try. Uxian. Let me cover Zhang Lanlan's food expenses while she's working at your house. Although not exactly the same, Uxian also wants to lend a helping hand to her past self. Lianfenghe. No need. My family can still afford this amount of food. Gu Qinghuan. Stop. Take this money out of Zhang Yong's salary. Gu Qinghuan. Working is fine, but your family should charge him for childcare. Gu Qinghuan. With Zhang Lanlan's strength, what kind of work can she do? 500 yuan a month is more than enough for her. Gu Qinghuan. 2 children under her care plus food, that shouldn't be 300 or 400 yuan a month, right? Gu Qinghuan. If Zhang Lanlan and her brother accidentally smash something again, the money we earn that month won't be enough to cover the damages. Of course, it should be taken out of Zhang Yong's salary. Qin Yu. You treat your enemies like a vampire capitalist. Lianfenghe stared at the phrase accidentally smash something again for a long time, suspecting the squad leader was telling him to smash something again. Some weaker seedlings, destined for elimination, weren't necessarily forbidden from being destroyed. The usually honest Lianfenghe quietly began to learn a new skill. Uxian was amused by Gu Qinghuan's words, but she still transferred 2,000 yuan to Lianfenghe in private. Uxian. Even if Zhang Yong's salary is deducted, I still want to do something for her. Uxian. If it really doesn't work out, just let her give the money to her 2 younger sisters. They eat well, which is good for their health and will make studying easier. If they don't eat well, their brains won't work, so how can they learn? Judging from Zhang Lanlan's frailty, even if her younger sister lived on campus and ate in the cafeteria, she'd surely be as frugal as possible and probably still be very thin. For her younger sister to still achieve good grades under these circumstances, she must be either a genius or truly dedicated to her studies. Uxian now has the strength to help others. She wants to reach out to others, just like Gu Qinghuan did back then. Even a loaf of bread can give someone a little more strength to persevere. Lianfenghe solemnly accepted Uxian's transfer. I understand. I definitely persuade her to accept it. He went to Lian Qiumong, phone in hand, and decided to discuss with his father how to handle Zhang Lanlan's situation. First, his family couldn't be a soft persimmon anymore. They had to toughen up. They had to become a durian. Lianfenghe's thoughts bolstered his motivation. In fact, he was quite a tough guy at school. Even if he didn't want to confront a situation head-on, when he encountered trouble, he would quickly tell his classmates for help. This time, he wanted to protect Zhang Lanlan, as well as her younger sister and brother, and stop them from being abused by Zhang Yong. He would be a protector, but not one who suffered on their behalf, but one who would help them fight. He would find a way to teach Zhang Lanlan, and give her the strength to resist. Chapter 507. Hey, isn't that right? Zhang Yong counted the bills in his hand, and when he looked up, his brows furrowed. Why is my pay 200 less than usual? As he spoke, he stood in front of the foreman, who was distributing the wages. Most workers' wages are paid monthly. After signing the initial contract, if there are no problems, the payment is deferred normally. If something unexpected happens, they can simply take a normal leave within the scope of the contract. However, some workers simply come to work for a while, when the village farm work is not busy. In these cases, the Lian family calculates the workers' wages based on the number of days they actually work. Although Zhang Yong doesn't do farm work, he also uses this method of payment. The foreman glanced at Zhang Yong. Your pay is less. Why don't you look for the reason? Zhang Yong choked, noticing the gazes of the surrounding workers, and suddenly felt embarrassed. But that's 200 yuan. Throw it on the card table, enough for him to play for a long time. He stiffened his neck and asked, what excuse could I have? The foreman, amused by his scoundrelly demeanor, slowly flipped through the notebook in his hand. At 10 a.m. on May 7th, Zhang Yong went to the restroom and didn't return, working only 3 hours that day. At 11:30 a.m. on May 8th, Zhang Yong came to the kitchen for lunch. Afterward, he said he had something to do at home and left. He didn't work that day. As soon as she finished reading 2 items, John Yong's face flushed red, and he reached over the notebook with an anxious hand. What are you reading? Stop reading. The foreman, unfazed, took the notebook back. Didn't you ask me the reason? Do you understand now? John Yong felt like the other workers were laughing at him. He muttered, it wasn't like this before. Before? That was because Boss Lian was kind. But the flower business has been tough these past 2 years. With your situation, it's a good thing the boss didn't let you go. The foreman looked at him with disdain. You earn what you work for. You expect to get paid for doing nothing? Dream on. The workers nearby whistled. John Yong had been cheating for a long time, but since everyone was getting paid, no one had said anything. This time, the foreman suddenly hardened his stance. It was clear that Lian Xiaomong was not going to indulge John Yong, and the workers didn't mind watching the joke. John Yong's face flushed even redder, his neck starting to turn red. Who's not working? I had a leak because something happened. It's been there for a day or 2, right? He turned and walked off, still muttering, it's just 200 yuan, why make such a fuss? The foreman rolled his eyes. Who was the one who had originally been fussing about the 200 yuan? John Yong was so lazy and inattentive. He hadn't even considered it his fault when he was underpaid, and he even came to question her. What a clueless person, the foreman thought with disdain, then turned and saw Zhang Lanlan peeking out from the corner. His expression shifted to a kind one. Don't be afraid, your cowardly father's gone. Zhang Lanlan nodded and went back to work. During this time, Zhang Yong had been leaving the 2 children here, claiming it was compensation, but in reality, he was happy to be free. This, however, meant that the workers had seen the children more often, and they had a better understanding of how Zhang Yong raised them. He was hanging out with those bad friends, not realizing that his reputation in the base had dropped to the lowest point. Although Zhang Yong couldn't be dealt a real blow at the moment, if things continued like this, no one would stand by him in the future. Lianfeng had cleared out a warehouse for Zhang Lanlan and her younger brother Zhang Hao to live in. Zhang Hao was usually picked up and dropped off by Zhang Lanlan from school. Although the warehouse was small, they didn't have to worry about a drunk Zhang Yong barging in at night and dragging them off their beds, so the siblings were content. More importantly, they could now have 3 meals a day. The foreman's husband worked as a security guard at the base, and her mother-in-law and father-in-law worked in the kitchen. The family lived at the base, so in addition to lunch, the foreman and his family also cooked breakfast and dinner. Before, they cooked for themselves, but now Zhang Lanlan and Zhang Hao were added to the mix. At first, the 2 children were able to eat, but the foreman's mother-in-law could tell at a glance that they had been hungry for too long and were worried about not having the next meal. So, while her mother-in-law cried out, "What a sin!" she prepared light, nourishing, and easily digestible dishes to prevent the siblings from experiencing stomach discomfort. Zhang Lanlan and Zhang Hao were now eating much more normally. At least they were eating just a little faster, and chewing their food thoroughly before swallowing. Lianfeng took out 500 yuan from her own pocket money for Zhang Lanlan and Zhang Hao's first month's food allowance. As for the 2,000 yuan given by Uxian, Lianfeng handed it over to Zhang Lanlan. Of course, she initially refused to accept it, but Lianfeng brought up Uxian's arguments, and Zhang Lanlan was indeed shaken. She could tolerate her own hardship, but she didn't want her sisters to suffer the same fate. Zhang Lanlan pondered it all night before accepting the money. The next day, while taking Zhang Hao to school, she went to her second and third sisters, Zhang Qingqing, and gave them each a 1,000 yuan. The 2 were shocked to receive the money, and Zhang Huahua burst into tears. "Sister, are you okay? Is nothing wrong?" Zhang Qingqing said nothing, but pursed her lips. She pulled Zhang Lanlan closer, examining her carefully, and even lifted her sleeve to check for needle marks on her arm. When she was little, someone in the village had mentioned selling blood, and Zhang Lanlan had considered the idea, but was ultimately rejected because she was too young. "It's okay, I'm really okay," Zhang Lanlan shook her head, hugging her 2 sisters again. "Someone's willing to help us. Keep the money." Zhang Huahua wiped her tears and thrust the money back into Zhang Lanlan's pocket. "Take it, sister. I'm in school, so I don't have much to spend. I said it was for you, so it's for you." Zhang Lanlan forcefully shoved the money into her pocket. "Hao and I are living at the nursery now. The boss and foreman are treating us very well. Don't worry about me." Zhang Qingqing knew from Zhang Lanlan's demeanor that her sister couldn't keep the money. She clutched the money and whispered, "I understand. I use it wisely." Zhang Lanlan hummed, then took her 2 younger sisters to see their homeroom teacher. When Lianfeng consulted Gu Qinghuan, he let slip that Yu Xian had given him the money. Gu Qinghuan then gave him an extra tip. Tell Zhang Lanlan. Zhang Qingqing's homeroom teacher, a woman in her 40s, was somewhat surprised to see Zhang Lanlan, but she still greeted her warmly. Zhang Lanlan said to the homeroom teacher, "Hello, teacher. I need your help. My family's situation isn't very good, teacher. You should know that." She paused, looking anxiously at the homeroom teacher. The homeroom teacher continued to look at her gently. Zhang Lanlan, feeling a little more courageous, continued, "I met a kind-hearted person who's willing to help my family, and today I'm here to give Qingqing some money. So could you please tell the class about this? Otherwise, her school expenses will increase, and the other students might find it strange." To some, 1,000 yuan might not seem like much, but for Zhang Qingqing, it meant upgrading her daily meals from rice and soup to 2 stir-fries. 1 or 2 times might be fine, but if it happens too often, the students might be surprised. So, it was better to make it clear from the outset that she was receiving financial aid. Zhang Qingqing and Zhang Huahua heard this, but didn't take it personally. They wouldn't let it hurt their pride. In fact, having a father like Zhang Yong was the most damaging thing to their pride. The homeroom teacher nodded. She thought it was a good idea, and Zhang Qingqing's excellent grades could inspire the other students. Zhang Lanlan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw her daughter agreed. She went back to Zhang Huahua's homeroom teacher and repeated the story. Zhang Huahua's homeroom teacher was a bit embarrassed. "We have students from needy families in our class, and Zhang Huahua's grades aren't great. What if the other needy students find out and start a commotion?" He could imagine that some parents might come and ask why Zhang Huahua has financial aid while their own children don't. This question immediately stumped Zhang Lanlan. She panicked for a few seconds, then suddenly remembered she had Lian Fenghe's number. She quickly said, "Can you lend me your phone? I call that kind person." The homeroom teacher handed her phone over. Zhang Lanlan wasn't very good at using it, so with her guidance, she frantically dialed the number. Chapter 508. Lian Fenghe was a bit surprised to receive a strange call, but he quickly recognized the caller. Luckily, it was lunchtime, so answering the call wouldn't affect him. When Zhang Lanlan mentioned that there were issues with Gu Qinghuan's earlier proposal that needed to be addressed, Lian Fenghe immediately said, "Wait a moment." Then, gripping his phone, he glanced around, thankfully discovering that Gu Qinghuan was in the class. He scurried over to Gu Qinghuan, raised his phone, and without a word, his eyes screamed, "Class monitor, help!" Gu Qinghuan took the phone, puzzled. "Hello?" Zhang Lanlan recognized Gu Qinghuan's voice. Gu Qinghuan had spoken for her before, and thinking of this, Zhang Lanlan's attitude towards Gu Qinghuan became even more friendly. She nervously explained her problem, then heard a calm voice on the other end. "Okay, I understand. Please ask that teacher to answer the phone." Zhang Lanlan returned the phone to her homeroom teacher, who conveniently pressed speakerphone. He primarily thought that this way, Zhang Lanlan and the others could hear her, and if the problem truly couldn't be solved, he wouldn't have to explain further. Gu Qinghuan politely greeted, "Hello, I'm a friend of the person who provided assistance to Zhang Lanlan. I'm handling this matter on her behalf." Her tone was quite formal, and the homeroom teacher straightened his tone. "Your concern is that providing assistance to Zhang Huahua might cause protests from the parents of other needy students, is that correct?" Gu Qinghuan asked. "Yes, after all, that needy student's parent is quite difficult to deal with." The homeroom teacher wanted to be more tactful, but unfortunately he couldn't. "Just that one?" Gu Qinghuan was curious. The homeroom teacher confirmed, "Just that one. Or rather, the other parents are frightened by her." "What's the student like?" Gu Qinghuan asked again. The homeroom teacher said, "She's a good student, and has good friends in class, but she tells her family everything." "For example?" Gu Qinghuan continued. The homeroom teacher thought for a moment and said, "For example, during the school anniversary celebration, when we had to take group photos, the school recommended that everyone dress appropriately. Some parents bought their children shirts and suits. She ended up complaining to the Education Bureau, saying our school forces parents to buy clothes for students, and that we discriminate by assigning children unsuitable seats because they don't dress well. Actually, our seating arrangements are based on height, and students of similar height can change seats as they please." Zhang Lanlan felt a little nervous, and turned to look at Zhang Huahua. She hadn't heard of this, and didn't prepare clothes for her sister. Zhang Huahua shook her head reassuringly. "It's okay. She took the photo in her school uniform, and many people wear uniforms." Gu Qinghuan pondered. If it were a parent like this, there's a high probability of a scene. She pondered for a moment. "Excuse me, is this student's parent the mother or the father?" "Mother." The homeroom teacher answered readily. What about the student's father? Gu Qinghuan said, if you're not comfortable disclosing family details, just tell me if her father is still alive. That's fine. The student's father has passed away, the homeroom teacher said. The main issue was that the mother would cry at every parent-teacher conference about how hard it was to raise the child alone, because her father had died young. She said anyone who didn't give in was bullying her. That's easy, Gu Qinghuan said, her tone lighter. Excuse me, could you please give the phone back to Zhang Lanlan? I need to confirm something. Zhang Lanlan quickly said, I'm here, I can hear you. Gu Qinghuan asked, do you mind if others know what kind of person your father is? Before Zhang Lanlan could speak, Zhang Huahua flatly said, no. I wish everyone knew what kind of person he is. The head teacher was shocked. Zhang Huahua usually seemed cheerful and positive, but this was the first time he had seen her express such strong rejection and disgust. Gu Qinghuan responded, well, let's not start with the teacher. Zhang Huahua, you should say this yourself when someone asks. This money is actually compensation for someone accidentally bumping into Zhang Lanlan. Because your father isn't a good person, the compensation recipient is transferring this money to you as a grant, in accordance with Zhang Lanlan's wishes. If any students or parents ask you for confirmation, explain the Zhang family's situation to them, and prove that this money is indeed compensation. You can also say that Zhang Lanlan wasn't seriously injured and couldn't bear to go to the hospital, so the actual compensation amount isn't significant. The other party agreed to this cumbersome compensation method, firstly to avoid being blamed, and secondly because they can hand over this minor matter to their subordinates. That way, the parent shouldn't make a fuss. The mother's behavior, analyzed, stems from a desire to not want her children to be worse off than others. If her child isn't doing well, then neither can other children. She can only feel at ease by bringing everyone up to par. So, when Zhang Huahua's situation becomes worse than hers, she doesn't feel unfair. Although her child doesn't have a father, compared to Zhang Yong, they're actually much better off without one. Secondly, the money wasn't given for free, it wasn't financial aid, but compensation, and it had to be given secretly, without Zhang Yong's wicked father. If she were more kind, she might even sympathize with Zhang Lanlan and her sister. Even if she's a truly bad person, she's just gloating over other people's misfortunes, and wouldn't want to be associated with Zhang Huahua. What if she were to be implicated in their misfortune? As for whether she secretly tell Zhang Yong to take Zhang Qingqing and Zhang Huahua's money. Gu Qinghuan felt that if this parent was truly that bad, then her child wouldn't have any close friends in the class. Based on the teacher's words, this worst-case scenario could be ruled out. The homeroom teacher nodded eagerly. This was a good idea. Changing the subsidy to compensation would completely change other people's perspectives. Especially since this mother was raising her child alone, she certainly wouldn't envy Zhang Lanlan. Why would she envy her? At least in this lie, Zhang Lanlan had been hit. Gu Qinghuan continued, Zhang Lanlan, are you okay with this lie? Zhang Lanlan nodded vigorously, that's fine. I don't mind. Saying she had been hit was nothing. Compared to actually being hit, this lie was completely insignificant. She also didn't believe in the superstition that saying it often will make it come true. If superstition could come true, Zhang Yong should have suffered retribution first. She only trusted people who genuinely wanted her best and helped her. After coming up with the idea, Gu Qinghuan thanked the homeroom teacher again for his cooperation and ended the call. Lian Fenghe stood aside, gazing at Gu Qinghuan with worshipful eyes, his hands clasped together. Squad leader, you are my god. Gu Qinghuan handed the phone back to Lian Fenghe. Alright, it's just a small matter. No need to make such a fuss. Lian Fenghe took the phone and sighed again. I think you've been very thoughtful, squad leader. I didn't expect this kind of problem would arise. It's great that you were able to identify the problem and come up with a solution ahead of time, Gu Qinghuan reassured him. Thankfully, Lian Fenghe quickly pulled himself together. Although this time the problem was indeed quite tricky, he could only ask the squad leader for help. But he should at least listen to the question, think on his own, and then ask Gu Qinghuan if he couldn't figure it out. Lian Fenghe encouraged himself. If he wanted to be a protector, he couldn't just talk about it. Next time, he had to think independently. Chapter 509. Because of Zhang Lanlan, Lian Fenghe has been going to the base every weekend lately. He used to go there too, but in the past, he immersed himself in the flowers and plants, completely oblivious to anything else. Now, he takes Zhang Lanlan with him, teaching her some knowledge about flower and tree care. Having Zhang Lanlan stay at the base isn't a long-term solution. Lian Fenghe feels she needs to find a way to make a living. She is actually quite intelligent, knowing what to do with a little guidance. When helping out at the base, she actively seeks out work without being told. Lien Xiaomong said he was asking Zhang Lanlan to work off a debt, but in reality, he was secretly paying her weekly wages. Zhang Lanlan refused to accept any. She was living so well at the base, and she feel guilty about accepting any more money. Lien Xiaomong said, just having food and drink isn't enough. It's almost summer, so we need some money and some clothes, right? Zhang Lanlan looked at herself, then at Zhang Hao, and finally accepted the money. However, she would only take half, and Lien Xiaomong didn't force her. He told her to save the other half, and give it to her when she left the base. After receiving the money, Zhang Lanlan worked even harder. She swept up any loose dirt on the floor with a broom, scrubbing every flower pot spotlessly clean. When the foreman cooked, she went to help wash and sort the vegetables. At noon, when the workers ate, she helped pass the bowls and serve the food, and after eating, she carried the bowls to the well to wash the dishes. The foreman's mother-in-law couldn't stop her. She had given up and started teaching her how to cook. If she didn't have time to eat, she would just make something herself. The kitchen door wasn't locked, so frying an egg and having a bowl of noodles was easy. Other workers were also willing to take her with them. Some taught her military boxing to strengthen her body, others taught her how to use her center of gravity and force when carrying things, and even taught her to climb trees. The foreman was so angry he laughed. Why teach her to climb trees? She's like a wild monkey. The other party argued, why not? If her father wants to hit someone, she just slithers up the tree and can't hit him. Zhang Lanlan learned everything. She had to do well to live up to everyone's expectations. The day of the high school entrance exam soon arrived. This year, the city's exam was held on a weekend. Zhang Lanlan was worried that Zhang Qingqing's exam would be affected, so she gritted her teeth and booked her a hotel near the exam site. Zhang Huahua shared a bed with Zhang Qingqing and could take care of her, prevent her from oversleeping, and help check for any items she had forgotten. On the day the exam ended, Lien Fenghe told Lien Xiaomong that Zhang Lanlan was given the day off. She cut a bunch of sunflowers from the flower shed and took her and Zhang Hao to meet the exam. Zhang Lanlan clutched a sunflower, her palm sweating. I haven't finished my work yet. Don't worry, there's always work to do, Lien Fenghe said, sitting in the passenger seat, leaving the back seat for Zhang Lanlan and Zhang Hao. Let's go, take your sister home. The word home touched Zhang Lanlan, and she suddenly felt a surge of courage. She had a vague idea. Perhaps, when she was older and could earn more than Zhang Yong, she could take her younger siblings and live somewhere else. But she didn't have that confidence yet. Her savings consisted solely of the small salary Lien Xiaomong gave her. When Zhang Qingqing started high school later this year, this money wouldn't be enough. She had to find a way to earn more. The sun was exceptionally strong today, and Lien Fenghe and the others arrived a little late. The cool shade was already occupied by other parents. Luckily, Zhang Huahua arrived early and was sharp-eyed. Seeing her sister and her group arrive, she quickly greeted them, Sister. Over here, over here. Lien Fenghe asked Zhang Lanlan to take Zhang Hao over first, while she went to buy ice cream. 2 yuan for a cone, she wouldn't be turned down, right? Even if Zhang Lanlan didn't want it, Zhang Huahua was already sweating from waiting, so a cone would be much more satisfying. More importantly, since they had already bought it and couldn't return it, and the cone melted so quickly, they had to eat it quickly. Sure enough, Zhang Lanlan hesitated when she saw the cone, but then took it. After sharing it with Zhang Huahua and Zhang Hao, she asked them to thank Lien Fenghe. As Lien Fenghe nibbled on her cone, she took a photo and posted it to the class group. Lien Fenghe, another high school entrance exam pickup. Su Xinghe, hey, it was me last time. Lin Julu, it was clearly our entire class that went to pick up Yin Shisheng. Fan Ziren, shocked. It's been a year since Yin Shisheng? Xie Xiangxue, time flies. Gu Qinghuan, are you going to see Zhang Lanlan off? Lien Fenghe, yes. Yu Xian, send the location I go to. Lien Fenghe subconsciously wanted to post the location in the group chat, but then realized it and quickly changed it to a private message. If she posted it in the class group, the couples who loved to join in the fun would definitely come running over. Yu Xian was the Zhang sister sponsor, after all, so of course she had to see the results of her sponsorship. She put herself in Zhang Qingqing's shoes, and figured she definitely want to find a summer job after her exams to earn money for high school tuition and living expenses. If that's the case, she could also offer some advice. The Yu family's 2 drivers were currently at Yuanli's, while the other was waiting for Yu Jinxin to get off work. Yu Xian messaged Yu Jinxin directly, lend me your driver, I need to go out. Yu Jinxin's mouth twitched. He was already unhappy about working overtime today, and he had been thinking about having a nice lunch with friends. Thinking so, Yu Jinxin replied honestly, I have the driver pick you up. But thinking about it, he still felt a little reluctant, so he decided to eat at a nearby hotel. As soon as he left the office, he ran into other department members, who had also finished overtime, and they immediately felt a sense of we're all in this together. Yu Jinxin simply took everyone in the department to the hotel for a buffet lunch. Employees, Mr. Yu is becoming more and more approachable these days. Yu Xian got in the car and headed to Zhang Qingqing's test center. Because of traffic control, the Yu family's car, like the Lin family's earlier car, was parked farther away. When Yu Xian ran to the school gate, it was already open. When she reunited with Lin Fenghe and the others by phone, Zhang Qingqing had already arrived. Lin Fenghe quickly introduced Yu Xian. This is Yu Xian. You probably met Zhang Lanlan before. She's the one who provided the financial support. Zhang Qingqing and Zhang Huahua's demeanor immediately became serious, and they solemnly thanked Yu Xian. Thank you, Sister Yu. No need to be so polite. Yu Xian waved her hand. There's too many people here. Let's find a place to eat and talk while we eat. Noticing Zhang Lanlan's awkwardness, Yu Xian turned to Lin Fenghe. Qinghuan mentioned last time that there's a self-service lunch place here. She's curious. Should we go and help her try it out? Lin Fenghe was stunned for a moment, then realized, oh yes, but it seems there's a quantity limit. It's not completely self-service. The squad leader is quite disappointed. The two quickly decided to get a boxed lunch for lunch and drove to the restaurant separately. Zhang Qingqing and Zhang Huahua got into Yu Xian's car. As soon as they got in, Zhang Qingqing said, thank you. You already thanked me. You're welcome. Yu Xian thought she was talking about the financial aid. Not the financial aid, but the lunch. Zhang Qingqing shook her head. Just by looking at the car, it was clear that Lin Fenghe and Yu Xian came from wealthy families. Although Zhang Qingqing had no idea what the rich lived like, a self-service boxed lunch didn't sound like a good idea. Yu Xian said oh and laughed. I'm really curious about that restaurant, and it's not entirely out of consideration for your feelings. Because I have a friend who loves to eat. Whether it's a high-end restaurant or a street vendor, as long as it's delicious, she wants to try it. Don't think you're being taken care of, or that you owe us anything, because this is what we wanted to do. If you really want to repay us, then fly. Fly? Zhang Qingqing was stunned. Yu Xian replied, yes, fly higher and farther, like a female eagle, no one can hold you back. Chapter 510. The buffet lunches tasted quite good. Yu Xian and Lin Fenghe carefully selected different combinations of meat and vegetables, wrote reviews while eating, and sent them to Gu Qinghuan. Zhang Qingqing observed them, making sure they weren't forcing themselves, and then half-heartedly accepted the idea that rich people also eat buffet lunches. Yu Xian thought that if Zhang Qingqing knew that the person receiving the reviews had once given leftover tree stump cakes to extremely wealthy people, she would probably be shocked. When she first learned this from Chu Chu, she was deeply shocked. But she just thought about it in her mind, and then talked to Zhang Qingqing about her summer job. Zhang Qingqing hesitated at this point. I don't know what to do, but I saw some shops with signs outside them hiring waiters, so I like to check it out. Yu Xian didn't comment on her thoughts, simply asking, from what I know, your grades are pretty good. So how do you estimate your score on the high school entrance exam? Zhang Qingqing hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, I think it's pretty good. At least I'm confident in math. This city's high school entrance exam uses a standardized test paper, but rather than mentioning rankings, it's better to just state your scores. Zhang Qingqing's bold statement was essentially a promise that she would get a perfect score in math. Yu Xian asked again, how much of your high school curriculum have you studied? Zhang Qingqing hesitated. My homeroom teacher borrowed me some of her former students' high school textbooks and notes, and I tried to study a little on my own. I read Chinese as extraneous material, and I read all of it. I memorized the classical Chinese texts in the second volume. I only finished the first volume of math exercises, and I'm halfway through the first volume of English. The more she spoke, the less confident she felt, her head lowered. In fact, she really wanted to skip a grade, shorten her studies, skip a year of high school, and save a year's worth of expenses. But she couldn't. There wasn't enough time. In junior high, she helped others with homework, explained problems to others, brought lunch to the cafeteria, and, relying on her good grades and the teacher's leniency, she sneaked out of school to buy things for others. She didn't want any money, just a meal or some extra stationery, so she could spend less. No more asking her sister for money, and her sister wouldn't have to endure Zhang Yong's beatings. Zhang Qingqing felt she wasn't learning enough. Lian Fenghe's eyes widened at her words. Isn't the world of academic elites really that terrifying? And wasn't Zhang Qingqing facing an even greater challenge? She couldn't afford a tutor, so she had to rely on self-study. Under these circumstances, not only did she manage to maintain her junior high grades, but she also learned so much high school material ahead of time. Lian Fenghe felt a bit redundant at this table. In reality, Zhang Qingqing wasn't a genius like Su Lin. She simply studied with her life on the line. Her relatively peaceful study environment was entirely due to Zhang Lanlin's sacrifice. Since she had the talent to study, and could live up to Zhang Lanlin's expectations, she would risk everything she had to learn, and strive to achieve the best she could. Yu Xian quietly watched Zhang Qingqing, observing her short, clipped hair. This wasn't the work of any barbershop, as they used electric clippers to create a smooth, even cut. Zhang Qingqing's hair was so short it almost resembled a buzz cut, but it was a bit uneven. She must have cut it herself with scissors. To achieve such a generally neat buzz cut, how many times had she done it herself in 3 years of junior high? Was it to save money or time? It was probably both, because she lacked both. Let's wait a few days for your high school entrance exam results. Yu Xian said calmly, then, I have 2 plans. Zhang Qingqing looked up with some surprise at the calm young man before her. Both plans are based on your excellent academic performance. The first plan is that I can find you a suitable tutoring job and set a suitable price that will at least cover your first year of high school tuition. As for whether you can maintain this long term, that depends on your level. I won't interfere. Zhang Qingqing thought this plan was great. Being able to earn a living with your knowledge was a way to put it into practice. The second plan is that I will cover all your expenses throughout high school, including tuition, living expenses, and so on, to ensure you have a learning environment that is not affected by external circumstances. Zhang Qingqing tensed. She was no naive child. She had to give back what she gained. Nothing comes easy. You must promise to achieve scores far exceeding those of most in the college entrance exam 3 years from now, allowing you to enter a university within my designated range. And upon graduation, you will become my assistant. Of course, I will continue to cover your tuition and living expenses during your university years. If Bai Hantan were here, he would surely give a wry smile. As the saying goes, like teachers, like students. I need capable individuals to join my team, and I am willing to train you for that purpose. If your skills are no longer sufficient for my needs after you graduate from high school or university, I will send you a bill and request a refund for the money I have paid you. Zhang Qingqing was surprised because this plan was too much of a bargain for her. Although it sounded like she'd be giving up her life and future in return, what would her life and future be worth without the training? The so-called compensation was completely disproportionate. Compared to 3 or even 7 years of waiting, what was money worth? Even if she couldn't meet Yu Xian's demands, once she graduated from university and had a degree, repaying Yu Xian would be much easier. She asked hesitantly, we only met twice, and you don't know me very well. Why are you so kind to me? Yu Xian smiled. You're really like me back then. Unable to understand others' kindness towards her, she desperately sought to find what they wanted in her to reassure herself. But kindness doesn't need any reason. Meeting Zhang Qingqing's bewildered gaze, Yu Xian simply said calmly, because I have some money. The money I'm giving you is just a drop in the bucket for me, and while I'm training you, I already have other candidates. To be honest, I'm just casting a wide net. I always catch something I can use. Zhang Qingqing didn't feel belittled by her words, but rather felt less pressured. She slowly exhaled, I want to choose option 2. Not only because it was more beneficial for her, but also because it would allow her to give more back to Yu Xian. Don't you need to discuss this with your family? Yu Xian glanced at Zhang Lanlan and the others at the other table. Zhang Qingqing replied, my family will support my decision. As for Zhang Yong? That guy wasn't even considered her family. Okay, then, let's write an IOU. Yu Xian blinked. IOU? Zhang Qingqing looked at her in confusion. Yes, a public IOU. If your father interferes with your business, I can use this IOU to make a substantial claim against him. Yu Xian tapped the table. Also, there's a private contract stating that the IOU will be void if certain conditions are met. This way, we can ensure the authenticity and validity of the IOU while allowing our cooperation to proceed smoothly. From now on, she will safeguard Zhang Qingqing's future. Chapter 511. Jiang Chuchu sat up from her recliner. Borrow a lawyer? Yu Xian had finished her meeting with Zhang Lanlan and the others, and had explained her plan to Jiang Chuchu. To ensure the smooth implementation of the IOU and contract, she needed to consult a specialized lawyer to determine how to ensure their legality. Jiang Chuchu felt a pang of emotion. She recalled how Yu Xian had been timid and lacked confidence when she first joined Mingda 2 years ago. Now, she had the power to improve her life and even to help others. Jiang Chuchu collected her thoughts and said casually, "Your concern is that even Zhang Lanlan, the oldest, isn't yet 18, so the IOU and contract might be deemed invalid, right?" "Yes. While the Lin family should be able to provide Zhang Lanlan with a job, if you really look closely, she's still a long way from financial independence." Yu Xian was somewhat helpless. "Actually, you don't have to think about that at all," Jiang Chuchu said, a hint of scoundrel in her tone. "Do you think someone like Zhang Yong would abide by the law?" Yu Xian was stunned, lost in thought. Jiang Chuchu continued, "If you try to act law-abiding with someone like that, you're doomed. If you reason with him, he just plays the victim. If you say you admire Zhang Qingqing's talent, he won't believe you. As long as you act tough enough, he won't even dare to call the police, because he lives in a world where the bigger fist always has the right. It's like if he hits a child, and you tell him it's illegal, he just refute you. The child is his, and how he handles it is none of your business." Yu Xian nodded slightly. "I see your point." Jiang Chuchu understood Yu Xian's thinking. It was precisely because Yu Xian had experienced the hardships of this kind of disorder that, having understood the significance of order, she would strive to maintain it. However, reality isn't always so ideal, so occasionally, a diplomatic approach can better solve problems. "I suggest you scare Zhang Yong before Zhang Lanlan turns 18. Xia, he must have someone skilled in this area. You can borrow from him," Jiang Chuchu said without blinking. Yu Xian was speechless for a moment. The simple words she spoke were enough to make her scalp tingle at the mere thought of Xia He's questions. "Once Zhang Lanlan and Zhang Qingqing are both 18, we can follow the process you outlined," Jiang Chuchu said. "Okay, I understand." Yu Xian thought she had to prepare thoroughly to avoid being harassed by Xia He's questions again. The two discussed the details for a moment, and then Yu Xian hung up the phone. She refined the content while rehearsing Xia He's questions and responses. Compared to the exam Yu Xian was about to face, Lian Fenghe led a large group back to the base. Thankfully, they were all thin, and with Zhang Lanlan holding Zhang Hao, there was still room in the back seat. Lian Fenghe sat in the passenger seat, looking out the rearview mirror. Thanks to Yu Xian's financial support, Zhang Qingqing and Zhang Huawao looked healthier. Zhang Lanlan and Zhang Hao, living at the base, had gained some weight. Lian Fenghe felt a sense of accomplishment, as if she had watched the seed she had nursed finally grow into sturdy branches. However, they hadn't yet bloomed, much less produced fruit, so they still needed careful care. Although Lian Fenghe had been concerned about Zhang Lanlan's family recently, he clearly understood that his attitude was more like that of an elder looking after a younger generation in need of support. Or rather, after seeing how much the members of Class 3 had helped so many, he was also inspired by their abilities, hoping to be a source of strength for others. Everyone had their own strengths, and Lian Fenghe reflected on his own strengths, feeling that he had great patience. He could slowly watch a flower bloom, and naturally, he could also watch a family regain its life. Although he lacked brilliant planning or strong tactics, as Gu Qinghuan would say, he had connections. As a member of Class 3, he was able to gain everyone's trust and support, which was undoubtedly due to his ability. Lian Fenghe thought calmly that as a member of the Cuckoo King who had followed him through his battles until now, he was also quite remarkable. The car stopped at the base gate, and Lian Fenghe got out first. The car had a high chassis and side steps, so even Fenghe had to use them to get in and out, let alone the smaller members of the Zhang family. Just as he was about to help open the car door, he saw Zhang Yong running over. He reflexively closed the door and shouted to the driver, "Sister Song, lock the doors and raise the windows." Sister Song, who was driving, had already unbuckled her seatbelt and was about to get out. When she heard Lian Fenghe's words and caught a glimpse of Zhang Yong in the rearview mirror, she immediately locked the car and raised the windows. She even fastened her seatbelt, ready to drive. By the time Zhang Yong reached the car, the windows were already fully raised. Zhang Yong's face was a little grim, but he forced a smile at Lian Fenghe. "Young boss, those in the car are my son and daughter, right?" Lian Fenghe remembered Gu Qinghuan's instructions to all the students in Class 3. Always take the lead in the conversation. He didn't respond to Zhang Yong's question, but instead asked, "What's up?" Zhang Yong rubbed his hands. "I heard Huahua, no, Qingqing, finished her high school entrance exam today. Is she in the car?" The car had privacy film on, and Zhang Yong glanced several times, unable to confirm whether Zhang Qingqing was actually in the car. In the car, Zhang Qingqing shuddered, and Zhang Huahua quickly grabbed her hand. Although they had become resilient, the psychological scars left behind from childhood were not so easily erased. When they saw Zhang Yong, they recalled the beatings they had suffered, the hideous faces, the blows and kicks that landed on their bodies, and the excruciating pain that followed. They could never easily forget them. Why was Zhang Yong suddenly concerned about Zhang Qingqing? He almost even gotten her name wrong. So what was he trying to do? Lian Fenghe tensed. What do you want with her? She's already graduated from junior high, Zhang Yong said with a flattering smile. She's had enough education for so many years, and her family doesn't have the money to support her further education. She might as well find someone sooner. Lian Fenghe almost vomited. What scumbag? She only just graduated from junior high, and she's looking for someone. His expression grew even colder. She's only in junior high. What's wrong with junior high? Zhang Yong said nonchalantly. Didn't women in ancient times marry and have children at the age of 13 or 14? That was ancient times. Are you living in ancient times? Lian Fenghe was trembling with anger. What's the difference? I'm stronger now, Zhang Yong said shamelessly. People from the next village have come over. I heard Qingqing's grades are good, and they gave her a 5,000 yuan betrothal gift. With these 5,000 yuan, I can just pay off the money I owe your family, right, boss? This is the end. Lian Fenghe really wanted to hit Zhang Yong on the forehead with her shovel. He told himself to stay calm, took out his phone, turned on the recording function, and pointed it at Zhang Yong. With a cold face he said, "You said you accepted 5,000 yuan to sell your underage daughter, right?" Zhang Yong had been used on Gu Qinghuan before, and he immediately took a few steps back. What are you doing, boss? Are you accepting money to sell someone? This was the first time Lian Fenghe had spoken so loudly. Zhang Yong turned and ran, his mouth tightly shut. He didn't know what was wrong with his words, but since they were being recorded, it couldn't be a good thing. Lian Fenghe didn't chase him, but stood there, staring at Zhang Yong's back. He felt his heart beating rapidly, nervous and excited, his calves trembling. Facing it alone wasn't that scary. If it happened once, there would be a second time. He would never let this guy succeed. Chapter 512. The Lian family nursery base entered emergency response mode. Specifically, if Zhang Yong was spotted inside the base, someone would be stationed nearby, keeping a constant watch on his location to prevent him from coming into contact with Zhang Lanlan and the others. Even before Lian Fenghe could speak, Sister Song indignantly informed everyone that Zhang Yong wanted to sell her daughter, instantly enraging the workers. During Zhang Lanlan's stay at the base, Zhang Qingqing and Zhang Huahua, returning from school on weekends, skipped their homes and came directly to the base to help her. The workers, looking at these children, felt heartbroken and silently cursed Zhang Yong for being such a jerk. These children were so sensible, how could they have such a father? And now this guy was actually trying to sell his daughter. He was insane. If it weren't for the rule of law, the workers would have wanted to put a sack on Zhang Yong and give him a beating in the middle of the night. Zhang Lanlan stopped the workers from thinking this way. She was grateful for their kindness, but she didn't want those who had shown such care for her to be dragged into a dispute because of someone like Zhang Yong. So, all they could do was to try to isolate Zhang Yong from the children. Zhang Yong himself wasn't aware of this. He almost been recorded by Lian Fenghe, and he was a little wary. Although he wanted to find someone else at the base, he still had to work. The foreman was keeping a close eye on him. So what if he got his pay cut again, now that Zhang Lanlan and the others weren't around to bother him, asking him for this and that? He could spend all his money on himself, which made him feel much more comfortable. The house was becoming more and more like a garbage dump. So what? He could just lie down at the bathhouse, throw out the money, and clean it up comfortably. The Lian family's pay was decent, while others lived on a tight budget because they had to support their families and save for the future. Zhang Yong, however, was different. He spent whatever he had, living life to the fullest, completely blissfully devoid of any sense of paternal responsibility. He could use all his earnings for himself, so he would work hard when he had to, and only during his downtime would he try to find Zhang Lanlan and the others. He hadn't given up yet. If he could just sell Zhang Qingqing, that would give him 5,000 yuan, enough to keep him happy for a while. Not to mention getting rid of his daughter, saving him a lot of trouble. The regret of not being able to find Zhang Qingqing made him complain to other workers. That's 5,000 yuan. Workers, can't they put her in a sack? Lian Fenghe also wanted to put Zhang Yong in a sack. He had heard Zhang Yong say he wanted to sell her, and his dislike for him was at its peak. He had been sulking for the past few days, and his appetite had decreased. Zhang Lanlan, who was in charge of serving lunch, naturally noticed the change in Lian Fenghe. She thought for a moment, and decided to find an opportunity to talk to Lian Fenghe. "Well, Brother Xiaohe," Zhang Lanlan said, mustering her courage, "don't take my father's words to heart." Lian Fenghe shook her head. "How could I not take it to heart? You must be careful these days. If he catches you, you be sold." At this moment, Lian Fenghe understood a little of Gu Qinghuan's feelings. The squad leader has so many things to worry about all the time. How can he remain so calm and composed? Zhang Lanlan rubbed the back of her head and said calmly, "Qingqing said that if my father or that family really catches her, she'd tell them that she can receive more betrothal money after she finishes high school. Let's put it off for 3 years. I work and support Qingqing during those 3 years, and my father won't have to pay. He'd be willing to wait. When Qingqing and I come of age, we write an IOU and sign a contract with Miss Yu. Then, Miss Yu will take care of my father." While this plan was crude, it certainly worked. For Zhang Yong, it was a lucrative business with no investment. He wouldn't miss such a good deal. For Zhang Qingqing, simply delaying it until she came of age would be a victory, and it would also save Yu Xian some trouble. But Lian Fenghe felt a pang of sadness. What was Zhang Qingqing thinking about selling herself like a commodity? How many times had Zhang Lanlan give up and compromise in the past to be able to accept this so calmly? Lian Fenghe held her head, racking her brains, trying to dig out something useful from her mind. But what he was most familiar with was growing flowers, things like grafting and cuttings, and he could talk about them. Lian Fenghe suddenly thought of something, and he jerked his head up, his expression brightening. "I got a great idea." He didn't bother explaining to Zhang Lanlan. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to the small group chat that included Gu Qinghuan, Yu Xian, and Jiang Chu. "Lian Fenghe, I have an idea. Do you think it's feasible?" Zhang Lanlan was a little puzzled, but seeing that Lian Fenghe was in much better spirits, she felt relieved. She was truly grateful to everyone who had helped her and her sister and brother. Because of this, she hoped everyone would be well and not be saddened by her family's situation. Seeing Lian Fenghe so engaged, Zhang Lanlan didn't bother him anymore. Instead, she quietly left and continued with her own business. The next day, Zhang Lanlan noticed a slight shift in the workers' attitude toward Zhang Yong. Originally, the workers were reluctant to talk about Zhang Yong, but now they were actively discussing him. However, everyone still avoided contact between Zhang Yong and Zhang Lanlan and the others, so she didn't dwell on it and continued working diligently. Thankfully, within a few days, Zhang Lanlan understood the purpose of their actions. One worker, while chatting with Zhang Yong, managed to get information about the family that wanted to buy Zhang Qingqing. That night, he went home and told his wife, asking her to spread the news throughout the village. Rumors spread quickly, and within 2 or 3 days, the news had reached the village where the family lived. The village party secretary was furious and ran to the family's door to lash out at them. If the town or even the county knew about the human trafficking in the village, they would have no hope of achieving success in the coming years. Who could possibly stand the constant scrutiny from higher authorities? The family, shunned by other villagers and unable to borrow even a piece of farm equipment, quickly denied the incident. The man who had originally intended to buy Zhang Qingqing even came to Zhang Yong with a pretentious air and scolded him, accusing him of spreading rumors. This infuriated Zhang Yong, and the two men engaged in a brawl, leaving him bruised and battered. Zhang Yong had been drinking before the fight, and he struck without restraint, accidentally knocking the man unconscious. The onlookers were so frightened that they called an ambulance. The man's injuries were not serious, but the incident had become so serious that even the police were called. According to the Public Security Administration punishment law, Zhang Yong's case should have only been a 5 to 10 day detention. But when the police intervened, his vision blurred, he pushed the officer to the ground, and even assaulted him. He was ultimately sentenced to 4 months detention for assaulting a police officer. Upon hearing the news, everyone at the base was overjoyed. The foreman's family even prepared a table full of meat and vegetables for lunch to celebrate. As everyone enjoyed the meal, Lian Fenghe found a corner and posted a message in the small group chat. "Lian Fenghe, it's settled. 4 months. Zhang Yong won't be back until Zhang Qingqing goes to high school." Chapter 513. Lian Fenghe's plan was simple. Zhang Yong wanted to sell Zhang Qingqing because he had a buyer. If anything went wrong with that buyer, his plan would be thwarted. The villagers were close friends, so news spread quickly. Everyone was willing to help, so the operation went smoothly. The police had a surprise. One of the workers who helped had a relative whose son had just become a police officer at the local police station. When the worker told the young man about this, he immediately promised to take care of the matter. Everyone thought he meant to rush to arrest the person, but he actually charged at Zhang Yong's fist. After the collision, he secretly dragged Zhang Yong to the ground, where he began to scream. The veterans in the industry were amused, stifling their laughter as they came over to arrest Zhang Yong and took him away. The young man went home and was scolded, saying how could he, despite his tall stature, be so weak that he had been beaten by a drunk. This kind of overt effort had to be made, but then his superiors quickly ordered Zhang Yong to be charged with assaulting a police officer, stating that small-scale operations were difficult to manage, and that a more severe punishment would be a deterrent. So, Zhang Yong happily received 4 months of detention. Although detention officers actually only had 1 or 2 days of home time each month, it didn't matter, UXIN immediately arranged it. In short, they found inmates who had been released at the same time as Zhang Yong and had them take him out for food, drinks, and fun. Working in the detention center was already paid, and given Zhang Yong's personality, he naturally wanted to spend money when he had it, making him easily tempted. As long as another inmate took Zhang Yong out for a few days, he naturally wouldn't have time to visit Zhang Lanlan and the others. Gu Qinghuan, 4 months of peace in one go, that's great. Lian Fenghe was delighted. This time, the idea was his own. Although the squad leader and his team should have been able to quickly identify the buyer after receiving the information, his team had more people and could move faster. Besides, the workers who lived here were more familiar with the interpersonal relationships and social environment in the village. Thinking carefully, this was also the result of Zhang Lanlan's family's hard work. If she hadn't worked diligently at the base, gotten along well with the workers, and earned their trust, no one would have helped. Lian Fenghe thought carefully. This time, he had only come up with an idea. There were many things that could be done better. For example, the male police officer's impulsive move was effective, but if they had discussed it beforehand, perhaps Zhang Yong could have been given a few more months. This would be the case for now, but after 4 months, when Zhang Yong's detention was over, they would have to make further plans. He had 4 months to work with Zhang Lanlan's family, everyone at the base, and UXIN and the others to come up with a better solution. Xiaohe, what are you doing here? Zhang Huahua was passing by, carrying 2 large bottles of drinks. Seeing Lian Fenghe standing in the corner, she casually said something. Lian Fenghe quickly put away her phone and replied, "Nothing, I'm just playing on my phone." Zhang Huahua was a little confused. They weren't at school, so why would she be playing on her phone in secret? But she didn't ask any more questions. Lian Fenghe quickly came over and helped her get a bottle of drink. "Let me help." The drinks were large bottles of Coke and Sprite, sold in supermarkets, tied together with cable ties on the bottle caps. It was a good deal, but anyone who has actually carried one will know how much it hurts. Zhang Huahua had originally planned to walk quickly and grab it, but after 2 steps, the tie buckled and loosened, leaving her with only 2 bottles of drinks in her arms. Lian Fenghe had wanted to take both bottles, but considering Zhang Huahua's personality, she only took one. Sharing is helping. If he took everything, Zhang Huahua would definitely disagree. He took 1 bottle, and Zhang Huahua felt a little relieved. She thanked Lian Fenghe. "Thank you, Brother Xiaohe." "You're welcome," Lian Fenghe said, walking towards the dining table with her. "Speaking of phones, would you like me to get one?" "No." Zhang Huahua immediately declined. "We have phones soon." My second sister said several of her classmates need to get new phones after the high school entrance exam, and she's agreed to sell her their old phones. "Is that enough money?" Lian Fenghe asked. Zhang Huahua nodded. "That's enough. Even a really good phone wouldn't be accepted by my second sister. She doesn't want to take advantage of others." UXIN could have prepared it for Zhang Qingqing, but seeing that she wanted to try it herself, she didn't interfere. Instead, she printed out a few reliable tips, teaching her how to judge the quality of a phone and making an estimate. They were so thoughtful that Lian Fenghe, while pleased, also felt a bit redundant. He said embarrassedly, "I haven't been able to help you much." "No way." Zhang Huahua immediately shook her head. "Brother Xiaohe, you helped us so much. Working at the base, cleaning up a place for us to live, teaching my sister how to work, picking us up, giving us advice, and protecting us." She said solemnly, "If it weren't for Brother Xiaohe, we'd be finished now." The words finished sounded endearing, but Lian Fenghe couldn't dwell on them. He said, "That's because you guys work so hard." Zhang Huahua nodded repeatedly. "I think we work hard too." She smiled and fantasized, "I got it figured out. After I graduate from junior high, I study cosmetology and hairdressing, so I can cut my second sister's hair. She won't have to hold the scissors herself and cut her hair in front of the mirror, making a mess. And I can do it at home without disturbing her studies." She spoke with such joy that she seemed to have already picked up the scissors and become a skilled hairdresser. Lien Fenghe couldn't help but smile, as if he'd seen his own flowers bloom. The two of them quickly reached the table. Lien Fenghe put down his drink and returned to Lien Qiumeng's side, sitting down to eat. Lien Qiumeng was delighted. As the boss, he couldn't personally attend, but he had been keeping a close eye on things through Lien Fenghe. After receiving such good news today, he announced that everyone would receive an extra 100 yuan in salary. Since Zhang Lanlan and the other children were at the base, they were his employees, so of course they deserved a payout. Lien Fenghe had barely taken a few bites when his father poked him in the arm. "Son." "What for?" Lien Fenghe ate a piece of pork ribs. "From now on, this base will be yours," Lien Qiumeng said with emotion. Lien Fenghe spat out the bone and pointed at herself. He hadn't even graduated from high school yet, so why was his dad suddenly saying something like that? "It's because you're usually too solitary," Lien Qiumeng said, a little annoyed. "Your mom and I understand your hobby, but you're always alone gardening, and you can't manage the entire base. It's different now. You can get along with everyone, and it'd be much easier for you to take over your own business in the future." Lien Qiumeng patted Lien Fenghe on the back. "But your dad doesn't want to retire so early, so you should wait a few more years." He smiled and withdrew his hand, returning to chatting with the workers. Lien Fenghe sat in his seat, taking in the bustling scene around him, then looked toward the flower shed and the various seedlings displayed outdoors not far away. This was his family base, a place where many people laughed together. Protecting it might not be easy, but at this moment, Lien Fenghe felt he could do it. Lien Fenghe's mission has reached 75% completion. Chapter 514. The latest search in Lien Fenghe's phone history was, "What's the least painful way to die?" He thought about it for a long time, and ultimately decided to choose a death that wasn't too horrific, wouldn't cause trouble to others, would inflict the least pain, and would definitely lead to death. What a fuss! It's come to this, and why are you still delaying? Ever since his freshman year of high school, the family business has been on a downward spiral. The flowers couldn't be sold, and they ended up selling them at a loss, losing a significant amount of money. The capital chain was in trouble, and then, at this moment, others squeezed out the market, suddenly falling from the forefront of the local industry to the back of the pack. It might have been possible to pick themselves up and slowly grow, but his father suffered an acute myocardial infarction at a banquet to secure an order and died despite medical treatment. And so, he lost his father in high school. After his mother finished arranging his father's funeral, she spoke to him wearily for a long time. Mingda was a good school, and since Lien Fenghe was already in her second semester of high school, her mother decided to let her finish high school there. With her father gone, her mother was left alone, and the Lien family's affairs had grown considerably. Before her father's death, she and her mother had discussed downsizing. Over the past year and a half, with the many family events, her mother had been deeply affected. She ultimately decided to sell off most of the family's assets, retaining only the nursery farm she had originally established for Lien Fenghe, which she would run as a small-scale local business. Lien Fenghe saw how hard his mother worked, but he couldn't offer much help. After careful consideration, Lien Fenghe temporarily put aside her passion for flower farming and focused all her energy on her studies. He planned to first get into university and acquire sufficient knowledge before taking over the family business. The base was proof of his family's love since childhood, and he hoped that his last remaining wish would last. However, reality left him no room for respite. In the second semester of his sophomore year, just after final exams, he left the school gates, wondering why his mother, who had been asked to pick him up, was not there, when he received an anxious call from his driver, Sister Song. Sister Song said his mother had been assaulted by a worker at the base, and was now in critical condition at the hospital, asking him to come quickly. Lien Fenghe had no idea how he got to the hospital. He frantically found Sister Song, and was dragged to the operating room. Outside the operating room, he met Zhang Lanlin's children for the first time. The frail children, too frightened to even sit on the chairs, knelt on the ground, some gazing at the operating room door in grief, others clasping their hands in anxious prayer. The youngest, Zhang Hao, was sitting in a chair, but with gauze wrapped around his head, he looked like an invalid. Sister Song pulled Zhang Lanlan up and said, "Don't kneel. The doctors will save Sister Meixiang. Don't hurt your legs." Zhang Lanlan was dazed, and it took her time to focus her gaze on Lien Fenghe. After learning from Sister Song that Lien Fenghe was Chu Meixiang's son, She immediately knelt before him, sobbing uncontrollably. Lien Fenghe pieced together the story from her. The children's father, Zhang Yong, was a hopeless scumbag. To protect the children, Lien Fenghe's mother, Chu Meixiang, had Zhang Lanlan, the eldest sister, take Zhang Hao to work at the base to earn money. Now that his second sister, Zhang Qingqing, had finished her high school entrance exam, she and her third sister, Zhang Huahua, had arrived at the base, working together to repay Chu Meixiang. When Zhang Yong learned of this, he considered selling Zhang Qingqing to someone else as a wife. Chu Meixiang resolutely stopped him, and even called the police to scare him off. But Zhang Yong refused to give up, feeling that Chu Meixiang was meddling too much. Not to mention, in his usual mindset, women were weaker than him, and should be humbled by a show of force. That was exactly what happened today. Braved by alcohol, he ran over to demand help. Seeing Zhang Hao timidly clinging to Chu Meixiang's legs, he felt annoyed again. He was Zhang Hao's father. How could this little BS side with an outsider? Just as Zhang Yong and Chu Meixiang were arguing again, he bent down, dragged Zhang Hao away, and threw him aside. Zhang Hao bumped into a nearby flower pot, bruising his head, and causing him to cry out in pain. Chu Meixiang ran to fetch the child, her back facing Zhang Yong, causing him to hallucinate his wife, who used to flee after being beaten. So Zhang Yong, as usual, kicked her. When the workers heard the noise and ran over, Chu Meixiang had fallen to the ground, having also hit her head on the flower pot, but her blow was even more severe, causing her to faint. Zhang Yong regained consciousness and tried to escape, but the workers caught him and called the police. Lien Fenghe was speechless after hearing the story, and finally patted Zhang Lanlan's shoulder stiffly. He knew Zhang Yong was the one at fault, and Zhang Lanlan and the others were merely victims. However, with his mother involved, he simply didn't have the energy to comfort her. He waited a long time until the operating room's warning light finally went off, and the doctor emerged. Although Chu Meixiang's life was saved, her condition was grave. It was unknown how long she would remain unconscious, so he could only observe her condition. At that time, Lien Fenghe's only thought was, I'm still alive. He hadn't fully recovered from the loss of his father, and he couldn't bear to lose his mother too. While Chu Meixiang was in a coma in the hospital, Lien Fenghe had many things to attend to, such as the family business and sending Zhang Yong to prison. Sister Song and the foreman at the base helped Lien Fenghe a lot, and thankfully, it was summer vacation, so Lien Fenghe had plenty of time to deal with it. At the hospital, Zhang Lanlan's family strongly demanded that they take on Chu Meixiang's care and demanded compensation. Zhang Lanlan was only a year younger than him, so how could Lien Fenghe ask her to pay? Zhang Qingqing had excellent grades and deserved to go to high school. Zhang Huahua hadn't graduated from junior high, and Zhang Hao himself had a head injury. Seeing this, Lien Fenghe couldn't help but feel sympathy. And they truly took good care of Chu Meixiang. Even the youngest, Zhang Hao, stayed by his side, reminding him to eat on time every day. He felt as if he had formed a new family with Zhang Lanlan's family, feeling the warmth of companionship. However, the family business was temporarily suspended. Lien Fenghe set the prices for the goods at the base according to the order left by Chu Meixiang and, with the help of the foreman, cleared out as much as possible. Thankfully, due to the base's small size, there were no long-term contracts, so there was no need to worry about further planting. There were only a few seedlings that hadn't grown enough to be sold, and Lien Fenghe had a few people to take care of them. Watching the base become desolate, Lien Fenghe could only smile bitterly. He knew all the family assets, and after Chu Meixiang fell into a coma, the insurance company had also paid out the claim based on her life insurance. Not having to worry about money for a short period of time had become the only thing he could be thankful for during this period. Lien Fenghe had long considered whether to take a leave of absence from school. Chu Meixiang had been in a coma, and with Zhang Lanlan and others taking care of her, he couldn't really contribute much. Being underage, he couldn't continue the family business. He knew nothing about it, and blindly pursuing it would only waste the family's money. In the end, it was Zhang Lanlan who, upon learning about the situation, firmly assured him that she would take good care of Chu Meixiang and urged Lien Fenghe to attend school. The doctor also said that Zhang Lanlan had taken excellent care of Chu Meixiang, learning meticulously from other caregivers. Chu Meixiang's condition was also stable. Although she still hadn't woken up, several examinations showed that her physical functions were maintaining remarkably well. Lien Fenghe ultimately chose to continue attending school. Chu Meixiang hadn't asked him to transfer from Mingda, no doubt hoping that he would complete his studies well. But what about after high school graduation? Lien Fenghe hadn't thought about it, or perhaps he didn't dare to. The good news was that in the winter of his senior year, Chu Meixiang awoke from her deep sleep. After Lien Fenghe learned about the situation, before he could even rejoice, he heard the next piece of news. It was bad news. Chu Meixiang remembered nothing. Chapter 515. Lien Fenghe spent a long time mentally preparing himself to accept the fact that his mother had forgotten him. The doctor said that it was a great achievement for Chu Meixiang to wake up and recover after such a long coma. Lien Fenghe also told himself that he should be content, being alive was a good thing. But when he saw his mother looking at him with the eyes of a stranger, he could no longer control his emotions and burst into tears. Chu Meixiang stared blankly at this son she had just met, at a loss for what to do. Lien Fenghe searched for many things at home, hoping to jog Chu Meixiang's memories, but in the end, he just stared blankly at those photos of their past happiness. He had been happy with his mother and father before, but what about now? His father was gone, and the family business was almost gone. Knowing the happiness of the past, and then facing the pain of the present, wasn't it cruel for Chu Meixiang? Knowing nothing, she didn't have to bear the pain of the past, and could seek the new happiness of the present. Lien Fenghe tried to tell Zhang Lanlan about this plan. After spending some time with them, he had come to think of Von Lanlan's family as his own sisters and brothers. Zhang Lanlan protested strongly. If Aunt Chu still remembers, she would never approve of this. She cried as she spoke. Aunt Chu always praised you, saying you were a good child, and that even though her husband was gone, she would keep working hard for her children. At that time, I really envied you for having a mother who loved you. If she could forget even the child she once loved so deeply and wanted to protect, wouldn't it be painful for her? Like a wake-up call, Lien Fenghe gave up hiding the truth and, with the help of Zhang Lanlan and others, actively helped Chu Meixiang rebuild her memory. Although Zhang Lanlan's family wasn't related to him by blood, Lien Fenghe found peace in this peaceful life. He enrolled in a local university, with Zhang Lanlan taking care of Chu Meixiang. In his spare time, under Lien Fenghe's guidance, he experimented with flower cultivation and earned some money at the market. Zhang Qingqing attended high school and worked hard to earn scholarships, aiming for university. Zhang Huahua, after graduating from junior high, went to a technical school to study beauty and hairdressing, aiming to open her own shop soon. Zhang Hao was also very considerate. He stayed with Chu Meixiang as she struggled to recapture her memories. He would also go to the market with Zhang Lanlan to set up a stall, collecting money and giving change with great agility. Sometimes, Lien Fenghe thought that living like this was a stable life. However, after graduating from university and returning to the base to resume his family's business, Zhang Yong was released from prison. Zhang Lanlan immediately informed Lien Fenghe of the incident, and he arranged for security to expel Zhang Yong. However, the base was so large that completely sealing it off was impossible. Zhang Yong sneaked in anyway, intending to steal Zhang Lanlan's money, but was discovered by Chu Meixiang. The two argued, and this time, Zhang Yong reached for the fruit knife on the table. Chu Meixiang was unharmed. It was Zhang Hao who was stabbed. The boy, still in junior high school, shielded Zhang Yong from the knife for Chu Meixiang and fell into her arms, still smiling. Auntie Chu, I can protect you this time. Am I going to die? Can I call you Mom? Zhang Yong dropped the knife and fled. Lien Fenghe and Zhang Lanlan didn't have time to arrest him, so they rushed Zhang Hao to the hospital before they had time to report the case. Zhang Hao was dead. He had been stabbed in the lungs and major blood vessels, and died from excessive blood loss. When Zhang Lanlan received the death notice, she felt as if she had lost her soul. She murmured, "Why?" Lien Fenghe comforted the weeping Chu Meixiang, not noticing Zhang Lanlan had left the hospital. Zhang Qingqing and Zhang Huahua rushed back and grief-strickenly organized Zhang Hao's funeral. There had been no news of Zhang Lanlan, and it was unknown where she had gone. Chu Meixiang, already mentally unstable over the years, was traumatized by Zhang Hao's death and began to show symptoms of Alzheimer's disease. Lien Fenghe had to stop her work at the base again to care for her mother, and Zhang Qingqing and Zhang Huahua also took a long leave to help. Zhang Lanlan's news came from the police, along with the news of Vang Yong's death. She often been ordered around by Zhang Yong, and she knew he hid somewhere in the mountains when he lost money. She suspected he was hiding there, so she went there and, while he was asleep, stoned him to death. When Zhang Qingqing visited her in prison, Zhang Lanlan looked calm. "I should have done this a long time ago. That man should have died long ago. If it weren't for him, Hao wouldn't have died, and Aunt Chu wouldn't have ended up like this. Please tell Brother Xiao my apologies. If it weren't for me, he could be happier now." After hearing what Zhang Qingqing had said, Lien Fenghe was speechless. What could he say? In all the years they lived together, Zhang Lanlan had become like a younger sister to him. But now, the family he had finally regained was shattered. He drifted into a daze for a while, unaware of his own mental problems. The search history on his phone was shocking, and he only wondered if death could bring him peace of mind. Until that day, as he squatted by the riverbank near the base, wondering if the water was too cold, he heard a voice. Old classmate? Long time no see. Lien Fenghe turned his head, and saw someone who looked vaguely familiar. He struggled to think, his rusty brain hesitantly saying a name. You, Xian? Ah, it's me, the woman said, with neatly cropped hair and a professional suit. But my name is now Eugene Zhao. When it comes to heroes, look no further than the Jin Zhao in Jin Zhao. Isn't that the name I gave myself a good name? The two sat by the river and chatted for a while. Lien Fenghe learned that after graduating from high school, Eugene Zhao had applied to a university far from his home. During college, he lived frugally, worked part-time, and applied for a government-sponsored study abroad program. I cut ties with my family, and now I'm living quite well on my own. Eugene Zhao smiled as he spoke. What about you? This question left Lien Fenghe stunned for a long time. He stammered, I don't know. Is that so? Eugene Zhao's expression remained unchanged. But it doesn't matter. We both have plenty of time to spend our lives slowly. Lien Fenghe asked, what's the point of living? Eugene Zhao thought for a moment. For example, now that I met you. My university professor was very optimistic about Zhang Qingqing. When he learned I was coming here, he asked me to see how she was doing. It turns out the person in charge here is actually my high school classmate, so I stopped by to see you. She gazed out at the river and abruptly said, back in high school, I often thought about dying. Lien Fenghe looked at her in astonishment. Life at home was depressing. I was just an unwanted daughter. Life at school was miserable. I didn't fit in with the overall environment at Mingda. I begged for my family's attention, tried to get along with them, compromised, and acted servile. Until one day, I suddenly realized, why should I beg for love from those who didn't love me? The person I should truly love is myself. Then I moved on. No matter what those people did, they couldn't shake me. I just had to focus on my own happiness. She laughed. It's quite bizarre to say that. I don't know how I came to this realization. It's like someone tried a wrong code over and over again, piling up countless failures, and finally input the correct instructions into my brain. It was because of that experience that Eugene Zhao could see that Lien Fenghe, like her before her, was now immersed in a despair that she couldn't even detect. A faint glint flickered in Lien Fenghe's eyes. Do you still want to die? Of course not. I have a lot of things I want to do. What about you? Is there anyone you can't let go of? Is there anything else you want to do? Eugene Zhao asked. Lien Fenghe was silent for a long time, then finally said, I think so. Then go, Eugene Zhao said with a smile. Don't leave yourself with regrets. In the women's prison, when Zhang Lanlan received the notice to visit, she thought it was Zhang Qingqing or Zhang Huahua. It wasn't until she entered the visiting room and saw Lien Fenghe that her eyes widened. Lien Fenghe picked up the phone and said slowly, Mom said, she wants to see you. Although Chu Meixiang's memory was hazy, she still remembered that she had a very sensible daughter named Lanlan. When you get out, I take you to see her. Zhang Lanlan burst into tears. Although they had been through a lot, both he and Zhang Lanlan were still young. It's possible to start over, definitely. Just like he once waited for his mother to wake up. Miracles are rare, but the world is full of them. He will wait for the next flower called miracle to bloom. Hello, Lien Fenghe. Your story will continue. Chapter 516. Lien Fenghe's mission took quite a while. Over a month had passed since she met Zhang Lanlan. Gu Qinghuan's involvement wasn't strong enough, so she didn't really feel it was real. Gu Qinghuan, although this saves a lot of trouble, it's inevitable that I'm a little worried. System, host, you should trust the character that the mission subjects have cultivated over time. Gu Qinghuan, it's not that I don't trust them. How should I put it? It's like the feeling of having a crutch put down. This metaphor was a bit difficult for the system to understand. Gu Qinghuan didn't intend to explain it in detail, simply squinting her eyes at the sky. Even though she used this analogy with the system, Gu Qinghuan didn't really consider herself a crutch. No matter what happened, no matter how everyone became, she was still herself, and her value wasn't just in completing the mission. Squad leader, why are you here? Aren't you going to get some sun? Yuan Wuwei's head blocked Gu Qinghuan's view of the sky. It's okay. It's cloudy today. Gu Qinghuan stretched lazily in a chair. Ultraviolet rays are stronger on cloudy days. Yuan Wuwei dragged Gu Qinghuan to his feet. Come on, come on. Everyone's wondering where you've been. Gu Qinghuan obediently allowed herself to be dragged along until she reached the small auditorium. The other students were gathered together chatting. Seeing Yuan Wuwei find Gu Qinghuan, they all gave him a thumbs up. Great job, Wuwei. Where did you find the squad leader? Yuan Wuwei released his hand and placed his hands on his hips, looking very pleased. She's sitting on the bench over there. She's not even feeling the heat. Here you go. Yu Xian handed her a cup of jasmine tea. You ordered milk tea, didn't you? Gu Qinghuan took it without hesitation, put a straw in it, and drank. Lin Julu shrugged. I don't know how long this meeting will last, teacher. Drink some milk tea to cool down. Today is the day Chen Zilin holds a parent-teacher conference. Mingda doesn't usually call parents to school for meetings, but this time is an exception. The final year of senior year is about to begin, and Mingda needs to review the students' school performance over the past 2 years. Once they enter senior year, they won't have the time for this. However, the time for parent-teacher conferences isn't standardized. It's decided by each class teacher. This means there won't be a large group of parents at school, which is so confusing. That said, Class 3's parent-teacher conference today was quite lively. Normally, students weren't required to attend the parent-teacher conference, but Gu Qinghuan's family happened to be attending a graduation banquet for a relative's child at noon today. Gu Haiyan brought Gu Qinghuan along, planning to go straight to the graduation banquet as a family after the parent-teacher conference. As soon as the other students heard Gu Qinghuan was going, they all rushed over to join in the fun. It was mainly because summer vacation had just begun, and everyone had nothing to do yet, so they were just sitting around doing nothing. Chen Zilin's mouth twitched uncontrollably when he saw his students. Luckily, all the parents were here today, otherwise the safety of the students traveling together would have been enough of a headache for him. The students chatted outside the small auditorium, and so did the parents inside. Chen Zilin's speech was short, mostly just a reminder to the parents to keep an eye on their children. The students in Class 3 had always been a relief, and Chen Zilin didn't have to harp on them like he did in other classes. After the general speech, the parents went to talk to Chen Zilin one by one, wanting to know how their children were doing in school. In addition, many parents also chatted with each other, sharing their experiences in raising their children. Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian were surrounded. Song Yi's mother, Luo Fengyan, came closest and was the most enthusiastic. Oh, you are Gu Qinghuan's parents, right? I am Song Yi's mother, Luo Fengyan. Hello, Ms. Luo. Gu Haiyan greeted him friendly. I'm Gu Haiyan. Last time Qinghuan twisted his ankle, it was all thanks to Song Yi's help. It's a small matter. He's always yelling for his sister at home. It's only natural for me to help. Luo Fengyan waved her hands repeatedly. What sister are you talking about? Gu Haiyan was a little confused. Oh, it's Xue who really admires Gu Qinghuan and considers her his sister, Luo Fengyan said. I'm so used to him calling her that, I just started calling her that. She paused, a little nervous. Well, I'm not trying to take advantage of your family. It's just that kids are like that. It's quite funny. It's okay. I don't blame you. Gu Haiyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She experienced this kind of thing as a child before. It was perfectly normal for close friends to call each other sisters or brothers. Outside the auditorium, Song Yi sneezed loudly, startling Fan Ziren, who was standing next to him. So she ran away, clutching her milk tea straw, fearing he might catch a cold. Song Yi didn't know yet that he'd been betrayed by his own mother, revealing a glimpse of Gu Qinghuan's true nature. After making sure he didn't have a cold, he ran over to Gu Qinghuan and said, Sister, I have a sanda match next week. Do you want to come and see? When? Gu Qinghuan asked. Next Tuesday, at the City Sports Center, Song Yi replied. Why did you suddenly think of inviting Qinghuan to the match? Jiang Chuchu was a little curious. Song Yi scratched the back of his head, a little embarrassed. I have a brother who used to learn sanda with me. He's heard so much about you, and wants to meet you. Actually, I know I should bring him to see you, but he's from out of town competing, and will be heading back home immediately after the match, so his schedule doesn't allow him to make it. After studying with Gu Qinghuan for so long, Song Yi had learned a lot about the ways of the world. But this time, the situation was special, so he had no choice but to ask Gu Qinghuan for help. Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment. A very good brother. Yes. A very good brother. Song Yi's answer was very firm. Perhaps feeling that this wasn't enough, he introduced his brother to Gu Qinghuan. Song Yi's brother's name was Feng Jinglei. It was said that when he was born, his cries were accompanied by thunder, hence his name. When Feng Jinglei and Song Yi were young, they lived in the same neighborhood. Both were taller and stronger than their peers, and neither was willing to give in, leading to frequent fights. To help Song Yi sap his energy, and still cherishing the Song family's martial arts history, Song Wanjun sent him to learn Sanda. Feng Jinglei, unwilling to give in, joined Song Yi in the same Sanda class. Unexpectedly, both were equally talented in Sanda, often vying for the championship in competitions, and a close friendship gradually blossomed. In junior high school, Feng Jinglei's father was transferred to another city, and Feng Jinglei moved with him. However, the distance didn't erode their relationship. They continued to chat on their phones. It was during these conversations with Song Yi that Feng Jinglei learned about Gu Qinghuan and became quite curious about her. He longed to meet Gu Qinghuan in person to see if she was as skilled as Song Yi claimed, but unfortunately, he never found the right opportunity. Gu Qinghuan understood and acted like a big sister. Since I'm your sister, then you're my brother's best friend, so of course I have to get to know you. Great. Song Yi clenched his fist. Thank you, sister. There's a barbecue place over at the sports center that's delicious. I treat you. If Gu Qinghuan's enthusiasm was 70% just now, it was 90% now. She asked Song Yi the name of the barbecue restaurant and searched it on review apps, ready to learn what dishes it recommended. Yuxian and Jiang Chuchu exchanged a glance and shook their heads in unison. Even Song Yi, with her simple personality, knew that good food was the best way to motivate Gu Qinghuan. She was truly easy to manipulate. Chapter 517. Did your sister agree? The young man, fresh from training, shook his head, beads of sweat trickling down his hair, like a puppy fresh out of a puddle. But in terms of his physique, his bronzed, muscular build didn't resemble a puppy at all. On the other end of the line, Song Yi's voice was cheerful. Of course. As soon as my sister heard me say you're my best friend, she immediately agreed. Feng Jinglei couldn't help but laugh, a hint of pride in his tone. Of course, we're incredibly close. See you at the sports center next Tuesday, Song Yi said, pausing for a few seconds before adding, but can't we really have lunch together? Lunch is usually right after the game. Feng Jinglei's fingers tightened around the phone, his tone remaining calm. I'm sorry, I'm a bit busy right now. I come over next month. Since he said that, Song Yi could only regretfully say, since you said so, let's wait until next month. I be keeping an eye on you then. Of course, Feng Jinglei laughed. We discuss things privately then. Okay. Song Yi agreed without hesitation. After hanging up, Feng Jinglei stared blankly at the now black screen of his phone until someone bumped his shoulder. Hey brother Feng, who are you talking to? Feng Jinglei came to his senses and put away his phone. That friend I'm meeting next week. Oh, that childhood friend you said you were going to dinner with after the game? His teammates suddenly realized, you two are pretty close. Feng Jinglei smiled but said nothing. His teammates excitedly said, do you need me to recommend some restaurants? The restaurants near the sports center are quite bad. No thanks, Feng Jinglei shook his head. Let's go eat somewhere else, and then find somewhere else to hang out. Just make your plans. The teammates said nothing more, took a sip of their sports drinks, and went back to practice. Feng Jinglei watched his teammates leave, put his phone back in his training bag, and zipped it up. He grabbed the towel on the back of the chair, and dabbed at his hair. Beads of sweat fell into his eyes, stinging them a little, and he couldn't help but close them. His vision faded into darkness, and Feng Jinglei could vaguely hear the man's voice again. You're such a good fighter, but you can't do anything? A worthless person should act like a worthless person. You still want to pretend to be a messenger of justice? Stop kidding. Get out of here. A burst of laughter erupted, and Feng Jinglei suddenly opened his eyes, and shook his head vigorously again. The towel slid down his shoulder and landed on the ground, instantly stained with dust and a dingy gray-black hue. A hand picked up the towel, held it under the tap, rubbed it a few times, and wrung it out, returning it to its original pristine white. Oops. The ant standing nearby only then noticed the baby's towel had fallen and quickly thanked Gu Qinghuan. Thank you for washing it. It's such a bother. No problem, I just needed to wash my hands. Gu Qinghuan hung the towel on the stroller's armrest. The sports center was quite far from Gu Qinghuan's home, and the subway ride was long, so she rushed straight to the public restroom after getting off the subway. While washing her hands, she noticed a towel dropped from the stroller next to her and washed it. Gu Qinghuan had barely left the public restroom when Song Yi called. Sister, where are you? I'm at the public restroom entrance just outside the subway station, Gu Qinghuan said. Okay, I meet you at the north second gate of the sports center, Song Yi said excitedly. The north-second gate was the contestants' passageway. Song Yi had to pick up Gu Qinghwan before she could go inside to meet Feng Jinglei, a fellow contestant. Gu Qinghwan quickly found the north-second gate. Despite the numerous contestants coming and going, many of them tall, she was able to spot Song Yi quickly. The main reason was that Song Yi was standing at the edge of the flower bed, nearly half a meter off the ground. He was also tall, and from a distance, he looked like a pillar, conspicuous as could be. Song Yi also spotted Gu Qinghwan and immediately jumped down from the flower bed, sprinting over. "Sister!" Gu Qinghwan looked her up and down and nodded. "You look like a champion." Song Yi's face broke into a grin, though he remained modest. "Oh, there are many who are better than me, but I try my best today." He led Gu Qinghwan inside, and explained the format of today's competition. Although Gu Qinghwan had come mainly to get to know Feng Jinglei, since she was there, it wouldn't hurt to watch the competition. Song Yi's coach had 3 students with him this time, competing in different weight classes, which helped avoid internal conflicts. The other 2 students, seeing Gu Qinghwan, came over and greeted her with curiosity and friendliness. "Hello, big sister." Gu Qinghwan's mouth twitched. "What's that name?" The students were quite proud. "Brother Song is our eldest brother, so the eldest brother's eldest sister is the eldest sister." Gu Qinghwan pondered for a few seconds. "My last name is Gu, so you should just call me Sister Gu." The 2 students also thought that was more catchy and readily changed their name. Song Yi pondered. Calling her Sister Gu wouldn't mean that these 2 people acknowledged Gu Qinghwan as their sister, right? Song Yi's coach also arrived. Seeing Gu Qinghwan, he was startled, then realized, "Oh, you're Xiao Song's squad leader, right?" "Yes, I am." Gu Qinghwan greeted politely. "Hello, coach, I'm Gu Qinghwan." Hello, I'm here to watch Xiao Song compete." The coach also greeted cheerfully. He had no objection to Song Yi bringing people to watch the competition. Children of this age are full of youthful energy, and Song Yi himself is innocent. Having someone familiar cheering him on would also be good for morale. The coach was a bit puzzled though. Why the class monitor? Wouldn't he usually look for a girl he liked at this time? When he was younger, he never felt comfortable around the class monitor. She was a favorite among the teachers, and even meeting his gaze was a bit awkward. The coach left, bewildered, while Song Yi led Gu Qinghwan around the inner court until they reached the other team's rest area. He glanced around, finally spotting a familiar figure in the crowd, Lei Zi. The young man, who had his back to him, turned around, looked at Song Yi, raised his hand, and said, "Rabbit." Song Yi's face fell, and he punched him. "Who are you calling Rabbit?" Feng Jinglei chuckled to Gu Qinghwan. When he was little, he always wrote his name as Song too, so everyone just called him Rabbit. Song Yi was furious. That was so long ago. "Do you have to expose my shortcomings in front of my sister?" Feng Jinglei blocked Song Yi's fist, turned around, and introduced himself seriously. "Hello, sister. My name is Feng Jinglei, and I'm Song Yi's childhood friend." "Hello, I'm Gu Qinghwan. I heard from Song Yi that you two are very close." Gu Qinghwan replied with a smile. Go away. It's not your turn to call me sister. Call me Sister Gu, understand?" Song Yi grabbed Feng Jinglei. After a few moments of fussing, Feng Jinglei's attitude became more serious. "I'm sorry to trouble you, Sister Gu, today. It's not a big deal. I don't have much to do at home during the summer vacation," Gu Qinghwan said. "It's a good opportunity to come and watch the game. It's quite interesting." Feng Jinglei nodded. "Then you must watch carefully later. I is really good." "You're not bad either," Song Yi replied. "But I'm better than him," Feng Jinglei added. Song Yi immediately raised his eyebrows. "Just wait. Today I show you what true prowess is. Come on, let's see for ourselves on the field." Feng Jinglei raised his chin. Gu Qinghwan watched the two of them fussing, and felt that their relationship was truly close. Chapter 518. Gu Qinghwan knew nothing about the rules of Sanda, but that didn't stop her from watching Song Yi's matches. It was simple. Song Yi either knocked his opponent to the ground, or attacked with swift and aggressive force. In a 3-round match, he won the first 2 without even having to compete in the third. As for scoring, Song Yi didn't even have to worry about winning. He relied entirely on his strength. Gu Qinghwan was awestruck and joined the audience in cheering. After Song Yi finished his match, the coach and team doctor were busy checking on him. Gu Qinghwan had nothing else to do, so she simply praised him. "That fall just now was so hard. I didn't even react. You really went all out when you were training me, and you yawned, otherwise we would have fainted. You're worthy of being my brother." The coach was stunned by the last part. "Aren't you praising Song Yi?" Why did it seem like you were praising yourself as well? Of course, for Song Yi, the last part actually invigorated him. He raised his protective gear-wrapped fist. Of course. I win the next one too. However, before Song Yi's next match, the coach dragged him off for on-site coaching and to check on his physical condition. Gu Qinghwan didn't understand what was going on, so he didn't follow and continued to watch the other matches. Song Yi's performance was so outstanding that no subsequent contestants could match him, so the atmosphere wasn't as high. It wasn't until Gu Qinghwan heard Feng Jinglei's name announced on the radio that he perked up and began to watch the match. According to Song Yi, Feng Jinglei's skill level was similar to his, so the match would be equally exciting. Gu Qinghwan perked up and began to watch Feng Jinglei's match. Unlike Song Yi, Feng Jinglei's fighting style was very steady. He seized the opportunity to attack proactively, and when he realized he couldn't knock down his opponent, he would immediately find a way to score. He also won 2 games in a row, but both times he won by outscoring his opponent. Song Yi hadn't known when he stood beside Gu Qinghwan, watching Feng Jinglei's match and humming, "Lei Zi has really changed. He used to attack even more fiercely than I did." "Is it better to attack fiercely?" Gu Qinghwan asked. Song Yi thought for a moment and shook his head. "Not really. Everyone has a different fighting style and style. The best is the one that suits you. But Lei Zi has a good eye. He's actually very good at seizing the right moment to attack. If he launches a fierce attack, it can be very effective." At this point, Song Yi curled his lips and admitted, somewhat unconvincingly, "I lost a few times this way before." "Are you talking to me?" Feng Jinglei stepped off the stage and came over to chat. Song Yi didn't respond, hoping Feng Jinglei hadn't heard him admit defeat. Gu Qinghwan nodded with a smile. "Yes," Song Yi said, "you're amazing." Feng Jinglei patted Song Yi's shoulder, quite impressed. "It's rare for you to praise me." "Who praised you?" Song Yi shook his shoulder and shook Feng Jinglei's hand, looking at him suspiciously. "You didn't play this way last year. What made you change?" Feng Jinglei's expression remained unchanged. "Try a new style, expand your repertoire. You're not worried about losing, are you?" Song Yi immediately rolled his eyes. "Who's going to lose? You got to win against me first. I should be the one giving you that," Feng Jinglei replied. The two men exchanged childish glances and walked away. Gu Qinghwan, standing in the middle, began to wonder if the two of them were 10 years older combined. The match continued. After the first round, the action got much faster. The other 2 students were competing in other weight classes. Although they didn't win the final, judging by the coach's satisfied expression, their current ranking was quite impressive given their current level. The 2 students also came over to watch Song Yi's match. With their commentary, Gu Qinghwan was able to better understand the match. The single elimination format was quite time efficient. Song Yi and Feng Jinglei quickly advanced to the semifinals. As long as both defeated their opponents, they would face off in the final. However, Feng Jinglei's semifinal opponent performed above average in this match. Although they lost the first game, they surged to victory in the second. In the final round, he relied on an aggressive attacking style to win by a single point. Song Yi finished early, so he had time to watch Feng Jinglei's final game, but afterward, he was truly disappointed. He had been thinking about a match against Feng Jinglei, but he hadn't expected Feng Jinglei to lose in the semifinals. Gu Qinghwan observed his expression, thought for a moment, and asked, "Did Feng Jinglei play well?" Song Yi recalled, nodding somewhat reluctantly, "Yeah, quite well. The points he lost. That's just how the game goes." "So did his opponent play well?" Gu Qinghwan asked again. Song Yi nodded again. Even if it was an exceptional performance, it was based on regular practice. His opponent also worked hard. "So this is a great match, right? While you want to compete with your friends, you can't assume it's just you and your friends on the field," Gu Qinghwan said. Song Yi nodded vigorously. "I understand. I know what to say." He ran towards Feng Jinglei, gently bumped his chest with his fist, and grinned, "Very good fight." Feng Jinglei was stunned for a moment, then laughed exaggeratedly. "When did you develop this emotional intelligence?" "Oh, I see. Your sister must have taught you." "I figured it out myself." Song Yi shouted, unconvinced. Okay, you figured it out." Feng Jinglei waved his hand perfunctorily, but finally put his hand on Song Yi's shoulder. "Now, it's up to you. Don't worry, I win for you." Song Yi pounded his chest. At the beginning of the final, Gu Qinghwan heard some spectators say that their opponents had used up too much energy in the previous match, so it was normal for Song Yi to win. Gu Qinghwan scoffed at this argument. To reach the finals, hadn't Song Yi expended a lot of energy, Even if he truly had more stamina than his opponent in the finals, it was probably because he trained harder, or perhaps he was better at managing his energy. Thankfully, Song Yi quickly demonstrated his prowess to everyone that even an opponent at their peak strength would be crushed. In the first of the 3 finals games, his opponent clearly intended to disrupt Song Yi's rhythm with steady offense, but unfortunately, Song Yi exploited these openings, knocking him down twice and losing the first game. In the second game, Song Yi delivered a decisive blow, knocking his opponent to the ground for 10 seconds, securing the victory in one go. Warm applause erupted in the arena, and Gu Qinghwan even took a photo and posted it to the group. Song Yi has won his heavyweight division. After so many consecutive matches, Song Yi's tense nerves relaxed after the match. As his energy was released, fatigue suddenly washed over him, and he stumbled a bit as he walked off the stage. The coach and team doctor quickly helped him sit to the side and help him recover. After all, there was an award ceremony and possibly an interview later. Feng Jinglei hesitated, about to turn around and leave, but then, remembering what he had said earlier, he felt he should go over and say something. Gu Qinghwan poked his arm and waved Song Yi's water bottle. "There's so many people over there, I can't squeeze in. Song Yi's water bottle is still here. Can you give him some water?" Feng Jinglei took a look at Gu Qinghwan's small stature compared to the other players, and finally accepted the bottle. "Okay, leave it to me." Just giving him water, and a few words of congratulations wouldn't take more than a few minutes, and wouldn't delay anything. He pushed through the crowd, and thrust the water bottle at Song Yi. "You actually won." Of course. Song Yi might be tired, but he couldn't lose his spirit. He raised his eyebrows proudly. "I'm still the best, right?" "Yes, you're the best champion." Feng Jinglei couldn't help but laugh. Celebrating for his best friend wasn't a waste of time after all. Chapter 519. Gu Qinghwan carefully recorded Song Yi's award ceremony and shared it in the group chat. Whenever Song Yi checked his phone, he'd be greeted by a flood of praise from the other players. After the competition, Song Yi changed his clothes. Although he expended considerable energy on the field, the joy and excitement of victory had invigorated him. Come on, sister. I take you to that barbecue place." There were showers at the sports center, and Song Yi took a quick shower, his hair still damp. Even Song Yi himself couldn't stand the smell of sweat and leather from protective gear going to dinner. He definitely had to wash up before going. It was summer, and his hair was short, it would dry quickly in the sun. Song Yi had originally planned to say goodbye to Feng Jinglei, but when he emerged from the shower, he saw a message from Feng Jinglei saying he left. Song Yi could only reply regretfully, "See you next time then." Feng Jinglei sent him a smiley emoji. "See you next time." Song Yi put away his phone. He didn't want this incident to affect his mood for dinner, so he decided to turn his mood into appetite and eat as much as he could. Unfortunately, as soon as he and Gu Qinghwan reached the entrance of the barbecue restaurant, they were met by a huge crowd. Today's competition was quite large, and it was already past 1 o'clock, so everyone was hungry. So many people simply chose to eat nearby. As a result, this barbecue restaurant, which had high ratings on the review app, became a popular destination. Song Yi scratched his head, grabbed a handful of water, and quickly wiped it on his pants. He said with some guilt, "Sister, there are so many people here now, it's probably too early to eat." He felt he'd gone too far if he let Gu Qinghwan go hungry. Gu Qinghwan crossed her arms, thinking, she'd come here specifically for the barbecue restaurant. Switching to another place would inevitably be a shame. This place was quite far, and making a special trip just for the barbecue restaurant next time would be a bit of a hassle. Gu Qinghwan decisively said, "Let's go get a number, and then buy some snacks to fill our stomachs." Song Yi quickly ran to get a number. There were 23 tables ahead of him, a truly long number. Gu Qinghwan glanced at them, feeling even hungrier. She asked the waiter, and they told her it would take at least an hour to serve these 23 tables. Of course, if someone at the previous 23 tables gave up and left, it might be a bit sooner. Gu Qinghwan took Song Yi to find some snacks nearby, maybe a sausage, something to eat first. There was a designated food stall area here, and Gu Qinghwan saw many food trucks, but many were closed. It looked like things wouldn't get busy until evening. Fortunately, a few stalls were still occupied. Gu Qinghwan stood in front of the chicken strip stall, debating whether to order a large or medium portion. She was about to ask Song Yi if he wanted chicken strips when she looked up and saw him looking elsewhere, a bit confused. Gu Qinghwan followed his gaze, and her eyes widened in surprise. "Is that Feng Jinglei over there?" Song Yi came to his senses and nodded hesitantly. "He should be. He looks like he's waiting for the bus." His eyesight was excellent. There was no way he was mistaken. It was Feng Jinglei. But hadn't Feng Jinglei said he'd go straight home after the competition? Why was he still here? Where was he going by bus? A flood of questions flooded Song Yi's mind, and his thoughts couldn't keep up. The bus from the sports center departs every 20 minutes. Judging from the time, Feng Jinglei probably just missed the previous bus. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been seen by Gu Qinghuan and Song Yi. Gu Qinghuan pondered for a few seconds, then asked directly, "Do you want to go over and ask him why?" Song Yi came to his senses, thought for a moment, then nodded and shook his head. "I want to know why he kept it a secret from me, and what he was going to do, but I don't want to ask him in person." If he went over and asked, would Feng Jinglei get nervous? Would he lie to him again? The previous conversation had been over the phone, and Feng Jinglei had lied, so Song Yi couldn't see him and naturally couldn't tell. But as a childhood friend, Song Yi was confident that if they spoke in person, he would be able to tell from Feng Jinglei's expression and small gestures whether he was lying. What would he do if Feng Jinglei chose to lie again and conceal his itinerary? He couldn't expose Feng Jinglei's lies, because he knew everyone had their own privacy. But being kept in the dark by his best friend also made him feel a little lost. Gu Qinghuan asked again, "What if Feng Jinglei confessed to you and said he didn't want you to participate, or if he simply said he had something else to do and couldn't tell you, would you be able to accept that?" Song Yi hesitated for a moment, then said dejectedly, "I can accept it, but if that's the case, I'd rather not have known." That would be like a wall between him and Feng Jinglei, a barrier that, once established, couldn't be easily bridged. He was starting to regret it. I should have known not to look towards the platform. Gu Qinghuan, seeing him like this, thought for a moment and asked, "Do you know Feng Jinglei's teammates?" Song Yi nodded and pulled up a number. Gu Qinghuan called the teammate. "Hello, are you Feng Jinglei's friend?" "Yes, who is it?" the teammate asked. "My last name is Gu, and my friend is Song Yi. He took me to meet Feng Jinglei today," Gu Qinghuan replied. The teammate remembered. "Oh, your sister Gu. I heard Song Yi calling you." After confirming his identity, the teammate's attitude became more familiar. "What's going on?" "Nothing serious. I just noticed my water bottle is missing." "I think Feng Jinglei might have taken it when he was offering it to Song Yi," Gu Qinghuan replied. She didn't specify whose water bottle it was, so her teammates instinctively assumed it was hers. Maybe it was in her bag? "Didn't they eat together?" asked Song Yi, and have Feng Jinglei check the bag. Gu Qinghuan's heart sank, but her tone remained unchanged. "I just left the sports center." "Do you know where they're eating?" "If it's nearby, I go get it." "I don't know about that, but Feng Jinglei said they were eating somewhere else. Probably not near the sports center," said the teammate. Gu Qinghuan thanked him, and hung up the phone. She was about to explain the situation to Song Yi, but then she noticed Feng Jinglei seemed impatient, and had hailed a taxi. Gu Qinghuan immediately grabbed Song Yi, and hopped into a taxi on the side of the road. "Master, follow the car ahead." The driver was about to ask for the address when, upon hearing this, he perked up, his eyes widening. "Which car?" Wow, after hearing so much gossip from her colleagues, it was finally her turn. Song Yi, still dazed, asked, bewilderedly, "Are we just going to follow them?" "The situation is a bit complicated," Gu Qinghuan said. "If he hadn't used your name, I might have advised you not to dwell on it, and try asking later. But if he did, and something happened to him, his teammates and coach would come after you, and you'd be implicated. While he might not have had any ill intentions, and simply trusted you, or perhaps used the dinner party as a convenient excuse, it does pose a certain risk to you. Then, I think you have the right to know what he's going to do, and it's also for your own protection. While friendship implies trust, it's not blind trust. Of course, stalking isn't a good thing. If there's no problem, then it's your choice. You can feign ignorance and erase the incident from your memory, or confess it to him and have a heart-to-heart talk. It's all fine." Song Yi pondered for a moment, finally looking up. "I talked to Lazy later." In fact, after hearing what Gu Qinghuan had said, he no longer cared about Feng Jinglei's reasons for lying to him. He was even more worried that Feng Jinglei might be doing something dangerous without telling him. The mere thought of it filled him with trepidation. Song Yi perked up. "Master? Let's get on. Follow that car." The driver didn't get the full story, but it sounded like a quarrel between good friends, and he suddenly sighed. "Youth is what it's all about." She responded readily, "Okay. Watch me." Today, it was up to her to protect this friendship. Chapter 520. The taxi driver followed Feng Jinglei's car, making several turns and increasingly remote areas. The driver smacked his lips. This is the road to the old villa area. Old villa area? Gu Qinghuan asked. The driver replied, this villa area was built over 20 years ago. Many wealthy people were vying for it back then. Now the younger generation has moved away, but the older generation still lives here. Because there were fewer cars in this area, the driver was worried about being spotted if he followed too closely, so he kept his distance. Seeing Feng Jinglei's taxi stop not far from the community gate, the driver quickly turned onto another side street and stopped there as well. Gu Qinghuan and Song Yi got out of the car. Gu Qinghuan wanted to pay the fare, but Song Yi firmly refused. Taking advantage of his long arms, he scanned the payment QR code first. Song Yi reasoned that although Gu Qinghuan had stopped the car, it was to solve his problem, so he should pay. After paying, the driver asked, is it convenient for you to go back from here? Gu Qinghuan heard the hidden meaning in her words. Master, you're waiting here for us? Will it delay your business? No problem, the driver flicked the meter with a sly smile. Your trip alone is quite a lot. I have to go back anyway, so I might as well wait a little longer and earn another commission from you. Gu Qinghuan gave her a thumbs up. Thank you for waiting for us, master. The driver agreed and handed her a business card. You too should be careful. If there are any problems, call me. I'm an adult after all. I can support you. Gu Qinghuan accepted the business card and ran with Song Yi toward the entrance of the residential complex. Feng Jinglei's taxi had already departed, and it was unclear whether he would be staying here tonight. As for Feng Jinglei himself, Gu Qinghuan asked the security guard and learned that he had already entered the complex. She didn't ask any further questions. The security here was quite good. If Feng Jinglei had been allowed in, it at least meant that he had connections with the residents, which was why they had let him in. As a stranger, if she asked too many questions and aroused the security guard's suspicion, leading them to tell Feng Jinglei about Gu Qinghuan and Song Yi's presence, that would be troublesome. Gu Qinghuan looked at the closed door and stroked her chin. I heard Yuan say, Song Yi, how many houses do you have? About that? Song Yi had no idea how many property certificates he had. He only remembered one rainy season, when the house was extremely damp, and Luo Fengnian screamed because the cabinet containing the property certificates was moldy. Finally, the weather cleared up, and Luo Fengnian and Song Wanjun took turns drying their stacks of property certificates on the balcony, cleaning them and letting them dry in the sun. They took turns drying them for 3 days. At the time, he felt that the piles of property certificates on the ground were too much of a hindrance, making it difficult to dry shoes. So do you have a house in this complex? Gu Qinghuan pointed at the gate. Song Yi suddenly realized, it's possible. I asked my dad. Song Wanjun answered the phone quickly. Although he was puzzled by his son's sudden question, he carefully checked the files on his phone. We have 2 units, one standard and one deluxe. The deluxe one is rented out, and your mom lent the standard one to a young assistant at the studio last year. Song Wanjun replied. Having a house makes things easier. Song Yi gave the deluxe apartment's address. The security guard verified the owner's phone number, called Song Wanjun, and then let Song Yi and Gu Qinghuan in. Getting in was a bit of a delay, making it difficult to find Feng Jinglei. Gu Qinghuan and Song Yi decided to split up and search for Feng Jinglei. Gu Qinghuan was actually quite confident. She was so lucky now, so finding someone shouldn't be difficult, right? She started from the outermost row of villas, moving stealthily, staying close to the shade of trees and greenery, mainly to avoid detection. After she finished searching the second row, and was about to move on to the third, she heard a burst of laughter. People who make noise during lunch break deserve a stainless steel basin stuck over their heads, and hammered with it. Gu Qinghuan was thinking this, as he was about to move forward when he heard the sound of a window being opened overhead. Why are you opening the window? To have a cigarette. The male voice replied, then uttered a strange hum and whistled. Hey girl, where are you from? Gu Qinghuan glanced around, seeing no one. Frowning, he looked up at the man crouching in the window. The man was about 20 years old, and he didn't look like a student. He held a cigarette between his fingers, and before he could light it, he pointed it at Gu Qinghuan. Yeah, you. He could tell at a glance that none of Gu Qinghuan's clothes were high-end brands. Although the necklace she was wearing seemed to be a style from a certain brand from 2 years ago, I had the impression that the price of jewelry from that brand was basically around 6 figures. From a distance, he couldn't see clearly, but considering Gu Qinghuan's clothing, the man suspected her necklace was probably fake. So, the man concluded, Gu Qinghuan was the type of girl looking to hook up with a wealthy man, who would be here. Then he felt no pressure at all in teasing her. Then again, this girl looked familiar. Had he seen her somewhere before? Gu Qinghuan had no intention of responding. She didn't want to waste her time on meaningless harassment. She averted her gaze and turned to leave when she heard a series of crisp clicks, clearly a burst of photos. She slowly turned back and looked coldly at the man, still holding his phone. "What are you doing?" The man tossed his phone and said smugly, "Taking a picture of you. Believe it or not, if I post this, you'd be famous online." This girl had a rather arrogant personality. Whether it was a deliberate act or not, the man was clearly interested in undermining Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan smiled, and the man paused. You know what? This girl's smile was quite adorable. He wanted to call her up even more. Gu Qinghuan wasn't worried about herself. With past experience behind her, she was certain that no matter what the man planned to do with her photos, if he dared to post them online, he would be the one to suffer. The problem lay in the man's attitude. He was so adept at it. How many people had he used this tactic to threaten? What? You don't believe me? The man deliberately wore a displeased expression. In his experience, those with little experience were already frightened. I advise you to be quiet otherwise. Ouch! The man hadn't finished his words when a rock flew from nowhere and hit him squarely in the face. He hadn't grasped his phone firmly, and it fell to the ground. Judging from the sound of the fall, the screen was likely shattered. Before Gu Qinghuan could even look further, a figure suddenly appeared nearby, grabbed her arm, and dragged her away. Gu Qinghuan ran a few steps before recognizing the man as Feng Jinglei, the one she and Song Yi were looking for. Although she wanted to lament the elusive search, wouldn't this expose her and Song Yi's tracking? Chapter 521. Feng Jinglei dragged Gu Qinghuan out of the complex in one breath. He ran all right, but Gu Qinghuan was breathless. Holding onto the trunk of a tree, she took out her phone, panting, and called Song Yi. Hello. Hearing her panting, Song Yi couldn't help but feel nervous. Sister, you haven't been discovered and are running away, have you? Gu Qinghuan glanced at Feng Jinglei beside her, and said with a hint of guilt, Come out. I'm under the tree at the entrance to the complex, and Feng Jinglei is here too. Song Yi ran out quickly, and only when he saw Feng Jinglei did he realize his guilt was beginning to creep in. He scratched the back of his head. What a coincidence, ha ha ha. Feng Jinglei rolled his eyes. What a coincidence. How come you guys? Gurgle. Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Qinghuan clutched her stomach and squatted awkwardly. You guys chat, don't bother me. Song Yi screamed, Sis, you haven't eaten yet. He was so preoccupied with Feng Jinglei's affairs that he hadn't even bothered to eat himself. How could he have forgotten Gu Qinghuan's lunch? Song Yi didn't have time to explain to Feng Jinglei. She dragged him, and Gu Qinghuan with her, and rushed to where the driver had been. Master, we're going back. The driver was looking down at his phone. Seeing Song Yi and Gu Qinghuan, he thought it was over, but he didn't expect they caught someone. She imagined a scene of good brothers going astray and being stopped in time. Her movements didn't slow down at all. She stepped on the accelerator and sped the three of them towards the sports center. Gu Qinghuan slumped in the passenger seat, slowly took out the remaining chocolate nut beans from his pocket, and stuffed them into his mouth. She usually chewed them, but this was her last one, and she held it in her mouth, reluctant to swallow it. She glanced at Song Yi and Feng Jinglei in the back seat through the rearview mirror and said quietly, Song Yi, aren't you going to tell me? Oh. Song Yi was a little reserved. He glanced at Feng Jinglei, then quickly sat up straight, not daring to look to the side. His voice softened. Well, I saw you at the bus stop. You said you were going back and then... Song Yi wasn't finished when Feng Jinglei interrupted him. His expression was grim. You're just following me. Song Yi was speechless. Gu Qinghuan waved her hand in front of Feng Jinglei's face and said calmly, Let me interject. We first asked your teammates and learned that you publicly claimed to have dinner with Song Yi, so we decided to follow you. Since you're using Song Yi's name, he has a right to know. What if something happens to you, and he's implicated? Feng Jinglei was Song Yi's good friend, and Song Yi was also her friend. Of course, she had to speak up for him. Feng Jinglei was stunned. When he spoke again, his voice was hoarse. I'm sorry, I didn't think about that. I just thought it was just an excuse. This time, it was Gu Qinghuan's turn to interrupt him. That was just an excuse for you. Anyone who heard it would take it as the truth. Feng Jinglei was silent for a moment. He turned sideways and bowed his head to Song Yi. I'm sorry. I was wrong to use you as an excuse. Song Yi shook his head. It's okay. It was wrong for me to follow you. I apologize too. The two of them talked, and the atmosphere eased considerably. Song Yi wanted to ask Feng Jinglei what he was doing in this neighborhood, but he refused to answer. Song-yi didn't want to ask any more questions, so he decided to focus on lunch first. Gu Qinghwan sat back down, slumped in his seat, clutching his empty stomach, and began to fantasize about a barbecue feast. Grilled oysters, grilled sori, grilled lamb chops, pork belly, pineapple beef. Gu Qinghwan muttered. "Driver, why is the car in front so slow? Make way. The kid's starving." After finally returning to the sports center, Gu Qinghwan sat in the front seat, paid the fare smoothly, and headed straight for the barbecue restaurant. Song-yi held up his number. "Is number 39 here yet?" The waiter's mouth twitched. There were several empty tables in the restaurant right now, so it didn't matter whether the number was called or not. The three of them sat at a table against the wall. Gu Qinghwan sat alone, while Song-yi and Feng Jinglei sat across from her. After Gu Qinghwan sat down, she leaned against the wall and remained motionless. "Is there anything we can eat quickly? How about some tuna rice?" The waiter held out the menu. "The rice is ready." "Okay, but it must be quick." Gu Qinghwan looked at her eagerly. The waiter put down the menu. "Then you order first. I have the kitchen prepare it now." Gu Qinghwan watched her run into the kitchen, then grabbed a pen and began ticking off items on the menu. Beef slices, honey-glazed pork belly, thick pork belly, marbling steak, curried chicken thigh. 3 grilled oysters, half a pound of hanging dragon, 3 skewers of pineapple beef, grilled enoki mushrooms and eggplant for the vegetarians, ox tongue and shrimp paste. Would you like some? The last question was addressed to Song-yi and Feng Jinglei, who nodded in unison. "Yes, you order, you order." When the tuna rice arrived, Gu Qinghwan mixed the rice and scooped out a portion in a small bowl. He ate from the bowl while saying, "Thanks for helping me hit the guy just now." Song-yi's head was swirling with questions. "What do you mean by hitting someone? What happened?" Feng Jinglei had no choice but to briefly recount how he had rescued Gu Qinghwan. Song-yi gritted his teeth, grabbed his phone, and started reporting to the group chat, successfully summoning Jiang Chuchu, the big boss. Song-yi felt more relieved when Jiang Chuchu said she was going to investigate that bastard. Gu Qinghwan swallowed her food and calmly pointed out, "You know the whole story. In other words, you were nearby and saw the whole thing. That person, or rather, the person in that villa, is your target." Feng Jinglei was speechless, and Gu Qinghwan didn't press him to continue. Just as the waiter started serving the food, she began grilling the meat. Knowing she had to give Feng Jinglei some time to prepare, Song-yi shifted her focus to grilling the meat. While Gu Qinghwan wasn't a cooking pro, she had considerable experience with grilling. No seasoning was needed, simply grill the meat to the perfect doneness. Drawing on her years of barbecue experience, Gu Qinghwan successfully took charge. She and Song-yi were enjoying the grilling, wrapping the pork belly in lettuce and dipping sauce in their mouths. With each bite, the crispy lettuce enveloped the tender, yet firm meat. The excess fat had been roasted out of the pork belly, and once the skin cracked, the rich, fragrant fat blended with the meat, creating a wonderfully satisfying sensation in the mouth. Although Gu Qinghwan had already filled her stomach with tuna rice, and wasn't as hungry as she'd been at the start, she still felt satisfied after taking a bite of the barbecued meat. Meat is still delicious. Gu Qinghwan munched on a lettuce barbecue wrap, eyes narrowed in happiness. "This barbecue is really good." Feng Jinglei stared at Gu Qinghwan in amazement, then suddenly said, she loves barbecue too. She even said she wants to try every barbecue restaurant around the university town and compile a list of must-try barbecue spots. "She?" Song-yi asked tentatively. Feng Jinglei continued slowly, "She's my tutor. She should have been a junior by now, but now she's taking a leave of absence due to premature ejaculation." "Pretty pregnant?" Song-yi was puzzled. "Eating disorder," Feng Jinglei explained. "She has anorexia nervosa." He gritted his teeth. "It's all the fault of those guys in that villa." Chapter 522. Feng Jinglei's tutor, Wenzime, was a chubby and lovely girl. She tutored mainly to earn some pocket money, 2 days a week, 2 hours each time, with little pressure. She loved all kinds of food and spent her free time as a restaurant blogger. Although her popularity wasn't particularly high, she was a dedicated eater and her reviews were objective, which gradually garnered her a considerable following. Until she was drawn into the games of those wealthy second generations, her peaceful life was shattered. That evening, she had simply gone to a Hunanese restaurant recommended by her fans. Unexpectedly, as she sat down and was ordering, a boy about her own age shyly approached her and asked if she had a boyfriend and if they could add each other on WeChat. This was Wenzime's first time encountering such a situation, but since she had no immediate plans for a relationship, she politely declined. But the man acted pitifully, saying he at least give her a chance to get to know each other. She felt a little reluctant, so she added him on WeChat anyway. After adding her on WeChat, the boy happily left, and Wenzime continued to order food and eat. The boy approached her several times afterward, but Wenzime acted politely and distantly, and his enthusiasm gradually cooled. Wenzime didn't take the incident personally, but unexpectedly, after a while, rumors about her began to circulate around the school. They said her identity, as a restaurant blogger, was just a cover, that she was actually having private affairs with fans, and sleeping with those who gave her tips. They even posted a number of alleged photos, making the story sound very convincing. No matter how Wenzime defended herself, claiming the photos were AI-generated, she couldn't stop the rumors. She also tried to file a police report, hire a lawyer, obtain evidence, and demand that the account that posted the messages delete the posts. But ordinary people couldn't afford such a lengthy legal battle, let alone one in which she was just a student. Her parents also campaigned for justice for their daughter. Wenzime tried to appear calm and not let this affect her, but her account was flooded with harsh comments, and even her fans' reports were ineffective. Unable to cope, Wenzime closed the comments section. Just as she was struggling to calm down, the boy sent her a comforting message. He stood firmly by her side, helping her contact a lawyer, preserve evidence, and discuss a response. He said, "I'm just trying to help the person I love. Don't feel pressured." He said, "You're a good person. You shouldn't let this bring you down." The boy's family held some influence, and with his help, the owners of the rumor-mongering accounts were quickly penalized. Unfortunately, those posts weren't widely circulated and were quickly deleted, practically a one-shot operation. The number of clicks, views, and reposts wasn't very high. Thus, the punishment the account owner received wasn't severe, merely a few days detention and a fine. Even if she had issued a public apology, rumors are easier to disprove than to spread, and the scope of their spread was limited, so Wenzime's reputation still suffered unavoidable negative impacts. At that time, Wenzime was already exhausted. She was grateful for the man's companionship and help, and because of this incident, she developed a good impression and trust in him. So, when he confessed his love to her again, she agreed to a relationship. In the early stages of their relationship, she and the man got along well, and she found him to be a very considerate person. He would accompany her to stores, film her videos, and encourage her to cheer herself up. He would also buy her new milk tea and suggest she review it, which did indeed resonate. Originally, Wenzime had her own dietary plan. She wasn't obsessed with achieving a certain body type. She was content with being healthy and happy. Since her boyfriend was being kind, she couldn't refuse, which ultimately led to weight gain. He began to vaguely ask, "Baby, have you gained weight lately?" He also bought her smaller-sized clothes, saying, "Baby, you look beautiful in these." When she felt embarrassed because they couldn't fit, he would reassure her, "It's okay, baby, you'll be able to fit in them when you're a little thinner." However, this was countered by more high-calorie food. When they went shopping, he would take her to look at clothes worn by tall, thin mannequins in the windows. His gaze would linger on other slimmer women, and when they were alone, he would stare at her body and sigh. By the time Wenzime realized something was wrong, it was too late. She began a self-destructive diet, only to binge eat and vomit again when she couldn't bear the hunger. Her knuckles on the back of her hands bore visible marks from the constant vomiting. Her salivary glands swelled, her teeth rotted worse, and her throat was constantly hoarse and sore. She knew it was wrong, but she couldn't stop herself. Until that day, when she was once again vomiting into the toilet, tears and snot streaming down her face, the bathroom door opened. The boy held his phone up to her pale face, grinning, still chatting leisurely with someone on the video call. "I told you this girl couldn't escape my grasp, didn't I? With all her looks, you still dare to put on airs with me? Look at her now. TSK, 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 these past few months have been so tough for me." The people on the other end of the video chattered. "That's right, Brother Guan has really suffered this time. I accept the bet, and I buy you all the drinks for the next month." All of this was just a spur-of-the-moment bet made by these playboys. Wenzime was a puppet forcibly painted with clown makeup, forced to perform a farce of humiliation and deception. They didn't care about Wenzime's pain and hatred. In their view, Wenzime, tortured to this extent, would struggle to maintain her self-esteem. Feng Jinglei clutched his thighs tightly. "When I saw Teacher Wen again, I couldn't believe she'd become like that. She used to have plump cheeks, a rosy complexion, and a vibrant energy. Her eyes would light up when she ate something delicious. But now she's so haggard, like a completely different person. I finally found those people and wanted to beat them up, but the security in their area was too good, and I was caught instead. They didn't just hurt Teacher 1. Someone else had sought revenge against them before, so they always stayed in a safe place, waiting for someone like me to show up. Now, let's just treat it as a joke. They say I'm just being a hero, a foolish loser, and they have plenty of ways to deal with me. Feng Jinglei didn't say anything else. Gu Qinghuan took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and asked calmly, "So you went there today to ambush them?" "I just wanted to find out where they were," Feng Jinglei said slowly. "Last month, for some reason, they moved to your area for activities. I heard they often gathered in that neighborhood, so I took advantage of the competition to find them. What do you want to do after you find out the location?" Gu Qinghuan pressed. Feng Jinglei fell silent. Song Yi put his hand on his shoulder. "Lazy, listen to me. Don't let people like that ruin your life." "But they ruined Teacher Wen's life." Feng Jinglei's eyes flushed. "No, your Teacher Wen will never be ruined so easily," Gu Qinghuan said firmly. "She's taking a leave of absence, not dropping out. This means she wants to come back and finish her studies. She hasn't given up yet. You have to believe her." Chapter 523. Although the dandies had dampened her mood, Gu Qinghuan didn't want to let their presence affect her appetite. She grilled a piece of curry chicken thigh and motioned for Song Yi to pass it to Feng Jinglei. Song Yi, now alert, rolled the chicken thigh and lettuce and stuffed it directly into Feng Jinglei's mouth. "Listen to my sister. You have to trust Teacher Wen," Song Yi said. "All you have to do now is take care of yourself. Staying with Teacher Wen is more important than seeking revenge against those guys, right?" Feng Jinglei was caught off guard by the food and nearly choked. He barely chewed and swallowed the grilled meat before realizing his stomach was empty. In fact, he had been losing weight recently. If it weren't for his coach supervising his meals, Feng Jinglei might not have met the weight requirement for today's competition. After separating from Song Yi, he hadn't adapted to the new environment and was unhappy in his new school. As a result, he developed a dislike for school and even gave up on himself. Leveraging his Sanda skills, he secretly fought outside, idling away his time. It was Wen Zimei who pulled him back from his limbo. She was a good teacher, responsible, proactive, enthusiastic, kind, and gentle. He admired Teacher Wen and even imagined that, after achieving success and fame, he would stand before the reporter's microphone and thank Teacher Wen for her guidance. But how could Feng Jinglei not be angry and heartbroken after seeing how those people had treated Teacher Wen? He wanted to do something for Teacher Wen, and coincidentally, he had learned that the group had arrived. He used the excuse of having dinner with Song Yi to run to the neighborhood. While grilling beef tongue, Gu Qinghuan asked, "So when you were waiting outside and saw someone pestering me, you attacked them?" "Yes," Feng Jinglei nodded emphatically. "I'm afraid you'd be threatened with photos like Teacher Wen." "Don't worry about that," Song Yi interrupted. "If they do that, they'd be hitting a wall. My sister is not someone they can afford to offend." Feng Jinglei was a little bewildered. He looked at Gu Qinghuan, but couldn't see how she was a wall. Gu Qinghuan picked up the beef tongue from the grill and shared it among the three of them, dipping it into the sauce she had prepared and eating it one bite at a time. "You should take care of yourself first. A full stomach gives you the strength to work," Gu Qinghuan said. "I think what you need now is to understand your situation clearly." Feng Jinglei was puzzled. "My situation?" "Yes. Have you ever thought about it? You were easily countered when you approached them before. Why didn't they have any security guards around this time?" Gu Qinghuan asked. "They would commit such despicable acts and still be fine. Either they have power in their original territory, or they're simply cunning and despicable. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake. How could these people act so high profile in a strange place? And how could you easily track them down? After all, they said there are more than one like you. If you want to retaliate against them, don't others want to? Aren't they afraid?" Although the barbecue restaurant was air-conditioned, sitting around the grill was far from cool. Song Yi and Feng Jinglei felt a chill running down their backs. Feng Jinglei hesitated. "Are you saying they did it on purpose?" Gu Qinghuan shook his head. "I just had this suspicion, just to give you a heads up. Those people would devote so much time and energy to a bet, just to see an innocent person suffer. I don't think these cunning and vicious individuals would be so reckless." Feng Jinglei was silent for a long moment. Suddenly, he picked up his chopsticks, picked up the beef tongue that Gu Qinghuan had placed in his bowl, and began to devour it. He mumbled, "I understand. I need to take care of myself first. One must have a healthy body and a clear mind to make sound judgments, not let anger cloud one's judgment." Song Yi was relieved that he could do this. The three of them stopped discussing the matter and focused on their late lunch. As for the man who had been hit in the face, No one cared much about his current situation. However, the people in the villa still remembered him. The man cursed, shoved the henchman cleaning his wound away, and demanded fiercely, "Did you find my phone?" Another henchman trembled as he held the shattered phone in his hand. "Brother Guan, your phone." Guan Xingzhou tried to snatch the phone away, but seeing the shattered screen, he withdrew his hand and impatiently ordered, "Get it fixed, and then find the chick in the photo album." "Brother Guan, aren't you going to set a trap for that phone guy?" "A new target?" someone asked. Guan Xingzhou snorted and sneered. Since Feng helped that chick escape, he'd definitely keep an eye on her. As long as he knows the girl is being targeted, he'd pop up again sooner or later. With a ready-made hostage at hand, who's afraid he escape? Feng Jinglei's father is quite capable. While Guan Xingzhou could certainly take action against Feng Jinglei if he really wanted to, it would be a hassle to finish him off. However, if he were to flee to another place, that wouldn't be so easy. Feng Jinglei's father wouldn't have such a long reach. Not to mention that Feng Jinglei had come looking for him himself, completely out of revenge, so their choice of fighting back was legitimate. It's just that the initial waiting involved in this fishing tactic is rather boring, which is why Guan Xingzhou wanted to have some fun. Based solely on personal qualities, Guan Xingzhou found Gu Qinghuan far more interesting than Wen Zimei. She's clearly still an ivory tower student, uninformed and fearless. This kind of person deserves to have their backs broken bit by bit, or to be gradually led down a path of vanity and indulgence. That would be more interesting. Guan Xingzhou, however, felt that Gu Qinghuan looked somewhat familiar, so he ordered, "Find someone here to check on that girl." Although Gu Qinghuan's clothing suggested her background was far from theirs, it was always best to be cautious. The henchman immediately agreed, and went to look for someone he knew in the city to investigate Gu Qinghuan. The henchman contacted someone recommended by someone else. Check someone. The other person didn't respond, simply throwing out a directory that clearly showed the level of investigation and the price. The henchman naturally had to do Guan Xingzhou's bidding to the best of his ability. Despite the pain, he chose the most expensive transfer option, and sent Gu Qinghuan's photo. The henchman was confused. What did that mean? The next second, his transfer was refunded. Just as the henchman was about to inquire about the reason, he noticed a red dot before his message. Message sent, but rejected by the recipient. At the same time, the information dealer quickly uncovered the henchman's identity, as well as everyone who had come to the city with him, including Guan Xingzhou. He then sent this information directly to a dedicated group chat for people like him. What's going on? These people are wanted? You're so generous with your information. Have you been making a lot of money recently? Information dealer, hey, guess what? These people are investigating our little ancestor. The group chat fell silent. Thanks. I put them on the trading blacklist right away. Out of town. No wonder, they're so clueless. What do you think? If we thoroughly investigate these people and hand them over to someone our little ancestor knows, will we make any money? Great idea. Investigate. The eldest daughter of the Jiang family has already announced that she's collecting information. Everyone charge. Chapter 524. Jiang Chuchu had never seen such quick intelligence gathering. She looked at her secretary, Jin Jubao, somewhat bewildered. Why so fast today? Jin Jubao was also puzzled. Although those people were usually quite active in their investigations if they were paid generously, their efficiency today was a bit unbelievable. However, it was difficult to get such personal information from them, so Jin Jubao didn't ask. For now, she could only answer based on her own speculation. Maybe they learned about their actions, and wanted to teach them a lesson. A lot of events, both major and minor, have happened in this city in the past 2 years. Since the downfall of the Yin family, the atmosphere has been improving. While information dealers can earn more money in a chaotic situation, they are also inevitably worried. The current stability is more comfortable. Jiang Chuchu pondered, as long as I get the information I need, that's all I need. She waved at Jin Jubao. Give those who provided the information a 20% bonus. I hope we can be this efficient next time. The information dealers, receiving extra compensation, also praised the eldest daughter of the Jiang family today. After Jin Jubao left, Jiang Chuchu sat in her office, looking over the information she had received on her tablet. During the summer vacation, Jiang Yuxuan was out on business for his own company, and Jiang Chuchu wasn't idle either. Jiang Yue had set up a dedicated office for her in the group building. He would also send copies of any documents he signed and submitted, as well as any reports he submitted. Also, Jiang Chuchu had extensive access to the group's internal systems, allowing her to research anything she wanted to know at any time. Jiang Chuchu would often seek answers to her questions from Jiang Yue, and he would always find time to answer them, even taking her on field trips to subsidiaries and shops. Of course, Jiang Chuchu wasn't always preoccupied with company matters. For example, dealing with some bedbugs was a good way to relieve work pressure. But these bedbugs were truly disgusting. Jiang Chuchu grew increasingly angry. She already thought those bastards were disgusting when Song Yi complained in the group chat, but she hadn't expected the content she uncovered to be even more disgusting. These people didn't have the talent to inherit the family business. When they reached old age, they settled for a carefree life with trust funds or dividends, with no expectations from their families. Every family had its fair share of young people like these. Those with ambition would strike out on their own. Unfortunately, the group centered around Guan Xingzhou was preoccupied with indulging in pleasure. For their own amusement and entertainment, they manipulated others like puppets, their suffering merely delicious food for thought. Wen Zimei's experience, because it wasn't serious enough to result in a fatality, wasn't included in the information Jiang Chuchu received. However, Gu Qinghuan hadn't told anyone in Class 3 about Wen Zimei's situation, and she had even instructed Song Yi not to spread the news. While Wen Zimei had the courage to face her past trauma, that didn't mean she had to let more people know about her pain and expose her scars. The fact that Guan Xingzhou and his men were targeting her was reason enough for Gu Qinghuan to retaliate. Jiang Chuchu suppressed her anger and tried to view the information about these people with a critical eye. If she gets too caught up in her emotions, she might make a wrong judgment. To protect her good friend, she had to calmly and carefully analyze the situation and consider countermeasures. After studying the information, she reorganized it, extracting the parts that were appropriate to share with everyone, and selectively shared them in the class group. After reading it, the others felt that the air in the city had been polluted by these people. Gu Qinghuan himself was quite calm. It's even more brutal than I imagined. Fan Ziren, summer vacation is such a wonderful time, and I actually ran into someone like this. I'm going to explode. Gu Qinghuan, give me a bowl of mung bean soup. Image. Xie Xiangxue, the class monitor is as calm as ever. Gu Qinghuan, I'm actually quite angry too, but it's better to focus our energy on dealing with them, right? Yu Xian, the backbone of this gang is Guan Xingzhou. Once we take him down, everyone else will be easy. To be honest, Guan Xingzhou's family background isn't the best, but he does have the best brains. The one with the best family background seems to be deeply impressed by Guan Xingzhou's intelligence, so he volunteered to help him. If he hadn't done such a shameless act, Yu Xian could still call him foolish. But since he did it, he was both foolish and evil. Many of these gambling games employ the same tactic of first weaving a beautiful dream for the victim, then destroying it in one fell swoop. One thought leads to heaven, the next to hell. For example, after meeting a loyal brother and facing setbacks in finding a job, he tries investing with his brother's encouragement. After making a few small profits, he thinks he's finally made money after all the hard work, only to discover he's been scammed and saddled with unimaginable debt. In reality, they thought it was a chance encounter, a planned one, and that their inability to find a job was a malicious attack. It was all a calculated scheme. This isn't a scam, judging by their intentions. It's intentional injury, even murder. Gu Qinghuan, Guan Xingzhou, he thinks he's in control, toying with others' feelings and gloating over it. Gu Qinghuan, but in reality, he's just picking targets he can handle, exploiting their kindness and trust. Gu Qinghuan, if someone isn't a good person, he just hit them harder than anyone else. Su Xinghe, that's right. Smartass. Qinyu, is that someone you're talking about you? Jiang Chuchu patted Qinyu. Yu Xian patted Qinyu. Song Yi patted Qinyu. Qinyu withdrew a message. Ai Ning, why withdraw? I haven't filmed yet. Lin Zhulu, the squad leader is the best in the world. Qinyu, I meant to say she's not a good person to the bad guys. Ming Xiaolin, next time, remember to express it accurately. Gu Qinghuan, it's good to make the bad guys tremble with fear. Gu Qinghuan, we have an advantage right now. They don't know my situation yet. Gu Qinghuan, can we give them some false information so we can set a trap for them? Gu Qinghuan had a suspicion about this. If the trip to the old villa area was a trap set by Guan Xingzhou for Feng Jinglei, then after seeing Feng Jinglei take her away, Guan Xingzhou might have set his sights on her, and was planning to use her to attract Feng Jinglei. If that was the case, she had to contact Feng Jinglei and get the lines right. After lunch yesterday, Feng Jinglei went home, and Gu Qinghuan and Song Yi saw him off at the station. He seemed much more energetic than before lunch. He said he'd keep in touch with Wen Zimei after returning home, and he also urged her and Song Yi to be extremely careful. Jiang Chuchu, Then you become bait. Isn't that a bit dangerous? Gu Qinghuan, I'm an ordinary high school student. How could I possibly be bait? Tao Xinqing, class monitor, you seem to have misunderstood the meaning of ordinary. Gu Qinghuan, ahem, I have a good idea. Gu Qinghuan, is your sister free for a part-time job lately? At Baoqing Song. Chapter 525. 2 days passed before Guan Xingzhou finally obtained Gu Qinghuan's information. Dissatisfied with the efficiency, he felt a bandage on his nose. He wanted to scold his henchman, but felt his current appearance would undermine his dignity. In the end, he angrily sent the henchman away while he examined the information himself. The henchman secretly breathed a sigh of relief, not daring to mention that he had been blacklisted by several information dealers at the beginning of his investigation. It wasn't until last night that 2 information dealers finally unblocked him, saying they would help him investigate for a little extra money. The henchman had no choice but to grit his teeth and pay a little more, finally obtaining the information. The 2 information dealers, it feels so good to profit from both sides. After receiving the information, the henchman was also puzzled. For such a small amount of information, why so much money? The information dealer argued, you're investigating an ordinary high school student, and you're asking me? Who knows if you're just looking for trouble? The attendant thought about it and concluded, feeling it made sense. He timidly concluded his conversation with the information dealer. Guan Xingzhou took Gu Qinghuan's file and flipped through it. It was just an ordinary family, neither good nor bad. Their only bright spot was that 2 years ago, while traveling, they were involved in a car accident. After surviving the disaster, they won the lottery. Although millions of dollars were nothing to him, the fact that Gu Qinghuan's family had remained calm and continued to live their ordinary lives showed some self-awareness. Gu Qinghuan attended Mingda High School, and Guan Xingzhou had heard of Mingda High School. However, he felt that with Gu Qinghuan's status, life in Mingda wouldn't be easy. After flipping through a few more pages, he became interested. He hadn't expected Gu Qinghuan to be quite the scheming person, participating in so many activities. There was the school's official collaboration with a variety show, and then there were the appearances on lifestyle variety shows with classmates. She even infiltrated the student union on campus. While she held no real power, she was quite adept at networking and socializing. So, it seemed she'd been able to enter the old villa complex that day thanks to a friend. Guan Xingzhou looked back and, as expected, the information also mentioned that Gu Qinghuan had a classmate named Song Yi, with whom she had a good relationship. Song Yi and Feng Jinglei were childhood friends, and their family owned a house in the old villa complex. Feng Jinglei had come to visit during the competition, and had met Song Yi. Guan Xingzhou immediately connected the dots. Gu Qinghuan had gone to see Song Yi's match and met Feng Jinglei. The two, realizing something was amiss with Feng Jinglei, followed him to the old villa complex. Using Song Yi's connections, she entered the old villa complex. While looking for Feng Jinglei, she was spotted by Guan Xingzhou, leading to this whole situation. What a coincidence, Guan Xingzhou muttered. He often set up traps for others, and was quite wary of such coincidences. Through his reflection, he couldn't find any fault, so he could only chalk up his encounter with Gu Qinghuan to chance. Come to think of it, it was he who initiated the conversation with Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan had entered the old villa complex looking for Feng Jinglei, and Feng Jinglei's presence was also his trap. So, it seemed like it was his fault? Guan Xingzhou stopped thinking about it, and focused on studying Gu Qinghuan. He was skilled at scheming. To have made it this far in Mingda, he must have seen all sorts of people and situations, which gave him some confidence. Think you can look down on others after 2 years of clinging to so many powerful people? Guan Xingzhou scoffed. He was still too naive. He tossed Gu Qinghuan's profile back onto the coffee table in front of him, thought for a moment, and sent a message to their game group. Guan Xingzhou, wait until that kid falls into the trap, then start a new game. That afternoon, under the blazing sun, Gu Qinghuan finished his summer homework and ran to the milk tea shop outside the community to buy an ice cream cone. Guan Xingzhou watched Gu Qinghuan walk in, frowning with disdain. Do people go to this kind of shop? Yes. The henchman nodded repeatedly. He'd been watching all afternoon, and there were still quite a few people there. He even secretly bought one himself. A 2-yuan ice cream cone tastes okay. For the price, you can't expect too much, right? Another henchman rolled his eyes at the former. Is that what Brother Guan meant? Idiot! Guan Xingzhou ignored the henchman, straightened his clothes, and got out of the car. The electric bike that was supposed to hit someone had already been arranged. When Gu Qinghuan walked back, it would burst out of the community gate and hit her. Then it would be his turn. Unfortunately, Guan Xingzhou's plan was perfect. The electric bike burst out, but before it could hit Gu Qinghuan, a figure flashed by and slammed the brakes with a quick, precise, and powerful slam. Instead, the rider, having braked too abruptly, lost control of the bike's front end. With a thud, he and the bike tumbled to the ground. "You're courting death by rushing so fast." Before he could even get up, a furious roar descended on him. "Didn't you see anyone? And at the community gate? What if you hit someone?" The man heard a woman's voice, and was about to lash out in anger, but when he looked up, he saw the woman, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, tall and muscular. Even in her sleeveless waffle vest, he could see her muscular deltoids, biceps, and triceps. The man thought that if she landed a punch, he'd probably die. So the curse stuck in his throat was swallowed back, replaced with a humble "I'm sorry." Bao Rujian felt relieved. It had been hot lately, and she'd been sweating profusely while on field duty, and wearing a police hat had given her a rash on her forehead. This private work was a perfect way to let off some steam, and she felt quite good about it. While it was called private work, it had actually been reported to the bureau. Director Ren, upon learning of Guan Xingzhou and his companion's actions, took them very seriously, but the information he had obtained so far had come through shady channels, and couldn't be used publicly. Moreover, they hadn't actually committed any crime. Even if they had any intention, it was merely speculation on the part of Gu Qinghuan and others, and the police had no right to initiate a formal investigation. However, Bao Rujian was different. Her brother, Bao Qingsong, was a classmate of Gu Qinghuan, and she also knew him personally. So, how could simply looking out for her brother's classmate be considered an investigation? If anything were uncovered, Bao Rujian would be nothing more than an ordinary witness, a mere police officer. On the other hand, Director Ren also reported this to his superiors. Given that Guan Xingzhou and the others had committed so many crimes without being caught, Director Ren suspected they had some kind of insider connection. In any case, it's always wise to take precautions. As soon as Bao Rujian arrived, she noticed something fishy about the electric bike. It had been parked near the entrance to the residential complex. The owner wasn't making calls or using his phone, but was occasionally glancing furtively at the entrance. To a professional like Bao Rujian, this behavior was incredibly conspicuous. So, seeing the car owner speeding toward the door, Bao Rujian rushed over, taking advantage of the electric car's lack of speed to slam on the brakes. Gu Qinghuan sauntered over, chewing on her ice cream cone. "Hello, Sister Bao. Want to step up and do her a favor?" "That's a bit cliché, isn't it?" Gu Qinghuan shook her head inwardly. She might as well help her with her summer homework. Chapter 526. Bao Rujian remembered the owner of the electric bike and said, "Be careful next time you ride," then greeted Gu Qinghuan, "Hello, Qinghuan." From today on, she was Gu Qinghuan's hidden bodyguard, and had found a short-term rental in Gu Qinghuan's neighborhood. She was lucky enough to find a place in the same building. As for the rent, she would pay it herself for now. After she dealt with Guan Xingzhou and the others, she would claim it as work expenses. Even if she couldn't get it reimbursed, Gu Qinghuan wouldn't let Bao Rujian suffer. After all, Bao Rujian was doing it to protect her, and Gu Qinghuan had already decided to cover at least part of the cost. She planned to find an opportunity to contact the landlord, pay a portion, and then ask him to tell Bao Rujian that, due to various factors, the rent had been reduced. With the pocket money Gu Qinghuan had saved up so far, she could still afford it. Gu Qinghuan and Bao Rujian walked closer, and she said with a smile, "Sister Bao, I heard you wanted to move out on your own, but you actually come to my place." This was all prearranged, to alleviate any suspicions Guan Xingzhou might have if anyone was eavesdropping. Bao Rujian smiled back at Gu Qinghuan. "Yes, I come visit aunt and uncle someday. Why don't we go have dinner together? I take you for a stroll around the neighborhood," Gu Qinghuan said, and she and Bao Rujian walked back to their building. Guan Xingzhou stood by the freezer at the convenience store, outside the community gate, hiding his presence. He was about to walk over when Bao Rujian suddenly appeared, forcing him to slam on the brakes. Guan Xingzhou's mood was irritated by the deliberate disruption of his planned plan. This kind of drama, while old-fashioned, was certainly effective. The key was whether the individual's performance was smooth and authentic. He had analyzed Gu Qinghuan based on her profile. She came from a humble background, yet thrived in a private high school. At least on the surface, she definitely wasn't aloof. So, Gu Qinghuan would probably politely express her gratitude to those who helped her. As for whether Gu Qinghuan would have a bad impression of him because of the incident at the old villa complex, Guan Xingzhou wasn't worried about that. The reason was simple. He had been wearing sunglasses that day, and simply covering his eyes significantly affected how others remembered his face. If it weren't for the sunglasses, Guan Qingzhou's face would have been disfigured by Feng Jinglei's rock. Fortunately, it was only a cut on his nose, which could be covered with makeup. Although Feng Jinglei would have thrown rocks at Guan Qingzhou regardless of whether he was wearing sunglasses or not, it was fortunate the blow wasn't severe, otherwise it would have been enough for Guan Qingzhou to send him to a detention center for a few days. It was precisely because this minor injury wasn't enough to completely destroy Feng Jinglei that Guan Qingzhou didn't pursue it too deeply. As for whether Gu Qinghuan would remember his voice, Guan Qingzhou wasn't worried. Even ordinary people can slightly adjust their voices, he just needed to be careful when speaking. But the issue now wasn't about avoiding recognition after the meeting. Guan Qingzhou was more concerned about Bao Rujian's presence. The woman looked like a martial artist, and she had a good relationship with Gu Qinghuan. He felt that if Gu Qinghuan had any suspicions, just a shout would cause the woman to come and beat him up. Guan Qingzhou frowned, realizing that attacking Gu Qinghuan wasn't that easy. His frown quickly relaxed. If it wasn't easy, that was just fine, wasn't it? After playing for so long, it should be a bit more challenging. Today's situation made it inappropriate to do anything else, not to mention that Gu Qinghuan might not be leaving the house, leaving him no chance. Since Gu Qinghuan said she was going out for dinner with Bao Rujian, he had to plan his next move while they were out. Before that, he had to think of a new way to approach Gu Qinghuan. Guan Qingzhou straightened his clothes and decided to go back and plan. Meanwhile, Bao Rujian, who was heading upstairs, had already called a friend and asked him to investigate the owner of the electric bike who had just attempted to hit Gu Qinghuan. That impromptu actor, Bao Rujian said to Gu Qinghuan after hanging up the phone, is definitely not the first time he's done this. If someone hadn't received such a job before, they wouldn't have been so decisive. Since he's a repeat offender, we should investigate and arrest him. Bao Rujian would love to round up all the accomplices like him. Gu Qinghuan nodded in agreement, adding, Guan Qingzhou might be targeting you, Sister Bao, so you should be careful. It would be useless for Guan Qingzhou to investigate Bao Rujian. The information dealer had already arranged it, so they could only receive the file on fitness coach Bao Rujian. The file provided by the police was flawless. Out of curiosity, Gu Qinghuan asked for the file and took a look. He was amazed by it. It even contained relevant news and WeChat articles. Bao Rujian smiled and said, Don't worry, I be wary of every stranger I see. She and Gu Qinghuan stood in the hallway, briefly discussing the steps of the trap they had deliberately set, and then went back to their respective homes. Bao Rujian had just moved in, and there was a lot of chores to do. Just putting things in their proper places took quite a while. She also had to go to the supermarket later to buy some groceries. In fact, Bao Rujian had always planned to live alone, and this was her chance to get her wish. It wasn't that there were any family conflicts, but simply that she wanted to alleviate her mother's worries. With her father's example in mind, the older she got, the more her mother feared she would die in the line of duty like him. She didn't ask her to stop being a police officer, but she did worry about her, and would frequently check on her. This was a truly troubling question for Bao Rujian. Perhaps in her mother's eyes, she would always be a child, but that didn't mean she couldn't survive without her in her work and personal life. Bao Rujian felt it was necessary to create some distance from her mother, allowing her to realize she was grown up and capable of handling her own affairs. Gu Qinghuan had asked her for help, so Bao Rujian seized the opportunity to have a serious talk with her mother about living alone. Naturally, she successfully persuaded her mother. After all, her mother was simply concerned for her, not someone who would stubbornly refuse advice. Even with the air conditioner on, Bao Rujian still broke into a sweat while cleaning. When the doorbell rang, Bao Rujian became alert and walked to the door to check the peephole, while also considering whether to get a visual doorbell. After seeing who was standing outside, Bao Rujian immediately opened the door and asked, Why are you here? Bao Qingsong lifted the large bag he was carrying and said, Mom asked me to bring you something. He walked in and dumped the contents of the bag onto the sofa: toothbrush, toothpaste, soap, towels, tissues, sanitary napkins. I can buy these myself. Bao Rujian was at a loss for words. Mom said these were originally prepared for you. Even if you're not home, Mom and I can't use them all, Bao Qingsong replied. Besides, you're always more comfortable with your own things. Bao Rujian paused for a moment, then smiled again and patted his younger brother on the shoulder. Since you're here, help me clean up. Bao Qingsong had an expression that said, I knew this would turn out like this, but he still obeyed. He knew Bao Rujian's reason for moving out. He overheard her conversation with their mother. He would stay home to look after their mother, so his sister, please do as she pleased. Chapter 527. Guan Xingzhou frowned as he looked at Bao Rujian's file. He preferred sensible and obedient women to strong, fierce women like Bao Rujian. Submissive, easy to manipulate, more prone to self-pity than anger, making their expressions in pain even more endearing. In fact, Guan Xingzhou quite liked the women he had targeted so far. Otherwise, even for fun, he wouldn't have treated them so gently. Even if some women were incredibly ugly, he still tolerated them. He truly was too philanthropic. However, Bao Rujian was different. She wasn't his type at all. You could tell at a glance how stubborn she was. Arguments would only escalate, sometimes escalating into violence. She was the epitome of violence and barbarity. Guan Xingzhou tossed Bao Rujian's file aside, only for his henchman to pick it up again. Many people had come with him this time to lure Feng Jinglei, and he was quite new to the city. Feng Jinglei had returned for the time being, and was currently plotting against Gu Qinghuan. There wasn't much to see, so they weren't in a hurry and simply went out to eat, drink, and have fun. Two of his followers were still busy with him, though. The one next to him was the wealthiest of their group. The followers curiously flipped through Bao Rujian's information, while Guan Xingzhou casually remarked, "It just goes to show how diverse the students in Delhi are. Their family raised their daughter like this. But she looks so handsome." The follower's eyes lit up, gesturing at his arms. "Look at my arms. I've been training them at the gym for so long, and with technology, to get them this good. Then, after stopping technology and slacking off, she ended up like this. She's managed to keep it up. Amazing, isn't she?" Guan Xingzhou was speechless. His lackey was good in every way, obedient, generous with her money, and a flatterer. It was just that he wasn't particularly talented in any area, so when he saw someone excelling, he became envious. And once he deemed someone exceptional, no matter how much others told him, he wouldn't change his mind. His straightforwardness was a real headache. This was the situation now. Since he thought Bao Rujian was amazing, if Guan Xingzhou ever criticized her again, the lackey should have refuted him. Guan Xingzhou took a breath. Fortunately, he was experienced in handling such situations. She's a fitness trainer after all. If she hadn't trained like this, no one would buy her lessons, Guan Xingzhou said. Just downplay her achievements, and that would be fine. This was what she was supposed to do. It was natural. It was natural. There was no need to brag about it. The attendant thought what he said made sense, but since they just met, he was in high spirits. He looked at her for a while longer and suddenly asked, "Brother Guan, haven't you ever chosen a woman like this as your target?" Guan Xingzhou felt alarm bells going off in his head. Sure enough, the next second, the attendant enthusiastically suggested, "Why don't you, Brother Guan, choose this woman first?" With a bang, Guan Xingzhou's heart collapsed. Gu Qinghuan, unaware of the serious problem, was now scrambling on her homework. She usually focused on finishing her homework at the beginning of her winter and summer vacations, so she could have fun afterwards. It was just that she had to cram a little bit before school started, otherwise all the knowledge she learned during the break would have slipped out of her mind. After writing for another hour and a half, Gu Qinghuan stood up, stretched, and prepared to go play with the tavern for a change of pace. As she left the bedroom, her phone rang. Gu Qinghuan answered, "Chu-Chu? Guan Xingzhou is checking on Sister Bao." Jiang Chu-Chu got straight to the point. They're checking quite thoroughly. Of course, the information dealer couldn't give out Bao Rujian's entire fake file right away. Giving a general outline first, and then gradually refining it would make it more credible. Just as we thought. Gu Qinghuan's lips curled. "But there's one thing I'm concerned about." Jiang Chu-Chu hesitated. "They seem to need more information on Sister Bao than you do on her right now." Huh? Gu Qinghuan was surprised. Is it because Sister Bao is an adult that they're being more cautious? Jiang Chu-Chu couldn't think of a reason for this, but she felt Gu Qinghuan's idea made sense. It's possible. After all, Guan Xingzhou isn't a fool. I had Bao Qingsong connect with the intelligence dealers. He handles a lot of information, and is more perceptive. If he finds anything wrong, he contact you. Gu Qinghuan agreed immediately. After ending the call with Jiang Chu-Chu, he thought about it, and sent Bao Qingsong a message. "How's the situation?" Bao Qingsong knew immediately that Jiang Chu-Chu had already informed Gu Qinghuan. He was now in charge of the files, and the intelligence dealers were just a mouthpiece. He quickly replied, "It's okay. I'm being very careful." This was his first time dealing with a real intelligence dealer, and he was involved in this circle. At first, the other party simply treated him as a task assigned by the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, and treated him with considerable unfamiliarity. But after a while, they discovered his unexpectedly capable intelligence skills, whether collecting, integrating, summarizing, or analyzing and applying information? The information dealer asked. Are high school students as skilled these days? After being surprised, the information dealer felt a little moved. Do you understand the joy of cultivation? How satisfying it is to level up while playing games. Not to mention, Bao Song was a very eager learner, applying what he had learned to other situations quickly. Being a teacher was even more fulfilling. While the information dealer couldn't teach him his own special skills, it was truly satisfying to exchange some basic knowledge from his circle for the admiration and praise of the children. Under the information dealer's guidance, Bao Song gradually provided Bao Rujian's fake files, and also analyzed the plans of Guan Qingzhou and others based on their needs. Gu Qinghuan trusted Bao Song's abilities, and seeing him say this, he stopped questioning and turned to find Xiao Si. Bao Song continued to contact Guan Qingzhou's assistant. He was also a little surprised. Since this morning, the assistant had given him a much more positive vibe. He was just wondering if Guan Qingzhou and the others were planning to attack his sister when he received a new message from the assistant. Aide, have you found out about her work situation? Since she's a fitness trainer, the police naturally arranged a work location for Bao Rujian. She's set up as a high-end personal trainer, offering personalized in-home coaching for wealthy individuals, eliminating the need to go to the gym and keep a regular schedule. Bao Song already had this information, but he wouldn't hand it over immediately. Instead, he replied, mimicking the tone of a tipster, we're still investigating your request from this morning. She's a high-end personal trainer, so it's not that easy to find out about her schedule. The assistant called in another 5,000. Thank you for your hard work. I'm a little anxious too. Bao Song thought this guy was truly foolish and wealthy, but the tipster liked him and quickly took the money. The information dealer started chatting with his henchman. Bao Song shared the dealer's chat box, allowing him to see the content. Information dealer, what's the rush? She's not going to run away. Henchman, she's definitely not going to run away. Aren't you just afraid it's too late? Henchman, by the way, I saw her profile says she is single. Is that true? Bao Song sat up straight with a jerk. Why would this guy care about his sister's singleness? What does he want? Chapter 528. After much indirection, Bao Song finally confirmed. These bastards were actually after his sister. Bao Song cursed and clenched his fist at the computer screen, but his strength wasn't high enough to even crack his knuckles. He dropped his fist, ran to the refrigerator door, and shoved his head into the freezer for 10 seconds to cool down. Finally, his emotions calmed down a bit. While he wasn't sure whether Guan Qingzhou had changed his target or was targeting both Gu Qinghuan and Bao Rujian, that didn't stop Bao Song from being furious. But he couldn't let his anger cloud his mind. He had to remain calm and proceed according to his plan. Bao Song sat back at his computer, summarized the situation briefly, and sent it to Bao Rujian and Gu Qinghuan. Bao Rujian didn't reply immediately. She was probably still at work, so it was understandable that she hadn't checked the WeChat messages. Gu Qinghuan's reply came much faster, question mark combined with Jiang Chuchu's previous words. Guan Qingzhou's detailed inquiries about Bao Rujian were because they had their sights set on her? Gu Qinghuan found this incomprehensible. Given Guan Qingzhou and his group's habitual thinking, it was perfectly natural to dismiss her based solely on her appearance and target her for gambling. But Bao Rujian was different. Judging from her appearance, she should have been the type of person Guan Qingzhou hated the most. Why would he even consider targeting her? Given Guan Qingzhou's usual intelligence, how could he have made such a choice? Gu Qinghuan pondered over it, but couldn't find a reasonable explanation, so she simply gave up. When the enemy comes, the general will fight. When the water comes, the earth will cover it. After all, we're dealing with the same people. She calmed down and asked, have you told your sister? Bao Song, I did, but she hasn't replied yet. Gu Qinghuan, let's wait for your sister's reply. Bao Rujian was highly alert, and Gu Qinghuan believed she could handle any trouble she encountered on her own. It would be better to take advantage of their shifting focus and investigate Guan Qingzhou and the others. She contacted Jiang Chuchu and relayed this latest development. Jiang Chuchu also found Guan Qingzhou and the others' behavior puzzling. Are they sane? Gu Qinghuan, but honestly, this makes it a bit difficult to conceal Sister Bao's identity. After all, Bao Rujian was only temporarily acting as a bodyguard. While he might find time to go to the gym, he mostly worked at the police station. If Guan Qingzhou wanted to interact more with Bao Rujian, he inevitably have to create chance encounters. This could expose Bao Rujian's true identity. Jiang Chuchu understood Gu Qinghuan's concerns. She pondered, if they really were targeting Sister Bao, the police would probably arrange for her to completely disguise herself as a personal trainer, so she wouldn't have to work, right? Gu Qinghuan, it feels like paid leave. The conversation relaxed a bit. Gu Qinghuan simply relayed the news. For now, all they could do was remain vigilant and monitor Guan Qingzhou and the others' movements. She also sent a message to Bao Rujian, then read his reply. It was almost time to leave when Bao Rujian emerged from the conference room. A confidential meeting had taken place that afternoon, and all electronic devices had been removed from attendees before entering the venue and placed in a temporary safe, so she had only just retrieved her phone. As soon as she unlocked her phone, Bao Rujian saw several messages from Bao Qingsong and Gu Qinghuan, and she immediately became nervous. Could it be that Guan Qingzhou and the others had attacked Gu Qinghuan while she was in the meeting? She quickly read through the messages. Oh, Gu Qinghuan is fine. It's her who's in trouble, so that's all good. Wait, Bao Rujian glanced at it again, unconvinced. Was she mistaken? The target had changed to her? There was only one word to describe Bao Rujian's current mood: ridiculous. She randomly grabbed a passing colleague, pointed at herself, and asked, "Do I look like someone who's easy to fool?" The colleague laughed. Who said that? During Anti-Fraud Awareness Month, you're the first one to finish and share the answers on the official account every day. No one else gets scammed, so you can't be fooled. Bao Rujian let go of her hand, feeling that Guan Qingzhou and the others were indeed mentally ill. However, she couldn't just slap them and scold them for looking down on her, could she? She better wait until they actually scammed her, then slap them. Bao Rujian made a quick decision and replied to Bao Qingsong and Gu Qinghuan. Got it. I keep an eye on it. The meeting was over, and with no other work to do, Bao Rujian packed up and prepared to go home. She changed out of her uniform for something more appropriate for a personal trainer, and she stuffed the canvas bag she carried to work into her black and red gym bag. Co-workers couldn't help but sigh. Rujian, you don't look like a professional attire at all. Bao Rujian slung the gym bag over his shoulder and said, if I'm going to disguise myself, I have to do it well. Then shouldn't you also change your mode of transportation? The colleague asked. Bao Rujian usually rode a shared bike to and from get off work, which didn't quite fit her role as a personal trainer. I changed. My younger brother's classmate lent me a mountain bike, Bao Rujian replied. The mountain bike was provided by Fan Ziren. He wouldn't be at school during the summer vacation, so he wouldn't have much use for it. It was a branded item, showing signs of years of use. Fan Ziren had even slightly modified it to ensure it was flawless. A colleague gave it a thumbs up. How thoughtful. Bao Rujian smiled. This was a suggestion Ji Tianxiao had made in the class chat. For an actor, playing a role requires logical coherence from head to toe, and transportation is naturally important. Bao Qingsong thought this made sense, and Fan Ziren immediately offered a mountain bike, which was taken care of in minutes. Bao Rujian rode her mountain bike back to the complex. As she opened the door, she habitually called out, "Mom, I'm home." There was no response from inside, and Bao Rujian remembered that she was living alone now. She shook her head. She said she was going to live alone, but it turned out she hadn't adjusted yet. Yesterday, she was busy moving, and even with Bao Qingsong's help, it took a lot of effort. After finishing, Bao Rujian lay down. The refrigerator was still empty. For dinner, Bao Rujian would either order takeout or go to the supermarket and buy some ingredients to cook herself. Thinking of it, when she lived with her mother, even if she came home late due to overtime or work, there was always food waiting for her. Bao Rujian shook her head, realizing once again how much her mother cared for her on a daily basis. She put down her backpack, checked her household inventory, made a quick shopping list on her phone, and went downstairs to do her shopping. The neighborhood was well equipped with amenities, including numerous small restaurants and food stalls. It was dinner time, and just walking past the shops, one could smell the aroma of all sorts of delicious food. Crayfish, barbecue, fried rice. Some shops even had plastic tables set up outside, where customers sat outside, enjoying their food and chatting, creating a lively and cheerful atmosphere. Bao Rujian glanced at the plate piled high with crayfish. After a few seconds of hesitation, she decided to go to the supermarket as planned. But before she could leave the area, she heard a shrill scream. "What are you doing?" She instinctively looked towards the source of the sound, and saw two portly, burly men standing next to a table of young people. There were 4 young people at the table, 2 women and 2 men, all of them looking very young. One of the men grabbed a woman's arm and gruffly said, "Didn't I tell you to get up?" The other woman immediately stood up and tried to pull the man's hand away. "What do you want?" "Let go!" The man raised his other hand and pushed the woman to the ground. "Get away!" If the man with him hadn't caught her, she would have fallen to the ground. Bao Rujian observed the two men's movements. The one who attacked didn't use much force, while the one who didn't seem to be watching, but in fact, he was paying close attention to his surroundings. She concluded that this was a trap set for her. The problem was, the four young men being picked on reacted naturally. They weren't pretending. To set her up, they even dragged innocent bystanders into the mix? Bao Rujian clenched her fists. She sneered inwardly and walked straight towards the two men. Chapter 529. The man who hadn't attacked noticed her approach and said fiercely, "You want?" Before he could even utter the word "what," Bao Rujian swiftly swept his leg and grabbed one of his arms, easily pulling him back. The man's face was only a few centimeters from the ground, his heart nearly stopping in fear. From above, he heard a cold female voice, "If you scream again, I smear your face." The man immediately shut his mouth, suspecting that every breath he took would inhale dust and ants from the ground. The other burly man also released the woman's hand, intending to strike Bao Rujian. Bao Rujian took a few steps back, creating distance, glancing around. As expected, a dark figure lunged toward her, placing herself between her and the large man. "Be careful." Bao Rujian raised her foot and launched a direct kick. The man had clearly not expected her to do this. He didn't even have time to turn to glance at Bao Rujian in surprise before he was hit in the butt and flung himself against the large man. The large man instantly collapsed to the ground, screaming like a butchered pig. Bao Rujian cried out, "Ouch!" and walked over to help him up. "Are you okay?" "I was going to kick him." I'm fine." Guan Xingzhou stammered, only to rub his butt as he stood up. Bao Rujian's kick hadn't been powerful enough. Summer clothes were thin to begin with, and Guan Xingzhou suspected he'd taken off his pants. The ridges of Bao Rujian's shoe soles were visible on his butt. The two large men had already taken the opportunity to flee, leaving the four young men standing nearby, bewildered. Thank you. It's okay, just enjoy your meal." Bao Rujian smiled at the four of them. "I help him rest over there for a while." The commotion had attracted quite a bit of attention, but since it wasn't a big deal, no one joined in the fun. The owner of the restaurant, however, came over with 2 bottles of iced cola. While thanking them, he thrust the cola into Bao Rujian and Guan Xingzhou's hands. "Here." "Thank you." If those 2 burly men had caused a big scene, not only the 4 young people at the table, but the other customers might have left, and her business would have been ruined tonight. 2 bottles of drinks were nothing. If her restaurant hadn't been a barbecue restaurant and didn't have time to make them fresh, she would have at least stuffed a few of their signature large skewers into the 2 of them. Unable to refuse the kindness, Bao Rujian accepted the cola. Seeing the owner wanted to thank her in some way, she quickly grabbed Guan Xingzhou and left. Guan Xingzhou's butt still hurt, and it throbbed with pain as he walked. But the plan was proceeding as planned, and he couldn't let it ruin his own plans. Guan Xingzhou gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and followed Bao Rujian to a nearby tree. There was a public bench under the tree, and Bao Rujian sat down immediately. Seeing Guan Xingzhou still standing there with a grimace on his face, clearly unable to sit down, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. She lowered her head, feigning guilt. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to rush over." Before Guan Xingzhou could reply, she quickly added, "But you're really something. You could have pushed him away, so why did you stand in front of me? Don't be so stupid next time." Guan Xingzhou's mouth twitched. That was why he didn't like this kind of woman. She never reflected on her own mistakes, but only shifted the blame onto others. Is that the right thing to say to someone who clearly protected her, only to be hurt by her? "Bao Rujian, look at what you're made of." But Guan Xingzhou couldn't curse right now. He suppressed his anger and forced a smile. "It was an emergency. I was just thinking about how bad it would be if you got hit." Before he could finish his words, Bao Rujian frowned unhappily. "Who are you looking down on?" Bao Rujian raised his arm and patted his upper arm. "Look, do you think he can beat me?" Guan Xingzhou was almost losing his temper. "So, that's what women are like. What's so proud about it? Is having muscles so great? She's a woman, and she's trained like this. Is she really good looking?" "Bao Rujian, she's good looking, absolutely good looking. She could punch someone like you in the face." But Guan Xingzhou, after so many gambling games, had perfect facial expression control and quickly controlled his emotions. He said with a mixture of surprise and admiration, "I wasn't looking closely just now. I didn't expect you to be so capable. That kick you gave me was pretty hard too. If it had been on that man, he would have fallen even harder." This was a subtle criticism of Bao Rujian. He'd been kicked by her, and fallen so hard. But it was all Bao Rujian's fault. She must have felt guilty, right? Bao Rujian knew Guan Xingzhou's goal was to get close to her. She teased him enough. She had to keep acting. She put on a worried look. I'm so sorry. Do you want to go to the hospital? I go with you. No need. Guan Xingzhou's smile faltered. Go to the hospital? What to check? Pulled down his pants and let others see the shoe prints on his butt. Guan Xingzhou couldn't afford such humiliation. He said, as long as you're okay, I go home and rest for a few days. Bao Rujian took out his phone and said, how about this? Let's add each other as friends. When you go back, we see how serious the injury is. If you need treatment, send me a photo of your bill or medication receipt and I pay you. Guan Xingzhou felt a sudden sense of relief. Just as he imagined, it would be easy. Women like Bao Rujian, relying on their own strength, would call themselves messengers of justice. Even if he didn't help much, she naturally has some good feelings towards him for standing up for himself. Wouldn't that give her his contact information? While he was being polite, he quickly added Bao Rujian as his friend. This was enough for a first meeting. Moving too quickly wasn't a good thing. He put away his phone, said he had things to do, and prepared to leave. But before leaving, he deliberately turned around and smiled at Bao Rujian, saying, girls with a sense of justice like you are rare these days. I admire you very much. With that, he left quickly without waiting for Bao Rujian's reply, but unfortunately, his butt still hurt, so he dragged his feet. Bao Rujian scoffed at the remark. Rare. He was truly ignorant. Not to mention others, even in Bao Qingsong's class alone, every girl had a strong sense of justice and the ability to match it. She turned and headed for the supermarket. This drama had really delayed her from her work. She hoped there were still some leftovers from the evening special. The boss had given her a Coke. She'd make herself some Coke chicken wings tonight. She'd take a picture and send it to her mother. Knowing she had a good meal would make her feel more at ease, wouldn't it? Chapter 530. After dinner that evening, Bao Rujian told Bao Qingsong and Gu Qinghuan about Guan Xingzhou's trap. To facilitate communication, she even created a small group chat. Gu Qinghuan could only sense that her group chats were growing in number. Bao Qingsong. Such a childish trap. Gu Qinghuan. Actually, if we hadn't already known his plans, and we were actually setting him up, Sister Bao would have fallen for it. Bao Rujian nodded in agreement. If she hadn't known ahead of time that Guan Xingzhou and the others would target her, she would have rushed over immediately upon seeing those two men bullying her, without even bothering to check their expressions for any suspicious signs. Guan Xingzhou was actually quite skilled at reading people's minds, and he had calculated that given Bao Rujian's personality, he would definitely step forward to help. However, now that the files Guan Xingzhou had obtained were fake, and Bao Rujian was mentally prepared, Guan Xingzhou's behavior seemed ridiculous. Bao Qingsong, that's right. We're battle-hardened now, so we needn't fear this kind of enemy. What kind of storms and waves haven't Class 3 seen in the past 2 years? Guan Xingzhou is definitely one of the worst scumbags, but when it comes to his methods, all bad guys are pretty much the same, and we've long been accustomed to them. Bao Rujian, what battles have you been through? How many more are there that I don't know about? Bao Qingsong felt a surge of guilt at Bao Rujian's words. He didn't always tell Bao Rujian about them, and now he was exposed. Gu Qinghuan quickly changed the subject. Sister Bao, did he send you a message after adding you on WeChat? Bao Rujian, not yet. I reply after he does. The immediate goal was to make Guan Xingzhou think his plan was going smoothly. That way, he surely resort to the same tactics he used before to hurt Bao Rujian again. Bao Rujian's job was to gather evidence from this process. Only with definitive proof could he convict Guan Xingzhou. With any luck, Director Ren might even be able to identify the insider who helped Guan Xingzhou, and the others resolve the situation, allowing them to be apprehended. Bao Qingsong immediately jumped in. I do it. Let me meet that guy. While he believed Bao Rujian wouldn't be deceived by Guan Xingzhou's sweet talk, he couldn't let Guan Xingzhou pollute Bao Rujian's eyes and ears with his words. He should protect his own sister. Bao Qingsong will make sure anyone who dares to covet his sister is punished. Bao Rujian felt like laughing, but she really didn't want to deal with Guan Xingzhou, so she generously handed the task over to Bao Qingsong. The WeChat account she had originally used to add Guan Xingzhou was a sham account she had prepared in advance. Now, she just had to give it to Bao Qingsong, who would log in from his computer. This way, Bao Rujian could also keep up with the situation in real time via his mobile phone. Bao Qingsong was rubbing his hands in anticipation. A little after 7, he finally saw Guan Xingzhou's latest WeChat Moments post. The accompanying picture showed a bottle of Coke and a bottle of Hulua oil on a table. The caption read, "The reward for bravery and the price paid." Bao Qingsong scoffed. His sister had told him that Guan Xingzhou had at most fallen, with that big man taking his place. Where was the price? Oh, if it was referring to the kick his sister had given Guan Qingzhou, then he could only grudgingly sympathize for a second. Laughing, Bao Qingsong calmed down and considered his response. Guan Qingzhou's WeChat Moments account was probably his main one. While the timing of each post was irregular, it was generally consistent. However, Bao Qingsong was certain that Guan Qingzhou had grouped the posts, so he definitely didn't see everything. As for the person who could see this post right now, Bao Rujian was probably the only one. Bao Rujian also got a Coke, so it was obvious he was talking about what happened today. As for that bottle of Hulua oil, it must have been because Bao Rujian had kicked Guan Qingzhou. Was he trying to stir up Bao Rujian's guilt this way? Whether he replied to the post or chatted privately, it was a good opportunity to start a conversation. Honestly, Bao Qingsong wanted to pretend he didn't see it and let Guan Qingzhou worry about it. Unfortunately, he was the one setting the trap, so he had to reply. Bao Qingsong thought about it and decided, let's wait until tomorrow. He figured Guan Qingzhou was about to explode, so he replied. After all, not everyone actively checks their moments. Isn't it natural to miss something and not see it? Bao Qingsong happily returned to his homework, passing along his plan to Bao Rujian. Bao Rujian, I don't remember my brother being this treacherous before, did he? But Bao Rujian also liked this tactic. Only by provoking Guan Qingzhou as much as possible and stirring his emotions could he be manipulated. The siblings made up their minds and went about their business. That night, each slept better than the other. Unfortunately, Guan Qingzhou's sleep wasn't very good, not only psychologically but also physically. After being kicked in the butt, he, for the sake of his dignity, of course, couldn't let his henchman apply medicine. He could only face the mirror with his back to himself, twisting his neck to look at his butt and trying to apply the activating oil. He had lived a life of luxury since childhood, so when had he ever suffered such a humiliating injury? So he had no experience applying medicine. He grimaced, but the pain didn't subside much. In this state, he couldn't even lie down and sleep properly at night. Just to get to the bed, he had to crawl straight and slowly, trying to keep his buttocks and thighs as still as possible, otherwise it would be excruciatingly painful. Guan Qingzhou could only sleep on his stomach, unable to cover himself with a blanket. Thankfully, it was summer, the air conditioner was on, and he was lying on his back, so he wouldn't catch a cold. However, it was very uncomfortable. Even with a pillow under his chest, he still felt stuffy, and he didn't know where to put his hands. Guan Qingzhou gritted his teeth, cursing Bao Rujian countless times in his heart, and he still had to wait for her response. It had been so long since he posted on WeChat Moments, and why hadn't the woman responded at all? Shouldn't one just flip through the moments of a newly added friend? Guan Qingzhou's butt hurt, and he was getting impatient waiting. Finally, he threw his phone aside and went to sleep. Unfortunately, his sleep wasn't restful. He shifted a few times unconsciously, only to wake up groggily from the pain, then fall back to sleep, a very light sleep all night. When he woke up, Guan Qingzhou realized he rolled over during the night, pressing on his injured butt all night. Now, he couldn't get up at all, his muscles were numb. He finally found his phone and, frustrated and annoyed, called his henchman. The henchman quickly arrived. Brother Guan, what's wrong? Guan Qingzhou was already exhausted. Help me up, I need to go to the bathroom. As for the excruciating feeling of sitting on the toilet, only Guan Qingzhou himself knew. Chapter 531. It was already past 10 in the morning when Bao Qingsong replied to Guan Qingzhou. It wasn't that he'd forgotten, but he had such a pleasant chat with the information dealer the previous night that he slept in late. When he woke up, it was already this late. It was summer vacation, and he didn't have classes, and he hadn't signed up for any cram school, so he couldn't get up without setting an alarm. Bao Qingsong, I can only call it fate. He messaged Guan Qingzhou without any hesitation. Just saw your moments. Are you feeling better now? Guan Qingzhou had been up half the morning, having received no reply from Bao Rujian all night. He already guessed that Bao Rujian didn't have a habit of checking moments. No matter. Even if moments didn't work, he had other options. But seeing the message from Bao Rujian, actually Bao Qingsong, Guan Qingzhou still felt his blood pressure creep up. Confronted with the type of woman he disliked, he couldn't control his irritation, feeling like every word was treading on his own nerves. The attendant's voice rang out, Brother Guan, what's wrong? You look so grim. Guan Qingzhou twitched his lips. He had to maintain a calm demeanor in front of his attendant. He said casually, nothing. That woman finally replied. Guan Qingzhou himself didn't realize what the word finally meant. The attendant immediately became excited. Really? Did she fall for it? All I can say is, her current actions are consistent with what I expected. Back in his rule, Guan Xingzhou felt much calmer. He began to slowly reply to Bao Rujian, in keeping with the persona he created for himself. Bao Qingsong grimaced at Guan Xingzhou's reply, his teeth aching. What the hell? He knew Guan Xingzhou was only in his 20s, and his sister was much more mature by comparison. Was this a reason for Guan Xingzhou to pretend to be innocent and masculine in front of his sister? Thinking of the kind of person Guan Xingzhou really was, Bao Qingsong felt like vomiting. Calling him sister, does he deserve it? Bao Qingsong could somewhat understand Song Yi's feelings. It was so irritating to hear someone pretend to be a younger brother and call his sister sister. His sister only had him as a younger brother. No one could surpass him as a younger brother. However, to live up to his fake Bao Rujian persona, Bao Qingsong could only feign deception and engage in hypocritical conversation with Guan Xingzhou. To put it simply, a timid, innocent man yearns for strength, fawning over a handsome, agile, and strong woman who is still clueless. Bao Qingsong certainly had no experience with fitness, but that didn't matter. The guys in class 3 had plenty, not to mention Song Yi and Zhang Zhanshan. Jiang Chu, thanks to Zhu Qinglan, was quite knowledgeable about mountaineering and rock climbing. Everyone came together to come up with ideas, and with Gu Qinghuan overseeing everything, they ensured Bao Rujian's characterization remained consistent. They quickly established her image as a high-level personal trainer. Guan Xingzhou had originally planned to follow his traditional approach during the conversation, using pressure to instill a sense of inferiority in Bao Rujian. However, the more they talked, the more he realized Bao Rujian had high standards and a strong sense of opinion. He found this approach difficult to address. Guan Xingzhou had to adjust his conversational style, focusing on building a good relationship for now. Bao Rujian only remembered the reply when she got off work at noon and pulled out her phone to read the chat log. After only a few lines, Bao Rujian felt irritated. She endured reading the entire thing, but finally couldn't hold it in anymore and called Bao Qingsong. What are you posting using my account? Bao Qingsong cried out in injustice. Don't blame me. He wouldn't believe me if I didn't say it. He quipped back. Just look at his current reply. Doesn't it look like I tricked him? Bao Rujian was speechless. Bao Qingsong was right about that. She read from the first sentence to the end, and could clearly notice that Guan Xingzhou's tone was becoming increasingly casual, as if he were talking to an acquaintance. While Guan Xingzhou likely intended this, doesn't this further demonstrate the success of Bao Qingsong's portrayal? Bao Rujian rubbed his brows. Okay, keep talking to him, and try to trick him into it as soon as possible. Even after she said this, Bao Qingsong remained unhappy. What do you mean by tricking? I'm not, I'm just protecting you. Bao Rujian wanted to laugh, and his tone softened. Yes, you are protecting me. Thank you, my dear brother. Bao Qingsong immediately felt embarrassed. It had been years since his sister had spoken to him in such a tone. He muttered, we're family, why should we be so polite? Besides, I was the one who got you this deal in the first place. He glanced at the clock. It was already past midnight. He hurriedly urged, don't worry about me. Just check the news and stay updated on the progress. Go have lunch. Bao Rujian responded, hung up the phone, and headed to the company cafeteria with his colleagues. Bao Qingsong had already used lunch as an excuse to end his conversation with Guan Xingzhou. Taking into account Bao Rujian's work schedule, he informed Guan Xingzhou that her classes were all scheduled for the afternoon. So, he didn't need to chat with Guan Xingzhou that afternoon. As Gu Qinghuan had said, the first conversation shouldn't last too long, and a proper distance should be maintained. After all, Bao Rujian's attitude toward Guan Xingzhou last night wasn't exactly enthusiastic. To make it easier for Bao Rujian to respond, it was best to maintain consistency. As for whether Guan Xingzhou would run into Bao Rujian again in the evening, Bao Qingsong felt, judging by the bottle of active oil posted on his social media, that Guan Xingzhou definitely wouldn't be able to get up today. As Bao Qingsong had expected, Guan Xingzhou needed 2 days of rest before he could walk like before. During those 2 days, Guan Xingzhou had also managed to heal the small wound on his nose. The group of friends who came with him had a blast this time. According to Jiang Chuchu's request, the tipsters transformed themselves into bloggers, recommending numerous places to eat, drink, and have fun in the city. These places involve businesses owned by various shrew families, led by the Yongchong group. Incidentally, the tipsters felt it would be a waste to use this information just once, so they expanded the content, creating several social media accounts and capitalizing on the summer traffic. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghuan approached Liang Zhua, asking him to see if he could get close to the group. After hearing what Gu Qinghuan had to say, Liang Zhua immediately agreed. Using the information the tipsters had provided about the rich second generations, Liang Zhua, while they were causing trouble in a bar, used a little tactical maneuvering to establish a close relationship with them. Under the guise of playing the role of a good host, he played along and tricked them into giving him information. I figured if we played around for a few more days, once they relaxed a bit, we know what good things they done. UXIN reviewed the progress of all parties involved and could only sigh, these people deserve to fall into our hands. Song E, it's their honor. Chapter 532. After 2 weeks, Gu Qinghuan finally finished her summer homework. Due to Gu Qinghuan's frequent questioning of the subject representatives in the class group, which had aroused a sense of crisis among the students, everyone's progress on their homework was quite encouraging. UXIN was still the fastest, completing all her summer homework in just 10 days, earning the respect of the students in Class 3. She was able to focus on her summer homework because Guan Qingzhou and Bao Rujian and Bao Qingsong had been having very smooth communications recently. Perhaps because of the significant setback he suffered at the hands of Bao Rujian, Guan Qingzhou was desperate to get back on track. So, despite his initial reluctance, Guan Qingzhou has actually been quite proactive during this period. Bao Qingsong's comment on this was, how despicable. If someone faces setbacks, tries again, and constantly improves themselves in the process, anyone who hears about it would praise their perseverance. But Guan Qingzhou's motives were impure. His seemingly considerate actions were, in reality, a carefully crafted trap. A single misstep would lead to an unstoppable downfall. On several occasions, if it weren't for the bystanders' analysis, Bao Qingsong would have been nearly fooled by Guan Qingzhou's rhetoric. When he came to his senses, he broke out in a cold sweat, and his dislike for Guan Qingzhou deepened. However, in offline conversations, Bao Rujian was completely unfazed. With her sharp eyes and intuition, honed as a police officer, she could easily detect any signs of trouble in Guan Qingzhou's expressions and gestures in person. Even if Bao Rujian wasn't skilled in rhetoric, she could still avoid these traps. Of course, according to the plan, they still had to step into some traps appropriately, making Guan Qingzhou believe their scheme had succeeded, which would further lower his guard. Everything was going smoothly over there, leaving Gu Qinghuan's side forgotten, but that was a good thing. Summer homework was done, such a big thing, of course, it needed to be celebrated properly. Gu Qinghuan excitedly ran to buy fried chicken, a combination of amber sweet chili sauce, and their signature cheese powder sauce, along with a plate of crispy, chewy sweet potato strips. Passing by the milk tea shop, Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment and went back in, ordering an Oreo sundae. The shop was quite busy, and there were no empty chairs. Gu Qinghuan stood there reading a novel while waiting for her order number. After standing there for a while, someone next to her asked, "Did you order an Oreo sundae?" Gu Qinghuan looked up and saw a familiar face. A face she had seen in the information Jiang Chuchu had provided. She calmed herself down and asked cautiously, "What's the matter?" However, the fact that she didn't directly deny it was enough to prove that she had most likely ordered an Oreo sundae. The young man perked up and quickly explained, "I'm in a hurry and can't wait much longer. Can you transfer your order to me and I pay you?" Gu Qinghuan looked up at the order number she had written down and said decisively, "No." Placing a new order now would require at least another half hour, and she didn't have that kind of time. The young man was stunned, then suddenly realized, "I can give you an extra 100. Everyone around couldn't help but look over. A sundae was only a few dollars, and with an extra 100, they could eat it every day for over 10 days. Some people had already pulled out their phones and told their friends about this. Gu Qinghuan shook her head. Instead of directly refusing him, she asked, "What's the matter with you so urgently?" The young man clearly wasn't expecting her to ask this. After a pause, he said, "My friend wants to see me for something. But you still really want to have your favorite sundae, right?" Gu Qinghuan coaxed him patiently. He nodded without hesitation. "Yes, the sundaes here are both affordable and delicious." "So, is your friend's request really urgent and important?" Gu Qinghuan continued. If that were the case, he wouldn't have even thought of buying a sundae, he would have gone to his friend's place first. This time, the young man's expression was a little awkward, and he hesitated, not saying anything. Gu Qinghuan raised her takeout box and said, "I just bought some fried chicken and sweet potato sticks, plus a sundae. I have a happy afternoon tea when I get home. If I wait another half hour, my fried chicken won't be crispy enough, and the sweet potato sticks will get cold and lose their flavor. My happiness will be greatly diminished, so I won't trade with you." Just then, Gu Qinghuan's order number was called. She walked over, took her sundae from the waiter, and said to the young man, "Okay, I'm leaving now. I hope you can enjoy yours too." With that, she decisively walked out of the store. The other customers in the store looked at Gu Qinghuan's back, then at the young man. Although the girl's words sounded a bit confusing, on second thought, they were quite casual. The young man frowned and thought for a moment. The customers thought he was leaving, but he actually took out his phone, scanned the order code, and placed his own order for the Oreo sundae. Someone couldn't help but ask him, "Hey, aren't you going to your friend's place?" The young man shook his head. "No, I'm not going. Thinking about it, I'm not that desperate for him." Gu Qinghuan returned home and spread the food he bought on the table. Then he ate a spoonful of sundae, chewing on Oreo crumbs while sending a message in the group chat. "I just ran into Zhao Wuyo." Zhao Wuyo was Guan Qingzhou's henchman, the one with the best family background and the most money. Jiang Chuchu had already sent Gu Qinghuan his information. "Uxian, isn't Guan Qingzhou's latest target Sister Bao?" "Gu Qinghuan, he probably didn't mean to get close to me. We just happened to run into each other. I even suspect he's already forgotten me." "Ming Xiaolan, what happened?" Gu Qinghuan briefly recounted his experience at the milk tea shop and added, "I tried to plant a thorn in his side to see if I could sow discord." "Qin Yu, you're really starting to look more and more like the mastermind behind this." "Gu Qinghuan, I don't know if it will work, but I give it a try." Bao Qingsong glanced at the messages in the group chat and rubbed his chin. He'd probably find out in a moment whether the squad leader's plan had succeeded. Just now, Guan Qingzhou said he was going to Yunjin Tower with friends this afternoon and would take photos to show Bao Rujian when they got there. Of course, with Guan Qingzhou's family background, even if he could get a membership at Yunjin Tower, his membership level would be relatively low, and he wouldn't be able to enjoy many of the services offered to premium members. How could that work? Guan Qingzhou specifically told Bao Rujian that he wanted to show off to her, the more luxurious, the better. Among the group of rich second generations, only Zhao Wuyo's family was well off enough to qualify for a premium membership. He had indeed applied for a membership. These days, whenever the group of rich second generations went to Yunjin Tower, Zhao Wuyo always accompanied them, and all the expenses were charged to his account. This time was no exception. Guan Qingzhou must have asked Zhao Wuyo to take him to Yunjin Tower. After all, Yunjinlu members can't rent out their rooms. Members must be present in person, or they must provide a guest list to Yunjinlu in advance, and only after their identities are verified can they be admitted. Guan Qingzhou already treats Zhao Wuyo like a lackey, so he certainly doesn't want his identity verified. Having Zhao Wuyo accompany him is simpler and more in line with his subconscious desires. No matter how wealthy or influential Zhao Wuyo's family is, won't he still be his lackey? Bao Qingsong is already anticipating what will happen next. Although Gu Qinghuan's words aren't certain, her philosophy is probably like a thunderbolt to the easily swaying Zhao Wuyo. Chapter 533. Guan Qingzhou waited and waited, his anger growing. He sent Zhao Wuyo several messages. Initially, Zhao Wuyo's response was, "Brother Guan, wait a moment. I'll be right there." He urged twice more, and Zhao Wuyo's response changed to, "It's almost done. Brother Guan, don't worry." The latest message further irritated Guan Qingzhou. "Don't rush me. I'm busy." Finally, he heard the familiar sound of a car horn outside the villa. Angrily, Guan Qingzhou opened the door, slammed it shut, and flung it open aggressively. He was about to ask Zhao Wuyo what was going on, but when he saw the sundae Zhao Wuyo was holding, his rage shot to his head. "You've been waiting all this time just to buy this?" Zhao Wuyo reached for the thermos bag on the ground and pulled out another sundae from the ice. With a touch of his customary flattery, he said, "Brother Guan, don't worry. I brought you another one." From Gu Qinghuan's neighborhood to Guan Qingzhou's old villa complex, while closer than from the sports center, it still took over 10 minutes to drive. Including the time Zhao Wuyo spent buying the sundae, Guan Qingzhou had been waiting for a full hour. An hour. How many sundaes is an hour of Guan Qingzhou's worth? Guan Qingzhou slapped the sundae away and shouted, "Who wants this?" Although the sundae hadn't melted much due to the ice, Zhao Wuyo was taking it to go, not ordering it for takeout, so he didn't seal it, using the lid instead. Guan Qingzhou's slap caught Zhao Wuyo off guard, and he failed to catch it. The sundae immediately fell into the car, the lid fell off, and the Oreo crumbs were scattered everywhere. Zhao Wuyo's smile froze. His trouser legs were stained with Oreo crumbs and chocolate sauce, which also stained his shoes. If it had been before, being treated this way by Guan Qingzhou, Zhao Wuyo would have been upset and apologized to him, hoping he wouldn't be angry. But now, he was in a bad mood. He really loved the sundaes at this shop, even if it was only for a short time, but his feelings were genuine. The girl he met at the shop should be home now, enjoying a happy afternoon tea, right? He had been happy too, having bought his favorite sundae and eating it in the car while picking up his brother, and then going to Yunjinlu together to enjoy a good meal. Zhao Wuyo had a good plan, but it didn't go as planned. He stared at the sundae melting on the car mat. The dark brown chocolate sauce and white ice cream blended together, slowly turning into another murky color, which made him feel uncomfortable. He raised his head, looking at Guan Xingzhou, whose face still shone with anger, and said slowly, "Brother Guan, it's true that I made you wait for over half an hour. But you can't do this, can you?" Guan Xingzhou calmed down a little after hearing Zhao Wuyo's words, and then regretted it. He had indeed been a bit impulsive. After all, Zhao Wuyo was a follower he had been desperately trying to win over. Guan Xingzhou had put in a lot of effort to befriend Zhao Wuyo and become his brother Guan. Both his family background and his personality were precious to Guan Xingzhou, and he couldn't afford to lose such a wonderful friend. Thinking of this, Guan Xingzhou's tone softened. He cleared his throat. "I urged you so many times, but you didn't explain why. I thought something had happened to you. Turns out you were just buying this. You got me worried." In this way, Guan Xingzhou justified his anger as concern for Zhao Wuyo. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Wuyo would have been deeply moved, perhaps even a little ashamed. How could he have misunderstood Brother Guan? But perhaps because of his frustration, Zhao Wuyo remained calm. He recalled Guan Xingzhou's words from before. "Those people are just too stupid. Even if they have doubts, as long as you show concern, they'd be deeply moved and their doubts will disappear." So, was Guan Xingzhou using the same rhetoric against him now? Zhao Wuyo felt a little cold and a little uninterested. He hummed, "The back seat is too dirty. I sit up front." Without waiting for Guan Xingzhou's reaction, he opened the car door and slid into the passenger seat. The sundae on the floor mat was still melting, and the first 2 steps Zhao Wuyo took after getting out of the car had left him with a sticky, unpleasant stain on the soles of his shoes. He was in a completely different mood. He didn't want to bother with the unfinished sundae or Guan Xingzhou in the back seat. Zhao Wuyo dropped Guan Xingzhou off at Yunjin Building, explained everything, and then tried to leave. How could Guan Xingzhou let him go? Just by looking at Zhao Wuyo's expression, he knew he had to do something to preserve their relationship. He dragged Zhao Wuyo out for a whole afternoon, until nightfall, and the lights came on. Guan Xingzhou didn't even message Bao Rujian the entire time. At most, he took a few photos. He had a heart-to-heart talk with Zhao Wuyo, pouring out his frustrations. He said he was under a lot of pressure, and how difficult it was to perform well in front of everyone. In short, Zhao Wuyo was his most trusted buddy, and he would only confide in him. It must be said that Guan Xingzhou knew Zhao Wuyo well, and knew how to handle any issues. He took Zhao Wuyo to Yunjinlu for a bath and massage, which naturally required a change of clothes. Guan Xingzhou paid for a new set of clothes and shoes to replace those stained by the sundae. Then, Guan Xingzhou had Yunjinlu clean Zhao Wuyo's car. By the time they left Yunjinlu, all traces of Zhao Wuyo's displeasure were gone. Zhao Wuyo was deeply moved. Brother Guan was so devoted to him, and yet he still quarreled with him? How ungrateful. Guan Xingzhou didn't let Zhao Wuyo take him back to the old villa area. He said, "We were staying there before because we wanted to hook Feng Jinglei. Now that your goal has changed, you should give up the apartment." "So where are you staying, Brother Guan?" Zhao Wuyo asked instinctively. "A hotel? Don't the others stay in hotels?" Guan Xingzhou replied. That was true. No matter how much they played together, they still needed their own space, and they didn't lack the money for a hotel. But to Zhao Wuyo, it sounded like Guan Xingzhou was saving him money. After all, he was the one who rented the house in the old villa area. He tried to persuade him to stay, but Guan Xingzhou was adamant and took a taxi to a nearby hotel. Zhao Wuyo sighed in the back seat. He felt a little bad that he and Brother Guan had become estranged just because of a sundae. The driver asked him where he was going next, but Zhao Wuyo simply waved his hand. "You decide." Although the driver was only hired temporarily, his employer offered him generous wages, so he naturally gave his all. When Zhao Wuyo and Guan Xingzhou argued previously, the driver hadn't dared to say a word, and he hadn't even entered Yunjin Building, unaware that Zhao Wuyo had already been pacified by Guan Xingzhou. Seeing Guan Xingzhou leave like that, the driver assumed that Zhao Wuyo and Guan Xingzhou hadn't reconciled yet, and immediately racked his brains, thinking of ways to please his employer. The employer would like sundaes, and perhaps snacks too? Thinking of this, the driver suggested, "There's a snack street nearby with lots of delicious food. How about I take you there?" Zhao Wuyo perked up. "Okay, take me there." Although he was preoccupied and probably had no appetite, Joining in the fun would definitely help change his mood, right? Chapter 534. Zhao Huio held a skewer of charcoal-grilled squid in his left hand, a bag of boneless chicken fillets dangling from his right wrist, and a cup of iced jelly in his palm, devouring the treat with great relish. The driver dropped him off at the entrance of the snack street and drove away. Parking was difficult there, so Zhao Huio could call him later if he wanted to leave. Zhao Huio hadn't wanted to eat, but the crowds of people kept him busy, forcing him to walk inside. That trip ruined everything. This looked delicious, that smelled wonderful. The items in his hands were still leftovers, and 2 or 3 were already in his stomach. Zhao Huio's childhood wasn't exactly easy. After he was born, his parents were busy earning money, leaving him to the care of the older generation, and they didn't send much back. However, after the couple's successful careers, they had a second child, and they kept him close to them, claiming they wanted to make up for their past regrets and give their best to their second son. When Zhao Huio entered high school and returned to his parents, he realized his family wasn't actually poor. The two men, now embarrassed by their eldest son, who had been treated unfairly until now, didn't do anything, simply allowing him to use the family's wealth and influence for his own pleasures. Compared to the second son, the eldest son was useless anyway, so there was no need to worry about him. He just needed to be well fed and well cared for. Not to mention, Zhao Huio, having grown up surrounded by the older generation, had limited horizons. Even though Guan Xingzhou and others coaxed him into swiping his credit card non-stop, he didn't have the guts to actually invest or gamble. However, Zhao Huio's parents probably didn't expect that Zhao Huio, who was submissive at home, would happily participate in gambling games with Guan Xingzhou and others in pursuit of recognition and the attention he lacked. Surrounded by a variety of snacks, Zhao Huio finally found his original purpose. When he used to watch other children buy snacks from the street vendors at the school gate, he imagined that one day, he'd buy them from street vendors all over the place, ordering a portion of everything and giving away the leftovers. While giving them away wasn't possible right now, mostly because most people would be wary of such unfamiliar kindness, it was still okay to enjoy them to his heart's content. Zhao Huio happily strolled along, completely forgetting his previous thoughts. As he walked, he saw a crowd gathered around a stall ahead, and curiously, he approached. It was a stall selling braised food, with a nearby oil pan, selling fried chicken ribs and chicken racks. Some people just love this kind of food. In the hot summer, enjoying it with a cold drink while watching a TV series was a truly delightful experience. Zhao Huio sniffed. What a nice smell. Fan Ziren, who was busy at the wok, instinctively raised his head. Even before he could see who was coming, he habitually said, "Of course, our braised dishes and fried skewers are the best." Ugh! Fan Ziren's composure wasn't as strong as Gu Qinghuan's. Upon seeing who was coming, his eyes widened. If he hadn't held it in, he had been choking on his own saliva and coughing. That would have been a disaster. He was at a food stall. Even with a mask, if he started coughing, there was no guarantee customers wouldn't question his health and hygiene. Fan Ziren patted his chest twice to calm himself, muttering to himself a little guiltily, "Oh, I've been hunched over for so long. I almost couldn't straighten my back." The owner of the nearby cold noodles stall chuckled, "Little Fan, you haven't gotten it right yet." Fan Ziren smiled vaguely and continued his previous words. "Would you like to buy some? I guarantee you want more." Lu Xiyuan was busy cutting braised dishes for the guests, and couldn't pay attention to this. Zhao Huio nodded. "Okay, give me 2 pounds of chicken clavicles, a chicken rack, braised, a duck neck, pig's trotters, and duck legs. No need for vegetarian dishes. Zhao Huio has always loved meat." Watching Fan Ziren and Lu Xiyuan busying around, he suddenly felt that this was the life he wanted. Caviar, foie gras, bluefin tuna, none of those were appealing to him. The savory atmosphere of the small stalls was what satisfied him. And then, Zhao Huio thought of that Sunday from earlier. The emotions that Guan Xingzhou had soothed earlier began to stir again. Yes, he simply loved these things that Guan Xingzhou and the others considered cheap. If he were left to choose, he would definitely prefer the snack street to Yunjinlu. He'd given so much for Guan Xingzhou and the others, and what had he gotten in return? While Zhao Huio was contemplating, Fan Ziren typed rapidly with one hand, keeping an eye on the heat in the wok. Fan Ziren, squad leader, help, help. Fan Ziren, Zhao Huio has come to my and Lao Lu's stall. Fan Ziren, he seems down. What should we do? Gu Qinghuan didn't dare to be careless. Her words in the milk tea shop were just a spur-of-the-moment thought. There was no guarantee that Zhao Huio's current mood was related to her. But if Zhao Huio and Guan Xingzhou had indeed had a conflict, this was a golden opportunity that couldn't be missed. Gu Qinghuan, wait, I'll be there in 10 minutes. The distance from Gu Qinghuan's house to the snack street wasn't far, and since no one was using the car at night, she could get there quickly on her electric bike. Seeing Gu Qinghuan's reply, Fan Ziren felt relieved. It was peak evening business, and while the braised dishes were pre-prepared, the chicken ribs and chicken racks had to be fried fresh. Zhao Huio had 2 orders ahead of him, and the wait was already going to be over 10 minutes. Fan Ziren put away his phone and gave Zhao Huio a fake smile. 2 pounds of chicken ribs and 1 chicken rack, right? Please wait a moment, sir. There are 2 more orders ahead. Zhao Huio held up the charcoal grilled squid. No rush, I eat mine first. Fan Ziren stopped interfering and focused on frying the ribs and chicken racks for others. Zhao Huio ate while surveying his surroundings. His eyes fell on Fan Ziren's wrist, and he was surprised. His eyesight wasn't usually good at identifying luxury goods, but a friend had shown Fan Ziren the sports watch he was wearing yesterday. He asked curiously, "Boss, is this watch genuine?" "Yes, it's incredibly expensive." The owner of the cold noodle stall chimed in. "Xiao Fan got it, and showed it off to us." Zhao Huio was surprised. "Huh, so your family is rich? Then why?" He didn't say the rest of the sentence, but everyone knew what he wanted to ask. "Then why are you setting up a stall here?" Fan Ziren picked up the chicken clavicle with a colander and said without looking up, "I'm here to give it to my friend. It's a friend's help. And this watch is a reward for my improved performance on the exam, so why can't I show it off?" He proudly tapped the edge of the wok with a colander as he spoke. "I'm in the top 100 in the whole school. Do you know how hard that is?" Lu Siyuan, who had just finished serving a customer's dish, nodded and said, "It's really not easy." The cold noodle shop owner shouted, "Xiao Lu, don't spoil him." Zhao Huio looked at the happy atmosphere before him, but he fell into a deeper confusion. So there are friends like this. Even if their families are wealthy, they will come to help their friends set up the stall, working hard and sweating, but they don't feel tired. Wealth seems unimportant to them, so much so that people around them don't treat them differently based on their family background. If such friends really exist, then what does it mean for him, Guan Qingzhou, and that group of rich second generations? Chapter 535. Gu Qinghuan hurried to the snack street. From just 5 or 6 meters away, she spotted Zhao Huio standing in front of Lu Siyuan and Fan Ziren's stall. She quickly stopped, caught her breath, and rehearsed her thoughts several times before heading towards the stall. Zhao Huio was lost in thought when he suddenly heard a familiar female voice. "Fan Ziren, Lu Siyuan, I'm here." He turned sharply, and saw the girl he had met at the milk tea shop that afternoon reappear beside him. She had clearly not noticed him, preoccupied with greeting Fan Ziren and the others. Fan Ziren calmed down completely, her movements becoming more fluid. "Squad leader, you're here." Gu Qinghuan nodded. "I had too much afternoon tea and skipped dinner, so I'm hungry again now." "Snacks are snacks, but dinner is still a must," Fan Ziren said. "So it's still the same?" Although he had come for Zhao Huio, he could still look after his friend's business. Gu Qinghuan nodded, "Same old." She pulled out her phone's QR code scanner and scanned the QR code on the stall. She turned sideways and immediately saw Zhao Huio standing next to her. Zhao Huio, on the other hand, became inexplicably nervous. You." Gu Qinghuan looked surprised, then laughed. "It's you, Oreo Sundae." Although he had already heard what had happened in the group chat, Fan Ziren couldn't help but laugh when he heard Gu Qinghuan address Zhao Huio like that. "What kind of name is that? Squad leader, do you know him?" Gu Qinghuan didn't respond. Instead, she looked at Zhao Huio and asked with a smile, "So, did you get the sundae afterward?" Zhao Huio nodded awkwardly. I did, but he hadn't taken 2 bites before Guan Qingzhou knocked it over. In fact, it was the cup he prepared for Guan Qingzhou that was knocked over, his own cup remained. The problem was that he lost the desire to eat, and he left the remaining half cup in the car. The Yunjila staff had already thrown away the half-empty cup during the car wash. "It's good that you ate it," Gu Qinghuan said with a smile. "It's nice to eat something you like, right?" Zhao Huio was stunned, then nodded subconsciously. At least, before he met Guan Qingzhou, he'd been happy. It was the same now. He was looking forward to every snack he bought, including the braised dishes, chicken ribs, and chicken racks he was waiting for. If he just ignored what Guan Qingzhou and the others thought, he'd definitely be more comfortable. The thought suddenly popped into Zhao Huio's mind, and wouldn't go away. Seeing Zhao Huio's thoughtful expression, Gu Qinghuan paused, then continued probingly, "But since you already eaten, didn't you go find your friend?" Fan Ziren glanced at her furtively. "Squad leader, are you being a bit of a snob?" Gu Qinghuan simply pretended not to see his gaze. As expected, Zhao Wuyo's expression darkened slightly, and a hint of annoyance lingered in his tone. I did go find him, but I just made him wait a little longer, and then... Out of his long-standing respect for Brother Guan, Zhao Wuyo didn't finish his words, but Gu Qinghuan took the initiative to continue. Is he angry? Zhao Wuyo remained silent, and Gu Qinghuan soothed her. It's okay. If I had a friend and they were late, I'd be angry too. Explain it to him, and he'd forgive you. But I think you should be prepared next time. It's normal for him to be upset about suddenly changing plans, and having others accommodate your schedule. Zhao Wuyo frowned fiercely. Is that so? No. That's not the case. Guan Xingzhou hadn't made an appointment with him in advance, he just spontaneously decided to ask him to take him to Yunjinlu. He'd been going there a lot for Sundays these days. Honestly, it was Guan Xingzhou who ruined his plans. Guan Xingzhou was furious with him, completely disregarding his feelings. Although he apologized later, Zhao Wuyo snapped back to his senses. Wait, it was clearly Guan Xingzhou's fault in the beginning, so why did he end up feeling sorry for him? He originally rented the house in the old villa complex, and he owned the car and driver. The Yunjinlu membership card was his, and everything he used was his card. All these services. Even without Guan Xingzhou, he could still enjoy it. Guan Xingzhou had mastered this trick of using flowers to pay tribute to Buddha. Zhao Wuyo almost sneered, his mind now feeling incredibly clear. What was the point of continuing to hang around with Guan Xingzhou and his gang? He contributed money and effort, acting like a lackey, yet earned no respect. At Guan Xingzhou's beckoning, he abandoned his plans. Just a little late, and Guan Xingzhou would still lash out. Is he Guan Xingzhou's servant? How could Guan Xingzhou command him so complacently? Fan Ziren quickly fried Zhao Wuyo's chicken ribs and racks, stuffed them into a bag, and handed it to him along with the braised vegetables Lu Xiyuan had cut. Fortunately, Zhao Wuyo, despite appearing furious, was polite to the stranger, simply accepting the bag and walking away without a word. Gu Qinghuan pierced a sample chicken clavicle with a toothpick and gnawed on it, shaking her head. Looks like someone's going to be unlucky. If she only been 30% sure before, now it was 80%. I asked Bao Qingsong to inquire about it later. I should get a good result. Fan Ziren looked at Gu Qinghuan with a certain amount of awe. Squad leader, how did you predict so accurately? I can't say I predicted it. I can only say it was a conjecture. Gu Qinghuan shook his head. Guan Xingzhou was a master at calculating people's hearts, but Zhao Wuyo wasn't completely without merit either. Indeed, Zhao Wuyo's backing was indispensable for the continued success of this wealthy second-generation gambling scheme. However, Zhao Wuyo wasn't treated accordingly by this group of people. Back home, Guan Xingzhou had his own strength, so his demands on Zhao Wuyo weren't so obvious. Things were different here. He and the other rich kids took Zhao Wuyo's benefits for granted, yet still didn't treat him well. So, they should pay the price for their taken for granted. Fan Ziren tooted twice, then recalled something and asked, Sentence leader, do you sympathize with Zhao Wuyo after he's been treated like this? Of course not, Gu Qinghuan answered firmly. He's not innocent at all. Since he participated in those gambling games and hurt others, he should pay the price for his actions. He was simply exploited by Guan Xingzhou and the others, not deceived by them. His anger now stems from realizing he's gone from playing with others' fate to being played with. He can't accept this. To put it bluntly, he's hypocritical. Gu Qinghuan rolled his eyes. I don't care how pitiful he is. He did something bad and deserves the corresponding punishment. Those are two different things. Fan Ziren gave a thumbs up. Our squad leader is truly clear-headed. Chapter 536. Guan Xingzhou had been feeling rather uneasy these past 2 days. He didn't know if he was overthinking it, but he had a bad feeling. His intuition had always been spot on. Several times before, when his gambling scheme had nearly been exposed, it had always saved him. He discovered it in time, quickly adjusted his strategy, and successfully dealt with it. But this time, following his instincts, he searched for a long time, but couldn't find the real problem. Had Bao Rujian noticed anything? No. Everything went smoothly, whether online or in person. At most, the wealthy second generations who came with him had grown tired of the fun, having been confined to this city. There were indeed many entertainment facilities here, and places like Yunjinlu were quite upscale, but the environment was too orderly. Although, as before, they'd been causing trouble in the bar and had accidentally met a guy named Liang Zhuo, who had taken them to a number of great places to eat, drink, and have fun, the content wasn't at all chaotic enough. They hoped to rely on their wealth and status to make others lick their boots. living a life of luxury and extravagance, but the rules were too rigid here. Over time, the rich second generation naturally grew bored. What was the point of such rules? How could they truly demonstrate their superiority? In the past, when Guan Xingzhou was gambling, everyone would just play along and watch, occasionally assisting him, acting as friends to make his tricks more believable. Guan Xingzhou would also occasionally tell them jokes about people who had been scammed, just to amuse them. This time was different. Bao Rujian was not Guan Xingzhou's type to begin with, and the persona created by Bao Qingsong and the thugs from Class 3 made it even more difficult for Guan Xingzhou. So, at this point, he had no jokes to share with the rich second generations. As time went on, their stay in the city grew increasingly boring, and they all just wanted to go back and have some fun. Guan Xingzhou had no choice. They had originally planned to use their trip out of town as an excuse to take down Feng Jinglei, but they hadn't expected things to escalate to this point. But he still had Bao Rujian's bet to make. He couldn't just give up halfway, could he? After much deliberation, Guan Xingzhou gritted his teeth and said, "Why don't you all go back first and come back when we're ready to have some fun?" Of course, the rich second generations wouldn't just leave after hearing his words. After all, they had a sense of brotherhood, so they had to try and make some excuses. Of course, despite their excuses, they still left one after another. And so, on the other side, they were also being arrested one after another. With Liang Zhua, a friend who had infiltrated the enemy ranks, they easily gathered a lot of intelligence. While the drunken words of the rich second generation may contain a certain amount of boasting, they undeniably reveal some real information. For example, if someone says, "Someone died and was crushed on my construction site," then in-depth investigation, combined with their recently underway or completed projects, will often reveal clues. Or if someone says, "The cigarettes I smoked at a club last time were really delicious," following their movements, it's possible to pinpoint which club it was and what activities were going on there. If it involves specific individuals, then investigation becomes even easier, allowing us to clean up the corrupt officials. As soon as these rich second-generation members get off their cars and return to their territory, they are quietly taken away and placed under strict control. We also have to be careful not to let word leak out and prevent those who haven't returned from escaping. This job is actually quite difficult. Of course, it's impossible to tell Gu Qinghuan and the others all this. Director Ren, after careful consideration, only implicitly stated that their progress is very encouraging and urged everyone to keep up the good work. Gu Qinghuan, I understand. The authorities are very pleased to have apprehended them. However, rather than wondering about the fate of those scumbags, the bastards are actually more curious about how the relationship between Guan Xingzhou and Zhao Wuyo has evolved. After returning from the snack street that day, according to Bao Qingsong's report, although Guan Xingzhou had shown off the luxurious Yunjin building to Bao Rujian, he had counterattacked. Bao Qingsong only needed to show the bastards the membership card that Jiang Chuchu had given them to strike a blow against Guan Xingzhou. According to Bao Rujian, when they met later, Guan Xingzhou specifically asked her where she got the membership card. Bao Rujian replied casually, "My brother and the eldest daughter of the Jiang family were classmates. On her birthday, she gave cards to all her classmates." Guan Xingzhou's expression twisted for a moment, and though it quickly returned to normal, it was enough to keep Bao Rujian laughing for a while. Afterward, Guan Xingzhou tried to instill in Bao Rujian the idea of not succumbing to money and power, but Bao Rujian simply ignored him. Why did Guan Xingzhou need to dictate how healthy the Civets relationship was? She trusted her brother, and also trusted these comrades who were working alongside her to deal with Guan Xingzhou. After that, Guan Xingzhou stopped flaunting his wealth to Bao Rujian and began to be more considerate and caring. However, based on the intelligence Liang Zhua had relayed, Guan Xingzhou had no choice but to do so. The reason was simple. Zhao Wuyo was no longer sponsoring Guan Xingzhou. At first, Guan Xingzhou hadn't noticed. After moving out of the old villa complex, he checked into a hotel, busy sending away those friends who grown tired of him and continuing to deceive Bao Rujian. He was completely occupied. When he finally realized it, he realized he hadn't contacted Zhao Wuyo in days. Something was wrong, very wrong. He must have successfully aroused Zhao Wuyo's guilt that day, leaving him room for his emotions to fester. Afterward, Zhao Wuyo should have apologized and reconciled. Why had he cut off contact? Could something have happened to Zhao Wuyo? Guan Xingzhou suddenly grew nervous. He called Zhao Wuyo, but all he heard was the voicemail from his smart assistant. Guan Xingzhou checked Zhao Wuyo's WeChat again and realized he'd been blocked. He was instantly filled with anger and anxiety, completely bewildered as to what had gone wrong. After finally finding Zhao Wuyo's whereabouts through the wealthy second generations, who hadn't left yet, he went over to see him happily enjoying a seafood buffet with Liang Zhuo. To be honest, this was Liang Zhuo's first time facing Guan Xingzhou. He had heard a lot about Guan Xingzhou's deeds from the wealthy second generations, and he had no favorable impression of him. The moment he saw Guan Xingzhou, Liang Zhuo recognized him. However, Liang Zhuo had only heard of him, and the wealthy second generations hadn't shown him a photo. He simply ignored him, and continued to eat happily with Zhao Wuyo. Zhao Wuyo sat with his back to the door, so he didn't immediately see Guan Xingzhou. Instead, Guan Xingzhou glanced around the restaurant and strode towards them. Only when he approached did Liang Zhuo act as if he noticed him. He looked up with a hint of surprise and winked at Zhao Wuyo. "Hey, buddy, look behind you. It seems someone's looking for you." His voice was low, but Guan Xingzhou could vaguely hear it. It seemed this person didn't know him, nor was he aware of his relationship with Zhao Wuyo. Guan Xingzhou thought, and dismissed Liang Zhuo. Zhao Wuyo turned around upon hearing this, but the smile on his face vanished in an instant after he saw who it was. He glanced at Guan Xingzhou, then turned back again, saying nothing, busying himself with picking freshly cooked lamb rolls from the hot pot. "Eat quickly. If you keep it hot, it get tough," Zhao Wuyo urged. Chapter 537. Zhao Wuyo said so, but Liang Zhuo didn't dare follow his lead. Guan Xingzhou's expression looked terrifying. He used his acting skills to his advantage, glancing at Guan Xingzhou again with considerable embarrassment, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Guan Xingzhou said directly, "Move aside." This was clearly directed at Liang Zhuo, who immediately stood up and sat at the empty table next to him. He didn't forget to pick up his own bowl and chopsticks, which contained the prepared hot pot dipping sauce and a generous portion of lamb rolls. Guan Xingzhou choked, a little annoyed, suspecting Liang Zhuo of using him as a prey. But he didn't care. He sat down across from Zhao Wuyo and asked anxiously, "Wuyo, what's wrong with you these past few days? I can't reach you at all." Liang Zhuo scratched his ear. He had been accompanying Zhao Wuyo on all these days, eating, drinking, and having fun, but he knew full well that Zhao Wuyo had long since blocked Guan Xingzhou. Isn't it a little late to say such things now? Sure enough, Zhao Wuyo thought the same thing. He sneered, "Brother Guan, you just realized you couldn't contact me, right?" The brother Guan he addressed with such sarcasm. Guan Xingzhou had analyzed Zhao Wuyo's psychology before he came. After much reflection, he concluded that perhaps something had gone wrong when he was trying to appease Zhao Wuyo, only exacerbating his unhappiness. So now, he was aiming for reconciliation, maintaining a humble attitude. Even with Zhao Wuyo's treatment, his expression remained sincere and genuine. "I certainly didn't do the right thing that day. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. I didn't contact you afterward because I wanted to give myself time to reflect." He wasn't finished when Zhao Wuyo interrupted him. "You don't need to reflect." "What?" Guan Xingzhou lost track of Zhao Wuyo's train of thought for a moment. Zhao Wuyo simply picked up another piece of kelp from the hot pot and said slowly, "Actually, you haven't reflected on it either, have you? It's just that you need me as a tool, so you're trying to appease me. My money, my connections, my reputation. You and others have always used these things. Are you happy with them? Anyway, I'm quite unhappy," Zhao Wuyo sneered at him. "You guys can't even talk to my new friend." At least he heard, "I wanted to eat hot pot," and took me to the best hot pot restaurant. Liang Zhuo quietly ate his lamb rolls. "Don't bring me into your fights. I'm just playing along, trying to get some information." Luckily for Liang Zhuo, Guan Xingzhou was preoccupied with Zhao Wuyo and had no energy for him. Guan Xingzhou immediately realized that his attempts to appease him that day had been fruitless, and Zhao Wuyo had only become more dissatisfied with him. Honestly, he was momentarily annoyed. He was already swamped with dealing with Bao Rujian and seeing off the wealthy second generations, and Zhao Wuyo was actually holding him back. He had always trusted Zhao Wuyo, his henchman. Zhao Wuyo had initially struggled to fit in with their group, and it was only with his guidance that others finally accepted him. What was this all about? Zhao Wuyo actually looked down on him. Thankfully, Guan Xingzhou was reasonable. Although he didn't know what had gone wrong, he knew now was not the time to fall out with Zhao Wuyo. He wanted to use the same method he used the other day to deal with Zhao Wuyo, but he already been fooled once, and this time, Zhao Wuyo didn't take Guan Xingzhou's words to heart. After draining away all his emotions, Zhao Wuyo found Guan Xingzhou's words ridiculous. Liang Zhuo listened to the two men's chatter for ages, finishing his bowl of mutton rolls and feeling a bit bored. He understood the whole story, so he found the scene even more hilarious. The friendship they had once shared was merely based on sweet talk. Since Guan Xingzhou didn't truly consider Zhao Wuyo a friend, It wasn't his fault for turning against him now. He also knew that the rich second generations had been arrested one by one, and it wouldn't be long before the two in front of him were also incarcerated. Seeing they still had time to argue about this, Liang Zhua couldn't help but wonder what their expressions would be like after they were arrested. He was lost in thought, while the argument between the two men continued to escalate. Zhao Wuyo was a straightforward person, and Guan Qingzhou's hypocritical flattery was becoming increasingly unbearable, and his anger was growing. He stood up suddenly, dropping his chopsticks. One of the chopsticks that hit the table bounced off and landed in the hot pot, while the other flew toward Guan Qingzhou. The chopstick that fell into the hot pot sent a few drops of broth splattering onto the back of Guan Qingzhou's hand and arm, scalding him so hard that he gasped. The chopstick that flew towards him left a conspicuous red mark on Guan Qingzhou's white shirt. Guan Qingzhou's brain suddenly felt like it had been thrown into a pile of straw, scattering and igniting flames. Zhao Wuyo. He also slammed the table and stood up. I'm giving you a way out now. Don't push your luck. Huh? Did I hear you wrong? Who's giving who a way out? Zhao Wuyo scratched his ears. What's going on in your family? You're the only one who deserves it? Liang Zhua knew he was in trouble when he heard this. He jumped over the partition between the seats and landed in the aisle. Before he even touched the ground, Guan Qingzhou had already punched Zhao Wuyo. The sound of fist hitting flesh was surprisingly clear. Left against the partition, squatting in the corner of the seat, Liang Zhua quickly sent a message to Gu Qinghuan. Guan Qingzhou and Zhao Wuyo are fighting. Hurry and call someone to arrest them. He didn't call the police directly because he was worried the police wouldn't know the details of these two people. He needed to send someone in specifically to use this opportunity to dig up more information. More importantly, they seemed to be exposing each other's secrets as they fought. Liang Zhua quickly turned on the recording on his phone and listened attentively, taking notes, fearing the recording wouldn't be clear, and he would have to rely on his memory. Gu Qinghuan's responses were as quick as ever, which reassured Liang Zhua. Before he could even exhale, he heard a startled scream from the side, followed by a chaotic cacophony of sounds. There was the splash of water, the dull thud of metal pots hitting the ground, and a shriek that threatened to vomit. Liang Zhua's heart tightened, and he bravely stood up. His eyes widened as he took in the scene. The hot pot restaurant floor was a mess, with remnants of soup and side dishes scattered everywhere. Guan Qingzhou lay face down, his blistered hands covering his face, groaning hoarsely. His once pristine white shirt was now completely stained a foul red. Zhao Wuyo stood across from Guan Qingzhou, panting heavily, his eyes bloodshot, and a stream of blood running from his nose. His expression gradually faded from fierceness to one of bewilderment and disbelief. He mechanically turned his head and looked at Liang Zhua, his tone vague. What did I just do? Liang Zhua instantly shook his head like a rattle. Don't ask him. He doesn't know anything. Chapter 538. When the police arrived, they immediately apprehended Zhao Wuyo. Zhao Wuyo didn't flee, rather, his mind was still fuzzy. Upon seeing the police, he proactively approached them, only to be apprehended. Not only inside the restaurant, but also outside, a crowd of onlookers gathered. The hot pot restaurant Liang Zhua had chosen faced the street, and their seats were window-side. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, countless people were recording with their phones. Some gossipers even uploaded the video to social media, and the situation quickly escalated. Liang Zhua also told Gu Qinghuan about Zhao Wuyo throwing hot pot at Guan Qingzhou. While shocked, she also reminded Bao Rujian to call an ambulance. Guan Qingzhou was a scum, to be sure, but in this case, he was the victim and deserved emergency medical assistance. The doctor quickly examined Guan Qingzhou's injuries. Although the hospital knew he had been burned by hot pot when they were notified, even the experienced doctor found the injuries quite daunting. They had ordered spicy hot pot, and the spice was quite pungent, which caused a particularly scorching pain when it splashed onto Guan Qingzhou. Guan Qingzhou's face was primarily splashed below his lips, with a drop unfortunately splashing into his eye. Most of the hot pot splattered onto his upper body, and clothing, in this situation, was insufficiently effective as a barrier. Instead, the retained broth from the pot continued to heat him. Although Liang Zhua had asked the waiter to bring a hose from the kitchen to continuously rinse the affected area with cold water, the pain was so intense and his struggles were so severe that he could not be reached, and thus his clothing could not be cut open. Only after the arrival of paramedics and police were able to apprehend Guan Qingzhou and administer emergency treatment. Guan Qingzhou was loaded into an ambulance and taken to the hospital for treatment. The store manager provided the store's surveillance footage, while the police searched the store for witnesses willing to testify. They then returned to the police station for separate questioning. There were quite a few people willing to join in the fun, and the police eventually arrested a food blogger who happened to be filming footage inside the store. She was sitting on the other side of the store, and her phone camera happened to capture the altercation between Guan Qingzhou and Zhao Wuyo, compensating for the lack of audio from the surveillance footage. As Zhao Wuyo's companion, Liang Zhuo naturally had to go along. From the blogger's account and the video footage, it seems Guan Qingzhou and Zhao Wuyo engaged in a fierce fight. After being hit in the nose, Zhao Wuyo fell back onto his seat. Upon recovering, he angrily picked up his hot pot and threw it at Guan Qingzhou. The police who met with Liang Zhuo, aware of his spy identity, were much more relaxed during their questioning. Liang Zhuo quickly handed over his cell phone recording, recounting his memorized details and reporting what he had learned. The police were stunned. Why would they throw hot pot on him? Liang Zhuo shrugged. These people aren't good people to begin with. They've probably done similar things in their hometowns, so subconsciously, they don't take it seriously. He then asked, what did the hospital say? The police shook their heads. No word yet, but the hospital staff told us they suffered at least second-degree burns and vision loss in one eye. The exact extent of the damage isn't clear yet. A deep second-degree burn is definitely a second-degree minor injury, meeting the criteria for a criminal case. Liang Zhuo couldn't help but shake his head. Evil will always be punished. After Liang Zhuo left the police station, he called Gu Qinghuan again and briefly explained the news he had received. Gu Qinghuan had already digested the fact that Zhao Wuyo had thrown hot pot on Guan Qingzhou, and after hearing Liang Zhuo's words, she was also deeply moved. Liang Zhuo was a little worried about her state of mind. Are you okay? Gu Qinghuan wondered. What's wrong with me? That's right. Don't let this stress you out. Although we instigated this, but... Liang Zhuo hesitated. Gu Qinghuan suddenly realized, oh, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I don't feel guilty at all. Hearing her normal tone, Liang Zhuo felt relieved. He said he would keep in touch with Zhao Wuyo and hung up the phone. The system also observed Gu Qinghuan's mental state. The host's mental state is very good. Gu Qinghuan smiled. Guan Qingzhou's injury was caused by Zhao Wuyo, not me. She did indeed precipitate the conflict between Guan Qingzhou and Zhao Wuyo, but their conflict had always existed, it had simply been well covered up. Even without her and everyone else's intervention, they would have become enemies sooner or later. Besides, Guan Qingzhou's injury was a great relief. Her kindness was limited, and those harmed by Guan Qingzhou and his men needed her compassion and care even more. Gu Qinghuan had always been clear-headed. The world isn't black and white. Rather than allowing a villain like Guan Qingzhou to continue his rampage, it would be better to send him to where he belongs. Not to mention that she didn't resort to any illegal means. The police knew everything she did, and the real perpetrator was Zhao Wuyo. While this might sound like she was behind the scenes, Gu Qinghuan believed in her own righteousness and believed that if she ever strayed from the right path, her friends would definitely stop her and bring her back on track. Before Gu Qinghuan could share the latest developments in the class group, Yao Shaili had already forwarded the short video related to the case. Xin Jianwei, oh my god, this is horrifying. Yuan Wuwei, I don't think I want to go to Hot Pot for a while. Oh Yang Wushuang, apologize to Hot Pot. Tao Shinqing, Zhao Wuyo's usual demeanor doesn't suggest he'd do something like this. Yao Shaili, anyone who hangs out with Guan Qingzhou's group can't be much better. Everyone lamented, but no one sympathized with Guan Qingzhou. Guan Qingzhou and his gang have committed so many evil deeds, and the burns they received are well-deserved punishment. Evil will always be punished. However, with Guan Qingzhou currently in the hospital and Zhao Wuyo at the police station, the rest of the process will be official business, and the civets can rest easy, no longer busy with Guan Qingzhou. Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment, then privately messaged Song Yi, asking him to remember to tell Feng Jinglei the good news. At this point, neither Guan Qingzhou, Zhao Wuyo, nor the rest of their gang can cause any trouble. Zhao Wuyo will soon face not only inquiries about this incident, but also about his past actions, which will be addressed simultaneously. He's already so shaken, and Guan Qingzhou, his brain trust, is in the hospital, making him unable to escape. Gu Qinghuan is confident that the police will not miss this opportunity to crack down on him. Song Yi's mission is only just around the corner. If he wants to complete it, it depends on whether this good news can lead to further gratification. Chapter 539. Feng Jinglei hadn't felt so relaxed in a long time. He sat in the car, hearing nothing but his own heartbeat. Even the blood in his body seemed to flow more merrily, more vibrantly than the streams in the mountains. When the car stopped, he carefully picked up the box beside him, opened the door, and got out. He walked along the tree-lined path and stopped in front of a small courtyard. The gate to the courtyard was locked. Feng Jinglei rang the doorbell. The owner saw him, immediately opened the door, and came out to greet him. Wen Zimei still looked very thin, her skin a sickly pale color, but compared to the way Feng Jinglei had seen her before, she looked less like a living skeleton. Feng Jinglei quickly pushed her inside. Teacher Wen, you don't have to come out. Go inside. The sun was so strong outside. What if Teacher Wen fainted? Wen Zimei found it amusing, but said nothing and obediently returned to the house. She saw the small box Feng Jinglei was carrying. Judging by the decoration, it must be a cake from her favorite bakery. Although the thought of cake now only brought back the sweet, bitter taste that slid down her throat as she vomited, she still gently thanked Feng Jinglei. Thank you for coming to see me. Feng Jinglei said with a hint of guilt, actually, I should have come sooner. I was too cowardly before. He didn't know how to face Teacher Wen, who looked so haggard. Having been captured by Guan Xingzhou and the others, he resented his own powerlessness and kept thinking he had to do something before he could see her. But just as Song Yi and Gu Qinghuan had said, Teacher Wen hadn't given up. He should have believed in her and stayed with her. So, after returning, he visited Teacher Wen every week. Even if he couldn't make a big difference in her treatment, he at least wanted to let Teacher Wen know that someone supported her and believed she could return to a normal life. Don't you come every week now? And you bring me all sorts of little gifts. Wen Zimei smiled and blinked. So, don't be sad about the past. Feng Jinglei took a deep breath, looked at Wen Zimei, and said with a firm gaze, Teacher Wen, I have good news for you this time. He took out his phone, pulled up a video, and clicked it to show Wen Zimei. The person in the video had been blurred, but Wen Zimei realized almost the moment she heard the voice. It was Guan Xingzhou. Her hands rested on her thighs, reflexively gripping the fabric of her pants, her fingertips practically digging into her flesh. Feng Jinglei noticed her movements, but he simply gritted his teeth and continued to hold the phone in front of Wen Zimei. After seeing clearly what the person in the video was doing, Wen Zimei slowly opened her eyes wide. He. As if something was blocking her throat, Wen Zimei couldn't form a coherent sound, but tears were already flowing, bringing with them an incomparable sense of relief. How could she not hate? How could she not be angry? But her tortured body wouldn't allow it, so she could only retreat into this corner, repairing herself bit by bit. But now, what did she see? The guy who once looked down on her with such condescension was now a stinking jerk rolling on the ground. The one who had reduced him to this state was his once trusted yet disdainful henchman. For the first time, Wen Zimei realized she could be quite vicious. Seeing the large splatter of oil, she only wondered why she hadn't poured it all over Guan Xingzhou's head. No, that's not right. If she could be considered vicious, then what about Guan Xingzhou and the others? Why couldn't she be vicious to those guys? She was the victim. She should laugh at their fate. Insolent, arrogant, and triumphant. This was her way of celebrating. She finally found her voice, her smile brimming with joy. He's had his day. She laughed and cried at the same time, looking frantic and embarrassed, but Feng Jinglei seemed to see the shackles that had once bound Wen Zimei cracking inch by inch. He could even hear the crisp cracking sound. The laughter slowly died down. Wen Zimei rested one hand on the sofa armrest, and wiped the remaining tears from her face with the other, but her eyes sparkled, and she felt better than ever. Her voice was a little hoarse. Thank you for showing me this video. I feel much better now. Feng Jinglei then put his phone away, and said, Guan Xingzhou and Zhao Wuyo are currently in the hospital, one in custody, awaiting trial. The other wealthy second generations, who had contact with them, have also been arrested. The police are investigating each of their crimes, one after another. None of them will escape. Hearing this, Wen Zimei sensed something and asked, How did you know? Feng Jinglei paused, then continued slowly, I learned earlier that Guan Xingzhou and the others had gone out of town. I happened to be there for a competition, so I thought I'd take this opportunity to teach them a lesson. Wen Zimei didn't interrupt. She had no idea Feng Jinglei was going to the competition, but the fact that he was sitting here peacefully meant nothing had happened. Even if his behavior was inappropriate, now wasn't the time to criticize him. Better to wait for him to finish. Feng Jinglei's account terrified Wen Zimei. As someone who had personally experienced Guan Xingzhou's schemes, she almost immediately sensed something hidden behind those coincidences. If Song Yi and Gu Qinghuan hadn't noticed Feng Jinglei's anomaly and followed him, and Feng Jinglei hadn't taken Gu Qinghuan away to protect her, what awaited him might have been a carefully prepared trap. Later, Song Yi said, leaving this matter to him and Gu Qinghuan, so I returned on my own. Feng Jinglei said. Actually, I didn't believe he and Gu Qinghuan could accomplish anything. I just thought it would be better for me to take care of myself and stay with Teacher Wen rather than worry about Guan Xingzhou and the others. I didn't expect to receive such good news. Feng Jinglei was confident that, knowing Song Yi, his childhood friend couldn't do such a thing, and the Song family didn't have such great abilities. So, perhaps, as Song Yi said, it was all thanks to Gu Qinghuan's help. He thanked Gu Qinghuan from the bottom of his heart, and if he had the chance in the future, he would definitely repay her well. Wen Zimei said solemnly, "Can you ask Song Yi for me? I want to contact Gu Qinghuan and express my gratitude to her in person." She wasn't obsessed with personal revenge against her enemies. Simply knowing their current fate made her happy. She wanted to thank Gu Qinghuan. This good news gave her strength, and she had great confidence in overcoming her eating disorder. Feng Jinglei immediately said, "I was thinking the same thing, Teacher Wen. Let's go together then." "Okay," Wen Zimei laughed, holding on to the armrest of the sofa and standing. "Before then, I think I need to look a little healthier." Gu Qinghuan had avenged her, so she had to let him see her recovery. Otherwise, it would be a shame to Gu Qinghuan's kindness. Feng Jinglei's nose felt sore, but he tried to suppress it, forcing a smile and saying, "Let's go eat, Teacher Wen, I treat you today." Wen Zimei said decisively, "No, I'm happy today, I treat." She had already decided what to eat. Besides hot pot, what else could she do? Although her stomach wasn't used to spicy food yet, she could order a shabu-shabu hot pot, eat small portions, chew slowly, and swallow the food. She hadn't looked forward to eating this much in a long time. Song Yi's mission has reached 75% completion. Confirmed mission completed. Chapter 540. A muffled thunder roared outside the window, jolting Song Yi awake from his sleep. He rolled over and sat up, gasping for air. He clutched his chest, frowning in agony in the darkness before uttering a soft sob. Luo Fengyan and Song Wanjun were resting in the other bedroom. Not wanting to wake his parents, Song Yi fumbled in the darkness for his phone, opened his memo, and wrote down the date and time. The memo was densely packed with entries, one after another. Song Yi glanced at the previous one, a wry smile on his face. No matter how hard he tried to remember, he couldn't deny that the time between entries was growing longer. When he first learned of Feng Jinglei's death, he had been unable to sleep all night, not only because of the questions from Feng Jinglei's coach and teammates, but also because of the pain of losing his friend. "Didn't Feng Jinglei go to dinner with you? How could you not know?" He knew those people weren't using this question to blame him. The subsequent investigation had proven Feng Jinglei was lying. He had deceived his childhood friend, Song Yi, and gone to the old villa complex alone. Even if everyone knew Feng Jinglei's death was linked to that group of rich second generations, there was no definitive proof. The surveillance equipment in the old villa complex had been malfunctioning due to age, and the limited footage couldn't confirm that he had entered the villa where Guan Xingzhou and the others were staying. The forensic report also found no abnormalities. It seemed that Feng Jinglei had simply slipped and fallen into the water, drowning in the scenic lake in the old villa complex. Feng Jinglei didn't keep a diary. Although Song Yi later learned about Wen Zimei's experience from Feng Jinglei's parents and assumed that, given Feng Jinglei's personality, he was seeking revenge for Wen Zimei, there was no solid evidence. Not to mention that those wealthy second generations have the money and power to hire a good lawyer and slowly wage a lawsuit against Feng Jinglei's family. They have no shortage of energy for that. But what about Feng Jinglei's family? They lost their only child, knowing their enemy was right before their eyes, yet they could do nothing but watch the murderer go unpunished. Song Yi could not forget the cries of Feng Jinglei's family, nor the remorse of his coach and teammates. Even more than that, he could not forgive himself. Why didn't he notice anything unusual about Feng Jinglei? From his performance during the game, Feng Jinglei was clearly troubled. Why did he believe Feng Jinglei so easily? Why didn't he ask any more questions? If it had been his childhood friend, if he had been more perceptive, would Feng Jinglei have told him everything? If he had followed, if he had been with Feng Jinglei? Countless would have swirled in Song Yi's mind, casting a dark nightmare. However, Feng Jinglei's family never blamed him. Partly because they knew the problem lay with their child, and partly because they didn't want to drag Song Yi into the legal battle with Guan Xingzhou and the others. If Jinglei were still alive, he wouldn't want to see his lies harm his best friend. Feng Jinglei's mother's expression was filled with grief, yet her eyes were clear. She stroked Song Yi's hair, tears streaming down her face. Song Yi knew she was seeing Feng Jinglei's reflection through him. They had studied Sanda together, visiting each other's homes, sleeping on the floor when tired, and always waking up covered in blankets brought by their parents. Delicious meals, games played together, notes passed secretly in class, toys hidden away. He was his best friend from childhood. Losing Feng Jinglei felt like a huge piece of his past had been ripped away, leaving his soul incomplete. He couldn't find relief. No matter how well he concealed his feelings from others, when he was alone, Feng Jinglei's shadow would always appear before his eyes. Feng Jinglei didn't blame him, but simply smiled at him. He said, "Rabbit, let's have a fight and see who will win this time." Song Yi could no longer step onto the Sonda ring. He would always see Feng Jinglei standing before him, unable to strike a blow. More importantly, no matter how strong his fists were, no matter how strong his Sonda skills were, what could he achieve? Could he beat up Guan Xingzhou and the others? Could he let those bastards die? All he could do was cowardly hide in the darkness, recording his anger and hatred. Song Yi didn't want to implicate his mother and father, but sooner or later, he would find the opportunity to take action against the group. He had no other aspirations in life. Not only to avenge his friends and punish the bad guys, but also to find relief for himself. But perhaps the human brain's habituation to pain is too strong. Only a few years had passed? Why were the intervals between his nightmares growing longer and longer? Has he given up on avenging Feng Jinglei? Has he forgotten the pain? Has his heart also gradually died with the passage of time? Song Yi thought numbly, his justice was only so much more. The phone screen went dark, and Song Yi drifted off into a deep sleep. When he woke again, it was already daylight. Because of Feng Jinglei's incident, Song Yi's college entrance exams didn't go well. But Luo Fengnian and Song Wanjun didn't expect him to get into a prestigious university, they just wanted him to live a healthy and safe life. The two of them could see the changes in their child. Song Yi's childhood friend's death was too much for him, and he could only hope that time would heal the pain. Song Yi attended an ordinary university, and remained unremarkable during his time there. It was summer vacation after his sophomore year, and Song Yi hadn't left the house much since returning home. He had planned to stay home today as well. Song Wanjun had gone to collect rent, and Luo Fengnian had gone to another house to film a video for a home blogger, leaving Song Yi alone in the house. It was past 10 in the morning when he woke up. Luo Fengnian had left a note on the table, telling him to bring his own lunch. After all, over the past 3 years, Song Yi had only shown signs of significant distress during the first 6 months. In the second semester of his senior year, he had simply been more reserved and stopped participating in competitions, which he could explain as a focus on his studies. After attending college, Song Yi lived in a dormitory, farther from home, making it easier to conceal his mental state. His roommates didn't know his past or his true personality. At most, they assumed he had trouble sleeping, and when they stayed up late, they would be more careful with their movements to avoid disturbing Song Yi's sleep. Song Yi felt truly lucky to have such a good roommate. But could he abandon his past and continue living selfishly? He tossed the note into the trash, ordered some fried rice on a food delivery app, and went to the bathroom to wash up. When the doorbell rang, Song Yi was still thinking. The food arrived pretty quickly. After opening the door, Song Yi saw not the delivery man, but a young man who looked vaguely familiar. "Hello," the young man smiled politely at Song Yi. "Do you remember me? We were in the same group in our first year of high school, before we were assigned to different majors. I was in the first row, you were in the last. Do you remember?" Song Yi dug a name out of his mind and said hesitantly, "Bao Ching Song?" "Yes." Bao Ching Song snapped his fingers. "I need to talk to you. Is it free now?"